Welcome, everyone, to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships. We are back here after 10 years, bigger and better for this year's World Championships. We got Pokemon XP as well. There are so many exciting things. So here on your countdown show, we want to break it all down for what you want to be watching and experiencing this entire weekend. Hi, everybody. I'm Joshua. I'm going to be talking about Pokemon Unite. We got Amanda talking about Pokemon GO, Ethan talking about the Pokemon trading card game, and Rosemary talking about the Pokemon video game. We obviously have so much to talk about. The competition is so exciting. These halls are already packed with competitors and fans alike, but we have a lot of major things to talk about, one of which we are sitting on right now. This stage is incredible. Everyone is already getting a first look at it. Rosemary, what's one of the coolest things you've seen either here or at the convention so far?
Well, I got to agree with you. This stage looks amazing, but it isn't just the stage. We have so many activations all around San Francisco. There's even a Pokemon GO stamp rally, so you can see some of what San Francisco has to offer. It's going to be impossible to do everything this weekend.
That's true. How about you, Ethan?
Yeah, I mean, these events year after year continue to grow and expand. There's more and more to do each year. The competition becomes even more intense as players continue to hone their skills in all the games. It's going to be an incredible weekend.
Yeah, just bouncing off of that, 30 years for Pokemon, like you said, Rosemary, 10 years now for Pokemon GO. It's been absolutely incredible, especially as a GO player, to see everything there has been to do in San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, this event, I said bigger and better right during the intro. It really is. I'm so excited for all the competition that's going to happen on this main stage. But this convention hall goes for what seems like miles that direction, and there is Pokemon everywhere surrounding us. I wouldn't have it any other way. It is so fun. But our job is to focus on what's going on here on the main stage and in the tournament hall all weekend long. So we want to talk about what you should be looking to watch this weekend. We're going to start off with some major storylines. So, Rosemary, what is a major storyline of the video game that people should be paying attention to?
Well, the highlight of the weekend is that this is the first World Championships for Pokemon Champions. And what better way to be able to kick off this game's life cycle than to crown a World Champion? We've got Mega Evolution back. It's going to be just such a great display for all of our top trainers around the world to show what they've got for Pokemon Champions.
Awesome. And how about TCG?
It's really around that one big bad Pokemon, Dragapult EX. You can't run and you can't hide from him. He is everywhere, especially with top trainers bringing him to the World Championship. So we're going to see if there's another deck that could dethrone it. We had a similar metagame 10 years ago. Two very dominant decks, very dominant archetypes, and it was actually a rogue deck that was able to take the tournament down. So who knows? We could see another surprise back in San Francisco after 10 years.
Ooh, I love that. A look back is so fun. I know we have the museum as well here in the venue. I'm not sure if that rogue deck is featured. I sure hope it is. There's a lot of cool moments throughout TCG's history. But how about for Pokemon GO, Amanda? What should we be looking forward to watching all weekend long?
So I feel like GO is in this unique position right now. We're kind of at the Venn diagram middle between the video game and Unite, because as the video game has moved on to a new thing, this will actually be the last season for GO to have an individual world champion, as we are moving to 3 versus 3 for the World Championships next season. So that's a big accolade that I think a lot of people are really hoping that they'll be able to claim.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a few world champions already, and one more to take that solo throne is so exciting. Pokemon Unite, we are in a bit of a sweet and sour situation. It is the final time for Pokemon Unite at the World Championships. However, we could not have picked a bigger stage, bigger venue to crown our final world champion. That is going to be the major storyline to watch. There is going to be one final team raising that trophy at the Chase Center this weekend, by the way. We're switching venues and going to one of the biggest that San Francisco has to offer for our grand finals. That is going to be just incredible. I cannot wait to see all the competitions all day long on that championship Sunday. It's going to be a lot of fun. So that is why we think you should be watching, but maybe you're asking, who should I be watching? Well, that's our next job. So Rosemary, what players do we have to watch in the video game over the weekend?
It was so hard to just narrow it down to 3 competitors because it is the World Championships and we've got the top trainers from around the world that are going to be competing here this weekend. But we've got Wolf Glick, Marco Silva, and Ko Tsukide as your players to watch for the video game. Wolf Glick needs no introduction. This man won the World Championships 10 years ago, and now it could be his time to get a second title. He came off the back of a second place at the first regional championships that we had in Pokemon Champions, and he's always a meta innovator. He thinks about what is going to be strong and how can I beat that, and that's why he had Mega Steelix at that regional championships. Marco Silva from Italy is going to be our next player to watch. He is a 3-time international champion. Only one of few competitors that can say that they've even won twice. But he's missing the elusive World Championship title. So that's why eyes are on him this weekend to see if he can finally claim that. Last but certainly not least, Ko Tsukide. He is a world champion from the seniors division in 2019, but Ko has been on an absolute international tear this season, top cutting both the international championships that he attended, as well as the Japan Nationals just a couple of months ago. So if there's anybody that you should be keeping an eye on in Japan, it is Ko.
Wow, I mean, a absolute lineup there on the VG. We had people cheering in the crowd just for the player cards on players to watch. So yeah, some huge faces of the community here at the World Championships. So exciting. I know the trading card game is no exception though. Ethan, who should we be watching over the weekend?
Of course, this year, no exception, we've got international talent coming from all over the world. Our 3 players to watch are from a mixture of different regions. Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, a player for many, many years, had a great season coming over to a regional championships in Houston and taking it down. Eyes are definitely on him to see if Japan can win a world championship on their 10th anniversary. Tord Reklev, no introduction for this man. Did the global circuit, the Grand Slam, the only player to win all 4 international championships, is also missing that elusive world championship title. Got so close in Yokohama. He's still looking for that championship win. And of course, our defending world champion, Riley McKay, can't ride off the back of Gardevoir this year, but he's a very talented player. We'll have to see what deck he decides to bring this year to see if he can become a repeat champion.
Interesting. Okay, so maybe even a rogue option for Riley McKay. We'll have to see. I know you're already talking about Big Bad Dragapult. Do you think all 3 of these players to watch are bringing the notorious, maybe infamous Dragapult this weekend?
I know I can probably speak for Tord. Now, Tord has played Dragapult to a lot of different events, but he loves his trade ability on Zoroark. He played that to the North American International Championships where he made top cut. I wouldn't be so shocked to see him come back with another innovative Zoroark build and try and take down this Tord.
And isn't that not the spirit of the World Championships? Trainers with their iconic partner Pokemon. I mean, that just fits the bill. How about for Pokemon GO? Any players to watch that we should have our eyes on?
Oh boy, there are so many talented Go players. And I know that we say in Go, since we've been a little bit relatively more new to the scene, that we haven't had any repeat world champions. But the keyword is yet, because the first person we want to look at here is Beelzebub, last season's in Anaheim world champion. He is from India, but he's actually had a chance this season to play a couple times in North America and also international championships, and has top cut during those. So he is still really going through this season quite ferociously. Next up, we have Nighttime Clasher. We're going to call him Mr. Worldwide at this point because he's been playing in North America, Europe, and Oceania. He also got first place at the Latin American International Championships. He is also leading NA on the leaderboard, so definitely a player that wants to be able to get this World Championship title. And last, but again, we can't say last but not least. We're always saying it, but we have to really say this because the Spanish sensation Pato Man is arguably the best trainer in Pokemon GO right now. I think you could ask 10 trainers and probably 10 out of 10 will say that he's had the best season. He was the champion of EUIC 2 years in a row. He was our finalist last season in Anaheim, and I think a lot of people are wondering if he's going to take it all the way this year.
I love that. I mean, the World Championships always has that vibe. It's a championship of champions every single time. Feels like Pokemon GO GO really leaning into that this time around. Well, I gave everybody else the chance to say 3 players to watch. I'm, of course, going to allow Unite to talk about 15 players to watch, and they're going to be sectioned off into 3 different teams. We have some teams coming from all over the world, of course, just like every title. And the first one we got to talk about is Fennel from Japan. This team is unbelievable. To tell you the truth, it doesn't feel like they know how to lose the video game at any point in time. Every single championship that this team has been a part of this year, they have won, and they are former world champions in Honolulu just a couple years ago. This team is looking on a whole nother level. Moving on to the next team, though, in North America is Root Dignitas. Zugrug, not a huge fan of Umbreon there. I am. I got a pin for it. But Zugrug leading the way for Root Dignitas. This team is looking amazing this year. Champions at LAIC and at NAIC this year, as well as a really strong performance in the Asian Champions League. A lot of players on that team hunting for a World Championship title, but this could be the one to do it. Take a look at their group stage later on the Unite show, though. Crazy start for their tournament. And after them, we have the reigning world champions, Peru Unite, who last year in Anaheim were able to dominate the competition in the arena. They're looking to do so again. Bit of a strange season for this team, ups and downs, but they are on the up going into the World Championships when they won the Latin America Regional League, taking down teams from Brazil, Latin America, South, and North. So doing an amazing season. They look poised to be a real contender at this tournament. So that is going to be what the major storylines we think you should be watching this weekend, and some of the players that you should be watching. But we also want to give you even more reasons to be watching the World Championships, as well as all the broadcasts associated. We got drops, we got distros. Rosemary, what are we giving away in the video game?
Well, well, well. We do have an Incineroar that you can grab inside Pokemon Champions for just watching 60 minutes of the stream. And alongside of that, we are also giving away some other in-game items so that if you don't want to use Incineroar on your next team, you can actually get a recruitment for a new Pokemon and train it up. So make sure that you're sticking around and watching the stream.
Yeah, with the recent launch of Champions, it's a lot of new resources. Even if you're a new player, these seem like great drops that you could add to your collection. Maybe get some of those Pokemon recruited onto your team. Ethan, I know the trading card game, you got a few of these lined up. So what's going on in the world of drops in the trading card game?
We've got a whole mixture of things. Look at all those things you can get within the Pokemon trading card game live. Of course, those exclusive Worlds accessories, deck box, some cosmetics for your avatar. There's a mixed Zero Aura playset, the Mega Zero Aura EX. It's got 2 of the special art rares, so, you know, nice way to bling out your deck a bit, as well as a special Worlds loot crate. Get all of that from watching the stream. It's going to be plenty of awesome action this weekend.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, huge shout out to Ethan, by the way. At home, I'm sure you can read that just fine on your screen, but that is some small font that Ethan was able to read on the monitor that we have in front of us. So, peek behind the curtain there, but great work, Ethan. That's in the trading card game for Trading Card Game Live. But how about for Pokemon Go? What do we got for drops?
Yeah, Ethan's eyesight is impeccable, but for Go, there's also some very cool things that you are going to be able to do just by watching. And the main thing, you can see him raising that trophy there. You will be able to get a Tinkaton based off of Beelzebub's team last year that he was able to take that World Championship. Not only that, you're going to have a little choose your own adventure for watching 30 minutes. You can choose between going down a Lickitung, Totodile, or the Wooper path. So I don't know, Zoinks, what would you pick if you're playing?
Oh, I'm going Totodile.
All the way?
Please, I love that Pokemon. I mean, it wouldn't even be a choice. You're going Wooper?
Yeah, Clodsire is so good.
Ethan, what are you picking?
I agree. Clodsire is pretty cool. I gotta love that little guy.
I have to go Licky Licky is probably going to be the major Pokemon in our meta, so pay attention to that this weekend. But yes, you're going to want to make sure you're watching because you'll get Elite TM as well, so you can use that to take away a charge attack on your Pokemon.
Oh, I love that. Prepare for future competitions, even in the Pokemon Go season. That's a great job. A great time to do it right now. Pokemon Unite, we got some really cool drops this time around for the World Championships. Of course, we got your classics that will World Championships sticker, but we also have license art, and then one of my favorite drops that we have ever had. If you watch Worlds for 45 minutes, you actually get a license of Pokemon that you can play in-game, one of the 5 Pokemon that Peru used to win that game-winning match in Anaheim last year. Leafeon, Psyduck, Zacian, Inteleon, and Crustle. Those middle two, Zacian and Psyduck, those are going to be meta-relevant threats this weekend. They are going to be banned. They are going to be picked. We're going to see a lot of them on the Pokemon Unite broadcast. So we have so many rewards that you could be getting for watching any of our games. I know in the Pokemon XP broadcast, we also have things to be given away. So check out so many amazing moments at this year's World Championships in 2026, which is, well, not exactly a rerun, but a return. As 10 years ago, the World Championships was held here in San Francisco. Love getting the chance to showcase Pokemon to this incredible city yet again. And that's got us in the nostalgic mood a little bit. So we want to say one of maybe our favorite competitive memories of all Pokemon. Rosemary, how about you?
Well, being in San Francisco, it just makes me remember our time in Japan just a couple of years ago. Another way that we could commemorate a huge milestone for the Pokemon franchise. And so to see how the city was set up for everyone to enjoy and how San Francisco is now, it's just a great time to be a Pokemon fan.
Absolutely. Ethan, how about you?
Got a flashback to 10 years ago. What a tournament it was before in San Francisco. The change in size from a hotel ballroom to now this incredibly expansive convention center. Really seeing that rogue deck take down the tournament, shocking the entire world. I'm really curious to see if we'll have that happen.
Awesome. Rapid fire for you, Lundberger.
I mean, I think at the same point, too, just being able to be in a stadium last season was such a big thing for Go. Going from a stage to a stadium is absolutely incredible, and we're going to get to go ahead and do it again this year.
I cannot wait. I've loved all the World Championships that we have had in previous years. It has been so fun, but like I said, we are getting bigger and better for this year's Pokemon XP and World Championships. San Francisco has been home to legendary Pokemon moments across so many of our titles, but this year it is going to be so fun. So let's throw it to our opening ceremonies.
new day, looking out on a new adventure. No one knows where the road will take us. Ready, set, cause now it's time to go. Maybe we can finally see who we're meant to be. Every step of the way tells a story. Every challenge will show us who we are. Now we ride side by side to glory. Together you and I will touch the stars. And then we'll do it all over again. Cause even if we lose our way, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. And it's even better than last time. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last at a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go again. Look around, see familiar faces. All of us on a path to the unknown, standing tall on the edge of greatness. See you when we're walking victory road. And then we'll do it all over again. Cause even if we win the day, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. Memories last a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go again. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last a lifetime. It's a new day, do it our way, with all our friends. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
Hello, trainers, and good morning. To start things off, we are about to take you on a musical journey from the past through the present. Celebrating 30 years of Pokémon, we'll start today by bringing you the great music of Kanto. I'm your conductor, Charlie Rosen, and we are the 8-Bit Big Band. Thank you so much. Please enjoy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Well, that journey through Kanto was actually only just the start of our program this morning, trainers. Now, join me as we travel across generations to celebrate the amazing 30-year legacy of Pokémon. Thank you so much.
hello, 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 and welcome to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships and Pokémon XP. While we're at it, let's give it up one more time for our fabulous dancers and the 8-bit big band. I mean, come on. No matter when you first discovered Pokemon, I hope hearing those medleys from our orchestra transported you back to some happy and cheerful memories. Hi, I'm Gabby Durden. I'm your host for this weekend's festivities. And just like you, I've loved Pokemon since I was a small child, forming my first core memories. So I'm beyond honored to be here on this stage, coming to you live from San Francisco, California. This weekend is extra special for all of us. One part of our event commemorates the hard work of our trainers as they conclude their journey to become world champions across 4 titles. Pokemon Champions, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE. And even more adventure awaits with our first ever Pokemon XP, where we couldn't be more excited for you to join us for activities, panels, attractions, and much more throughout the weekend. All right, 2 incredible events, 1 unforgettable weekend, and you better believe we're gonna make sure it's one for the record books. But I think we should get things started, shall we? It is my pleasure to introduce to the stage the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
Pokémon トレーナーの皆さん、こんにちは。ポケモンワールドチャンピオンシップ2024、そしてポケモン XP にようこそ。
Hello, trainers, and welcome to the 2026 Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP.
会場にお集まりいただいた皆さん、そして世界中からライブ配信をご視聴していただいている皆さんに、まずは心より感謝申し上げます。
First, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone gathered here today, as well as all of you from around the world joining us online.
世界チャンピオンの座をかけて競技に挑む方も、ご家族やご友人と共にポケモン XP を楽しむために来られた方も、この場で一緒にポケモン30周年を迎えられることを大変嬉しく思います。
And whether you're here to compete for the title of World Champion, or you've come with family and friends to enjoy Pokemon XP, I'm truly delighted that we can all be here together on Pokemon's 30th anniversary.
ポケモン XP での数々の体験から日曜日にケースセンターで行われる決勝戦まで、この週末はたくさんの楽しみが待っています。トレーナーの皆さんにとって忘れがたい週末になることを確信しています。
And from all the exciting experience we have waiting for you at Pokemon XP to the World Championship Finals we're going to have at Chase Center on Sunday, this weekend is sure to be a lot of fun and one that I think trainers will remember for many years to come.
ここにたどり着くまで戦い続けてきた選手の皆さん、皆さんの努力、情熱、そして挑戦し続ける姿はいつの日かこのステージに立ちたいと願う未来のトレーナーたちの憧れとなり希望となっています。
And to all of the competitors who have battled their way here, truly your hard work, passion, and determination inspire future trainers to dream of one day standing on this very stage. You truly represent both an aspiration and a source of hope for the next generation.
皆さんが今日ここにいることが次の世代への夢をつないでいます。そのことに誇りを持って最後まで全力で競技を楽しんでください。
Just by being here today, you are helping pass those dreams on to the future. And take pride in that and enjoy every moment of the competition as you give it your best to the very end.
それでは健闘をお祈りしています。
And with that, I wish you all the best of luck in your battles.
For setting the stage oh so beautifully. Ooh, 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 ooh. I can feel the energy in this room. I can sense the excitement to compete. More than 2,000 trainers have descended upon San Francisco to test their skills and fight with all their might to become the next Pokémon World Champion. Competitors, the time has come. Please make your way over to the play tables to kick off your matches. And before we get into the action, our casters are prepped to walk you through everything in store this weekend. So everybody, let the 2026 Pokémon World Championships begin!
Let's do just that. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships here in San Francisco, California. Aaron, I am so honored and excited to be kicking off the show with you.
It is so good to be back, Rosemary. It felt like yesterday we were in Anaheim casting the World Championship Finals. It's been a whole year. A whole new game has come out in Pokémon Champions, and I think that this is going to be a very, very special World Championship.
It's going to be special because of the arena, but also because check a look at the prizing that our competitors are going to be trying to achieve here. $30,000 for first place, and there's so much more.
The glory of becoming world champion. It is truly everyone's dream in this competitive game. And in addition to all the incredible prizing that comes, just having the ability to say, I won the World Championships is truly what everyone is fighting for. But of course, there's just so much happening here. And the World Championships is the best place for it.
And the honor is currently being held by our reigning world champion, Giovanni Siski, claiming the title last year in Anaheim and doing it with a team that a lot of people had just underprepared for, I think. A lot of people had Koraidon very low on their radar, but Gio said, you know what? I've been rocking with this team all season long. This is the squad I know that I'm going to win Worlds with.
Absolutely, yeah. And really going to show that Worlds is one weekend. Gio had actually never gotten past top 8 in a tournament before the World Championships, but all the stars aligned. He was able to win his very first tournament, choosing Worlds to win. And it was funny taking a look at those 6 Pokemon on his team because, Rose, I don't think any of those are in Pokemon Champions currently, so not be seeing any of them today, but probably somewhere down the road. But it was, yeah, such an exhilarating finals between him and James Evans last year, and it was just so fun to watch. That's what Worlds is all about. It's about the best players in the world, bringing the best teams, and really duking it out against each other.
You may not see Koraidon, but you know it's sunny in California when there's Charizard Y running around the Mega.
Absolutely, yeah.
But this is just one of many previous world champions that are about to take the stage at the 2026 World Championships. This is a stacked lineup. It's amazing that we can say that we have 8 former world champions chasing a second crown.
No player other than Ray Rizzo has ever been able to win multiple World Championships in the Masters division. Of course, we actually saw Kevin Hahn in the Seniors division pull it off last year after aging up from Juniors, but 8 different players who have won the World Championships before in Masters will be looking to get a second one. And of course, we're playing with Mega Evolutions once again, and many of these players won during the Mega Evolution era, starting with, of course, Sejong Park. And actually, everyone talks about his Pachirisu that year, but he shocked the world by bringing Mega Gyarados to the world stage, Mega Evolution that we barely saw throughout that format. Of course, Shomo Honami piloting Mega Kangaskhan, Wolf using Mega Gengar as well as Mega Rayquaza, Paul Ruiz using Mega Salamence, which of course is not in Pokemon Champions, but it's going to be really exciting to see how the players who got to the absolute top during the last time that we saw these Pokemon compete once again.
I really wonder if Seijin's going to be bringing Mega Raichu
Oh,
as a small
yeah.
homage to the Pachirisu win. That would be pretty cool.
He did bring Pachirisu to the world stage in 2024 in a restricted format, which I think was a pretty big surprise to see. But yeah, I think very exciting to see so many ex-champions competing once again. And I can't express how difficult the World Championships is, right? Like, we have so many incredible players, and there's so many years where a lot of the ex-World Champions don't even make it past round 5 or round 6, and they get eliminated by then. And so the quality of play and the quality of players just gets higher and higher and higher. But I feel like a lot of people feel it in their bones that maybe this year someone could do it again.
It does feel like if it's going to be any year, it's going to be this one. But there are a lot of other competitors hot on the tails of our previous world champions that are hoping to make a splash at this one. Let's start with some of our other players to watch from North America. We've got Paul Chua, Justin Tang, and Alex Underhill.
Paul is a player that many regard as one of, if not the best player to not win a world championship. He is incredibly high up there. So many regional championship wins, coming off a win at EUIC this year, having won that tournament multiple times as well. He's a long-time veteran of this game, having been competing since 2011, 2012. And so he's made it as far as top 4 at the World Championships back in 2022. Can this be his year finally?
Justin Tang, a rising superstar, very quickly rose through the ranks when he first launched onto the scene, getting 3 quick regional championship titles. This is a player that had just the best start to a season we have seen in a long time. He had 6 contiguous top 16 cuts across the events that he played at the very beginning. It's been a little bit more quiet as we've entered into the back half of the season, but if there's anyone that's going to be ready for the World Championships, it's Justin Tang.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming off a top 32 finish last year as well, where he was using some really eccentric Pokemon like Groudon and Jumpluff in a format where they were not necessarily the most popular. So excited to see what team he's brought to the scene today. But of course, like you mentioned, just truly one of the fastest rising stars in VGC. He only started playing in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, won the first ever regional championships he attended, and I think many are expecting a big finish for him today or this weekend.
And then Alex Underhill kind of closes the bookends with a lot of experience coming into this World Championships. He's also been playing competitive Pokemon for many, many years. But I think maybe we'll be able to bring something special to the table. We talk about meta development. It's very hard when coming into the World Championships. It's actually going to be the first official tournament that we're going to be playing in this format. But Alex has been taking to those online tournaments and already coming up with some unique teams.
Absolutely, yeah. I think him and his team building group, one of the premier groups to watch out for in North America, prominently actually debuting this dual weather team of Charizard paired with Pelipper, Archaudon, Grimmsnarl, Basque Legion initially, now Mega Swampert, Venusaur as well. And so I'm very curious to see if he's brought that to this tournament, because if there was any player that I would expect to, it would be him and his buddies.
This is just North America. We have lots more players to watch from our other competitive regions. So let's now talk about Europe. This is a tough one to narrow down to just 3 competitors as well. But we've got Marco Silva, Michael Kelsch, and Francesco Piopero.
Yeah, 3 absolute titans in the game. Marco also still looking for his first World Championship victory. He's won so many regional and special events. He's won 3 international championships. He's come very close to winning the World Championships as well. And he's just been one of the most consistent players in the game over the last couple of years as well. I think many hold him to be Europe's best.
And speaking of consistency, Michael Kelsch at the World Championship level has had that and then some. 2nd place at his first ever World Championships, followed up in the next 2 years by a top 4 and a top 8. Hopefully it's going to be better than just a top 16 this year.
Top 16 is still pretty good.
And it is very good, but you know that Michael Kelsch is one of those competitors that he's chasing that big win after being so close and knowing that he could taste the victory. It must be fire under your belly to know that it was in your reach once before.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I spoke to him a while back and he said, I want to be remembered as the greatest player of all time when I'm done with this game. And in just 3 years of playing competitive VGC, like you said, top cut every World Championships he's attended, he's gotten so close to the crown. And Marco and Maiko, actually both players I really have my eyes out on, because I'm curious what teams they'll bring, because Mega Gengar is not a Pokemon that's very popular in this format, but both Marco and Maiko have actually had tremendous success with it. Marco winning a regional championship with it, Maiko winning a big online tournament with it with Swampert right before Worlds. And so I think Mega Gengar is really hard to use, but if there's anyone in the world that might be able to pilot it from Europe, it's going to be these 2 guys.
It would be really exciting to see some additional Mega Evolutions come into the meta for the World Championship. Championships. But someone that knows that sometimes the tried and true is what makes it possible. It is Francesco Piopero, the NAIC champion, first IC champion in Pokemon Champions.
Yeah, and he came off a top 4 finish at EUIC this year as well. He's been so incredibly consistent, having top cut every internationals. He was always kind of chasing that big win. He had made it to the finals of regionals before. He had made it to top 4, top 8 of internationals before. It just feels like he was always in top cut, but was missing that big win, but finally got it in NAIC. And I think like he is probably coming into this feeling a lot of confidence off that big win as well. And Italy is just such a dominant region, and it feels like every tournament it's someone else's time to shine a little bit, and now it's Francesco's time after that big tournament.
Next up, we have our competitors from Latin America who have traveled all the way here to see if they can grab that crown. First up, we have Alexander Canseco, and I think this is a player that I feel like has been a little bit underrated coming into the World Championships, and even when just thinking about it from a global stage. But this is a player from Mexico that you've got to keep your eyes on for this World.
Yeah, definitely really consistent finishes across multiple events over in LATAM, and I think it's really awesome to be able to highlight these players a little bit more. And one thing that's especially exciting is next season, we actually will get to watch these players compete in Latin America because we'll have official broadcasts there. And so to your point, I think Alexander has not been able to get the chance to compete as much on kind of the global stage, right? But has had a lot of local dominance. And if you take a look at, some of the other players on this page, like Juan Salerno, probably one of the, if not the most well-known LATAM player, partially because he's attended multiple events outside of Latin America, has done very, very well, getting second at LAIC just this year back in his home region. Comes as one of the most dominant players in terms of championship points, has had so much consistent success across the board.
Last but not least, we got Max Morales, a 4-time regional and special champion. I think that really does speak volumes, knowing that you have had that regional success, but now it is about being able to show up on that big stage, and maybe this is going to be the World Championships that Latin America will be able to get that second title after Paul Ruiz claimed it so long ago.
Yeah, of course. I think it feels like, Juan in particular has really just had such a dominant season across the board, and I think his ability to venture into the other regions and compete in them as well, I definitely have my eye out on him, but I think all 3 of these players really, really have to pay attention to from LATAM in particular.
Next up, Oceania. Let's talk about our players to watch from that region. We've got Nicholas Kahn, Henry Rich, and Joji Kaida.
Nicholas Kahn is someone who is no stranger to the world stage, having won the World Championships back in the younger division before, and he comes in as one of the leading players from Australia. Of course, his brother, Chris Kahn, actually won the Trading Card Game World Championships in the seniors division back in 2011 as well, so just truly dominant family in Pokemon, but Nicholas has aged up through the divisions throughout the years, has continued to just have success after success, winning multiple regional level events over in Oceania.
Next up, we've got Henry Rich, and he is a player that has been able to do well on the international level. Ended up getting a regional championship title back in 2022, but I feel like he's always gotten very, very close in some of the other regional championships he's played. And so for Henry, it's kind of like you're able to show yourself, always kind of having consistent day 2 performances at ICs. At the world stage, though, is this the moment now that you can get to that day 2 and go beyond?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what he's brought because I feel like sometimes he has really eccentric teams. If I remember correctly, he might have top 8 NAIC during a restricted format with Overquill on his team and using some really cool strategies. And even though he's from Australia, he has competed in North America a good bit as well with multiple high-level finishes at regionals as well as NAIC. And so, yeah, I always really like watching him, especially because he's brought some really cool stuff throughout the years.
And then we've got Joji Kaida, and this is a competitor that has also been able to travel across the world to be able to compete, but I think also claims a couple of titles that we don't necessarily get to talk about very often. The online, global, and Grand Challenge. Thank you. I was like, there's one. It's a pop-up circumstance there. But it is incredible that he has won several of those competitions. Not just one, not 2, but several.
Yeah, one of the most consistent players in the online best-of-1 closed team sheet environment. And often the best players there translate over to the best-of-3 environment as well. It is really difficult to be so consistent in a game that has a lot of variance, but he's consistently topped the ladder, finished #1, won a lot of these online tournaments, which have literally hundreds of thousands of players participating in them. And so I think a big question is what kind of team compositions do you kind of land on, especially when you grind the ladder out that much?
A lot of experience that comes from that, but you know it's going to be open team sheet best of 3 for this tournament, so you have to consider that your opponent's going to know a lot of information about your team. We've got another region coming up for you, and it is going to be Japan. Japan, one of the strongest regions in competitive Pokemon, and we've got Ko Tsukire, Yuma Kinugawa, and Hiroshi Onishi.
Any of these could walk away as world champion this weekend. Like, I think Japan in particular is just historically such a strong region in VGC, having had crowned multiple world champions. Ko is one of the players that I have on the very top of my list to win this weekend, and he won the Senior Division World Championships back in 2019, has top cut worlds in Masters multiple times after aging up, and he has been on an absolute tear this season as well. He's also traveled, outside of Japan to compete at the internationals, and just been so consistent. Every time I watch him play, I'm like, I can see why he was a world champion, and I think he's here to prove himself. Like, I can win in seniors, but I can also win in Masters.
It's kind of interesting to be able to watch these competitors age up through the divisions and still find success. I think about Nicholas Kahn in that same way.
Yeah, exactly.
You were able to still show your stuff once you have actually evolved. But Yuma Kinugawa, this is a competitor that we talk about, the Asian national system. It is a very different qualification method to come to the World Championships. But Yuma, another one of those Japanese players that has decided to test his mettle on a more international stage and walked away successful as our LAIC champion for this competitive season.
Yeah, doing it with one of my favorite teams of the season as well, this hyper-offensive team that had Flamigo as well as Hisuian Typhlosion. He has been a veteran of the scene at this point, been playing around 10 years, but I feel like the last 2 seasons, he has just been on a generational tear. He won the Japanese National Championships last year, then went to NAIC where he finished in top 8, and like you said, Rose, won LAIC. To win Japanese Nationals and an international championship is just absolutely wild, and so he's still hunting for, I think, a really big Worlds finish. Made it to day 2 with actually also Groudon. I was talking about Justin Tang using Groudon. Kinugawa used Groudon in a different Worlds format, which was also really cool to see with like Iron Jugulus, and so yeah, I think he comes in as definitely one of the favorites in Japan as well.
And of course, you have to talk about our current reigning Japan Nationals champion, Hiroshi Onishi. Ended up winning with the, kind of a very standard set of Pokemon there with the Charizard and the Floette, but I think it was really that Garchomp that really helped him stand out amongst the field when there were also so many other Charizards running around.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think the Japanese national champion always has very high expectations coming into this World Championships. For a very long time, it was like whoever won Worlds was either the Japanese national champion or someone who had gotten top 4 at Worlds before. And I think like he comes in with definitely a lot of pressure, a lot of expectations, and he has been a very strong player from Japan specifically. Don't think he's been able to compete at the world stage very much, and so exciting to see how he'll be able to do. But like you said, yeah, he showed, look, I can play the standard composition, but I can play it better than anyone else, and yeah, comes in with a really, really big victory over in Japan.
This is just a snapshot of our competitors to keep your eyes on for the 2026 World Championships. But if you're watching, then you're going to get something nice out of it too. Check out our distributions. Make sure that you have linked your account so that you can get an Incineroar to use in-game. But if you don't want to use Incineroar, then we also have some other goodies for you to be able to recruit a new Pokemon and train it up to be ready for your team.
Of course, and we, of course, also have a distribution for all of you here in Pokemon Champions. If you want an exclusive hat, an exclusive t-shirt, I think this is actually one of the coolest things about Champions, which is being able to get exclusive merch that you can't buy within the store. All you have to do is use that passcode, Enjoy Worlds 26, and you'll be able to rock these in Pokemon Champions. Let your opponents know you are tuning into the World Championships. Maybe they'll tune in as well and they can learn a thing or two.
And if you are enjoying all of our competitive titles, then there's something out there for all of you as well. So check out all of the drops and distributions that are going to be taking place, not just on the Pokemon VG side, but of course for TCG, Pokemon Pocket, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE.
And of course, how do you earn these? Well, it's simple. You just need to log in. Visit rewards.pokemon.com, log into your Pokemon Trainer Central account, link your Twitch account, and watch the desired stream for a period of time. As you saw earlier, it's often 30 or 60 minutes on the respective streams, and you'll be able to earn these drops on Twitch specifically. And you can also watch in other languages by turning on the CC extension, which will then give you translated captions. And so you definitely don't want to miss out on any of these awards. They're free, right? And so if you're watching on Twitch already, might as well link them.
And that's not all. Last but not least, we do have a special Twitch badge that you can apply after watching just 60 minutes of any of your favorite competitive action this weekend.
I think that is genuinely one of the coolest badges I've ever seen.
It is.
I have seen many badges on Twitch in my day, Rosemary, and that one I think is incredibly well designed. And so it's just 60 minutes. You definitely don't want to miss out on that one.
Follow along the action here on our stream, so make sure you don't miss another minute of it. Stay a part of the conversation using the hashtag PokemonXP and the hashtag Pokemon World on all of our social channels. We want to hear from you, what you've been excited about, who you're cheering for, what you're following, and yeah, make sure that you share your thoughts with us.
Amoongus wants to know. He's not currently in Pokemon Champions, but he's really, really waiting. I don't know when he's coming back, Rose. I don't know if it'll be the next regulation, maybe sometime after, but of course, one of the most important Pokemon in VGC history, but we won't be seeing him on the world stage this weekend.
I think I'm okay with having a little Amoongus break.
Okay, yeah.
Just a small one, you know? Just
the viewers might be as well.
Just a small one, and then Amoongus, you can come back. I'm sure we're going to be waiting for that moment with bated breath.
Absolutely. I am so excited to kick off this World Championships. The first round is up, and we've got some crazy matches. I mean, of course, this is the World Championships. Every round's going to be crazy. These are the best players in the world. Take a look at some of these matches, and especially that first one, Rose.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, my eyes are going all over the page and getting bright-eyed for all of the amazing action that we're going to have. We are just the mainstream. We are going to have featured streams and side streams that you can check out as accompaniment to our broadcast. But we've got Wolfglick versus Hirofumi Kimura for round one. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's a match that you might expect to see in the World Championship Finals. These players have so much history. Wolf, of course, winning U.S. Nationals multiple times, winning multiple international titles as well, and winning the World Championships in 2016 alongside his regional accolades. Hirofumi, multi-Japanese national champion. It is difficult for Japanese players to get the chance to really prove themselves very much because they don't have too many tournaments to compete in, and the Japanese circuit is so grueling. But for Hirofumi, he has made it count on the world stage basically every time he's been here. Second in 2019, he's top cut the last 3 World Championships with a top 4 finish last year as well. So it's going to be an unbelievable match. And yeah, I truly mean it when, you know, what's so exciting about Worlds is so many of these matches that you see on the screen. If you said, oh, that is what we would see in the arena on Sunday, it wouldn't feel like an absolute shock.
Yeah, and this is the World Championships. Every single one of these matches is going to be super high stakes, and this is just Swiss round number 1. We've got 3 incredible days of action ahead, and it does all culminate in that arena finals. I wonder how our competitors are going to react to that. Already we saw during the opening ceremony, there's a huge crowd out there just to watch the competitive action on the main stage, but then come Sunday, that's like 15,000 competitors, like people watching 2 people duke it out on the stage.
Yeah, I think it is probably something that is so exhilarating. Like in the moment, it is just like, you're probably so focused on just trying to win the World Championships when you're there, but it is truly, it will be the most unique experience I think any competitor in this game will ever have. It's going to be a long way to get there, of course, with many rounds of Swiss today, another couple tomorrow, and to get there, you have to beat the best of the best.
I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but here's a video to make sure that you're caught up to speed on exactly what you'll be seeing this weekend. Whether it's your first time watching or you just need a quick refresher, here's an overview of the Pokemon VGC format at the 2026 World Championships. The best trainers from around the globe are here to compete for their share of a $2 million prize pool and the coveted title of Pokemon World Champion. The first World Championships played in Pokemon Champions will take place over 3 days. Phase 1 consists of Swiss rounds where trainers battle head-to-head in a best-of-3 format with open team sheets. That means critical details about each trainer's Pokemon are available to the opponent. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. At the conclusion of Phase 2, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied with 8th place will advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. On Championship Sunday, these finalists face off in San Francisco's Chase Arena for our biggest finals yet. 2 will enter the arena, but only 1 will walk away as the 2026 Pokemon World Champion. Who will become the first World Champion of the Pokemon Champions era? Which Pokemon will dominate the meta? We'll be here all weekend so you won't miss a second of the action. With that, it's time to get today's matches going. Casters, take it away. Thank you, Pass Me, for that format. And now we're going to go into round number 1 between Wolf Glick and Hirofumi Kimura.
You can't ask for a better way to start the World Championships, Rose. You truly can't. We saw this matchup and we were like, come on.
That has to be the one that we show for everybody. So hopefully y'all are eating good at home. But let's talk about these teams, as we've already talked about the player accomplishments, both of them coming in with major successes at the World Championships. But you're not seeing things incorrectly. That is a normal Tyranitar and a Mega Staraptor facing off against Mega Blastoise and Mega Delphox.
I think, of course, Wolf, a player that so many people are cheering for, and so many people are curious, what team is he going to bring to this tournament? This metagame, of course, feels like there are maybe around 10 teams that were incredibly dominant and established coming into this tournament, and for many players, it's a question of, are you going to use one of those teams, or are you going to build something new and try to break the metagame?
And at NAIC, I think that was something where we looked at and we're like, okay, that's meta breaking. You've got Mamoswine, you've got Toxapex. And actually, a lot of people took that team and realized that Toxapex is going to be pretty good going into the rest of the Pokemon Champions format. But this particular team, it feels like it takes some of the best pieces of one of the archetypes that really started to emerge when this format was announced with Mega Staraptor and Mega Tyranitar. But of course, there's a lot of Wolf flavors behind it with something like that Nasty Plot Farigiraf.
Yeah, and I think a couple of elements to call out here. You've got the Power Gem Life Orb Golden Go here, so that is used as a way to counter Charizard, of course. Regular Tyranitar, you mentioned, Rosemead, over the Mega Tyranitar, mainly because Raptor's a Pokemon that does like Mega Evolving so much, and the Chople Berry just ensures a little bit survivability against things like Low Kick from King Gambit. You've also got Whimsicott and Farigiraf. Now, this is a duel that won the World Championships in 2024, but in a much higher power format overall, of course, paired with Miraidon. And, of course, you've got the Nasty Plot on the Farigiraf. The Whimsicott here doesn't have Protect, which it normally runs, but the ability to switch in Farigiraf to block a Fake Out allows you to flex and have a fourth move on the Whimsicott. And then we've got Excadrill with Expert Belt here as well without Rock Slide. You know, this is a little bit different from the traditional Excadrills that you will see. And I think overall what's interesting is that there is only one Mega Evolution on this team. A lot of the top teams in the format make you pick between, you know, 1 or 2 Megas, or maybe even bring both Megas into a game. But Wolf says, I'm going to bet it all on Staraptor here, and I've got so many pieces to support it as well as possible.
Trick Room on the Farigiraf, Speed Control in the form of Tailwind here on this Whimsicott, and you do have the ability to come in with Tyranitar, but you do have to be a little bit careful since you don't have that Mega Evolution. You've got one shot to set up the Sand on Tyranitar and keep it if you really do want those extra boosts to your special defense. Let's take a look at the flip side of things though, because while this might be a more unique take on that Staraptor and Tyranitar archetype, Hirofumi is actually running something that is a bit more established. You've got a choice in the Mega Delphox or the Mega Blastoise to really help amplify. You've got a boosting move on either of those, and the idea here is pretty simple. You're trying to set up either the Blastoise or the Delphox and then let them sweep.
Exactly. Yeah, this is one of the top teams coming into the World Championships. There was a huge online tournament. Nearly 1,500 people participated in it. This team won. This team also reached rank #1 on the ladder, built by a Japanese player a couple of weeks ago. And so it continues to be a huge part of the metagame. And Rose, what makes it so scary is that there's 9 different lead combos that feel good. Incineroar plus any of Blastoise, Delphox, or King Gambit. Sneasler plus any of those. Or Sinistcha plus any of those, right? And you have to respect all of the different Pokemon that can set up and often just run away with the game. And so what makes it also difficult then, if you're using it, is, well, which one do you pick, right? King Gambit often kind of feels like a hidden Mega Evolution in that you can actually lead it and just try to start sweeping with it immediately. I think Delphox naturally is a Pokemon that feels strong into Staraptor on Wolf's team in particular, but you can see Hirofumi leaning into Blastoise or Delphox or even King Gambit as the lead. I think Incineroar, a really valuable Pokemon for him to potentially lead, get that immediate Intimidate off into Staraptor. It's one of the ways that you can neutralize Staraptor's damage output, because of course, if you bring Incineroar and Staraptor's already Mega Evolved, well, it feels really bad. So normally you might want to lead Incineroar to try to catch that Staraptor, drop its attack immediately, and if Wolf wants to respond, you can try to find ways to beat that Incineroar as quickly as possible, right? And so if you don't want to, get intimidated by Staraptor, things like Tyranitar and Golden Go can actually offer a lot of damage output, especially with Power Gem on the Golden Go, which is not the move you see super frequently. And the Sneasler here also has Quick Guard, which of course is a fun move that can help out against priority moves.
Let's get into it, everybody. Game number 1 of the first round of the 2026 World Championships is ready. And so let's see what Wolf and Hirofumi are going to start things out with. For Hirofumi, it is going to be the Blastoise and Incineroar, but for Wolf, it is the Staraptor and Farigiraf.
Yeah, so what's really interesting about this matchup for Wolf, I think, is that at any given point, you can switch in Whimsicott, right? You also have Farigiraf to block that fake out, which is such a big tool on Hirofumi's team, right? Normally, what Hirofumi's team wants to do is cycle these fake outs, get set up, but immediately, well, the Blastoise can't get set up that easily, right? You can't fake out with Incineroar, so you could always go for a close combat onto that slot. Farigiraf here could potentially nasty plot a good Thunderbolt as well. And one thing that's really scary, I think, for Hirofumi is that Wolf can switch in Whimsicott at any point. That Whimsicott then can go for example, Encore if you try to set up with your Pokemon. You could even go for a side charm onto the Staraptor as well. So big question is, on turn 1, what does Hirofumi want to do? You do have something like Helping Hand on Incineroar and Dark Pulse, so you just try to get a bunch of damage off. And it is going to be Farigiraf switching, so is it that Whimsicott?
It is going to be. And so Whimsicott comes in, so I'm going to be able to help to take some of these attacks a little bit more effectively on that Incineroar. That's going to be the only Pokemon that's really going to threaten for some pretty big damage with something like that Flare Blitz. But is that something that you really want to try to lock into that Farigiraf that was just on the other side? What we do have, though, is Mega Evolution time for both the Staraptor and the Blastoise. So they're both ready to put up a good fight on this first turn. Close Combat comes out into the Blastoise. That extra HP going to help it out to make sure that it can tank that attack effectively as Water Spout now comes out. It's going to be a little bit muted because you did just take a ton of damage from the Staraptor, but it's still going to start to add up to a bit of chip across the board.
And the parting shot here. So nice play by Hirofumi. I think there could be tempting to try to target down the Farigiraf aggressively, but manages to get Incineroar out. Water Spout still does okay damage, and of course crucially breaks Focus Sash. And now Sinistcha hits the field, right? So you do get that recovery onto the Blastoise with that Hospitality. And you have to play this guessing game now. While if Staraptor clicks Close Combat, Sinistcha can just go for Rage Powder, redirect it away. So of course you could go for Brave Bird. But if you're Hirofumi, you could also make a call and say, you know what, I'm actually going to protect in front of your Brave Bird. And so Brave Birding the Blastoise is probably like the most guaranteed damage here. And this is the awkward thing about Blastoise, which is after that special defense boost on the Staraptor, the Water Spouts aren't doing that much damage. So I think, you know, pretty okay trade for both players on turn 1. But I think Wolf's still in a really favorable position, mainly because of the offensive threat of this Staraptor. And the Whimsicott, of course, can go for a charm onto it as well.
There is an added benefit of the Sinistcha coming back in with the Hospitality. You're going to get a little bit of healing back onto the Blastoise, so those Water Spouts will be a little more effective as long as you don't take more damage on this turn. But that Rage Powder is going to be what comes out. Whimsicott is a Grass type, though, so that Move Blast will not be redirected, and so Blastoise takes damage anyway. A great cover play here from Wolf to get the Move Blast into the Blastoise to reduce Water Spout damage, and also still angled that Brave Bird so that you had guaranteed damage into the Sinistcha. Water Spouts, though, I mean, we're starting to look at the 30% mark here for both the Whimsicott and the Staraptor.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really crucial about the Staraptor on Wolf's team is that there's no roost, right? And so actually every little bit of damage that lands on it will be permanent. And so I think Hirofumi's probably pretty happy about that trade at the end of the day. You're able to actually get a good amount onto the Staraptor, keep weakening Wolf's Pokemon. And one of the tricky things about Staraptor, I think, is that you actually take a lot of recoil damage from Brave Bird. So that Brave Bird damage does add up. And because of that parting shot on turn 1, Moonblast doesn't do that much, right? So this turn I actually think is a pretty crucial turn, because if you're Hirofumi, one thing you can consider is potentially switching the Sinistcha out and getting it back in for more healing later on. Or you could say, you know what, I am just going to go for the safe Rage Powder and Water Spout once more. But I think Hirofumi's actually done a pretty good job of distributing damage so far, and Staraptor has maybe not gotten as much as you would want normally from it.
We're going to see the Sinistcha switch out to preserve that Hospitality for later, as you were saying. It's going to the King Gambit that comes in instead. This is a little risky, but it would be diabolical for Wolf to actually throw a Close Combat into a Ghost type. So it is going to be the Move Blast first and the Brave Bird from the Staraptor just to guarantee some damage.
My heart was pounding there, Rose. I was like, you called it. What if it actually happens? How diabolical could it be? But the switch indeed does happen. So now, of course, there is Encore pressure from the Whimsicott onto Blastoise. Could try to Encore in to protect. I think if you are Hirofumi, it is still this guessing game of like, can I cycle win my Pokemon safely, right? Because the King Gambit here is going to be Black Glasses. Staraptor has a defense boost, so Sucker Punch should not get the knockout onto it. And if you're Hirofumi, I think what you probably want to do is get that Sinistcha in to protect either of these Pokemon. But let's say you switch Blastoise out into Sinistcha, then you're still vulnerable to just eating up a Close Combat on that slot. Or maybe Wolf reads it and Brave Birds into Blastoise, which then would knock out the Sinistcha. So it's actually, like, I think this is a really, really key turn. It's going to be the King Gambit switching switching. Do we see an encore from the Whimsicott?
Hey, I mean, that is entirely possible, and that would mean that this Blastoise can't do any damage on this next turn. And that Whimsicott is actually going to go for Charm instead. And so angling that into the Staraptor, Contrary is actually going to make sure that that is an attack boost instead of attack drop. And so the Brave Bird brings his Blastoise down to just a small sliver of HP. And so this Water Spout is going to be nothing more than just a couple of drops of water in the face.
Ooh, really exhilarating turn there. Yeah, I was kind of expecting Wolf to go for the self-charm a little bit earlier in this, and so finally does get it off. Crucial trade there. I think if you're Hirofumi, you're probably not too stoked about how that turn went because the hope was to just knock out Staraptor there. Hirofumi makes a call and says, look, I don't think you're going to encore me because the switch is so obvious, right? And so at the end of the day, Staraptor does hang on with a sliver of HP. It's basically one Brave Bird away from getting knocked out, right? And Hirofumi's done a good job of distributing damage. We have to consider Incineroar in the back's probably not going to be the heaviest damage dealer. If you knock out Staraptor, King Gambit actually becomes really threatening. And you also know that Wolf has Farigiraf in the back. That Farigiraf, great for blocking fakeouts, really bad into King Gambit, right? And so for Hirofumi, his goal is let me knock out Staraptor as quickly as possible. He constantly makes these switches, and King Gambit's going to come in once again. Could this be the close combat read?
If it is, then this is going to be game number 1 going over to Wolf, but it is still a very risky play to make. It's going to be the Moonblast first, and that's actually going to deal a pretty significant amount here to that King Gambit. But it is the Brave Bird. Wolf trying to secure the KO onto the opposing Mega Evolution first.
Yeah, I mean, great switches by Hirofumi. Like, it feels like it is so tense because, like you said, Rose, I think if it were close combat in a Gambit, Gambit feints there, it becomes so tricky. But Gambit does come in freely, and now it pressures Sucker Punch into Staraptor. Of course, if you want to get around the Sucker Punch, what you could do then is switch the Whimsicott out into Farigiraf, block the Sucker Punch, and then maybe close combat King Gambit. But this is such a high-level game of Pokemon, right? It just seems so obvious. Hirofumi could consider maybe swapping Sinistcha back in once again to heal the Blastoise as well. And it's going to be the Blastoise pivoting out here. I think switching in Sinistcha and protecting King Gambit actually feels relatively safe. So let's see if it's going to be the protect play here.
Yeah, because then on the next turn, if this Sinistcha is still around, you can actually go for something like a Rage Powder to at least try to redirect away another Moonblast, but the crit is going to secure the KO. First one of this game after so many turns. And the Brave Bird into the King Gambit instead, maybe hoping that it was going to be the Sinistcha on the other side.
Exactly. This is like what high-level Pokemon is about, right? Because I think Hirofumi, he didn't go for Sucker Punch, he didn't go for Protect, he just goes for the Kowtow Cleave, saying, look, I think that you're going to expect me to potentially pivot out, right? And so gets a double knockout there. That's such a big deal, and that's a huge play by Hirofumi there. I think you could... Things felt really tense, especially with that critical hit onto Sinistcha, because it meant that close combat could just go into King Gambit safely. And once again, if the close combat goes off, King Gambit feints, I think it's just game over, right? And so that turn, Hirofumi saying, I'm not going to Sucker Punch. Wolf says, well, I'm not going to switch in Farigiraf, but it still works in Hirofumi's favor. It's going to be Tyranitar here in the back as Incineroar comes back in. So a crucial Intimidate, but Fake Out currently is blocked. And for Hirofumi, the question is, can you actually still do enough damage? Because the Tyranitar here does have low kick. It does threaten King Gambit with a ton of damage.
That would end up securing a knockout here, but we do have that Intimidate drop, so it might be something that we'll have to wait and see. But there's also still that Blastoise in the back if you're trying to consider maybe Incineroar getting a parting shot off into the Tyranitar, reduce the damage, bring in the Blastoise instead and sacrifice it.
Yeah, the main question I have, Rose, is if you're Hirofumi, how are you beating Tyranitar, right? Because Blastoise is quite low in terms of HP, and Incineroar and King Gambit don't have attacks that can hit it for even neutral damage, right? If there was no Farigiraf on the field, I'd say, well, you can just fake out, you can Swords Dance, but right now, I think it's actually still kind of dicey for Hirofumi because of the inability to fake out. So it is going to be the parting shot here. Incineroar actually moving first before Farigiraf or the Tyranitar. So I think Hirofumi's goal is, let me just keep cycling in these Intimidates. You are still going to have to do enough damage to Tyranitar, though.
Yeah, before it ends up taking care of you, and this Blastoise is unfortunately going to get switched in. Well, okay, one turn here, though, for the King Gambit to use the Protect. And it was going to be a double of that Thunderbolt into the King Gambit as well, as Blastoise actually doesn't get knocked out to the Sandstorm chip.
Okay, so this opens the door. I mean, Hirofumi now can potentially consider switching Blastoise back out. The Blastoise at this point feels like a non-factor in terms of dealing damage to Tyranitar, but it could go for Dark Pulse, right? That deals super effective damage into Farigiraf. could angle for a flinch on a Tyranitar as well. And part of the way to handle Tyranitar is to keep swapping in and out for Intimidate. So it's exactly what Hirofumi is doing right now. The sand actually really important in just being able to ensure that Blastoise will faint this turn. Probably expect to see a Dark Pulse here. Is going to go into a Farigiraf, but how much does that do? That's a lot of damage, but will survive.
So it's able to at least go for one more attack. It could be the Thunderbolt coming out here, but it's going to be the Tyranitar going for the low kick. And take a look at how effective those Intimidate attack drops and the parting shot has really been onto this Tyranitar. And the Thunderbolt as well. I mean, this Incineroar is quite bulky. We do see a paralysis. That might come back to hurt a little bit in the remaining turns of this first game.
That's a big deal, right? Because we saw Incineroar was faster than both of these Pokemon initially, and so would have been able to either get another parting shot into Tyranitar or just knock out Farigiraf before they get the chance to move. And so really big paralysis there. For Hirofumi, the question still is, how do you beat Tyranitar? The answer, I think, ideally is you get Swords Dance off, and like you need to knock out Farigiraf first, and then, you know, a Swords Dance like +2 Kowtow Cleave into +2 Sucker Punch. You've got Helping Hand support on the Incineroar as well. Now Tyranitar does have the ability to go for something like Rock Slide, for example. It's a question of, does King Gambit protect this turn, right? And if you're Wolf, I think you can always safely target down the Incineroar slot. But if you ignore King Gambit and it gets a Swords Dance off, suddenly things can become really scary. So the question is, do you launch that low kick into King Gambit? Do you Rock Slide into Incineroar? It's going to be Rock Slide.
Okay.
So this means King Gambit here can Swords Dance, and Incineroar can maybe just Flare Blitz and KO Farigiraf.
If you don't get flinched, there is a 30% chance for that to happen. Incineroar still has a lot of HP, though, to try to get it through these next couple of turns. But it's going to be Farigiraf going for the attack first. A Thunderbolt into the King Gambit is not going to give that secondary effect of the paralysis, but you do see the Rock Slide flinch onto that King Gambit. Still not a terrible turn, though, for Hirofumi, as you end up getting the KO onto the Farigiraf.
Yeah, but I think the thing now is, like, the whole question was always, well, how do you beat Tyranitar, right? Sneasler is the answer for it, but Sneasler wasn't brought into it. Sinistcha is your other answer into it, but it went down so quickly. And then Blastoise the third answer to it, but his HP just got whittled down so low, right? And so had King Gambit been able to get a Swords Dance off there, I think it would still be in Wolf's favor, to be honest, because Tyranitar should still outspeed the King Gambit and just go for low kick into it. But with the inability to get a Swords Dance off there, I think Tyranitar should be able to win this game. That Thunderbolt actually being really crucial damage and just dropping King Gambit lower and lower. This Tyranitar has eaten multiple attack drops at this point, but I don't think it's going to be enough for Hirofumi to win the game.
I was just kind of trying to consider like how little damage that the Incineroar even took from something like the low kick, and that's why I had that hesitation. There's also protects in play. So if Hirofumi can actually get a nice call right, or maybe there's something afforded like a Rock Slide miss, or you can fight through the flinch, then maybe things do end up actually looking a little different. Incineroar, though, took a lot of damage that after, and then the Rock Slide flinch too. Never mind, I spoke too soon. It just looks like Incineroar is going to go down to another Rock Slide on the next turn.
Yeah, Wolf making the nice call there, though, right? Hirofumi protects King Gambit. That was an opportunity to potentially Swords Dance up on it. And Wolf saying, look, I think you kind of have to protect here. So just going to be Helping Hand here to get one last attack off, but with no Swords Dance from that King Gambit earlier, it's just not going to do very much with the Sucker Punch.
It's just going to be roughly a quarter of the total HP of this Tyranitar, and the low kick finishes it off. It's going to be a 1v1 between this Incineroar and Tyranitar, and with that speed disadvantage from the paralysis, that is going to be a win for Tyranitar.
Yeah, I think regular Tyranitar really proving how powerful it can be here, and for Wolf, prioritizing the early knockout onto Blastoise, or the early damage onto it, meant that Tyranitar wasn't really breaded, right? And so I think if you're Hirofumi, you look at that game, you're probably thinking, I feel like I played pretty well in the opening turn, so what went wrong for me? And I think part of it is that Incineroar is really good as a supportive tool, but when it can't fake out, it then becomes less effective. The Intimidates and the attack drops were nice, but it didn't feel like he had enough damage output, basically, right? His damage was mainly coming from Blastoise clicking Water Spout, doing 30, 40% here and there. And so I think if you're Hirofumi, you probably are starting to look at that Sneasler potentially as an adaptation, because of course that Sneasler does have close combat, which gives you a ton of burst damage into Tyranitar.
There was that one turn where I was wondering, what if the Blastoise had ended up going for a Dark Pulse instead? It took so much damage that it was only around 10% left.
Yeah.
That maybe if that had been a Dark Pulse, that could have been a potential knockout, I think, into the Staraptor on that turn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that is a really good point. And I think what's really tough for Hirofumi here is like kind of threading the needle of dealing with Staraptor at any given point, because Staraptor was a huge threat in the early game, but then of course the win condition in the endgame kind of ended up being Tyranitar, right? So Hirofumi actually has plenty of tools to deal with Tyranitar. For example, if you are able to get it out earlier on the field, and Sinistcha hasn't taken a lot of damage. Sinistcha is insanely good into Tyranitar after Intimidate, right? Because you're able to heal back up with Machagacha. You can threaten a burn as well. So Hirofumi's team has the tools. The question is, do you want to lean into Blastoise again? Delphox is something that can come out, but it is a big question mark because it is so bad into Tyranitar, right? That is part of the reason why Tyranitar is such an appealing pick.
I was going to say that Extra wouldn't be a great thing for the Delphox to see either, but as you called out before we even got in the match, there's no Rock Slide on it. But you would still have to worry a little bit about actually taking, just like in general, some damage here from the Excadrill. It can be very fast as well. That's something you're going to have to think about pressing, but I feel like you're right. I wonder maybe Sneasler, do you actually think about still bringing the Blastoise and just switch it up and just bring Sneasler over Incineroar?
Yeah, I think Sneasler's damage output and that Focus Sash means even getting one big close combat with it can be a really big deal. So it's probably the first adaptation I'm looking towards on Hirofumi's end, but it could be Delphox as a switch up, and it is going to be the Delphox. I mean, that's what makes this team so intriguing. If it's this, my expectation would be a Sneasler in the back, right, to potentially close combat Tyranitar. We'll have to see. But either way, the Delphox here does threaten Golden Go immediately, but the question is, can Golden Go survive a Heat Wave? Often it will be able to, and this is Life Orb Golden Go. Then you can Shadow Ball in return, and that would be a huge knockout. Intimidate's obviously pretty valuable into Tyranitar, but I think Hirofumi maybe hoping to see Staraptor here, right? If it's a Staraptor-based lead, I think Delphox feels stronger, but Wolf mixes it up with Tyranitar Golden Go. Delphox is in kind of an awkward position right now.
Because you don't necessarily, like, timing of the Mega Evolution is also incredibly important. So is this something where you say, I want to Mega Evolve the Delphox now, or do I actually want to try to switch it out and call something in like a Sinistcha or even possibly a King Gambit that might be able to take these attacks a little better?
Yeah, I think there's so many plays that can happen from both ends right now. It's just Heat Wave, and there's no Mega Evolution. So Rose, I think that probably means there's a Blastoise potentially in the back. That also, by the way, could have been Helping Hand on Incineroar. It's not going to be the Helping Hand, so Shadow Ball just comes out immediately. Maybe it's a parting shot from Hirofumi covering for Golden Go protecting that turn.
Or a Flare Blitz. It would just be a knockout immediately onto the Golden Go. We would trade blow for blow here in an explosive turn number 1. But it is just going to be the parting shot to help reduce the damage output of this Tyranitar even further.
I love this, though. This is one of the, I think, most exciting things about the World Championships this year, which is dual Mega teams bringing both Megas and flexing it, right? And so it's going to be a single target Rock Slide here. It actually does decent damage at -2, right? Every little bit of damage on a Water Spout Blastoise really makes a big difference. My question now is, what is Hirofumi's fourth Pokemon? It is Sinistcha. So Hirofumi says, look, I think I can flex my Mega Evolution, and I also think now he's in a really good position with Blastoise, right? Obviously just threatens with an immediate Water Spout right now.
And there's no good switch-in for a Pokemon to be able to take that. Golden Go is low enough that I feel like that might end up being a knockout if this Blastoise can actually stay at this HP level. But then, yeah, what would you bring in to take the Water Spout if you want to actually preserve the Tyranitar and shed those attack drops?
Yeah, I think the safe play for Wolf is probably switch Tyranitar into Whimsicott, because the Whimsicott then has Encore pressure in the following turn, and then Shadow Ball into Sinistcha, or Shadow Ball into Blastoise just to guarantee that you get a lot of damage into it, because I think Sinistcha protecting or switching into Incineroar is the most logical play for Hirofumi's end. And so I think I would be shocked if there were if it wasn't Whimsicott Staraptor in the back from Wolf's end right now. So it's going to be Sinistcha actually switching out first into the Incineroar.
Okay, Incineroar at least puts a fake out on the table for the following turn and kind of ensures that this Tyranitar's got to get out of there, but there's no other switches on the table. It's just going to be the Blastoise Mega evolving, and both of these Pokemon being on the receiving end of a potential Water Spout. You do also have the Dark Pulse if you want to try to guarantee the damage into the Golden Go, but the Golden Go moves first before that Blastoise has a critical hit that is going to turn it down to 19%. These Water Spouts are going to be pitiful, but it's a Shell Smash instead. That's going to help increase the speed of this Blastoise at an expense of its defense and special defense.
Yeah, but I think, it's Rock Slide, but doesn't miss.
It misses the Incineroar, but it still connects onto the Blastoise. Wow! Sandchip is going to take it down at the end of the turn.
Yeah, that critical hit was huge. I think definitely a lot of things going in Wolf's favor. I don't think he needed it, to be clear, right? Like, I think he made the absolute right play, but I think that's just game over, honestly, on the spot, right? Because Hirofumi's entire gambit here was, let me try to get the Blastoise set up and sweep with it, but it does risk, of course, eating up that critical hit. And so Wolf makes the right call there, saying, I am going to just Shadow Ball into the Blastoise slot, saying, if you switch into Incineroar, I guarantee the damage. And yeah, I think if the crit doesn't happen there, the Blastoise does get set up, and then the following turn, you just switch Incineroar into Sinistcha, heal back up on Water Spout, but now I just don't think there's enough damage for Hirofumi at this point.
I agree with you there. There's not really a great way for the Sinistcha or the Incineroar to hit this Staraptor either, which still has the ability to Mega Evolve. Another KO for Wolflick as the Sinistcha is set packing, and now it's just the Incineroar on an island. Wolflick is about to close up this game 2-0 to take a win in the first round of the World Championships.
And it goes to show basically how thin the margins can be sometimes with these setup-based teams, because you often feel like you're going all in on whatever Pokemon you're trying to set up. I really like Hirofumi's call to try the Delphox as a lead here. What's tricky is like going full commitment on turn 1, right? Because it could have just been Helping Hand Heat Wave, try to knock out Golden Go immediately. Probably be a very different match if that happened. But if you go Helping Hand Heat Wave, don't Mega Evolve Delphox, well then the Delphox is threatened by Tyranitar, just giving them a ton of damage. And here we go. Wolflick will win his very first game on his return to the world stage against one of the game's best in Hirofumi.
Really was an amazing match to watch to kick off our World Championships. Especially when a lot of the match, you know, you were talking about it during game 1, there are a lot of obvious plays that we may consider to make just given the board state that we see in front of us. But you gotta think several steps ahead. Are they actually going to be seeing the same obvious play? Do you want to try to play around that and go for something different? And I feel like that's what we saw on many of these turns.
And I think this was a set where it felt like Wolf already was kind of in the advantage, and then, you know, Thunderbolt Para and the critical hit just bring it way too over the edge at that point, where it felt like Hirofumi was already trying to play from behind in both of those games. And I think, once again, like, it is so critical this turn that Wolf did correctly Shadow Ball Blastoise, right? Because I think it could be tempting to Shadow Ball Sinistcha and try to get the knockout into it. If you ignore Blastoise, it's a Shell Smash that turn, and Blastoise doesn't have that much damage, and Sinistcha can switch back in. It suddenly becomes a completely different ball game, right? And so for Hirofumi, he was looking for the perfect opportunity to get that Shell Smash off. And yeah, I really would have loved to see how that would have played out without the crit, because I think Wolf likely had, you know, Whimsicott Staraptor in the back. The Whimsicott could still be able to set up a Tailwind, right, and kind of match the speed from Blastoise. And Staraptor, I think, would still be quite difficult to deal with. And so, yeah, I felt like it was still probably in Wolf's favor before the crit, but then the crit just, like, instantly wins the game. And it's kind of the principle of being able to, you know, get multiple attacks off into your opponent if they're constantly making these switches.
Yeah, and you see why that forfeit came through at the very end of that second game. Incineroar was going to be on the receiving end of a Mega Evolved Staraptor with close combat, and then also the low kick from the Tyranitar, and that is definitely enough to get that KO. So Hirofumi just knew the writing was on the wall, but that's still a great set to start off our day.
Yeah, I think one thing that is, you know, so tough about this format in particular is, like, the players are so good, and so it feels like any little bit of variance here and there can all, like, I wouldn't say it made or break this set at all, actually, because, like I said, I think, like, Wolf had a pretty monumental advantage in both of the games, but it's one of those where it's like even one flinch, one crit, you know, can often just be the difference between having it, like, the game being somewhat neutral or to like completely blowing up, right? And so I think that Hirofumi's team is one where you ideally want to get set up with your Pokemon, but he basically never got the chance to set up. And what part of what Wolf did really well in that game was saying, look, any opportunity that you have to potentially set up, I'm going to potentially look to scare you, right, from that. And once again, the Farigiraf to block the fake outs and the Whimsicott to be able to switch in at any point and potentially encore you is really scary.
Yeah, just really did make that Incineroar feel so much less useful with those fake outs being off the table. You never know if that Farigiraf is just going to switch in, even if it's not on the field. That's going to do it for us for round number 1 of our World Championships. We've got our analysts on the other side to break this match down even further.
Thanks so much, Rose. Thank you, Aaron. What a great round 1 there. Looking at the pairings when we got things started, Lee.
We couldn't ask for a better one, could we?
Seeing Lee versus Hirofumi, we said backstage in the green room, we were like, well, I guess after this round, maybe we just go home, you know? That's it. That's the World Championship finals, all done, wrapped up. Let's call it a day there. But what a way to start things. So explosive, wasn't it, Lee?
Yeah, it was, and kind of the nature of those sort of teams as well. We saw Hirofumi with that kind of, you know, the setup orientation that they've got.
Yeah.
Wolf really managing it very well, but Wolf picking some really interesting choices in team building around that Staraptor, that solo Mega. We see so often throughout this format where players are kind of going for dual Mega, but Wolf really confident in putting all their eggs in one basket with that Mega Staraptor, and it got off to a flying start.
Flying, yeah.
Is that too early for that?
I was going to do it, so yeah.
One of us
yeah,
did it.
100%.
That's a Charlie influence.
That's the Charlie influence. Charlie, if you're watching back home, it's all you, my friend. So while we've got a little bit of time, because that was a quick round, right? Let's take a little bit more time, I think, to have a look at kind of like the team preview, the teams that these two trainers have been using, because I no doubt that we're going to see a little bit more of both of these trainers back, as we go through this tournament. And I think there's some interesting things to look at as we get to our first clip here of the two teams that we're breaking down. Now, Wolf is running a really interesting sand composition. Now, usually we see that with Staraptor and also with the Mega Tyranitar, but Wolf's taking this team in a completely different direction.
Yeah, and I really love it actually, because there's a lot of different intricate choices within that composition as well. You've got the Expert Belt on the Excadrill. We'll explore that in a little bit, but like you say, I think when on face value, is this team going to struggle against some of the bigger kind of comps in the format?
Yeah.
Well, he's got a lot of tools at his disposal there because of the Frigoraph. Like you say, really great against what Hirafumi's bought. You need that fake-out setup to allow things like the Blastoise to get that Shell Smash. So straight away, that's out the question. And even in future games where Wolf may not lead with it, you've always got that kind of lingering question in your back of your mind. Do I commit to the fake-out to try and get this set up, or am I going to just fall apart because the Frigorap's going to switch in, right?
Exactly that. So I mean, well, let's get back to the team preview here. So we had Wolf on one side, and I want to highlight like a couple of things here on this team. The first one that I want to actually go through there is this item on the Excadrill, right? We've got the Expert Belt here. Now, this is an item that we don't really see too often in many compositions of Excadrill. A lot of the sand compositions that we're seeing with Mega Tyranitar usually really like to see the Focus Sash on the Excadrill. It's one of those Pokemon's like, it's so easy to get knocked out, right?
Yeah.
But instead, Wolf deciding like, hey, I want to get this extra little bit of damage here. But not only that, you've got the high horsepower, but you've also got the Earthquake here on the Excadrill. You've got that choice, like, am I going for that solid ground type coverage, the one that hits into a target? Maybe I'm next to the Frigoraph, maybe I don't want to knock out my Frigoraph with the Armatel, right? But then if you need that spread pressure, if you need to get through a Sinistcha redirecting, etc., you've got the capability there.
I also really like it as well because of the popularity of something like Wide Guard that we now see. And, you know, when players are bringing Charizard a lot of the time, one of the biggest threats to that is those spread damage, and namely Rock Slide. So having ways, although this isn't really against the Charizard and so much, so it gets around Wide Guard essentially and giving the Excadrill a lot more flexibility to take advantage of the turns that it's got the sand on the field, because we know weather is so dominant and you've really got to take advantage of the turns when it's in play.
Definitely, like, you know, Tyranitar's kind of enough to knock out a Charizard, right?
Did very well in that last game as well.
Well, exactly. I mean, even still, like, against a lot of the Charizard compositions that we're seeing now, Toxapex is a really big factor in that. So I think there's a good deal of influence there coming out here from Wolf. You've also got some smaller things, like you've got the Timid on the Golden Go, making sure in those Golden Go mirrors that you're maybe as fast as possible to be able to outspeed them. But also, you've got this Tailwind on the Staraptor as well. And that Tailwind is so important for making sure this team is set up, not only with the Whimsicott if you want to go for it, but if you're in a matchup, and there's not that many of them, but there are some where you're like, hey, I really can't bring Whimsicott into this matchup, or I don't want to bring it into the matchup. Actually, you've got an option for speed control there with the Staraptor as well. So I really think this is a great like showcase of how to build these sand compositions a little bit differently.
Yeah, and I want to point out as well, the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott here is a common item on Whimsicott, but it feels a little bit counterproductive in a sand
Yeah,
composition.
kind
Because
of.
the sand kind of self-breaks the focus sash. But Wolf making a very big judgment call here, because I think a lot of the time the Whimsicott is probably going to be one of those Pokemon that comes out before the sand comes out, and it's there primarily to support probably the Goldingo with the Tailwind and that Staraptor, more importantly, with that Charm. And then you've got the disruption with the Encore as well, and that security blanket of the focus sash in the scenarios.
Making sure you got the early game sorted.
Yeah, exactly. I really love it, because a lot of the time when you're probably putting the pieces of this together, you think, oh, I can't put the focus sash there because I've got the sand. That's going to be, a real detriment to my own game plan. But I think Wolf smart enough to play that exactly how he needs to at the right times.
But I think that's got to be the other part of the puzzle about why this Tyranitar is a Chocolberry.
Yeah,
instead of being a Mega. You're not actually relying as much on the Tyranitar. We saw that in the game 1 with Hirofumi, right? The Tyranitar came out right at the end when the Blastoise was already knocked out from Hirofumi's side, and having that being non-Mega puts so much more focus on the Staraptor being the Mega of choice, and that's what makes the focus sash works. And this is what I love about looking at different team compositions, right? It's like one thing leads to another, and you can see the picture of how this team has been built up. But let's go over to Hirofumi with his team. And I think this is one of the teams that we've really got to be looking forward to seeing quite a lot this weekend. It's a team that's got a lot of popularity, certainly in the Japanese community, but also the wider community has picked up this combination of setup with the Blastoise, set up with the Delphox, and set up with the King Gambit. And then you've got the Incineroar, the Sinistcha, and the Sneasler going for their supportive options. You've got the Fake Out, you've got the Redirect, you've got the Parting Shot, you've got the pivoting action going on. And so this team is really all about protecting, well, I was going to say protecting the kids, but protecting the King Gambit here, where you've got the Shell Smash, you've got the Nasty Plot, and you've got the Swords Dance, and you get to pick as the player. Like, King Gambit can come to all the games. Like, it's a King Gambit in this format. It's one of those Pokemon that you can splash onto pretty much any team. But then you've got that choice of, like, do you want to play the Blastoise? Do you want to play the Delphox?
That's what makes it so difficult for opponents. You get that decision wrong in team preview, well, games can fall apart pretty quickly just because of that support network that the Incineroar and the Sinistcha, and even the King Gambit to a certain extent, offer the rest of the team, those set of primary Pokemon, the Blastoise, the Delphox. But you don't need to always go down that route. I think Hirofumi in game 1 was very good in being able to condition Wolf into a lot of scenarios where we saw that double knockout with the Staraptor going into the King Gambit. It didn't switch.
And then the Brave Bird comes out, not the close combat.
Yeah, and then the Whimsicott going down as well, and put Hirofumi in a really strong position. Well, for Wolf, really smartly bringing the Tyranitar at the right time.
Yeah,
it was enough to close the game up, but it can operate in those scenarios as well. Just having the threat of that setup can make your opponent act in a different way to what they would probably want to optimize their play in that scenario, you know?
Yeah, and then you've got the smaller things. We saw it in the match, right? You've got the Shell Smash on the Blastoise, right? That's getting the speed set up, but then you're swapping in the Sinistcha, recovering the health. If you get the Blastoise set up, even if it's at half, it's still going to be doing lots of damage, putting loads of pressure onto your opponent's side of the field and really allowing you to control the match. What I love, and I really want to shout this out for Hirofumi, such a great adaptation in game 2 of the match that we just saw versus Wolf, where it was like, psych, Delphox, no, that's not the Mega that I'm bringing. Going for the Heat Wave, getting some damage on the board, just starting to get things going. Yes, it got knocked out, but actually it did pave the way for a Blastoise setup. The critical hit on the Goldingo, sometimes it happens, you know, these things. I think Wolf played a really great game. He played the right turn. It really shut down the Blastoise on that turn. But actually, like, there was this game plan, right? If the critical hit didn't happen, Blastoise at half, 2+ Shell Smash, like, it's definitely something that could have brought Hirofumi maybe back into the game.
Especially with the Sinistcha in the back that could come in, top the health of that Blastoise up a little bit further, you know, and then it's going to be getting the jump on everything on Wolf's side. We know the remaining Pokemon that they had. So, yeah, it would have been, like Aaron said, really great to see how that would have played out and what Wolf would have done to kind of counteract the threat that Blastoise had become, because Hirofumi had put themselves into that fantastic position.
So this team is definitely something at home that you're going to want to watch out for as we go through the tournament. Absolutely fantastic. I'm sure we'll see a little bit more action from Hirofumi. He's lost round 1, but he's certainly not out of the tournament, and Wolf definitely on the right path going into round 2. Now let's have a look, Lee, at what Pokemon people are bringing this weekend, and if it's no surprise, Kingambit, Charizard, Incineroar there, sitting at our 1st, 2nd and 3rd position.
Yeah, big 6 there. Representing very well there in the usage stats, but yeah, that 52% on the Kingambit, no surprise. It is, I would arguably say, between that, Charizard and Basculegion, probably the 3 strongest Pokemon in the format that we've got access to. Very surprising that the usage stats are like this day 1. I'm really looking forward to see how this transitions going into game 2. What changes we see? Is there anything that's standing out to you that's really a bit of a surprise? I say the Venusaur is a lot higher, but coming into the World Championships here, we've seen a lot of that Sun Rain kind of composition, pick up a lot of usage, a lot of success. So the Venusaur there plays a really good role against a lot of the kind of common stuff that we see.
I think this tells quite a good story about what the metagame really looks like. You've got the couple of fire types up at the top. You've got a couple of dark types in Kingambit and Incineroar there being a useful type. You've got that little cluster of fairy type Pokemon at 6, 9 and 10. The best fairy type Pokemon in the format. Players are really trying to focus in on and deciding which one of those, or which 2 of those, in the case of Floette and Whimsicott, that they really want to be bringing to the event. But then you've got the couple of strong grass types, and then the sort of line of supports that we've got up the middle with Incins, Sneasler and Farigiraf, with Sinistra as well, obviously, to go with that. And I think it really does speak to the centralization of those tools. Those tools are some of the best that we have in the game, and no matter what type of team that you're running, those support tools like Farigiraf, Sneasler, Sinistra, Incineroar, and Whimsicott always seem to sort of gravitate their way towards making a slot on your team. And so I'm not surprised to see those ones getting a real lot of usage. Surprised maybe actually to see Venusaur as low as it is there, where a lot of the Charizard teams do focus, a lot of the variants of Charizard teams do focus on having Venusaur with them. So this shift that we've had in the quote big 6 kind of archetype, moving in the Venusaur direction slowly but steadily over the course of the format, but then players saying, hey, maybe actually I want Incineroar instead, or maybe I want to go down the Floette Whimsicott route and try to set up with my Floette, or I just throw a Light of Ruin in there for good measure.
Yeah, and another thing to point out, I think, Incineroar's kind of rise as well. It would be no surprise to people more familiar with the circuits from previous years, but I think Incineroar probably started out this format not the most used, but it has become one of the more staples on these teams because of just the ability, time and time again, with the ability to just support well, be an offensive threat when it needs to be, and just probably one of the best.
I don't know if anyone knew at home, Incineroar's kind of a good Pokemon. It took us a while to figure out, I feel like. When we started, this was the most difficult time, certainly starting in MA, but even in the transition to MB is this is the most difficult time Incineroar's ever had, and well, look at it go. You're doing well, Incineroar. Congratulations on continuing to be the best Pokemon that we've ever had in the game. Right, should we have a look at the Megas, Lee? Let's have a look and see what this distribution is looking like. Right, so Charizard we knew was going to be kind of on top, Mega Floette there, but there's a little bit of a drop-off there down to Mega Staraptor, which has seen such a rise in usage since its introduction in MB. I feel like we had that period of time where we were all hey, new toy syndrome, let's see how we can have a little bit of fun with Contrary and side parting shotting, side charming. That hasn't necessarily gone away, but I feel like players have really matured in the way that they're approaching, certainly into the World Championships, how they're piloting their Mega Staraptors.
Yeah, I think, to start out with, they were a bit more glass cannon-like. Now we're seeing them probably get a little bit more towards that defensive side, just so they can stick around on the field a little bit longer. Some iterations are relying on Roost as well to kind of prolong that longevity and allow the Staraptor to perform those roles that it needs to a lot longer on the field. But I love it. It's one of my favorite megas that was introduced in the MB format, the contrary ability. It can be a hindrance sometimes because we've seen the adaptation. A lot of players, you know, will then start putting swagger on their Pokemon. If they've got a slot free, just to be able to kind of lower that attack rather than boosting it, and that can slow it down. And I think it forces a lot of conditions as well, where players, if they have got access to Intimidate, you're almost forced to lead that out in the early stages before it Mega Evolves, so you can get that all-important crucial Intimidate, which opposing players can take advantage of.
And then you lead with King Gambit.
Yes, next to it.
And you're laughing, it's great. I'm looking at a little bit further down the list there, just a couple of, I think, honorable mentions there. The Mega Raichu Y, usually as a partner to Mega Staraptor, that's been a team that's been rising in popularity. I'm certainly excited to see how trainers are using that combination, because I feel like that's a team that really does require the world's caliber level player to be able to pilot effectively. And then, you know, we've got a great turnout for Mega Aerodactyl, even just equaling Mega Blastoise. Mega Gengar has been a Pokemon that has been on many people's minds coming into the World Championships. You have got to be on another level to be able to pilot Mega Gengar at the World Championships in this format of thing. But 10 years ago, Wolf Glick did exactly that. He was able to win the World Championships with it. We know that he's not running it this time round, but it's certainly on a lot of people's hit lists.
Yeah, I think out of all of the megas that we're showing now, I think Gengar, for myself, has probably got the most potential of the lower down ranked ones to potentially win the World Championships this weekend. It's so good, so versatile, but you say there is a high ceiling, the skill level with it. But if you've been playing it in the run-up to the World Championships, maybe you've achieved that level and you're bringing all of the action here this weekend in San Francisco. And I'm really interested to see Mega Swampert. You know, we've got such a high usage of Mega Charizard and that Sun. But Mega Swampert, if it can get in the right scenario in that rain, we all know how hard it hits with those big muscles that it's got.
Big muscles, big muscles. That's what we're going to be doing all weekend, trainers. Now, we've got a little bit more round one action. So we're going to throw it back to our casters to see our next match here on stream.
Round one, the round so nice, we got to broadcast it twice. We had so many incredible matchups out in the field that we couldn't resist showing you an additional one after that quick 2-0 win from Wolf Glick.
That should be a lot of fun here. You know, you enjoyed rounds 4 a few months ago, so now we're going to try rounds 1. You know, no tournament other than the World Championships, I think, where you enjoy seeing multiple round 1 matchups so much. And we're going to have another one with 2 really great trainers who would have just been ashamed not to get to see on broadcast.
Absolutely. And so I am thrilled that we are going to be able to see our 2 competitors in our second round 1 match of the day. It is going to be here on stage, our 2014 World Champion from Korea, Sejun Park, is now back here in San Francisco, competing against our globally ranked #1 in the championship points ratings, Juan Salerno. This should be an extremely exciting matchup. And actually, Scott, the last time you and I cast together was that 2014 World Championship that Sejun took all the way.
Yeah, fun throwback, right? Sejun seemed to look a little bit different this time, where you know, he was really pushing the meta in that 2014 tournament with that Pachirisu team that is so famous, and particularly kind of with Mega Gyarados as his main attacker. Here it's a little bit more one of the standard compositions. You know, if you're looking at those usage stats at the analyst desk there, this is why these 2 teams in particular have really driven a lot of the high usage of those Pokemon. On one side of the field, you know, we have the big 6 with Juan here, where it really is kind of just like, hey, this is the strongest group of Pokemon you can select in this format, kind of regardless of the metagame. We've seen this at the beginning of Regulation MA, and it really hasn't fallen off much at all. Other side of the field, you kind of see maybe the MB version of this, even though it's also only using Pokemon from MA, kind of the evolution of what we saw Wolf Glick use at the NAIC tournament, where that tact effect is still a factor here, but Venusaur has worked its way into this roster, really important on these Charizard teams now, where part of why it's jumped up in usage so much is that, you know, it complements the Charizard, allows the Charizard to run a few different moves. I believe this one, like most of the Charizards we see alongside Venusaur, gets to run that ancient power move that we didn't really see in MA at all, with Venusaur's like, hey, you know, I'm the grass type first partner Pokemon. I'll handle the grass type attacking. Charizard, you go do something else.
Yeah, did y'all know Charizard actually got a rock type attack? Turns out Charizard can beat opposing Charizard with that ancient power. And if you get that boost to all of your stats, oh, well, that's just the cherry on top here. But here we go, heading into our first game in our second round one.
Yeah. Should be a lot of fun there. Yeah. Hopefully we'll all have as much fun as this game as that Walrein did. So we see this team here, and yeah, this is kind of just the expected version of this composition. Very powerful. I think Lash Out on Incineroar maybe standing out is something that we don't see as commonly with that interesting dark type attack choice. But the rest of this is pretty much what we're expecting. Venusaur going to have that Focus Sash item. Sometimes you do see Life Orb instead, though it's a little bit harder to fit on this version of the team because you didn't argue for that Garchomp. That's something that we've seen a lot on Garchomp, where in the previous regulation, we more frequently saw defensive items or the Choice Scarf, which does still show up some. On this particular version of a team, it's on Basculegion instead. So, only so many great items to go around. Kind of have to distribute in all these great Pokemon.
Yeah, well, Garchomp is always happy to hold that Life Orb and get that extra boost to its damage. Also important to note here, because that Charizard has Ancient Power, the Rock type coverage is being covered by Charizard, which opens up Garchomp to use both of its ground type attacks here in Earthquake for multi-target damage and Stomping Tantrum, so you aren't dealing super effective damage to Pokemon next to Garchomp like that Toxapex or Incineroar.
Yeah, it's really big on this team where you'd love to use Earthquake, right? I think especially when you have the combination of Garchomp and Charizard on your team, just being able to threaten that big Heat Wave and that big Earthquake is so powerful. It really forces your opponent to respect that combination of Pokemon. But the rest of his team is terrible next to Earthquake, right? The other 4 Pokemon are all hit by it. 2 of them are weak against it. You really don't want to be whacking your own partners unnecessarily, so having the option of that is really nice. And again, yeah, like you said, you see the combination of these Pokemon allowing Seijin and all the other trainers playing this archetype to drop some of their coverage moves. Speaking of an Ancient Power as well, one thing to keep in mind, you might think, oh, Charizard, 4 times weak against rock type attacks. Charizard, great special attacking Pokemon. Surely that's a one-shot in opposing Charizards. It can be if you've got a truly fast and frail Charizard, but typically you're going to see that do about 80 to 90% to opposing Charizard. So pretty much any chip damage going to be enough to put it in that Ancient Power range, but you're not just going to see the trainers full sending that in turn 1 very often. But even like a Heat Wave is enough to easily put an opposing Charizard in range of that Ancient Power. So a kind of fun cat and mouse where you do want to get a little chip in there before you try to pick up the knockout.
Yeah, some chip damage from the Heat Wave, also chip damage and a trap from the Toxapex with that Infestation or Toxic. So be on the lookout for what Pokemon, if Seijin decides to bring the Toxapex, which Pokemon is Seijin trying to trap in with the Toxapex and whatever the partner Pokemon is.
Yeah, well, lots of powerful Pokemon on this other side of the field. You see the trainers exchanging their team sheets here, and we'll see the Big Six. The Big Six.
Yeah, this is the team you have to have a matchup into in this tournament.
Yeah, we struggle to define what Big Six is. There's approximately Big 60 Pokemon that could be in it, but I think this is the real Big Six here. The Pokemon that were considered kind of the strongest combination of Pokemon in the previous regulation. And they haven't needed to change things too much in this format. You'll see the Life Orb appearing on this team, but otherwise it's a team you could have just assembled in the previous regulation. You would have looked really good doing it.
Absolutely, and again, the Ancient Power on this Charizard as well. So Juan has also opted to forego any Grass-type coverage, which does help very much into the Charizard mirror, which when we saw those Charizard usage stats at over 40%, looks pretty good. Swampert only at about 9%.
Yeah, maybe that's just a matchup you choose to throw away. I think the one Pokemon it tends to be really good on that we see more frequently is that Basculegion that we saw near the top of the usage stat. So it can be a little bit more difficult for Charizard to deal with that, but you really don't want to play that matchup more than you have to anyway. There's lots of ways most teams can get Basculegion to be faster than Charizard, and even with the Sun-Up. Wave Crash is, if it's not a one-hit knockout, it's very close, so you really don't want to be taking that anyway, preferring to have your friends help you deal with that particular Pokemon.
Well, like we mentioned, Juan Salerno is the #1 championship points leader in the world heading into this tournament. And he has done it by playing extremely well and extremely consistently. And a team like this Big Six team, gives you so many different options to always stay in the game. You're almost never out of the game completely when you run a comp like this.
I think options, it'll be really fun to watch how these Pokemon are trained throughout the course of this set. Many of these really popular teams we see are pretty tough to customize, right? Like maybe change a move here or there, but Pokemon need to be fast, they need to be bulky. Big Six, you can kind of do whatever you want. There's a lot of different freedom you have as a team builder, and I think that's really great for a trainer like Juan.
Well, here it is, the classic lead pairing the Dragon type Garchomps against the Fire type, not Dragon Charizard. But like you mentioned, you like this lead because you always immediately threaten Earthquake and Heat Wave into your opponents, but not so strong into the opposing Charizard Garchomp.
Yeah, fun matchup here. 3 of the 4 Pokemon also have Rock type attacks. It's only the one Garchomp that does not. So the Charizard probably all feeling a little bit threatened there. Rock Slide will not chip the Charizard. It will probably just knock it out. Yep. But either way, going to have to play very cautiously on this turn. Perhaps both sides hoping their opponents would leave something else where you're a little bit awkward here where it covers everything except for the mirror lead pretty well.
Well, and you have to look at the Garchomp in this mirror. Of course, Sajin will be running the Life Orb Garchomp versus Juan running the Citrus Berry Garchomp, as both of the Charizard will go ahead and protect themselves right away. Here's the Dragon Claw. The Life Orb deals good damage to the Garchomp, but because this is the bulkier Citrus Berry Garchomp, it is able to hang on with just a sliver of health here. It will be able to activate the Citrus Berry and take some additional damage back from the Rough Skin and fire back with a Dragon Claw of its own, just barely missing out on that KO.
Yeah, potentially some very interesting training there. This is the matchup that usually use Citrus Berry Garchomp for. That's kind of the whole point, right? You tank the Dragon Claw, you heal back up, and then usually you do enough damage in return to pick up that knockout. This Garchomp trained in a way where perhaps that doesn't happen, and wants this Garchomp to stay on the field and be the quickest Pokemon remaining. So threatening a lot of damage in this turn. That's a really nice trade for Sajin. Maybe again a little bit of a trap for Juan, who probably expected that to be a knockout.
Absolutely. Definitely expect that to be a knockout if you are running that Citrus Berry Garchomp. Like you mentioned, that is why you run that set. Juan will go ahead and retreat in favor of the Whimsicott now. So Charizard switches out for Whimsicott, hoping to tank a Dragon Claw on the switch-in. But Sage is just going to go immediately for the Mega Evolution on his own Charizard. Juan will go ahead and protect Garchomp this turn, trying to get in a position where a Tailwind might allow that Garchomp to do something on the next turn. But Sajin's is not falling for anything here. The Garchomp fires off an Earthquake, connects onto the Whimsicott that will go ahead and break the Focus Sash. Garchomp will trade itself because of that Life Orb recoil, but you are happy to do so long as you can land a hit into this Whimsicott. Ancient Power actually the choice, just in case it stayed in. A critical hit into Whimsicott, but not enough to pick up the KO here. So Juan does at least get Whimsicott next to Garchomp to threaten Tailwind.
Yeah, maybe get the wrong low percentage roll there where instead of getting the Ancient Power boost, it's the critical hit. Critical hit not going to matter too much there, but and there's a knockout kind of going the wrong direction with the Garchomp picking up a knockout but knocking itself in the way. Allowing Sajin to get a free switch here. I think if you pick up the knockout, the Whimsicott's looking really good where you can bring in something like Venusaur or Basculegion and threaten a speed advantage, but because that option isn't available with the Whimsicott, almost certainly about to use a Tailwind there, especially with the Garchomp having blown its Protect already. Instead, it's the Incineroar going to come in, and it does a bunch of interesting things here, right? Actually threatening a knockout probably with the fake out and the Whimsicott because of the critical hit in the previous turn, so maybe not so relevant after all. Intimidating that Garchomp, where now the Charizard probably can survive an attack from it, and really improving this position for Sajin a little bit. So down in the Pokemon count, but especially both these Pokemon weakened so much, still in a pretty good position.
And even better, Garchomp went for a Protect last turn from Juan's side, which means that Garchomp is extremely vulnerable to a fake out and taking damage from the Charizard. Either a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball into that slot would be enough to pick up the KO onto Garchomp. Whimsicott does have the option to go for a Protect, so it's not safe to fake out into that slot, but Garchomp's wide open here.
Yeah, maybe just because giving this up, you're feeling, okay, well, I can't afford to give up both these Pokemon for free, even for a Tailwind. Garchomp going for the double, not going to get it, so probably going to be lights out for Garchomp.
Yeah, you got to go for that one if you're Juan. You don't want any of the Pokemon in the back to switch into this Weather Ball, and there it is. Sajin will go ahead and even up the Pokemon score, cleaning up the Garchomp with that Weather Ball. So safe there from Sajin. Great play there.
And we see the lash out from the Incineroar, so potentially could have gotten away with a cheapy Tailwind if he wanted to, but a little bit too risky to go for it. Maybe trying to fish for a really aggressive switch into Basculegion or something, and why not, right? You know that's almost certainly going to be a fake Protect anyway to avoid any shenanigans there and giving up a free KO. So hey, maybe you try and hit the home run.
Well, here is the Charizard out on the field for Juan. Both of these Charizard are at full health, so neither is necessarily in that Ancient Power range. So both of these Pokemon should be able to tank a hit from the opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, really interesting play for Juan now here where, well, you could try to double up on the Charizard to pick up the knockout that way, but if you do, you're definitely giving up the opportunity to get Tailwind for the rest of the game. And are your remaining Pokemon capable of winning from that position? I think that'd be a risky play to go for. So pretty precarious spot there with this low HP Whimsicott. You really do want to get that Tailwind up as late as possible. This is probably that window.
Yeah, this may be the only window Juan has to set the tailwind, which would most likely last for the remainder of the game here, as we are pretty deep into this game one. There's tailwind coming up from Whimsicott, so Juan now has the speed advantage for the foreseeable future. There's the Ancient Power connecting onto Sajan's Charizard. Scott, the math is perfect. Charizard at 13% health, surviving that Ancient Power, firing back into Juan's. Again, perfect math. Charizard at 19%. But Incineroar does not need to spend time setting up the tailwind, which means it gets to lash out into Charizard and pick up that last 20% of health. So now Juan has tailwind, has the speed advantage, needs something big out of this last Pokemon.
Yeah, and it's a little scary looking at this, right? Where if it's Bastion Legion, maybe the type matchup is really good at least, but the sun is up. And critically, there aren't many Pokemon remaining on one side of the field that have spread attacks, right? Yeah. You really want to burn through this quickly, especially with Whimsicott also kind of on the brink of being knocked out. But it's not a super efficient way to close this game out. You know, the only Pokemon remaining with spread type moves is that Floette, which you'd assume is not the final Pokemon. It is the King Gambit, now facing down 2 fire type Pokemon.
Yeah, King Gambit facing down both the Charizard and the Incineroar, and actually Incineroar looking very good here. Very difficult for Juan to deal big damage to that Pokemon. Now, Juan is running the 4-attack version of King Gambit, so does have access to low kick. But Incineroar, with that Citrus Berry, should be able to tank that pretty easily, even a low kick and a Moonblast from the Whimsicott. But you have to get that Charizard off the field, otherwise you're just going to get blown up by a Weather Ball or a Heat Wave.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a scary spot here, too, where, you know, maybe you just full send, right? Like, okay, well, Charizard can get knocked out, but I don't know if I need the Charizard, right? And if you attack with both Pokemon, there's going to be some Fire-type damage going the other direction.
Well, there's the Moonblast into Charizard. Charizard will go down here, so Juan is going to even up the Pokemon count once again. There's low kick coming out from King Gambit, dealing exactly 50% health to Incineroar, just pushing it over to that Citrus Berry amount, going to eat up and heal up as well. There is the Flare Blitz picking up the KO on to Whimsicott, and now it is just this King Gambit with no Protect and only single target damage against 2 Pokemon on Sajan's side. And that Incineroar will be able to pick up a KO with the Flare Blitz, but this is the worst possible Pokemon for Sajan to have in the back, should Juan be able to get this Incineroar off the field somehow.
Yeah, maybe there's some way he can get through this. Certainly, Toxapac's not going to be able to Toxic the King Gambit, going to have to only use the Infestation, but Incineroar doesn't get critical hit, and this is going to be a huge Flare Blitz the other direction.
No crit coming out from the low click. Here comes the Flare Blitz. The Akaberry will help protect the King Gambit a little bit here. Only takes about 50% health, but that is all that Toxapex needs. It just needs time. Incineroar hanging on with 5% after the recoil is also huge. There's the Infestation, and over time, King Gambit now is on the clock. Needs to be able to get a KO onto this Incineroar and onto the Toxapex, and I don't think Juan has enough time here.
Yeah, I mean, if Toxapex is good at one thing, it's staying on the field, and that final Pokemon is going to be so threatening here. I'm not really going to be able to do any more damage itself other than that damage over time, but you know, King Gambit's still going to have to invest a turn knocking out this Incineroar here, who otherwise would just pick up the knockout on it, and at that point, Infestation will already almost be done.
Well, there's the Kowtow Cleave. Juan is just trying to see how much damage that King Gambit can deal into the Toxapex here. Knows that there's no shot of surviving in the end of this game one, but gets good information on the Toxapex and gets Sajan to waste a critical hit on the King Gambit right here. But from our 2014 World Champion, Sajan Park, he's looking good.
Yeah, you know, I think that was a really neat win, too, where I think a lot of us like, man, you know, we really love Sajan. Like, we hope he's prepared enough for this, right? You know, he's, you know, former world champion. He's played in, I think, every form of competitive Pokemon other than VGC.
Literally every form.
Or since he won that championship. So it's like, oh, you know, like, how prepared is he going to be for this tournament? You know, is he just here to have fun? But I thought he had a really good game plan there, both in the kind of the sequencing of his Pokemon as well, and the way that Garchomp was trained. I think it was a nice little trap.
Yeah.
Probably a bummer if you're Sajan having to show that on stream during round one. But still a really nice win there. And again, you know, Juan's been incredible. The world leader in championship points. It's not like this is some, you know, not that there are any weak players at the world championship, but I think even among, you know, world championship level players, right? I think most people would say, you know, Juan is a real threat to win this tournament.
Player to watch.
Great game one for Sajan there.
Absolutely great game one there from Sajan, and I love that you called out that Garchomp's training. That is something that we have been hearing over and over again in the run-up to the World Championships, how important the Garchomp mirror can be, and especially the Citrus Berry Garchomp is supposed to win that mirror. That is the whole point of Citrus Berry Garchomp, and Sajan realizing that I can flip that on its head by investing some more defense into my own, or more hit points into my own Garchomp. Incredible play there, incredible practice in the run-up to the World Championship. Now, here is a adaptation from Sajin. This is the other lead for this team, Incineroar and Toxapex. And this is a pretty good lead for that Toxapex and Incineroar to catch.
Yeah, a lot of things to kind of enjoy here. First, you get the Intimidate out. We saw how well Incineroar did against these Pokemon in the previous game, where resisting most of Charizard's attacks, although, hey, thanks to HE Power, doesn't tank it quite as well as it used to. But Toxapex is really the Pokemon to look at here. It has the option of trying to Toxic or Infest one of these Pokemon to build up damage, and critically has that Wide Guard to counter all those front attacks. That's the whole point of this lead combination.
Yeah, and Garchomp can only deal super effective damage to Toxapex with that Earthquake. So if Sajin is able to get some poison damage down, get the Toxic going, get the Infestation going, Juan could find himself just locked out in this game too. Charizard is going to go ahead and protect here because Juan just needs to see what is going on. No Wide Guard from Sajin, which means that Sajin is trying to get damage down onto one of these two Pokemon. You can see how important that Incineroar's Intimidate was. Neither Pokemon taking more than 39% there, even though it was super effective damage. And a parting shot. This is disastrous for Juan if that Garchomp is about to get stuck out on the field against this Toxapex, especially as Garchomp switches in.
The 2 levels of reduced attack, and there is that Infestation coming down. So Garchomp not going to leave the battlefield, but that does get a little damage on the opposing Toxapex there with the rough skin. It's a really tough position, though, now, where Sajin got exactly what he wanted out of a turn. Charizard protecting pointlessly there. The Earthquake damage is nice, where at least, Juan wasn't afraid to go for that Earthquake despite the possible Wide Guard, but this is exactly why it was worth that risk, where Garchomp now full health facing down to Charizard that counters, and opposing Garchomp that has had attack reduced so significantly, and that isn't super powerful offensively to begin with because it's that Citrus Berry variant. Toxapex now looking pretty excited as well, where a Wide Guard would really shut down most of what these Pokemon can do. So great positioning for Sajin, and another really strong game plan we see with this team's other mode.
Absolutely. Toxapex is sitting pretty with the -2 Garchomp stuck out on the field, and Charizard unable to deal super effective damage into the Toxapex either. Of course, Charizard is able to deal good damage with, Weather Ball in the sun, but Juan is not going to let that Pokemon get stuck against the Toxapex. Too many options here for Sajin, and Sajin just going on the offensive. Life Orb Garchomp. The important thing was just getting that Garchomp stuck on the field so it could not retreat from this Life Orb Dragon Claw. Garchomp goes down for Juan, and here comes Whimsicott on the switch in. And it's not going anywhere.
Yeah. Hey, why don't you hang around, bud? Infestation going to pick up a little bit of damage, going to break that Focus Sash, and I really like that. I think that the temptation there is to play that defensively. We've seen that a lot with Toxapex players as this Pokemon has picked up popularity over the previous few months. Like, all right, I'm going to lower something's attacks. I'm just going to play with it for a while, leave it on the field, and I really like this, where I think that would have been a great counter to a more defensive play. Whimsicott switches in on a Baneful Bunker from the Toxapex, gets the Encore in the previous turn, and then who's trapped with who at that point? Instead, picking up the knockout there on the opposing Garchomp, which I think is also kind of just clever. It's like, hey, well, you just barely survived the Dragon Claw, so all I need is this little bit of chip. And then now Whimsicott is a Pokemon in the weaker position here. Kingambit going to come in, and at least in a fairly favorable position here where it can do some stuff here, can't be toxic. Incineroar going to be not something you really want to switch in and activate the Defiant, but still not like a fantastic situation for Juan. Sajin really had a great line into this team.
Now on the plus side for Juan, Kingambit is good into the Toxapex, and Whimsicott threatens super effective damage onto Garchomp with this Moonblast. Not enough to pick up the KO though, needed to double target and finish it off with a Sucker Punch. Instead, that just means Garchomp gets to fire off a Stomping Tantrum into Kingambit. Down to 23% hit points, Garchomp will go down to the recoil, but you trade that every single day at the World Championships. And now, that's going to mean that Kingambit firing off a Kowtow Cleave into Toxapex. You cannot KO this Pokemon. And now both the Kingambit and Whimsicott are trapped on the field. And Sajin gets to pick which Pokemon do I want to face off against these two, because I know they ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, it's a really tough position out here, where the Kingambit is kind of taking just enough damage. Another one where, assuming Sajin has run the math on this, it's a really nice bit of damage, where Infestation will pick up the knockout on Kingambit next turn. So now if you want to, you could bring that Incineroar in, just pin it down with the fake out, and then, well, it doesn't matter if I've given an attack boost because it's going to knock out anyway. If you don't want to do that, you can bring in anything else that has Protect, just double Protect, it's going to go down anyway. You do have to deal with in that situation then that the Whimsicott would be threatening in Encore on the subsequent turn, but you'd also know all of your opponent's remaining Pokemon and be able to kind of figure out your game plan from there. So Charizard is going to come in here, probably going to be Protect, although it doesn't like have to be.
Doesn't have to.
Or you could just try to pick up the Whimsicott instead. Kingambit will go down either way. The downfall there now being that Juan is actually the first person to learn all of the Pokemon that Seijin brought, so he can at least start forming his plans for the end of this game. But Seijin's a very nice advantage for himself, some really masterful Toxapex play, as we see it a little bit more aggressively positioned than we saw in the previous couple of tournaments.
Yeah, and that's what's so important for players who are using Toxapex, is not to get trapped in that defensive mindset. You have to go on the offensive, otherwise Toxapex just sits there while all of its friends faint and get knocked out. Instead, Seijin going on the offensive with both the Toxapex and now bringing out the Charizard here to pick up KOs onto both Kingambit and Whimsicott. Seijin will go ahead and protect that Toxapex this time around while Whimsicott protects itself. Kingambit on its way out is going to fire off a Sucker Punch. A critical hit deals a lot of damage to Charizard, brings it down to 33% hit points as the Kingambit now will go down to that Infestation.
So, you know, lots of damage where we see the trade-off of not going for the Protect, where Charizard not being threatened by an Encore in the previous turn, but it could be potentially threatened by an attack from one of the other Pokemon. Kingambit to go down. I think the positive of what Seijin did is, you know, just like us, he could see all the Pokemon in Team Preview, right? And again, much like the previous game, it's not very likely that Flowette is that final Pokemon. If it is instead,
yeah, we did already see the Charizard at the lead,
yeah, sorry, yeah. So, not the Flux, either way, it's Charizard. That's why the button's a different color. So anyway, the Charizard on Seijin's side of the field, you know, it's great and all there, but with the combination of a Tailwind and an Ancient Power, it's not like a super great position anyway where you're likely to take a lot of damage. Instead, the Incineroar are going to wind up in a very similar position to what we saw in the previous game, most likely, where going to come in and going to have to take out this Charizard. So I don't think this game's over yet. The damage is pretty important on the Charizard, where it would have been an Ancient Power range anyway. You don't need the critical hit from the Sucker Punch for that, but it's actually so healthy now that like even a Fire-type attack might be able to knock it out. There's not really any reason to go for one in that slot, where you want to like risk getting wide guarded here probably, and you know, Incineroar would take more damage from Ancient Power as well.
Yeah, and with the Baneful Bunker, Toxapex is at risk of being encored. However, Whimsicott can only do one thing at a time. It cannot both set Tailwind to allow Juan's Charizard to outspeed Seijin's Charizard and encore the Toxapex at once, which means that there are two options here. Without Tailwind, Charizard on Seijin's side can just pick up Juan's Charizard get the big damage with the Ancient Power. Or should Juan go for the KO onto Charizard this turn, Toxapex can start spreading Toxics and Infestations to try and just chip down these Pokemon over time. Or Whimsicott could just go on the offensive with a Moonblast. Connects onto the Toxapex, deals a little bit of damage here. Not very effective, but any little bit counts. There's the Weather Ball coming out from Seijin's Charizard. Connects on to Whimsicott, picks up the KO there. With Juan targeting down the Toxapex with Moonblast, you have to wonder if he was softening it up for a Heat Wave to try to pick up a double KO. No, just going to be the Ancient Power into Toxapex, but you cannot KO this Pokemon. Toxapex hangs on and Toxics right back. I love this little guy.
Yeah, it's a huge set for the Toxapex so far. That Toxic is almost going to end this one. You know, the Charizard can theoretically use spread moves to try to burn down these Pokemon before the Toxic is able to deplete all of its HP, but Toxapex, hey, wait a second. You know, I will make you single target Pokemon with the Wide Guard most likely. I could protect first if I wanted to. You know, the protect on Charizard here. Like, hey, you know, like, let's make this last as long as we can.
Yep, and no risks need to be taken here from Seijin. Double protecting the Charizard and the Toxapex. Juan has no options here. That toxic damage is just going to keep ticking up and up and up, locking him out from this game too, meaning that Seijin Park, the 2014 World Champion, is now 1-0 here in 2026.
That was a really impressive set by Seijin. Hey, you know, like, yeah, you know, I might be a former world champion, but that doesn't mean you can take me lightly this World Championship either. I think a lot of players kind of weren't sure what they were going to get from Seijin this year. I think I would be afraid after watching that set there. We kind of see really impressive lines into that Big Six competition, or composition rather, and I think that's also kind of a really great match to have on stream during this first round, because it gives us a lot to think about, right? These are are two comps that all the trainers knew they needed to be prepared for going in. And while the Big Six may be the most powerful comp in the terms of stats and damage and kind of having all those Pokemon on the top of the usage stats, the weakness of that is that players have put a lot of thought into how they want to handle this matchup. And Sage had a really great plan, both in Game 1 and Game 2, put Juan in some really difficult positions, especially in Game 1, positions that deceptively looked like they were favorable for Juan, and it wound up not being so. And perhaps this is just what we're going to see throughout the course of this day for these Big Six players. Other players are like, hey, you know, I didn't come all the way to San Francisco for this World Championships not to have a plan for the most important team.
Yeah, if you know this is going to be one of the most dominant team compositions coming into the World Championships, you gotta have a plan. And Sagen knows that. He has not only competed in the World Championships here for the video game championships, he's competed in the trading card game, he's also competed in Unite, he's competed in Pokémon Tournament. Sagen knows what it takes to compete at the top levels for all of the pillars here at the World Championships.
Yeah, I think even the Pokemon GO Invitational. Yeah, he's caught them all. I mean, yeah, he's such an impressive player. I think maybe the purest fan of Pokemon in the world in that way, where well, he seems to be good at everything. It must be nice. But just, what a great set by him there. Certainly, I wouldn't be too concerned if I was Juan yet either, where going 0-1 is tough, where you're gonna have to go a long way from this point until the single elimination force of the tournament without losing more than one more game. But hey, no shame in losing to Sagen. One of the most famous trainers ever for a reason.
Absolutely, and showing off here in round 1. The Toxapex composition is not easy to play. It is so easy, especially when you go the Toxapex mode, to get stuck in situations where you have no momentum and you have no pressure because you're just trying to set up those traps. And sometimes you whiff and you trap the wrong Pokemon in with you, but Sagen looked like he was in complete control of that second game from the jump.
Yeah, I think it's a really difficult Pokemon to pilot for that reason. We were talking about it a little bit during the game, but yeah, it's so easy to kind of get trapped in playing slowly. And I think one of the reasons why Toxapex for so many years just wasn't used in the Pokemon Video Game Championships is that it was viewed as a single battle Pokemon. Yep. Like, oh, that's a stall Pokemon. All you can do with this Pokemon is stall. And some games you can win by stalling, right? Especially against these more defensive teams. But the whole point of this Big Six team is it's doing a ton of damage, and what are you going to do about it? And playing it a little bit more aggressively like that, I think, is the key. Being able to be flexible, really well-played game. And I kind of expected to see a few more Toxapex in the tournament where we were looking over the teams all of the trainers were using. And I don't think Toxapex is really the sort of Pokemon that ever is going to show up in like the top 12 most used Pokemon. But I think the Charizard, Venusaur, Incineroar combination is going to be very popular this weekend. And even though going into this tournament, that was the most popular version of the composition, many players did choose to opt to drop that Toxapex, go for something a little bit different, but worked out really well for Sagen.
Absolutely, and I am so excited to hear from Sagen. Welcome back to the Video Game Championship, Sagen Park. Let's go ahead and toss it down to the stage to hear from the man himself.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Sagen Park, our 2014 World Champion, and Pachirisu lover extraordinaire. Sagen, congratulations on winning your round 1. How does it feel?
It's amazing. Thank you.
I see you have Pachirisu with you, right near and dear to your heart. Everybody here loves Pachirisu as well, of course. You've competed in Pokemon GO, Pokemon UNITE, the TCG. How does it feel to be back playing in the Video Game Championship Series?
Yeah, I played in a lot of other games and competed, but it's really happy to be back in VGC. And also, I've been really losing a lot on stream matches, but finally I can win in the stream, so yeah, it's feeling really great.
Yeah, and I can't help but notice you're also running a very, what I would consider standard team for this meta. What was your thinking coming into the tournament with what some would call the Big Six, the big Pokemon to beat coming into this event?
So, unfortunately, Pachirisu is not in the championship, so I cannot start building from there. So I tried a lot of things, but in this meta, I think the pretty standard team is always good to go. So yeah, that was my conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly developers are watching, so I'm sure they heard the ask for Pachirisu just now. But you talk about the standard Pokemon, but the Ancient Power Charizard was certainly a twist that's coming into this event, and it came so much in handy in that matchup. What was your thinking in that positioning against Swan's own Charizard?
So my Charizard is timid, so I can even outspeed their Garchomp and Charizard. So I was in the upper position in this mirror match against their Garchomp Charizard. So I had to position it well, and so yeah, it turned out really well. Yeah.
Yeah, and that end game with the Whimsicott as well. Was there anything going through your mind when you locked in those moves?
So they have a very limited way to KO Toxapex if I knock out their Garchomp. So I focus on targeting, getting rid of Garchomp on the board really quickly, so that worked. So after that, it was a really Toxapex game, yeah.
A Toxapex game indeed. Seijun, it's been so great talking to you. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody who might be watching at home?
So really thank you a lot for cheering me for me in Korea and all the world. I'm really happy to be here and back in the VGC. So yeah, I'll try my best to claim another champion trophy. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. Best of luck this weekend in the competition. And let's go ahead and take a look at that matchup with our analyst, Ben Kiriakou, over in the Analyst Lounge.
Thank you so much, Gabby, and thank you as well, of course, to Seijun getting his first win here in the World Championships. And of course, Ben, we're here for some battle breakdowns. Here joined with me is, of course, Rose. And what a great second round one that we've had here already. We had a great first round one, and we get another one to boot.
I say the more matches, the merrier. So I'm really glad you take it against that other global showdown.
I'm glad you volunteered for that, Rose, because you're going to be here all day, all night, going through all the battles that we've got. That's great. I mean, yeah, it's like, especially when you get these trainers like that are at the level of the trainers that we've had already on stream. Like, you know, you go to your locals, you go to your regionals, you go to your internationals. The skill density is like pretty high, and then we get to Worlds, and it's like, well, what match do you even pick for the stream, right?
Oh, you better be prepared if you're here to play against former world champions, former international champions, multi-time regional champions. There's no easy path through the world championships at this caliber, and so we are going to be treated with such good matches all day long.
Since we're in the early stages of this tournament, Rose, I thought what we'd do, rather than getting into the nitty-gritty of the match, there's a lot to go over there, of course, but getting into a little bit of the nitty-gritty of the teams that our players were using in this round, because we know that Charizard is one of the most common megas that we have, like 43% usage overall. And I wanted to break down a little bit these team preview graphics that we don't get as much time to talk about on the desk with our casters, starting with Seijun here. And this is one of the variants, I think, that has risen in popularity since, well, Wolf used Toxapex to get top 4 at NAIC and just showed us, like, hey, this Pokemon is here and it's here for a reason.
It was so funny because Toxapex really burst onto the double scene at the end of Scarlet and Violet, where we got a chance to see some of the best competitors in the world using it alongside restricted Pokemon. And so the fact that it was able to hold tall against some of those legendary Pokemon, but then, you know, when Champions released, it was in the game, it was a little quiet. Toxapex is now back, and people realize, okay, well, if it was that good against a legendary Pokemon, it must be really good against some of these Mega Evolutions, too. And
especially with the format, I mean, this Toxapex, its typing is pretty unique in the game. Water and Poison, and I'm just going to switch over to our other team preview here. What are the two most powerful Mega Pokemon in the game? They're Fire and they're Fairy. What does Water and Poison resist exclusively? Those
Fire and Fairy.
big damage dealing moves. So, you know, looking at the position that this Toxapex takes in the format, it says, hey, you know, you've got these really powerful attackers. I'm just going to put a blocker on that for a little while. But not only that, it gets to support its team with Wide Guard to be able to take those big spread attacks. If you've got it next to a Charizard, no Rock Slide's going to be coming down and hurting you, right? Like, no Earthquakes are going to be able to come down onto the Toxapex as easily. But then you've got all of this stall. You've got the Infestation, stopping people switching, trapping Pokemon in. You've got the Toxic. You can't read it behind there, but trust me, it's Toxic behind there as well. But also, you know, if you feel like catching a physical attack, Baneful Bunker, get the poison that way.
It's just so fascinating when you think about how many Pokemon in this format do use spread attacks. You talk about Rock Slide and Earthquake specifically to be able to protect something like that Charizard. But when you think about there also being Heat Wave on opposing Charizards,
right,
or even Delphox, Water Spout from opposing Mega Blastoise. There's spread attacks on some of the most powerful Pokemon in the entire format. And so the fact that you even just have that as a threat on Team Preview, you gotta think twice about whether or not you're going to be clicking that wide spread attack in front of it.
Which is a great way to segue into these Charizards that we're facing down, right? And a lot of the power of these teams with such powerful Pokemon, so many stats at their disposal, like you've got so many choices, and the big one that's been coming out is this ancient power on the Charizard. And especially in this like meta game where there's quite a lot of Toxapex in the field, quite a lot of wide guard where people can lock it in. It's like, well, you know, I'm going to get my rocks from Charizard rather than getting my rocks from Rock Slide, right?
Right.
And so being able to pressure the Charizard, never one-hit KOs, right? It never actually gets the KO on opposing Charizard, but getting an opposing Charizard down to the point where anything else can be able to knock it out is so powerful.
Being able to remove the Mega Evolution that you have locked into for the game just takes away such a big tool for any opponent. But thinking about how Charizard has also developed already right out the gates, Pokemon Champions launches, Mega Charizard Y is one of the premier Mega Evolutions. But the movesets that it actually has had over the last couple of months have changed given the meta and the format that we've played. So used to be Heat Wave, Weather Ball, Solar Beam, three attacking moves that you would want to lock in with this Charizard. But then as Charizard has been this very centralizing piece for the meta, we have seen that tech move change a little bit. We've seen Lycanroc come in to have Accelerock to try to threaten these Charizards. And then as you mentioned, Ancient Power has been the newest meta tech on these Pokemon so they can duel against those opposing Charizards. But it's just been really fascinating to watch how people have continued to keep Charizard at the forefront of the metagame, but protecting it in different ways.
100%, and especially in these compositions, you've got so many different options, right? So you've got this Ancient Power slot on the Charizard. There's a little bit of a flex slot. A lot of players really want to punish the Charizards that they're locking in with an infestation from the Toxapex, right? But then you've got so many options on Basculegion, and I feel like Basculegion is one of those Pokemon that we've seen evolve as well. Like, Sajan's running the Choice Scarf here, right? It's going to go quick. It doesn't need setting up. It doesn't need to be in the right position necessarily. This was the first item that everybody was slapping on their Choice Scarf Basculegion with the adaptability. Last Respects coming in is like, hey, you've taken some Pokemon of mine. Let me return the favor and get some key knockouts on here. But nowadays, you see a lot of this item change, right? You see Life Orb, you see Mystic Water, you see Citrus Berry as well. You have that flex slot of like, how do I want to run my Basculegion? What speed control do I have on my team? So where you look at all of Sajan's team here, this Toxapex Venusaur composition that's really been quite dominant in the lead up to the World Championships, it's like, well, I don't have any speed control, so I've got to force a speed ceiling, right? You've got to say like, hey, I've got to have something there with the Venusaur that's going to be able to outspeed a bunch of my opponent's Pokemon. Sometimes it's on the Garchomp, but this one's a Life Orb, and so like Life Orb, Citrus Berry, Choice Scarf, and you know, depending on how you want to run that. The other thing I just want to point out here, just as a quick one before we move over, is Lash Out on this Incineroar. I think it's a really cool tech on Sajan's team. It's like saying, hey, if you want to intimidate me, I'm going to do a little bit more damage this turn just to put the pressure down onto my opponent.
I was sitting backstage with Aaron as we were watching this match, and I turned to him and I went, I think I've seen Lash Out in like 4 years.
Yeah,
it's
kind
been
of
a long time since I feel like this particular attack has been meta relevant, but I really love this unique choice on Incineroar. I think there are a couple of different tech moves that this Incineroar can have. Sometimes you end up seeing Darkest Lariat if you want to just have a flat dark type damage that's going to be getting a same type attack bonus. But you've also seen things like Helping Hand that's going to be on Incineroar. Depends on what you feel like the team really needs in order to have the best chance in the tournament.
100%. And then, you know, there's loads of options on the Venusaur. I think we've been talking about Sajan's team and this sort of composition for a little while. So let's jump over to Juan Salerno's team. Now this is the sort of quintessential, well, we were talking about this during the match. We're not going to call it Big Six, are we? Are we going to call it Little Six? We're going to call it Mid Six, like Medium Six? What are we going for, Rose?
The jury's still out on that one, but it's just because when you think about Big Six, you think about some of the historical teams that have existed earlier on and the earlier days of competitive Pokemon. So we'll come back to you on that. But I thought particularly this team is the perfect illustration of what you were talking about. Item differences on the Basculegion and the Garchomp. You can really see, even though the movesets are quite similar between the two Pokemon, the natures as well as the items are really what change how this composition works.
100%. It's like a lot of the early variants of this team. I want to talk a little bit about Mega Floette before it comes away from the spotlight and we start talking about Charizard all weekend. But Mega Floette is something that is obviously really very strong. We identified it pretty quickly as like, hey, look, that's got Fairy Aura plus big stats. It's like Xerneas at home kind of thing. No Geomancy, which I think everybody was maybe happy to see that it couldn't do something quite as strong as that. But you still got Calm Mind, exactly that, and that's the set that we were seeing so commonly on these Mega Floette compositions. But the thing that's really evolved and adapted over the time in this composition, a lot of players choose you can absolutely still run Calm Mind if you want to play a little bit of a slower game, but if you want to do some damage, Light of Ruin there is really strong. It does do recoil to your Mega Floette, and so it changes the dynamic. It's been so fun, seeing in Regulation MB, right? Like, how fast are you running your Floette? Is it modest, a little bit fast, a little bit far? Oh, wait, no, we're going timid now because everybody else has caught on to it. Okay, we're max speed, right? Okay, let's go for that and see if you get some Tailwind set up with a Whimsicots and you get some a little bit of space to just fire off those big damages, put a dent in somebody's team that they can't necessarily recover from.
But that's where you can see having the Whimsicott on this team actually allowed this Basculegion to lean a little bit more heavy into the offense with something like that Life Orb. Contrary to what we ended up seeing on Sejun Park's team, Whimsicott has that priority Tailwind because of that Prankster ability, and that means that everything else can be maybe a little bit on the slower side. You've got the Adamant Basculegion, which is going to increase attack instead of that speed. And same thing talking about Timid Floette. Well, this one can be modest and lean a little bit more into the special attack output that way.
And it's exactly what Juan has decided to go for there, having the modest Floette rather than a timid one and saying okay, I do want to do loads of damage and damage is the priority, but my Pokemon can set up that condition where I don't necessarily have to battle it. If I'm against another one of these compositions, maybe the game plan for Juan isn't to go toe-to-toe with Floette to Floette and try to manage that Pokemon a little bit differently. But then going through the team, I mean, we've talked about the options on the Basculegion, that obviously changes how you run it, how you train it. The Jolly versus Adamant natures, the ones that we usually see, but also then the King Gambit, which I think is the item that I see has evolved the most over the time, where players started on Choppleberry because Sneasler was everywhere now, and then it's well, okay, we need Focus Sash because we can't survive Charizard as well as fighting type attacks from say close combat and things like that, right? But now it's well, in these mirrors, I've really got to be able to switch into a Charizard and get myself in Sucker, the ability to go for a Sucker Punch, maybe even go for a Swords Dance in front of these kind of team compositions. And the moveset here is something that also changes quite a lot, right? It was this one's 4 attacks, but we see so many Double Dark Swords Dance King Gambits on so many different compositions as well.
Yeah, I think that the Black Glasses variant, where you really are going to be putting a lot of eggs into the Dark-type basket, has been very popular, but I think the fact that this King Gambit is here kind of built to do a lot of different things. This team as a whole is quite balanced in terms of the types of damage that you're actually able to cover. I really like being able to see 3 different types of attacks, where Low Click is going to have its use. You don't have another fighting type on the team like that Sneasler that could try to shore up the damage for you, and you still want to be able to have something like an Iron Head so that you do have super effective damage into opposing Floettes and Whimsicots.
It's kind of Incineroar's not on the team. We need the glue somewhere else.
Yeah.
And King Gambit's the perfect combination of coverage to be able to do that. And I think both of our trainers had such a great showing of their teams in our round one, part two. But we're going to throw it to a quick break now while we get round two set up. So don't go anywhere, trainers, because we'll be right back. Trainers, welcome back. We're here with Giovanni Siski, our reigning world champion. And we're going to be having a little bit of a chat to see how his season has changed from becoming the world champion in 2025 to now coming into the World Championships 2026. So Gio, thank you for joining us. Let's start with a really basic question. We'll keep it zoomed out to start things off. We're coming into the first World Championship on Pokémon Champions. What does that mean for you coming in? Like, how excited are you to be playing on our very latest game?
Oh, it means everything to me. I mean, I got into this game watching it just as it transitioned over to the 3DS era and joined in just as it was in its twilight of the 3DS era, moving over to the Switch in a couple of years after that. And so now that it's become this worldwide game that's even be played on mobile is just absolutely insane. And to represent a community as a whole like that as currently the best player in the world is just so mind-boggling to me.
Maybe still currently after this weekend, we'll have to see. Gio, becoming the World Championship is something that very few people have been able to say in their careers. What has that meant for you over the season, transitioning into the 2026 season, like your expectations going into events, how you're preparing, like has anything changed for you?
I think it's only made me more hungry, to be honest. Going into the 2025 season, I had results that weren't really indicative of what I believed in myself, and I was finally able to string together a number of really amazing results. Finishing off, of course, being crowned the world champion last year.
Live fans watching, unprecedented in Pokemon video game history. An arena that's crowned Olympic champions before. Gio now can call himself world champion.
You know, I've taken a step back a little bit, haven't played as many events, but I've still had some good results throughout the season. And of course, with the auto invitation to the World Championships, I always had that locked in as well. So I was really just looking to test myself and push myself and my abilities every event I go to.
I'm glad you said about, you know, the way that you're playing less events. You've got the auto invite locked in. How's that changed? What teams you're locking in? And, like, how you're approaching, like, taking a swing at the format versus just doing what you did last season, tried and tested all the way.
Yeah, I mean, going into every tournament, I always like to just play my style of Pokemon. That's kind of always been my thing. I want to stick to my brand as a player. I don't want to just play something because it's good. That being said, I might play things that are also very, very strong.
Good Pokemon are good, right?
But I also tend to experiment a little with some more niche picks or that might catch people a little bit off guard, might surprise some people. So I'm really looking forward to the events where I get to do that.
Okay, well, I've got one last question for you, Gio. Got a little bit of a hot take coming up. So last year, I saw you on Saturday night. We went out for dinner. I ran into you completely unplanned. You were sitting across the table from James Evans, who you were playing on Sunday the next day in the finals. So, my question to you is, if you're in the finals on Championship Sunday yet again this year, who are you taking out to dinner?
I might go as far to say that we might have a repeat world champion, but cross-divisional with Kosakide. He's been on a tear this year with a top 8 at both Japan Nationals and the North American Internationals. And he even won a very prestigious grassroots tournament just a couple weeks ago where a lot of Japanese representatives at the World Championships this weekend were in attendance as well. And so he's got to be one of my picks for a favorite.
Love to see that. Gio, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to let you get back to things, and we're going to be back to the action very soon, so stay tuned.
Join the adventure in Pokémon Horizons the series.
All right!
Explore a world filled with Pokémon, alongside Liko and Roy.
Okay, let's do it! All right!
As they travel, battle,
Use Ember! Rigatito, use Leafage!
and grow as trainers. Pokémon Horizons the series, now playing on Netflix.
Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful San Francisco, California. We are here at the Moscone Center for the World Championships and inaugural Pokemon XP, celebrating our 30th anniversary of Pokemon. Can you believe it, Scott?
I cannot. We were here just 10 years ago for a World Championships, and things looked a little bit different back then. I think it was a lot of fun, very extravagant at the time, too, but wow, it's incredible how much things have changed over the course of the few years.
Yeah, it's really incredible. If you haven't been checking out any of the Pokemon XP content as well, make sure you're doing that. We're walking past Rayquaza Road coming in. I was just seeing all of the cool things they have set up out there. I am so jealous that I'm here, but given the first two matches that we've seen here at the World Championships, kind of seems like the heat's down here.
Yeah, maybe not that jealous, right? Where we couldn't ask for much more. And hey, I think that's kind of the fun of this whole event, right? If you come here for Rayquaza Road, like, oh, that tournament's pretty cool. Maybe I'll watch a little bit of that. And yeah, we've gotten to watch multiple World Champions already at this World Championships on Pokemon Champions during the course of the first round. Going to have another great round coming up here. And yeah, I think it's just impressive. Again, just looking at the pairings too. I mean, there's so many great names out there. We're like, you can't get an easy match in this tournament.
Yeah, it makes it so difficult to actually pick out which matches we want to be featuring here on the main stage, because there are just so many incredible competitors out there in the field. And I'm glad you highlighted the multiple champions that are doing well here in Pokemon Champions. And of course, Gio saying he expects there to be a repeat champion this year. Looking pretty good so far. We've seen 2 world champions win on stream already, and even more out in the field are still doing very well.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to look at the results. I believe Gio himself won as well. But you had called out Koz. I think I would agree would be an hour ago was my player to watch. I think he did lose in the first round, so I think that's pretty shocking too. I think a lot of us just feel like a really impressive player. You won a Japanese grassroots event just a couple of weekends ago and looked really impressive there as well. But hey, it's only one round. Definitely feel better going forward if you win this first round. Makes things a little bit easier. But you have to win a lot of games in a row, kind of regardless of what happens in round one. So pressure's on for the trainers who didn't win that first round, but you have a long way to go still. This is a tournament that's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, of course, you are not eliminated after after one loss. You have to, 2 losses still qualify you to the second phase of the tournament, and 2 losses overall get you into that top cut bracket. So every player is still alive in the tournament. Let's take a look at some of the teams that we expected to see perform very well here at the tournament, and so far so good. I see you and Sierra both being on the team Toxapex here. Sajin made that Pokemon look extremely impressive.
Yeah, I think it was one, I was a little anxious to lock it in myself, just because I got how many players are actually going to opt to do this at this World Championships. But we've seen a lot of development on this team throughout the past few months, where I think Wolf's finish at NEIC, even though we'd seen it get second place at Hong Kong Nationals, as well as in the last regional championships here in North America in Scarlet and Violet. Trainers started to respect the Toxapex, but the top 4 at NEIC is like, fine, this is a real Pokemon, we need to develop this. A lot of Japanese players picked up as well, which is, maybe what I was thinking when I locked the team in there, like, oh, surely some of the big names will actually bring this, and I think that's pretty good to be invested in. A lot of different teams here. We see, 5 Charizards, so we managed to find 3 teams that didn't have Charizard on them. Please be proud of us. Please put the gold star for us on your fridge. I mean, not for like us, but for the other 3 casters.
Yeah, for Ben and for Aaron and for Rose. We did already get to see the Blastoise and Delphox team in that first round. Of course, it did lose to Wolf's team in that first round, but some other teams, I expect to see Ben's team, the Frostlass and Scovillain. It's been affectionately dubbed Italian Ice. One of the teams that wants to feast on Charizard teams. And if Charizard's at 40% plus usage, you would expect that team to be doing very well. And of course, Aaron highlighting one of the newer adaptations using 2 of the new Megas introduced to Regulation MB in Raichu Y and Staraptor.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest disappointments maybe the fact we didn't get to stream too many tournaments in Regulation MBs. I think Raichu is just so much fun to watch. I hate playing it. I hate playing against it, where it's a very read-heavy Pokemon, right? Yeah, I think I have similar defensive stats to Mega Raichu Y, which is not a compliment to the Pokemon. But I think it's just so much fun to watch, where it's very read-heavy. You have tools to win every matchup if you get all of your turns right. But boy, do you have tools to learn to lose quickly if you don't get them wrong. I think those of us who maybe prefer a more defensive style of battling can look another direction, but I think it's a really powerful Pokemon we're likely to see throughout the course of this tournament, especially at this level where everyone is good enough to be able to do some damage with a very difficult Pokemon to use.
Yeah, and I also have to shout out my co-caster Lee there, who has also chosen to go for the dual weather Sun Rain team. Usually you don't see a rain Pokemon next to a drought Pokemon like Charizard, but the way this team works is so dynamic and interesting and engaging. It's the most fun I've had playing Pokemon in Pokemon Champions. It's been playing that Sun Rain team, and I would not be surprised to see it go deep just because it gives you so much flexibility. I very rarely feel like I'm completely out of the game. And it's one of those teams that allows you to bring both of your Mega Pokemon. You're usually looking at the Charizard and the Swampert. Both of those Pokemon are very good non-Mega as well.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun to play as well, where another one that maybe is not quite my style, but I got most of my reps practicing for this tournament on that team as well. It's like, okay, I think this is going to be a big thing. Like, I want to be prepared enough to talk about it. And yeah, I had a lot of fun with it, where I think Mega Charizard, or non-Mega Charizard, I should say, in particular, is a lot of fun, where I remember during the last World Championships in London, spending some time making fun of the trainers who would bring Charizard and then not Gigantamax. It's like, but regular Charizard is terrible. It's not so terrible now. It's gained a lot of moves over the course of the last couple of games, where with both Weather Ball and Hurricane, it does a lot of damage as regular Charizard. Its special attack stat is pretty impressive even in its regular state, and it's also just so much fun to play against, where I think a lot of Pokemon is very suspicious if you don't Mega Evolve it immediately. It's like, oh, is there another Mega in the back? Where Charizard keeps you guessing a little bit longer, because Pokemon where you're naturally holding Mega anyway often to try to get weather control, especially on that team where you have a second weather Pokemon. I think it plays a little bit more fun, where I always like playing the double primal compositions in the GS Cup. It's kind of a similar thing with Kyogre and Groudon. But I think they were much more in each other's way, maybe like in a lore appropriate way, where I think with Pelipper and Charizard kind of both having ways to power up each other's moves, I think they feel a lot more like a combo, instead of like you have like 2 really powerful forces that are great to have on your team, but maybe don't work so well together the way that the legendary Pokemon did.
Yeah, and it's the move Weather Ball that really ties that team together. Of course, Weather Ball gets a power boost when and changes its typing based on whatever weather is on the field. So it can be water typing if rain's on the field. It can be fire typing if sun is out. But it can also be rock typing if sand is up, or ice typing if the snow is up as well. And that gives this team so much flexibility and really does allow your Charizard to be effective in rain, especially because Charizard does not really have great flying type options except for Hurricane, which is terrible in the sun. But if you get rain going next to Charizard, all of a sudden you have another flying water type attacker that can also deal some damage to your steel types if you need to with a fire type Heat Wave.
Yeah, I think it's also just like, I don't know, I feel like you imagine like, man, like what should a tournament double battle be like? I don't know if there's any team that's kind of like more exactly on theme with like kind of how the battle plays out in your dreams instead of in real life.
Yeah.
Where it's just so much fun where like the Pokemon really do feel like they complement one each other. Like you feel really smart, like, oh, like my Charizard in a bad spot, but if I switch Pelipper in and like use a water attack with my fire type Pokemon, like I'm in a great position. And like, I think finding that sort of solution is just so much fun, like kind of rewards you for being creative in a way that some other teams don't, where like, you know, I tend to be sort of, I like a lot of technical teams where like, okay, well, it's objectively correct for me to do this, I shouldn't take this risk. This is a turn where I can take a risk. I think that team, you're freestyling a little bit more and you can kind of have more explosive plays through attacking rather than through setting up, which we see a lot more of in this format. And I think it's just a really neat thing. Also, just have to kind of shout out the creators where I think we saw a lot of it from Alex Underhill and Billy Brown in particular in the online tournaments. But yeah, there are not a ton of compositions that are have been piloted, not piloted, but kind of innovated by our home region of North America there. So I'm happy with the players over here contributing something to this metagame, so thank you.
Absolutely, and it is a really interesting team because you do have a lot of improvisation in the team, like you mentioned, but it also has such a high skill ceiling because it's also in a pretty low skill floor because it's actually very easy to get in your own way with this team as well. You never want to end up in a situation where you have the wrong weather up. You have a lot of different tools to get your weather correct, but you also do have a lot of anti-synergy on the team. So it takes a really, well-practiced pilot to make sure that you're getting the most out of all those options and keeping the most options open for yourself throughout the entire game. So I'm really excited to see it. We may be able to see it very shortly, but over the course of this tournament, I expect it to do very well. That's why I picked it for my caster predictions.
Yeah, I hope we get to watch it. I think it doesn't quite look right when I'm doing it. Where I think particularly one thing I kind of learned playing the team is that it's very important to lead well because it doesn't pivot super well. Where again, the anti-synergy, if you're having to make a bunch of defensive switches, you're in trouble, right? Where I think one of the things that makes the comp really powerful is like you should be the one setting the tempo, right? You have pivoting tools, you have multiple weathers, like your opponent should be reacting to you. And as soon as you're playing reactively, I think it tends to be really weak, particularly if you give up a knockout too early in the game, where it's really hard to avoid the anti-synergy, where it's like, well, I don't want the weather from the Pokemon that's not currently in battle. That's the only thing I can switch in and something is pins. Like, well, guess I get to pick a bad option. That's awesome. And yeah, I think you need some foresight to play that team well.
Absolutely. And of course, here at the World Championships, we only have players that have shown that they can do well enough to, have that foresight because they have qualified for the World Championships. It's what makes this tournament so special every single year. And it's why, when we saw that we were going to do a second round one, I wasn't like annoyed or anything. I was ecstatic. I was like, we get to see another one of these great matches. We have so many talented players here. We have multiple world champions, 8 out in the field, trying to get a second world championship. And that's just in the Masters division as well.
Yeah, and definitely, stay right here. But you keep in mind after this tournament, like, man, I really wish I got to watch more Pokemon battles. There's a side stream, or a feature match stream from Victory Road with even more matches. I think definitely going to be fun to review those after this tournament is over, where it's so much fun. I think this format is really neat, where even though you kind of like a pretty definitive pool of like the top 15-ish best Pokemon, there are some fun Pokemon you can slide in there, and then the way that teams interact is really interesting, where you can change your team a lot by just swapping 2 or 3 Pokemon out in a few moves. Like suddenly it feels and plays very differently than kind of what you started with, and I think kind of just seeing more of those different combinations is really interesting. I think this is a tournament where we've kind of been talking a lot about Big Six, but like I don't think there is a clear strongest composition coming in, right? There's not like a real favorite. I think this is a tournament where trainers kind of just need to identify, like, okay, like what am I the best at? What fits the best for me as a trainer? And then, hey, I just gotta make my reads. I've got to know my lines. I've got to just do my best, and it's going to come down more maybe to me than my 6 Pokemon in this one. And I think that's going to make it more and more more fun to review because, yeah, you know, like one person playing a team and someone else who's been, you know, prepping it since NAIC is going to look very different.
Absolutely. And because we have so many incredible matches out in the field, that means we have so many notable matches to take a look at. And as we are getting ready for our round 2, here are all of the players out in the field right now, or some of the most notable pairings here. And of course, you can see our feature match is going to be the 2022 World Champion, Eduardo Cunha versus Alex Underhill, one of our players to watch from North America. But some also incredible matches out here in the field. I'm looking at that match between Michael Kelch and Wei Chier from Taiwan, the most decorated player from Taiwan, up against a player who has not failed to do worse at the World Championships than top 8, which is a wild statistic. 3 World Championships, he went 2nd, 4th, and a top 8.
Yeah, what a player. And yeah, I think it's been a really strange early tournament for Michael, where, you know, his first round he played a mirror match with a team that you should not have to worry about playing a mirror match with. And this round, you know, against a very strong opponent he's probably not played against. So it should be, you know, fun for him. You know, it's 4th World Championships in a row. He's been very strong. Hey, you give us a little bit different this time. You want to keep the experience fresh for him.
Absolutely. And some other great matches out here. Of course, world semifinalist last year, Montana Mott will be playing against Sebastian Escalante, one of Latin America's longest tenured at this point and top players. So exciting matchup out there in the field. Of course, our colleague Yuki is playing up against Alex Gomez Berna, also out in the field. Those are all going to be incredible matches. Victor Medina versus Arath Almaraz. I would love to watch that match. There are so many good matches out in the field, and I'm so glad that we're going to be able to at least have VODs for most of these.
Yeah, it's going to be great. And I think it's just going to be fun kind of as the tournament progresses, where I think one of the things that's going to be really fun about this World Championship in particular, while they're all great, it's so hard to team diff someone in this format.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's going to be way fewer matches where someone just like, you know, just drawing dead is like, oops, I got the opponent I wasn't supposed to play against. And like, you know, there's a little bit of that. But I think because this is so much more of a format where it's like, okay, well, I've got to make the right choices in team preview. I've got to play well throughout the game. It's more about like kind of knowing your lines and executing game plans. I think as the deeper we get in the tournament, the sharper everyone's going to be, because this is a tournament where you're just not going to stay alive unless you're playing really hot. So I think we're going to see maybe some of the best Pokemon we've ever seen over the course of this tournament.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited to get into it. We have so many great players out in the field, and, you know, especially having some additional weeks of regulation MB after the tournament as well. That is one of the things that I most enjoy after the World Championships, is seeing, you know, we've had a pretty extensive off season in between North American International Championships and the World Championships here. So a lot of players have been saving some of their adaptations for this tournament right now. And now we're going to have a few more weeks afterwards to really see what won here, and then also be able to experiment and see what still is left in the tank for MB.
Yeah, I think that's kind of going to be one thing that's fun to watch this tournament in general too, is like how much sauce was left in the bottle, right? I think the prevailing wisdom from competitors, at least in the English-speaking community, tended to be like, okay, you know, and there's like a few tricks that people have, but like probably largely we've seen what we're going to see, right? And it's more about optimization, just like really knowing your side of the field well, so you can adapt to any surprises, and then, you know, being able to have a good game plan into all of the popular teams. And like, I think everyone was like, well, there's going to be something, but there wasn't like a clear something coming up. And because of that, like, I think it makes the grassroots tournaments going into this event more important than ever, right? Where, you know, just looking at NASC and then, you know, playing with your friends and then coming here, I think that's just not a way that was viable to prep for this tournament. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on the trainers that were really effective in those grassroots tournaments, because, you know, I think both proving they could do well, but also like, okay, well, they've got some higher stress reps at those teams, right? It wasn't just a scrim with their friends where you're talking about, you know, what should have happened every turn. Like, at least there was some pressure to win. You know, there are prizes, and I think that, like, especially the players who both did well and then maybe, you know, played something a little innovative, or like literally the best player in the world on a popular archetype, those are the players I think are going to have the best shot at this one.
Absolutely. And, you know, we've been talking a little bit as we were getting started in the tournament today, like, that it really does feel like it's a meta where you need to be the best at this team archetype. It's all about, do you click with this particular team? Does this team make sense to you? And it's really difficult. It can be really difficult, A, to find that team, but B, also to stick with it when you're worried about, you know, other meta developments that may be having. And I think it's really important that players understand who they are as a Pokemon player in this meta, maybe more than any other meta we've had.
Yeah, something I'm always kind of pushy about was like, hey, you know, if you think you're the 10th best Big Six player, why did you pick it? Like, it wasn't the goal to become world champion, but I think especially in this tournament where it gets like, it's less clear, like, you know, maybe it's better to be the 10th best player of the best team than than the best player of the 15th best team, right? But I don't think we know really how strong all the teams are relative to one another, where I think it depends a lot on like how popular other teams wind up being and like kind of what your matchups wind up being. Like, hey, you know, maybe you wind up playing one team 4 times in a row because that's just how your matchups played out.
But, so it goes.
Yeah, but I think that mastery is important, and I think it's also kind of an interesting one where I think it's easy to kind of like view the grass being always greener, where, hey, you know, this isn't a format where you're going to feel good about all your practice games, right? Because, you know, it's, again, you're not going to have the team advantage very much. And I think there's a big switching cost. Like, oh, you know what, like this matchup is a little tough for me, so I'm going to try something completely different because it's probably also just going to have the same problem with another team, right? And I think just, yeah, you've got to control your own side of the field, kind of just do your thing as best as you can. And you got to trust yourself in this tournament, I think.
Yeah, well, we have 2 players who are ready on stage who are definitely good at doing their own thing. We have Alex Underhill from the United States up against the 2022 world champion, Eduardo Cunha. And I know when we were looking at the teams this morning, you were extremely happy to see Eduardo's choices.
Yeah, see, I love this matchup. I looked at both these players, like they're among the first 5 players I checked their team. You know, I don't care what happens in the field, right? I'm just here to commentate, but I really do think it kind of just represents the game the best if the players kind of like pick their thing. Both these guys, I think, are very iconic for the teams they've selected. I hope both of them have great runs, and I think this is really fun. Edu, kind of the only player who really plays his sort of thing. He's kind of been using a similar pool of Pokemon throughout the course of the regulation. He did very well on the grass early on. Get a little bit quieter after that, which kind of made me suspicious, like, oh, I think he is going to bring it, because maybe trying to fall off the radars a little bit. But a version of Perish Trap that no one else really uses, right? I guess Perish Forward, they're calling it, Trap might be a little bit aggressive because he's missing a lot of the usual tools you have that sort of team, right? You know, you don't have multiple fake-up Pokemon, you don't have Sinistcha. It's just very unique and special. I think Edu also someone to keep in mind with an execution-based tournament. There's only one trainer in the modern era who's won a world championship by going undefeated. That would be him with his world championship, right? We hadn't seen it since Ray Rizzo back in 2012, and I gotta tell you, I played in that tournament. We didn't play nearly as many rounds back then, so that's a little wonky in that stat. Edu is special.
Well, here is Alex Underhill, who was one of the primary architects of this Sun Rain team. You have the Mega Charizard and the Mega Swampert, dual Megas, and of course, like we mentioned, they can both come to the battle. So be on the lookout to see how Alex is going to be able to maintain weather control, which Pokemon he chooses to bring in, and actually keep an eye out on that Grimmsnarl, which is really the glue that keeps this team together.
Yeah, that was kind of what clicked for me when I was like, oh, I get why I'm not playing this team. Where you want to use Grimmsnarl at a pretty high rate with this team. It leads well with almost everyone. It can do a lot of fun tricks. You can kind of just play it straightforward a little bit, where it's like, hey, you know, like I'm going to lead it with like Charizard or something. I'm going to protect. I'm going to get the screens up. I'm going to make my already great Pokemon even bulkier. It's also very cool with these 2 weather-based Pokemon where you can click a parting shot. Your opponent has to switch first. You have that first in turn order, and then the Grimmsnarl with that boosted priority will parting shot, and you can choose to bring in a weather Pokemon, or if perhaps you predicted incorrectly, you can bring in a different Pokemon instead. Kind of keep your options available for a following turn. I think another thing to keep in mind of his team that's kind of neat, check out that nature for Archelodon. Not something that we've always seen with it, where I think one thing trainers lamented with the Pokemon Champions game is that no longer do we have a lot of held items that we're used to, particularly that Assault Vest. A special defense boosting nature is not an Assault Vest, but still much more vulnerable on the special side. So doing what he can there to increase the special defense of this Pokemon. If you can take a few weak physical attacks, it gets pretty gross on the defensive side.
Yeah, it does.
Although noteworthy, I think being able to use Archelodon well is one of the things I think that makes this team really powerful, where it's just like a great Pokemon that is a little too reliant on the Rain Core, which otherwise maybe isn't considered to be super powerful, but not so great maybe in this particular matchup where Perish Song is like, hey, I would like it if you did not ramp against my team, actually, and it's a pretty hard stop.
Yeah, I'm giving you 3 turns to ramp maximum. Otherwise, your Pokemon is done. But that is part of why Grimmsnarl is going to be so important here. Having that priority parting shot does give Alex a way to break the trap if Edu decides to go for the Shadow Tag version with the Mega Gengar. And here it is. This is a team that really only he has been using, and only player, one of the only players that I've seen with a Perish-style team here in the tournament entirely. And it's that mode centers around that Gengar, it centers around the Politoed and the Incineroar. That Incineroar is a crucial piece of the Perish core.
I think it's pretty cool too. I'm pretty shocked that we're actually getting a Swampert mirror that isn't just the Sun Rain team against itself, where I think a Pokemon we kind of weren't sure what to make of when Regulation MB first came out. It kind of seemed like one of these things where it's like, oh, like, you know, maybe this is for like more casual players on the ladder, but it's not like the sort of thing that's going to show up in a tournament. Clearly not. But it's worth noting too, the other teams are like hard rain, right? But it's a very awkward matchup where they have a lot of the same tools. It's that Politoed instead of the Pelipper, not something we see very frequently, but is sort of like a Perish Song specific tech here where it gives you a second Perish Pokemon, also much bulkier than Pelipper is, has fewer type weaknesses, so sort of a fun thing to have mixed in. But we're missing the moth in the room here. I think the really interesting thing on this team.
Yeah, one of the things that Perish teams will love to have is any ability to stall out turns. And one of the best ways to do that is Sleep Powder, especially on Compound Eyes Vivillon here. That means that those Sleep Powders are going to be much more accurate than usual. And if Edu is able to sneak out 2 or maybe even 3 turns of sleep, that's enough to knock a Pokemon out with Perish Song.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun synergy there, right? Because you can do it that way, or hey, his own Archelon doesn't have to worry about Perish Song because he can just not click the button, right? So if he's the one ramping, or if his Swapper's on a rampage or something, I think it's really interesting. We do immediately see those trademark Pokemon, the Gengar and the Vivillon, against a more common lead on the other side with that powerful Charizard Venusaur combination that drives that offense right from turn 1.
Yeah, one of my favorite titles as well, Gengar, the historic genius, out on the field alongside Edu's Vivillon. Double Sleep Powder options here because you also have the Venusaur on Alex Underhill's side, is able to, with the Chlorophyll ability, outspeed all of the Pokemon out on the field, ignore Rage Powder from Vivillon. So if Alex is worried about that Gengar setting a trap and setting Perish, he has chosen the lead that gives him the opportunity to stop that in its tracks.
One thing is important to keep in mind here too, if you played against Vivillon a little bit on the ladder perhaps, this is Focus Sash, not Choice Scarf, so plays a little bit different, they get a little more conservative, a very much more World Championship feeling version of this build versus just like, clicking the Sleep Powder and hoping for the best.
Well, there is Mega Gengar, a Pokemon that typically gets slept on up until the World Championships, now out on the field, piloted by the world champion Eduardo Cunha. Alex will go ahead and Mega Evolve the Charizard right away to get the drought on the field and allow the Venusaur to be the fastest thing on the field. Noticing that as an option, Gengar will go ahead and protect this turn as well. The Vivillon will also protect just to scout out what Alex is trying to get away with here. Ooh, Sleep Powder into the Vivillon and not the Gengar, so calling out that the Gengar was being threatened, but Eduardo with that double protect, making sure that there is no risk of any damage or any wasted turns.
Yeah, so double protect great for a lot of reasons there. You kind of always love to get that protect Mega Evolution and Mega Gengar where you can, where now if it does switch out of battle, you can immediately threaten a trap when you switch it back in versus the switching in the regular Gengar, which is both very frail and also like not immediately providing any value. Also very fun this matchup where the Charizard did Mega Evolve. I think whether Alex chose to commit that or not was very interesting on the first turn. Now potentially either player could bring in their own Drizzle Pokemon and change the weather, which would then slow Venusaur down enough that it's slower definitely than Gengar.
Yep, well, there is the Vivillon going to switch out for Politoed, immediately remove the Sun. It's not going to be Alex's own Pelipper. Instead, Edu bringing out the Rain with Politoed. Sludge Bomb deals good damage to the Venusaur, brings it down to about a third health as Hurricane connects on to Gengar. Alex calling that switch into the Politoed, not going for a Fire-type attack. Instead, the Flying-type Hurricane, perfect accuracy, connects onto Gengar, gets a confusion, and Politoed falls asleep on the switch in.
Hey, Sunrain, baby, that's it right there. Where normally that situation really bad for Charizard, right? Even like the flipped up standard version, like, great, you get an Ancient Power, Gengar, good job. But instead, that Hurricane, far more powerful, like 3 times as powerful as an Ancient Power would be, doing some very serious damage to that Gengar, as well as critically causing that confusion where, maybe in another scenario, Edu here is going to go for the protect, but potentially game losing if you get that confusion roll long.
Yeah, all it takes is one bad confusion roll, and you can lose the game in an instant. No self-hit here on this turn. Gengar will be able to protect itself. Hurricane catches the Archaludon on the switch in here. That's going to deal good damage to that Pokemon, even as a resisted hit. Like you mentioned, you do have to invest quite a bit into the special defense, but Archaludon will tank these 2 hits. The ineffective, mostly ineffective, 4 times ineffective Leaf Storm on to the Archaludon, which now has +2 defense against these 2 special attacks.
Sorry, everyone. I think I had my PTSD moment there. I've experienced Leaf Storming Archelodon that way. If you do many times, but yeah, it's sort of an interesting play for both trainers there, right? Where 2 levels of boosted defense in Archelodon, great in a lot of matchups. Potentially not very great in this one. The only physical attacking Pokemon in Alex's team is that Swampert, who could still be in the back, as we mentioned. You do have that option here, but otherwise not such a big deal. Also, Hurricane, I mean, because of that, catching Archelodon, like I don't know whose catch was this, but it does do a little bit more damage to Edu's Archelodon, which is not calm like Alex's, so probably more physically invested, though it depends how they're trained as well. They only know each other's natures, not each other's training.
Absolutely. Venusaur will protect itself this turn, while Gengar is able to snap out of confusion, trying to pick up the KO onto Venusaur, but Alex will not allow that to happen. Instead, the Hurricane now connects onto Gengar, but that does open up the Charizard to a huge Electro Shot coming out from this Archelodon, which does go ahead, charge up. We are in San Francisco, the land of the Golden Gate Bridge, and this bridge is angry. Edu would like to pick up a KO here.
Yeah, I've never seen a bridge do this in real life, but it's really going to hurt Charizard, and both trainers are going to change their trade their Mega Evolved Pokemon on this turn. So, it felt like in a lot of ways Alex had a nice advantage there, but kind of still having to take that trade, and now all of a sudden things don't look so bad for Edu there. He does have, the potentially irrelevant 2 levels of boosted defense, but a definitely relevant level of boosted special attack. The weather will be rain for the remainder of this battle, or nothing once it expires, which is probably to his advantage as well. Still waiting to see some of Alex's unrevealed Pokemon, but things at least looking a little better for Edu, although he does have to deal with that sleeping Politoed, as well as Vivian, who's kind of running out of things to support, but will come out here while it still has one big attacker, and faced out in Archelodon on the opposing side as well.
Yeah, that Archelodon on Alex's side is going to be in a little bit of trouble here because Edu is ahead on the boost. So already has +1 special attack on his own Archelodon. That means that Alex needs to catch up. It may come down to can Alex hit his sleep powders?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a big deal, and potentially both directions here, as well as the Vivian on the other side of the field. Also, critical to keep in mind here, Vivian started the battle, but still has that focus action tact, and it's going to survive at least one more turn as it puts the opposing Archelodon to sleep.
Yep, the fastest thing on the field and has the compound eyes, but it puts the Archelodon to sleep, but Venusaur will go ahead and put them off to sleep as well. Alex will go ahead and use the first turn of mandatory sleep on his own Archelodon, as Eduardo will pick up the KO onto Venusaur. So no more sleep powders on Alex's side. It is going to be all down to the Archelodon and whatever the final Pokemon in the back is for Alex to break through this Archelodon. And it's looking difficult because even though this Swampert has super effective damage, Edu did get 2 boosts to the physical defense.
It's a really awkward position for Alex now, too, because not only that, but of course this Swampert can't Mega Evolve. We saw that from Charizard as well. And the Archelodon on Alex's side can't protect an Earthquake because it's asleep. So lots of things not quite right here. The tough start for Edu, and we see Polito coming in here. We'll talk about it in just a second.
Well, Archelodon does not wake up here, takes a Dragon Pulse. With that +1 special attack, brings it down to half health. Swampert trying to pick up damage onto the Pavilion will instead hit the Politoed on the switch-in with the Ice Punch, and now the rain has ended. Edu switched in Politoed, the perfect timing.
Yeah, awesome sequencing. I love everything about what Edu did here. I got a little too excited when I realized what was about to happen, but Politoed comes in here, doesn't set the rain again, which at this point I think is to his advantage, because at some point this Politoed is probably going to wake up. It's going to use Paris Song. There's still 3 Pokemon remaining on Edu's side to allow him to cycle here, and it's going to be very difficult for Alex to do enough damage quickly enough. He does not have any special attack boost in the Archelodon. It no longer has the option of an Electro Shot unless you want to try and charge it up, where there simply isn't time to do. And this Swampert just in a tough spot, right? Even with Earthquake, I think it's going to struggle to damage the opposing Archelodon. Politoed's feeling pretty great too. It's just so naturally bulky. It's going to resist Swampert's other moves. There just doesn't seem like there's a ton of options left here for Alex. And even though the beginning of the game seemed like it went so well for him, there just doesn't have a lot of pieces left.
Yet the one benefit is that Alex's Pokemon have taken their sleep turn, so Archelodon will wake up for Alex. Deals good damage to Eduardo's Archelodon, which will fire back with another Dragon Pulse. Not enough to pick up the KO. We saw how much damage it did the turn before. Now Swampert firing off the Ice Punch into Edu's Archelodon gives it another stamina boost, fishing for a crit or maybe even a freeze onto that Pokemon. As Politoed, I believe that is its first turn of mandatory sleep. So now Politoed is going to be able to wake up and set the Perish Song. The Pavilion also has not taken its turn of sleep yet either, but Edu doesn't need those Pokemon awake.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love Polito maybe just wake up for just a second, get a little song off, then you can snooze again if you want to. Your job's kind of done. But also, like, geez, at this point, Polito could probably maybe just get mad and go on the offense, and that could be a path to win too. Also, worth keeping in mind, Vivian doesn't need the rain to use its Hurricane. It does have that compound eyes. Yeah. Normally talk about, the accuracy boost on the sleep-inducing sleep powder, but it also makes Hurricane pretty reliable. And the Dragon Ball's not going to be reliable enough, going to miss the knockout by enough that Swampert probably can't finish it off.
Yeah, 10% health remaining on Edu's Archaludon as it picks up the KO onto Alex's. Archaludon goes down for Alex. This Swampert needs to be able to pick up a KO on to the Archaludon, but Polito takes the one turn, sets the Perish Song, and now all Pokemon on the field will faint in 3 turns. Edu doesn't mind. He doesn't care. There's another Pokemon in the back. Even though it's asleep, it still has its Focus Sash. The Freeze, I don't care. That's fine. I still have Pavilion in the back with the Focus Sash, and you only have 1 Pokemon left, and you're already out of time.
Yeah, bad news here. I think Polito probably wasn't going to take any actions anyway. He's going to just hop out of battle there, and then, there was no way Alex is going to be able to pick up that knockout. So, going to be game 1 to Edu there, and we see the power of this team matchup, right? This team composition, rather. I mean, maybe the matchup too, but, no one else plays this, right? Again, this is a team that's only him, though he has posted some guides on it, so, perhaps people should have paid more attention to that. It's really impressive play, and really just kind of showing off the power of this composition there, where even though things seemed so great for Alex early, where he handled the Gengar very well, the Gengar wasn't the only threat on this team, and we didn't have a whole lot of trap there, but we did have a lot of Perish.
Yeah, the Gengar did what it needed to do, which was it did trap that Charizard on the field long enough for Archaludon to knock it out. And after Charizard went down, there was no chance of getting the Sun back up, which meant that the Archaludon was happy to tank special attacks from either of the Pokemon remaining on the field, and it just boosted its defense enough so that Swampert couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and we kind of really see the impact of that in Venusaur as well, where it just terrible in this matchup once the sun goes down and the rain comes up there, where if it was able to get a hold of the opposing Swampert or something, that would make a big difference. But I don't think Swampert is nearly so pivotal to Edu's side of the field as to Alex's, where likely on this sort of team is more of a backup mega. It's like, hey, Gengar really isn't going to work here, so I'm just going to play kind of a rain mode, where Swampert a little more important on Alex's side. So Venusaur just not having a ton to do, and like even Politoed, it's not a Swampert, right? There's a real world where it takes probably 2 Leaf Storms to survive the first one, eat up, and then the special attack drop from the Venusaur going to have a hard time clearing it as well. So Alex going to be back on the drawing board a little bit here. One Pokemon to keep in mind, which I think is actually very difficult to bring this matchup, is like, well, you could try Grimmsnarl for the pivoting, but I do think it is a tricky Pokemon to use this matchup just because it is so passive, which potentially leads to some situations where, hey, if Edu does find a way to get a couple of knockouts, it's really bad against the Perish.
Well, speaking of the Perish, this is a classic Perish lead with the Incineroar alongside of Gengar. Again, Alex will be opting into the Sun mode to lead, at least with Charizard and Venusaur out on the field. But this time, Vivillon is not on the field. Eduardo has gone for the more consistent Fake Out, which definitely will block that Venusaur from going on the offensive with the Sleep Powder.
I assume we'll see a fairly passive turn here, but maybe one of the 2 sides will try to make a big read. There's the option for Alex to try to Fake Out, to protect, to block the Fake Out. Also could switch here if maybe you feel like after the first game letting Charizard get trapped is not such a good idea. To try to delay the Mega, that would be one switch up option. And then, on Edu's side of the field, he wants to play a little bit slow anyway, because like we mentioned in the previous game, you want to get that Mega Evolution up, so you have the option of switching Gengar out and pivoting back in later to catch something if you need to.
Well, that is going to be a Mega Evolution onto Gengar right away. Alex again opting to Mega Evolve Charizard on that first turn as well. This Pokemon is now trapped on the field alongside of the Mega Gengar. As well, the Venusaur also trapped out on the field, but no protects. Instead, Fake Out connects onto Charizard this time. No protect onto Gengar either, which means that Alex is able to launch a Sleep Powder, goes for an aggressive play there, gets a Sleep onto Gengar. Uses its first turn of mandatory Sleep here, but that is kind of a coup for Alex to at least get that Gengar away from being able to do any kind of Perish shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, this makes this turn really tense, right? Where if perhaps there's some sort of pivot in a Politoed, a Gengar wake up, it's a huge swing. If it's not, then maybe something big happens the other direction, where this Gengar not able to do too much. And Incineroar, sort of an awkward spot here too, where it's a support Pokemon, but usually you want to pivot out with a Parting Shot, which will allow both these powerful Pokemon to act first. And I don't know if Gengar has that much time.
Yeah, and super aggressive play there from Alex to not go for a Protect onto the Venusaur. That is something you have to do against these Perish teams, like you mentioned. Doing any kind of passive play can just result in Eduardo getting a Perish Song off, and now you're just sort of out of luck here. Venusaur goes for the Sleep Powder on to the Incineroar, which does go for a Protect this turn. Gengar wakes up immediately, only takes one turn of sleep, fires back with a Sludge Bomb into Venusaur. That is a critical hit this time, brings it down to only 13% health. But now, Charizard is able to fire back with a Weather Ball into the Gengar, also able to hold on with just a sliver of health this turn.
Makes this next turn for Venusaur really important. He's going to have to hit a read right. You go for a Sleep Powder and then Incineroar slot, which also could still miss, and then go poorly that way, or do you catch Gengar perhaps, trying to get a little too cheeky here and try to pick up a knockout in that slot, because leaving it unpunished would really hurt. Interesting situation. Charizard maybe somewhat free as a result.
Yeah.
But, again, you know, if you're going to, it's like you can switch it out, right? You can't pivot here, so it's still a difficult position. I think probably see, you know, protecting a pivot here on Edu's side, but lots of damage both ways. We're so close to something impactful. Gengar going to protect, so likely a parting shot from the Incineroar.
Yeah, at least an attempted parting shot.
But not gonna
happen. With the Sleep Powder, not gonna happen. Venusaur is going to be able to connect with its Sleep Powders throughout this entire game so far. Heat Wave, though, will be able to connect onto the Incineroar, so getting a little bit of chip damage onto that Pokemon. But the Sleep really crucially preventing Politoed from being able to switch in this turn. And Gengar is now blown its Protect once more and is vulnerable again.
Yeah, this is a much more awkward spot for Edu than anything we saw in the first game, right? Where this time, because Gengar's so weakened, if it leaves either Charizard or Venusaur unchecked here, it could be knocked out, which really creates some problems here. Perhaps Incineroar will just wake up immediately too, but since Gengar is forced out, awkward, as Politoed will come in. Will we see a Hurricane Call we saw like in the previous game, or even a Weather Ball, which is now Water type in event? Incineroar, no, it's Heat Wave, so worst possible option.
Well, Politoed dodges the Heat Wave, a little bit of damage onto the Incineroar. There is the option for Alex to cover with a Leaf Storm on the switch in, but a Sleep Powder, and Politoed is dodging everything. Good news for Alex is Incineroar stays asleep for a turn here, which means that Eduardo still is having trouble pivoting that Pokemon out and getting the momentum, but that is a huge turn for Eduardo to get that Pokemon in for free.
Yeah, now this is a very pivotal one for Alex, where that last turn was not great, right? Where miss an attack, kind of make the wrong call on another one, and an opportunity there is kind of wasted, but the advantage of not picking up a knockout there is that Gengar is off the field. This is a free turn to switch as he'd like if he wants to, before potentially getting trapped again with a likely wake-up parting shot here, probably 50-50 for the Incineroar at the end of his turn. So, hey, what Pokemon do you want to allow to potentially be trapped here? Conversely, if you could try to go for a big knockout on something, but I think that that's probably pretty risky, and Charizard going to come out this time, going to at least create some option for a drought later in the game.
Yeah, if you get an opportunity to switch against a Perish team, you kind of want to switch.
And he gets the knockout too.
Yeah, gets best of both worlds. Leaf Storm connects onto Politoed, picks up a one-hit KO. That Pokemon goes down. Archaludon now gets in, but will be taking a parting shot for its trouble. Eduardo now will be able to choose which Pokemon he wants to bring out onto the field. Most likely that Gengar to set the trap once again, or at least to prevent the Sun from coming out to allow that Venusaur to get the speed advantage again.
We'll have to see if Edu can be a historic genius as well, because this is a really difficult position now. Gengar has been so weakened. Politoed now been one shot, and that really limits any potential endgame here where you win through Parasong, right? Only one Pokemon capable of using it left, and very likely that it's going to get knocked out before that sort of win condition. So probably going to need some sort of way to actually score conventional knockouts, and that's going to be tough. We still don't know the final Pokemon, I believe, on that side of the field. You'd assume it's not Vivian just because of the way this is going out, so either his own Archaludon or with a Swampert.
Well, with the fake out onto Archaludon, that means that there will be a stamina boost, but crucially, Archaludon does not get an opportunity to move. That means that Alex is not going to be able to deal any damage this turn as Gengar picks up the KO onto Venusaur. And if you are playing a Perish team, it is so critical that you don't fall behind in the Pokemon count. Both of these two players are now even on the Pokemon count, but Alex definitely with a huge momentum advantage right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just too late for the Perish, though, right? This is not just a team. It is no longer a Perish team.
Just a team.
Swampert, the formerly buff, going to enter another fantastic title. These trainers have done some farming. But Swampert looks great here, right? Where we do have some of the awkward situation of the previous game where it's like, oops, sorry, Archaludon, but love to do some Earthquake in here. How you feeling about that? This time it can protect, it's not asleep, and also it has a defense boost it didn't have in the previous game. So maybe you go full send here if you're feeling really crazy, but there's also the opportunity to play this a little bit more slowly. Of course, there's no Swift Swim on the regular Swampert, so Gengar is the fastest Pokemon in the field, but probably not threatening a one-hit KO on either of these Pokemon, so You could try to Electroshot and scale if you think that, Edu's going to try to play this a little bit more passively, but you're kind of like one big play from sending this to a game 3 if you're Alex.
Yeah, there is the Protect coming out from Incineroar on Eduardo's side. Gengar is going to go for a Perish option here just to at least try to keep that Archaludon from getting too far ahead with these Electro shots. Puts a timer on it so that Alex at least has to really hit the gas here and start picking up some KOs. That is going to be a special attack boost onto the Archaludon, and it fires off that into the Gengar. So Gengar definitely going down here, did not opt for, probably about 50%-ish damage to either of these Pokemon with a Shadow Ball. Instead, going for the Perish Song to at least hopefully try to get some momentum back when one of these Pokemon has to switch out.
We'll have to see what this final Pokemon is here. It's going to be pretty critical.
It has to be Arch, right?
Yeah, I think so. And in that scenario, you're feeling really good about this Swampert. Alex has some great options now. While these Pokemon are perished, you could try to switch this Archaludon out now, even if with the boost if you wanted to, get that Drought active again. I think there's a good chance Swampert kind of just wins on its own from there. Of course, you still need to pivot it because it's also still afflicted with that Perish Song, but you've got some great tools there. And at this point, hey, there are no special attack boosts for this Archaludon. Another thing to keep in mind, there's only one more turn of raids left, right? So if you don't immediately want to pivot your Pokemon, maybe you're willing to let one of them go down to Perish Song. You could try to get some damage on first, but it's not like a huge threat of the opposing Archaludon scaling, but it is Charizard's immediately coming in. It's like, hey, no special attack boost. If you click that button, it is over.
Yep, it is over if you click that button. Incineroar is continuing to protect itself just to dodge the damage coming out from Swampert. Eduardo will be able to get the special attack boost from this Electro Shot, but without the rain, he's going to have to wait another turn for the opportunity to fire that attack off. And that just means it is going to have to tank this Earthquake. And Alex will be safe and free to just protect next turn to ensure that no Pokemon takes any damage from that Electro Shot.
Well, I don't know if I'm protecting. I think
you're right.
Hey, I got a better. I know how I can protect my Pokemon, and it's knocking them out. I think Weather Ball into that slot's going to be real bad for the Archaludon, and that pretty much will close it. I think Swampert likely to come out of the battle here, so it can come back later and finish off Incineroar if it needs to. But really well played by Alex, and I think I just played this right too. Where like, hey, maybe he'll make a mistake and let me have this Electro Shot boost. Like, I don't think I'm going to win this playing it straight, but Alex gets the Charizard out at the right time, and I think it's going to cash in. But no, I won't protect. He disagrees. Like, hey, let's not risk anything here.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Maybe
Could
this
be
is
faster. Depends on the Pokemon are trained.
Go ahead and get the 100% opportunity to win here. The Throat Chop connects onto Archaludon from Alex, just giving over another stamina boost. So this Incineroar is not going to be able to do basically anything. Alex has completely removed the Perish Song threat from
his team.
From his team, but Edu
like,
still
hey, wait a
has
second.
one.
Did I hear a song? Incineroar is protecting through its own Perish turns, which I guess keeps it on the field a little bit longer. But Charizard's still facing this Archaludon now. Now no threat of an Electro Shot. And Charizard's special defense is pretty strong here. So eventually probably going to catch it, though not this turn.
Not this turn, but eventually most likely. And Eduardo taking his time here, just trying to see what opportunities he has for a Game 3, potentially trying to learn some information about the damage coming out from Alex's Pokemon. The Parting Shot will allow that Archaludon to take a Weather Ball a little bit more safely, but it's also gaining health from the leftovers. But with Incineroar's Perish count falling to 0, that Pokemon is now off the field, and Archaludon can't do this by itself, not in the sun.
Yeah, no, this is not an ideal setup here. Maybe you go for it, but you've got to deal with your opposite number who's healthier than you, plus a Charizard, plus Swampert, who by the time it comes in, may be a little unhappy with the amount of defense boost that its friends have given the opposing Archaludon, but still has a pretty significant type advantage. And hey, we don't know exactly how these Pokemon are trained either. Charizard is naturally pretty decent on the special defense side, so should take a Dragon Pulse pretty well. It is modest nature, so perhaps that's why both players playing this way they are. They don't know for sure how quick it is relative to the Archaludon. And using a Protect there doesn't reveal it. I'm curious if that was important. Or, they still don't know for sure which of these are faster. I think really the confusion on Alex's side here. But he will get the knockout, and hey, I think he'll handle that mystery being unsolved for one more battle just fine if it sends into a Game 3.
Yeah, I'm happy to trade a little bit of information for just a guaranteed Game 3 here, as Alex Underhill bounces back from a Game 1 where Edu looked like he was in complete control and able to find the path out of the Perish Trap this time around. Makes you wonder, is Eduardo going to try to ditch the Perish this time around? But I don't know if I like the Rain matchup into the Sun Rain team, so I think he's probably stuck with it.
Yeah, I think both sides will probably just run it back, right? Where, well, as much as maybe you'd love not to do that, having both lost a game, like I don't think that you can significantly change things too much. I think Alex is probably playing it exactly how he needs to. I think Edu has an option. You could try to bring the Vivian back if he wants to, maybe play that a little bit more forward the way we saw in the first game. Yeah. But unfortunately for both of the trainers, I think this is a matchup where sleep powder is going to be very important, right? I think Alex has actually been fairly unlucky where he's missed some sleep powders. He's got some very short sleeps. I don't know if I want to like be too defensive. Oh, he got a very short confuse on a Hurricane. I don't know. Does that count as unlucky? I'm not so sure. But, you know, with if Venusaur has himself a game, that could be very difficult for Edu to deal with there, where Venusaur probably still the MVP of Game 2, but scoring that big knockout in Palito really blew the game open, as well as controlling the early game with Sleep Powder.
Yeah, and that is one of the risks of this Sunrain team, is sometimes you do have to rely on Venusaur having one of those games. And if Alex wants to advance as an undefeated player into our third round of Swiss, he is going to need something out of that Venusaur. Venusaur is going to need to land those sleep powders, and Edu's Pokemon are going to need to stay asleep. At the same time, Edu needs to go back to what worked in Game 1 and maintain control of the field. I think what really happened in that Game 2, losing the Politoed, was a huge moment, and definitely the moment where the game turned on its head.
Yeah, I'll be excited to see what the trainers lead here, because I think the first turn of the previous game was also hugely impactful. Just that Vivian coming back down. It's like, hey, Incineroar, get out of here.
You didn't do anything, Incineroar. You fainted to our own Parish song. We know who the real star here is, and it's Vivillon.
Yeah, keep protecting your Pokeball. But I think it really does change things up here, because, yeah, it wasn't just whatever it was Incineroar was doing at the end of the game, but there's critically that read in the first turn, right? Where Venusaur got the free turn by dodging that fake out, or realizing the fake out wasn't coming. I guess dodging it more in like a metaphysical sense. But instead of this time, we get another interesting turn, right? Will Charizard choose to Mega Evolve immediately? Will Venusaur land a Sleep Powder if it goes for it? Will Vivian? Well, Vivian will probably land a Sleep Powder if it goes for it. That's its whole gimmick.
It should. It does not have a guaranteed sleep powder, but it most likely will. But like you mentioned, we are running back Game 1 here, and like in Game 1, going to see Gengar immediately going for the Mega Evolution, locking both Pokemon on the field right now and preserving the option to switch out and lock in another Pokemon. Alex also doing the same thing as he did in Games 1 and 2. Wants Mega Charizard for this matchup and doesn't care that it opens up the opportunity for Politoed to switch in eventually. There is the drought. Venusaur goes on the offensive. Sleep Powder into the Vivillon. No protects from any Pokemon on this turn, though. Sleep Powder connects onto the Vivillon and goes ahead and puts that Pokemon to sleep, as Edu will go ahead and launch a Perish Song immediately. All Pokemon now are affected by the Perish, and Charizard goes for a Heat Wave that's going to break Vivillon's Focus Sash, bring it down to 1 hit point remaining, and put Gengar over 50% damage. That is a lot of damage and a big change up from Game 1, where Vivillon had its Focus Sash the entire game.
Yeah, this is a really scary turn now in a lot of different reasons, right? If the Vivian is able to wake up and do something here, I think it'd be very impactful. But now we're in a situation where, like, do you even give it the chance, right? We've seen previously Gengar can't one-shot either of these Pokemon. So if you just double send attacks here, you do, I guess the threat then is Gengar switches for Politoed. That causes the turn order to change. Vivian is able to get a Sleep Powder off. But Vivian doesn't wake up here, and Charizard just launches a Heat Wave, which now it doesn't like have a ton of incentive to do anything other. Like, you really need to catch Politoed that badly. Alex could just be that close. Really great turn from him there. Calling Gengar not protecting for the first time of the match on turn 1.
Well, Gengar is going to retreat. Eduardo brings in the Politoed instead. That does at least temporarily lift the trap here, as Vivillon goes ahead and sleeps one more turn. Weather Ball from Charizard connects onto the Politoed, deals a little bit of damage, while now Venusaur is able to fire off a Sludge Bomb that will pick up the KO onto the Vivillon, but crucially allows Edu to bring back in the Gengar. So both Charizard and Venusaur are now down to 2 on their Perish count. Gengar comes in here, will continue to trap them. Double Protect here brings them down to 1. Alex gets 1 chance to swing at Edu.
Yeah, I mean, that looked a little bit bad there, but Edu's definitely not, his hope aren't middle gone yet, where still a little bit awkward, where you don't really want to give up that Pokemon if you can avoid it. Gengar's HP could still matter, but we finally see the pure Perish Trap approach to this game, right? Where, hey, you know, had to sacrifice a Pokemon, that's a bummer, but that's its job, right? It's just there to slow things down. Going to need to make a lot of value out of that last turn, and Palito going to switch out here. I'll have to see what comes in. It is the Archaludon. So very interesting final Pokemon here, going to try to sneak in on a turn where maybe he thinks that that attack is either not going to be targeted or will be targeted with weaker attacks that will help boost that defensive ability.
Yeah, at minimum, Edu needs to have some kind of offensive pressure coming out on this next turn. Catches the Leaf Storm on the switch in, so only deals a little bit of damage to the Archaludon. Gets the stamina boost for presumably the Swampert in the back as in previous games.
That could be huge, right? Where I think that's a really big mistake where not only is the Leaf Storm, it does a lot of bad things there, right? The boosted defense on the Archaludon, I mean, that's a bummer and all, but I mean, the play here on Edu's side is you're probably going to switch this Gengar back out for the Palitoad, right? Where suddenly with that Leaf Storm not doing so much, you're no longer threatening that one-hit KO on the Palitoad that you were in the previous game, or that could stick around a little while longer, maybe create some more problems. And this Archaludon's also in a pretty safe spot here where maybe you get put to sleep instead because you're not threatening all the damage, but you get the 3 Electro Shot here. I think I really like that if I'm on Edu's side of the field, where you're going for that Leaf Storm instead of a Sleep Powder could really wind up causing some problems.
Absolutely, and Archaludon doesn't even need to go on the offensive here to pick up KOs because both of these Pokemon are on their final turn of Perish. Edu has the opportunity to just go for a Protect, but instead, no Protect coming out. Politoed tanks this Hurricane on the switch in, going to be able to heal back up with its Citrus Berry, brings it back over 50%, and the Sleep Powder connects onto the Politoed as well. That means that Archaludon gets a turn to go for a boost with this Electro Shot. Both of these Pokemon are fainting at the end of this turn regardless, but Eduardo gets away with everything. A stamina boost and a special attack boost, both of which are going to be critical at breaking through, presumably, the Swampert and Archaludon in the back for Alex.
That really interesting choice from Alex's side. So I think he, like me, got exactly what he expected there. So I think the bet if you're Alex and it's like, hey, like, you know, sucks that I'm probably going to have to give up this Electro Shot boost to the Archaludon, but the advantage of this is I have a very high chance of putting the Pokemon next to Archaludon to sleep. It didn't get to use any sleep turns there, so it will not wake up on the following turn. By not knocking up Palitoad, I don't give a free switch to Gengar, which potentially I don't want to do as well. Instead, Archaludon going to come in and watch some Cloud. Swampert going to come in here, do its spells to help out as well. And, you know, maybe things are reversed here a little bit, right? Where the defense boost, again, potentially being impactful. Edu has one, Alex does not, and being ahead here with that Swampert, maybe wanting to Earthquake all of your Archaludon, going to make a big difference. Also kind of makes a situation here where it's nearly impossible for Edu to try to switch the Palitoad, right? Like, it's so risky where now Alex is an interesting decision, right? Like, do you try to target this Archaludon? Do you maybe hope that you get a long sleep on the Palitoad so you can isolate that slot? You're definitely going to Electro Shot something. Maybe picking up the knock on the Palitoad, we'll have to see.
Well, that's the Electro Shot, so Alex can start catching up to Eduardo's Archaludon's special attack boost. The Electro Shot is going to fire off into the Politoad. Pretty clean KO there as Politoad goes down. That means that Edu will be able to bring in the Mega Gengar on this next turn, but Edu is also trying to keep those special attack boosts up. Getting a second special attack boost from the Electro Shot. That's only going to deal a little bit of damage to the Archaludon, which does resist this attack. It doesn't have the best special defense, though, so after 2 boosts, dealing not insignificant damage and making the Swampert have to go for the Ice Punch, which is way weaker than an Earthquake.
It really needed that freeze there, doesn't get it, going to make it even more tanky against Swampert's future attacks. And also that Electro Shot boost is big, right? Wasn't at a point where it could knock out either of these Pokemon with Dragon Pulse anyway. So get a little chip damage could be great. Maybe you need one, fewer boosts to knock out that, one less boost, to knock out that Archaludon with Dragon Pulse. But, regardless, you need the boost anyway, right? Where Swampert, sturdy little Pokemon, and some of why the non-Mega is so powerful. So that ramping going to be important. And while Gengar's Shadow Tag not going to make such a big difference anymore, it is the quickest Pokemon on the field, right? Could do some significant damage to either of these Pokemon. I already saw that the Archaludon, despite the full nature, didn't take the Electro Shot from the opposing Archaludon super well. So a double up on these Pokemon could be enough.
Yeah, a double up onto either of these 2 Pokemon should be enough to pick up a KO. So either Archaludon or Swampert, both are in threat right now, and there's really no way to get around it other than making a call here. And Edu's going to try to stall that out by going for a Protect on the Gengar, but not a double Protect. Archaludon is going to try to go on the offensive here, tanks that Dragon Pulse for good damage, and another Electro Shot. Eduardo is trying to just get as many boosts as possible here. that gives Alex another opportunity to potentially get a freeze on that Pokemon with an Ice Punch, or maybe even just try to pick up the damage with an Earthquake. Arch still hangs on just barely there. Won't be able to take another Electro Shot this time around, as the Wave Crash is a choice into the Gengar, and the Protect preventing that from having any effect here. And now Eduardo is in the perfect position to clean this up and go undefeated into round 3.
Yeah, it's definitely still a throwable game, or if you could find a way to get your own Gengar knocked out here by the Swampert, maybe like double into Arch and miss it or something. You know, if Swampert knocks out Gengar, the Archaludon and Alex side, maybe you can pull it off, but it's really tense now. Edu's done a great job of pulling this one back from an awkward-looking beginning of the game, and you know, game 2 didn't go quite the way he wanted, but both trainers are close now. We're right on the edge of this one.
Absolutely, both of these trainers are so close to winning this game 3. It's going to come down to if Edu is able to make the correct targets, or if Alex is able to sneak in a KO here. Getting a third Electroshock boost, that might be enough to make Archaludon able to pick up the KO onto Swampert. With the Shadow Ball now collecting onto the Archaludon from Gengar, that's enough to pick up the KO here. If Dragon Pulse is enough to KO the Swampert here, there will be no opportunity for Alex to have one here. Not quite enough. 14% hit points. An Earthquake would be enough to potentially pick up the Gengar and potentially get a crit, but instead, just going for the Wave Crash onto Gengar, knocking that Pokemon out, and now Edu should be able to lock this one up.
Now locked in now. Almost got a little exciting there. You know, with protecting that Arch, it could have been a little bit different, but Edu getting that right read to close this one out, and what an exciting match between both of these creators. Seems like could easily have gone either way. Really interesting matchup. I don't think I've seen these teams play against each other before, so really a treat to get to see the masters of these archetypes facing off. And you know, gotta feel a little bad for both these players. Are you stressed? I'm stressed watching these four guys. Like, it's only round 2. They're gonna have a long day.
Yeah, it could never be me piloting, especially Edu's team, having to think so far ahead on each of those games. You know, this is why most players have opted not to bring a team in this style. It does take a lot of mental energy, but if anyone's going to be able to do it here, it would be the player who won his World Championships going completely undefeated.
Yeah, and I think we got to shout out Gengar a little bit too, right? I think it's kind of been one of those Pokemon, you know, it's Schrodinger's Pokemon a little bit here. We've been talking about Gengar since Pokemon Champions released, right? Did immediately win an event in Europe with a very Parastrap-based team, and based on that, you might think, oh, Gengar's been a big presence on this game for the entirety of its life, and you would be wrong.
You would be so wrong.
We've been talking like, oh yeah, trapping's really good. Gengar's going to be a big thing, and then we basically haven't seen it at all since Turin. Like again, you know, Edu had been playing this at grassroots events. Like we knew a few players had it, but it's just not really been a thing at all, right? It's like him and
Marco.
Yeah, Marco
and Michael.
And Michael, right? And that's basically been it.
Yeah.
And like, hey, you know, I think it's easily the most difficult Pokemon in the format to use, so perhaps not so shocking that we're only seeing like the trainers are known as being the very best of the best, especially from like a technical gameplay perspective, opting to go for this Pokemon. But you see how it works when it works, right? Perhaps you also see how easily it could not have worked and how things could have gone so wrong with even one mistake from Edu over the course of the end of those games there. So, hey, hopefully both these trainers get a chance to catch their breath after that one.
Yeah.
What an incredible match, but what a stressful one.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that matchup. I'm going to have so much fun going back and rewatching this one. I'm really excited for Ben's segment in just a little bit as well to dive deep into these teams and how they matched up against each other. And you're right, Gengar, despite most players rating it in sort of the top tier of Megas consistently from the start of Champions, the conversation around that Pokemon heading into the World Champions was like, but is anyone really going to bring it? Like, is anyone really putting in the work on Gengar to figure it out? Because it is a dominant Pokemon when you put in the work, and you need to put in so much work to make it work for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm actually a little more scared for Gengar after watching it win. Not because of it from a power perspective at all, obviously. Like, it won. We all saw it. We were all here together, Chad. But I think specifically just because of, like, I'm only half joking about the stress, right?
Yeah.
Where that was a very difficult game to play. And if every game that Edu plays is going to be just like that, that's going to be very difficult by the time we get to tomorrow afternoon, if you play so well as to get to tomorrow afternoon, right? We're going to play a lot of Swiss rounds just to get to the top cut. I believe we got like a dozen rounds before they even get to the single elimination bracket. it's going to be as much a battle of his own endurance as the endurance of his Pokemon trying to survive the battle long enough in order to let the Perish songs go off.
Yeah, 100% an endurance battle when you're playing a team like a Perish Trap team. Hopefully, if you're a fan of Edu, you're cheering for him to get a couple of rain mode games in to take a break in between the Perish games. But gotta shout out Alex as well. Really showed his understanding of this dual weather team, that he was one of the first players to come out and win an online tournament using this style of team. One of the players that was known for this style, and you could see exactly why, because he was shown that even though things looked really bad in Game 1, he made the correct adjustments in Game 2 and made that Game 3 still feel competitive throughout the end game. Like you mentioned, at the end, it looked kind of over, but it was still a throwable game. Alex kept himself in it and kept himself having an opportunity to win no matter what.
I feel a little bad for him too, because I think he played the right lines, right? But it's kind of a bummer from Alex's seat if you're playing as a Mega Gengar, because you kind of don't get to do anything.
Yeah.
Where it's like, well, like I either led the right Pokemon or I didn't, and then like I kind of just have to hit buttons after that, right? Or like I can't switch. I'm like losing kind of like the critical element of like what makes you good at VGC, which is positioning. Or like, well, my opponent gets to position, but like I'm just trying not to make
opponent
errors.
gets to play.
Yeah, and like it's a little frustrating, especially at this level. Like you really want to show off all your prep. It's like, yep, I'm clicking sleep powder because that is the correct thing for me to do. I thought the heat wave in particular was really nice in the third game, as well as
really gutsy.
Beating the fake out not happening in Game 2. So I think Alex played really well. It's just, again, it's hard to look good when you're against Shadow Tag.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be something that we're going to have to see if that follows Edu throughout the rest of this tournament. He's going to have plenty of matches to go, like you mentioned, before he's going to be able to make it into either Day 2 or into the top cut or all the way to the finals on Championship Sunday, with a hope to repeat as world champion. The first time someone would be able to repeat in the Masters division since Ray Rizzo back in 2011, when he won his second, and then 2012 when he won his third.
Yeah, just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, just a few.
Things have changed a little bit since then, too. Really no knock on Ray. But yeah, I mean, these tournaments are huge now, right? And I think the main thing that's changed, again, is that endurance, right? Where, Ray won 6 rounds of Swiss before the top cut bracket, I believe, at least the last 2 years. I probably all 3 of them. And, nowadays, that doesn't even get you through Day 1, right?
Yep.
You need 6 wins and 2 losses just to move on to tomorrow, where then you would then need to go undefeated because you would have 2 losses. I believe that Edu's really shown his ability to do this already. Again, his run in London may be the most impressive that we've ever seen.
I really didn't think it was possible to win an entire World Championships in the modern era going undefeated. It is just so long, and there is just so much variancy in each individual turn of each game of Pokemon that to go undefeated is really wild. And even to make it to the top cut going X and 2 is a monumental achievement in Pokemon now.
Yeah, like obviously he dropped some games along the way, but I mean, just think about it, right? Where these are the best players in the world, right? Imagine you're playing in the ladder. It's like, okay, you've got to win 20 games in a row. Like most of us haven't done that, let alone against players of this caliber. Let alone he doesn't get like many breaks, right? You play like, okay, well, enjoy your 5 minutes between matches before you got to do it again, and it's just so difficult to stay locked in, to not make errors, especially again teams like this one, where it's just so easy for that to happen.
Yeah, very error-prone teams. It can be if you are not ready and with all of your prep. But the man who was ready and with all of his prep is Eduardo Cunha, our 2022 world champion, and he's ready to tell you all about that last match and the rest of the tournament to come.
Thank you guys very much. I am joined with Edu, who moves on to 2-0. Edu, how does it feel to be playing back here at the stage?
It feels great. I really missed it. Actually didn't get, my last few Worlds weren't fantastic, so I haven't been here in a while, so I'm just so happy to be here.
I want to talk to you about your team, because I think I have seen you as the premier pilot, the #1 player on this archetype. Not a lot of other people, I think, are on it at this tournament. I don't think it's very easy to use, especially with Mega Gengar in particular. So yeah, what made you feel confident in it for the tournament?
So obviously my comfort with the team helps, but I also feel like the team was kind of built to beat a lot of the common teams, and I feel like the format hasn't changed too much. As like there were a few teams that popped up, but then they kind of disappeared. So I feel like into the strongest teams, it's really good. The problem is like some weirder stuff like the sand team that was going around. That matchup's a bit tricky, but I saw that for Worlds people weren't really liking it too much. So I thought it was a good opportunity to bring it back.
And of course, you went up against the dual weather team that's been quite popular. A lot of sleep powders thrown left and right. How did that matchup feel? Felt really tense, especially with Alex bringing regular Swampert here and there.
Yeah, actually, I'd faced them a little bit on ladder in practice, and I think the matchup comes down a lot to like the turn one. How it ends up coming down less than I thought, because I felt like if I got it wrong, I was in a really complicated position. I kind of got it wrong game 3 because I was expecting him not to Mega. Because if a lot of people in practice would not Mega Evolve the Charizard, scouting my double protect, so then they could Mega Evolve no problem. So I was expecting him to do that. And my best punishment sometimes is like just Sleep Powder Perish Song, and if he protects with both, I really punish that. And I was expecting that, kind of went all in. Maybe I could have found a better mid ground, but in the end, I was able to like pivot back in, perish trap the Venusaur and the Charizard, and but it took like some careful maneuvering. And I think that's the power of Perish too, is that it can create a lot of positions where you just click Perish Song and you switch out, and if they KO something, you bring it back in, they're trapped. If they don't, they're still forced to switch, and you can capitalize on it. So I felt like I was still in an okay position, even if the Vivian hadn't been KO'd, and there was a chance I could wake up as well. So I feel like the odds were kind of in my favor, and that also goes for the Sleep Powder War, because I have Compound Eyes and he doesn't. I also have Hurricane that when it KOs them, and well, they have Focus Sash as well, but it does a lot more damage, so much easier to finish it off afterwards. So I feel like I have a slight advantage against the Venusaur with a Vivian, but at the same time, they have the speed advantage with the Chlorophyll, so I have to be careful with the weather management. I think that's what it comes down to.
Absolutely, yeah. I think you were the last round to finish in that last one, so let you go. But before, any final words or thank yous that you want to say?
First, main thank you is going to be to my son, Lucas, my wife, Katarina, as well, my whole family and my friends who've been helping me, Francesco Pardini has been helping me so much, all of Team Aqua, and Gaspacho. Also a special shout out to Luca Lucignoli, Ruba Gianzini, and Luca Ceribelli. They're in a rough spot right now, and I hope you figure things out, and we're with you.
Oh, Edu, it's great to see you back here on the world stage. Congratulations and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here to break down some battles, but we don't have too much time to break down some battles this time, because as Aaron said, we've got our next round getting kicked off. But before we get into the little bit of time that we've got to talk about these teams that we just witnessed here, Gabby and I, we've got a little bit of an update for you on the Twitch drops. There's been a couple of issues, I think, for a few players trying to get their drops for this weekend, but don't worry, about half an hour's time from now, 1 p.m. PT, we're going to be seeing a little bit of an update to, I don't know what happens behind the scenes, but there's some magic that's going to happen to hopefully get that fixed.
Yeah, so they'll be pushing an update in about a half hour's time. So thank you so much for your patience. Please stay tuned, and we'll be getting you that update as soon as we can. So again, thank you so much for your patience. But let's go ahead and break down that battle, because that was such an exciting matchup. And I think we saw, you know, really the creator and the master of this dual weather team, this Charizard, who is honestly the most powerful Pokemon on a rain team, really try his best against the rain team to beat, I think, coming into this tournament. And what better way to see it piloted by the creator of the team himself?
Yeah, Alex has been on this sort of archetype, was one of the people that actually got this archetype set up, and is like, hey, hang on a second, how do I actually make the rain team composition work? It's like, maybe the answer's sun, I don't know. Like, this is definitely a very different take on playing Charizard, where it kind of feels like it's come as a secondary part of the team rather than the primary. But I mean, you wouldn't know it seeing that match against Edu, right? And so the way that this works, I love this composition where you've got the combination of quite a few different ways that this team can play together. So, of course, you've got Pelipper, you've got Archaladon, you've got Mega Swampert, and you've got Grimmsnarl, right? You can put all of those together. You've got the Grimmsnarl with its parting shot, making sure the rain's set up, making sure that Electro Shot's going off with the Archaladon, setting up the Swift Swim for the Swampert. So if you're not against the Charizard, even if you are against the Charizard, you know, you can pivot, you can flex that rain mode, and especially as well, this light screen and reflect from the Grimmsnarl. Especially, I think Archaladon is definitely one of the best users of it, but yeah, big shout outs to Big Boy Swampert, because, you know, he's really bulky when it comes down to it. If you ain't hitting him with a grass type move, with a light screen or reflect, maybe sometimes even if you are hitting it with a grass type move, right? It's so difficult to take down. But the thing that I love about this team, and we were talking a little bit about it, it's how this Charizard fits in. Water-type Weather Ball, Hurricane in the rain, and being able to function both to set up the Venusaur, but also to play in with the Pelipper.
Yeah, and I think that's something that a lot of players will forget, especially when just looking at the team sheet as it is right now. You know, you see the normal type icon next to Weather Ball, so you might forget that Weather Ball's special effect is that whenever the weather is set up on the field, it changes types into the type of the weather. So it can be a fire type move when Charizard sets up its own sun, but when there's rain on the field, it becomes a water type move. When there is snow, it's ice type, and then when it's sand, it's a rock type move. And Charizard's very high special attack always will take advantage of that. So it gives Charizard this flexibility that it otherwise does not have.
Definitely. It's like when all else fails, right, this team, it does have some matchups where it's like, well, do you know what? And we saw it here in this match, right? The right thing to do, Scott called it out perfectly, like Sleep Powder. That's it. You know, you lead with a Charizard, you get the Venusaur set up, you put something to sleep, you create the space for Charizard to do its thing, go on the offensive, put some dents in your opponent's team. Maybe then you've got Archaladon and Pelipper in the rain, and preparing for all of these different modes of this team is so difficult. It takes an intelligent pilot like Alex to be able to use the full potential of it, but it's got so many different bits of potential that it can hit on.
It's so funny you mentioned that, though, because then if you swap over to Eduardo's team, you can almost hold up a mirror, and admittedly, maybe it's like a funhouse mirror, because obviously it's not an exact copy of what we just said, but a lot of the same principles apply, because you have that Vivillon who also has that Sleep Powder, who can put something asleep and then open up opportunities for the Archaladon to start setting up with those Electro shots. You still have that Swampert, of course, who can take advantage of the rain, and Politoed, of course, can set that up for its buddy, but then, of course, you have the very oppressive combination of the Perish Song, both on that Politoed and on that Gengar, and then Gengar can Mega Evolve, have the Shadow Tag ability, and then trap a lot of Pokemon on the field. So then now Alex just loses the ability to switch those Pokemon around and set up those things we just spoke about.
100%. If you haven't seen too much of this Perish Song archetype, the way it works is everything hearing the Perish Trap will faint in 3 turns. And so that in combination with the Shadow Tag on the Mega Gengar here will be able to trap Pokemon in. If the Gengar is able to stay on the field, it's able to lock your opponents in. And on the last turn, everything switches out on Eduardo, in this case's side of the field, the person that's using the Perish Song, and then the other player's Pokemon, two knockouts happen. But then the beauty of that is that when 2 Pokemon get knocked out, there's only 2 Pokemon left. We only take 4 Pokemon to a battle, right? And so they can't switch either, and all you have to do with a few little steps in between, click that Perish Song again, and then wait that timer out. And that's why we see moves like Protect on Incineroar, where we don't often see it. We've got Protect here, we've got Protect here, we've got Protect here, we've got Protect here, and we've got Protect here. Every single Pokemon on this team can wait it out if the Perish mode is going to be the option of choice. But what I think Eduardo did so well in that match, the first 2 games, he didn't click the button, really. Okay, end of game 2, he clicked the button, it was like, well, this is kind of still over in Alex's favor. But in game 1, he was able to take the win without even clicking the button, just using the high special attack of Gengar, the ability for Archaladon to get its boost up with the Electro Shot, and use that momentum to just conventionally damage all the Pokemon on Alex's side of the field.
And that's the scary thing about playing an experienced Perish Song user, is that I think someone who's newer to the archetype will go for the, I press Perish Song once, I wait 3 turns, I switch my Pokemon out, and then I do that again to win the game. But someone who's played this team and knows it inside and out will know when to use Perish Song versus when to save it. And having to play that mind game against somebody is really what makes it tricky.
I think, especially in a lot of the turn 1s that you see with that composition, the way that you have to aggressively target down a Pokemon that's using Perish Song, a Pokemon that can trap Pokemon in, by definition opens you up to taking attacks, right? And so it's well, you have to play aggressive. You have to attack into those Pokemon to make sure you've got enough damage down on the board. But in doing that, it's like, hey, if you just want to attack me, by the way, I've got to open myself up to that as well. It makes it so risky to play in these matchups.
Yeah, and I really love just how this team is composed. Just to talk about other ways to stall for time, you know, yes, you can use your own Protect, but you could also potentially put your opponent to sleep with Sleep Powder. You could use Encore to lock your opponent into a move, so you have more time to go for that Perish Song. And of course, you have Rage Powder on Vivillon as well. So there's a lot of different ways you can stall for time. I guess there's also Incineroar's Fake Out, but that felt a little bit apparent.
Just gonna do a big ring around Incineroar there.
Perfect. Incineroar's existence will help you stall for time. This whole team is just constructed in such a way that enables both this you know, aggressive mode of play, but also to slow down for Perish Song's speed. And someone like Eduardo has that experience to know when to, you know, put your foot on the gas and when to hit the brakes.
Yeah, so like this is the other part of it. I think a lot of players have tried to figure out Perish Trap, and I think Eduardo's hit the nail on the head here, where you do have this like rain mode coming out here with these 3 rain abusers. And I think like a lot of the early stuff where you had Mega Gengar Komodo, because it has this combination of soundproof, so it doesn't hear the Perish Song, it doesn't have that timer ticking it down, but also like Gengar likes to knock out Fairy-type Pokemon. Komodo, Fairy-type Pokemon are its worst enemies, and so you get this like automatic synergy there, but it just didn't quite hit in the same way that previous Perish Song used to work. I think a large part of that is down to Gothitelle not being in the game, not having a secondary Pokemon that can trap things in. Like, hey, Gengar's getting a bit low. Let's lean on the Gothitelle to get the trap going, and so. Yeah, I think a lot of trainers have struggled with it, and I think this is where Eduardo's commitment to the team archetype and also like figuring out exactly how he needs to run it really cracks the code.
For sure. So I'm curious, you know, we've talked a lot about the teams. Were there any turns from those games that really stood out to you as key turns? If you had to pick like 1 or 2.
Yeah, like any turn 1.
Any turn 1.
Any turn 1.
You want to go to game 1, turn 1?
Let's go game 1, turn 1. Let's
okay.
go game 1, turn 1. So we're here. Let's get to a little bit of a nicer frame here. So we're seeing the Venusaur and the Charizard. This is how Alex was leading in this match versus the Gengar Vivillon that Eduardo was going for in games 1 and 3. And so what's happening here that's really, really important is like there's a lot of Sleep Powder being threatened on both sides of the field, and so yeah, if Charizard goes for the Sun, Venusaur gets its Chlorophyll boost, then it's threatening some fast Sleep Powders on the Gengar. And it's like, how do you actually deal with that pressure if you're Eduardo trying to keep the trap, right? So Sleep Powder coming in here, and then the Charizard maybe going for a little bit of spread damage, just attacking down into the Vivillon and the Gengar, and just bringing it down to lower HP. But if, like we saw here, Eduardo just goes on the defensive, plays the double protect, stops all of that damage coming into his side of the board, then actually, like, Alex has got to commit his Mega. There's a rain setter in the back. The Sun's already on the field, and then Gengar can go, you know, for either the Perish Song or just start going on the offensive.
It's a tough choice to make. I mean, that's always the prediction you have to make when you're playing these double Mega teams. You know, which Pokemon do you Mega, especially when you do bring both of them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and so like what we saw here, I think like really key is that in all the games, you had this Swampert Archaladon sitting in the back here, knowing that you were gonna, Alex, knowing that it's like, well, we're probably gonna end up in rain one way or another. My Charizard is gonna get trapped.
Yep.
Edu's got the rain as well. He's gonna set the weather situation. What do I want in the back? I wanna like lead out with my Charizard and my Venusaur, set some pressure, and then these guys get to go in on the back. And I think like perfect example of how these things really lead up. So I think that's all we've got time for, Gabby. We've been going for this for a little while, but I think it's really important to understand exactly how these Perish Song users work. Now we've got round 3 coming up, so we're going to kick it straight over to the casters and get things rolling.
Thank you so much, you two. Sierra Dawn, Lee Provost here. We are so honored to be here for the 2026 Pokemon World Championships, and it has been a fantastic day so far. And with Swiss Round 3 just around the corner, I cannot wait to dive into this.
I know, it's been such a fantastic way to kick off proceedings here this weekend, and yeah, the action's been hot, and it is going to continue on Round 3 on the way, and I cannot wait to get into it, Sierra. It's been phenomenal so far. As you would expect, it is the World Championships, right?
Yeah. I mean, looking at each one of these pairings and these matches, it's like, wow, this is a crazy matchup. But then you look across the board and they're all crazy matchups. We got the best of the best trainers from around the world trying to claim their stake as to why they are the greatest here in Pokemon Champions. And it's been absolutely incredible. So we hope you've been enjoying so far, because we certainly have been. And this next one as well. This is a familiar matchup. Looking at our notable pairings in Swiss round 3. This is a throwback to a region very familiar to you, Lee.
Yes, very familiar. Well, we can look at the notable matches, but the stream match, one we will be featuring, is going to be between Zachary Weed and Paul Chua. Throwback to that final in EYC earlier this season. What a match that was. And we're going to be able to have a kind of repeat here at the World Championships in round 3.
I'm so excited for this. The fact that you get to see an international finals replayed now on an even bigger stage is incredible. And of course, then an opportunity to maybe try and take down a prior USC nemesis, but across the board, so many strong matchups as well. A Europe matchup, Marco going up against Aurelian, certainly a very strong matchup. And Yuma facing off against Dawei as well.
Yeah, I mean, it just across the board just shows the caliber of players that we've got here at the World Championships this weekend. When you have round 3, pairings are looking like this. I mean, you go down the board at the bottom there. You've got Joji Kaeda against Wolf Glick as well. We had Wolf on earlier and started amazing fashion. Rintaro versus Taran, another really great one. And some of these players, I have been able to have a look at the teams. I'm not going to give anything away now, but some of them have some really interesting choices amongst the competition out there.
I know there's one in particular player with one particular Pokemon. I won't spoil it either. That's not our business, but certainly we have brought some spice to the Pokemon World Championships. But it's time to head over to the stage and get started with our feature match. Paul Chua facing off against Zachary Weed. Again, a rematch from our European International Finals, where Paul was able to best Zachary and take that EUIC title for himself. Now on an even bigger stage, can Zachary get his getbacks and take that win? A player that has certainly had an incredible season.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think if we look back at EUIC, that wasn't Scarlet and Violet. Terrestrialization was the choice there. But now we move into Champions, this rematch here, and Mega's taking center stage. Some really interesting choices from both players. Paul known for how well he can play those standard teams, picking that Charizard, Venusaur, Toxapex core, and going up against another very familiar team from the MA format, where that was originally conceived at the Turin Regional Championship, something that Zachary has really enjoyed playing. I believe ran at NAIC as well, playing that Mega Frozlast, Mega Scovillain team.
Yeah, looking back at NAIC, we got to make that phase 2 of competition with this exact same team. So certainly well practiced at this point, and a team that was designed to help beat some of the biggest teams that we have in the format. When you look like Pokemon like this Lycanroc, like this Frostlass, this can offer just so much offensive pressure. And of course, you always have to be careful when there's a Scovillain around.
Yeah, this team extremely strong, potent, got really good answers against some of the common Pokemon we see in this format, in particular the Lycanroc, giving you a really good answer to Charizard Y, and that's something that Zachary can leverage in this match. It's also going to be very good against that King Gambit. With that Poké Sash there, it's got a little bit of security. It can take at least one attack, keep around on the field a little bit longer, and more importantly, it supports that Frozlast so well in allowing that Auroraville setup. If you can time your Mega well enough, if Charizard's out on the field, you can get that set up and then maybe end the game with something like that King Gambit that is the main set of Pokemon on this team with that Swords Dance. Once that gets that powered up under its belt, it is going to be hitting extremely hard with those priority attacks.
For Zachary here, and when I look at this team in general though, of course, when you have a team that was designed to beat some of the biggest teams in the format, like the common Charizard archetype, of course, you have to be so careful with those pieces, and those Charizard players are going to be expecting it. That's how we saw the downfall of this team at NAIC, and how it kind of got picked off along the way. But of course, with months of practice since that opportunity, time to see if he can now take down Paul. Paul didn't compete at NAIC. We did see him compete at Indy, where he had had a nice run, but of course, a little bit of a different variation of the team now. But of course, the most common variation when you look at so many of these strong meta picks, things like the Toxapex, to really be able to stop the opponent in their tracks.
Yeah, you've got the fast defensive mode, you've got the choice Garchomp that's going to get the jump on pretty much everything. It's not going to be comfortable in front of the Mega Frostlass, so you need to give it a little bit of protection there, but you've got the tools to do that. Mega Charizard Y, of course, offering those big fire type attacks. Got a way to disrupt the weather and set up that Venusaur. If it can get in a place where that Chlorophyll's active, it can really throw out some huge damage when it's supported by that Life Orb. But the key piece for Paul is going to be protecting that Toxapex. That's going to give Zachary a big headache because you've not got really any direct answers to removing that quickly, right? So if Paul can play his cards right, the Toxapex could end up overcoming everything on Zachary's side of the field, and you think Zachary needs to probably concentrate on taking the pieces around the Toxapex down so it's left on its lonesome so you can kind of overwhelm it at the end of the battle. But Paul won't allow that to happen easily, and we know Paul is so good with these standard calls.
I mean, Paul is such an accomplished trainer with international titles, multiple regional titles under his belt, and trying to make that claim to the World Championship title. Getting into this match, very aggressive start from both of our trainers. Zach with that Kingambit Sneasler up against Sylveon, and Charizard for Paul.
Yeah, the immediate fake out support that you've got from the Sneasler onto the Charizard, just to stop it in its tracks, protect the Kingambit this turn. It allows it maybe to get a Sword Stance up, but Paul does have a little bit of security on its side as well. It has got Yawn on the Sylveon here, where it can potentially fire that off into the Kingambit, but it can't be too careful here because you have to worry about the Sneasler maybe not going for the fake out, going for that gunk shot. That would pick up a one-hit KO into that Sylveon, and then Paul loses a piece very early on. And that fake out immediate pressure, is Paul going to allow that Charizard to be a sitting duck, potentially fake out Kowtow Cleave into that slot, and Charizard doesn't want to take too much damage early on.
It's whether you call it Sneasler is going to go all out offensive or try and stop a Pokemon, but with the Mega, Charizard will be stopped on this turn as Zach will opt to fake out instead. Hyper Voice from Sylveon, a lot of damage onto the board, bringing the Sneasler down to less than half. Kowtow Cleave in return, though, Charizard will take a hefty amount of damage.
Yeah, now Zachary's put themselves in a great spot, right? That Kowtow Cleave onto the Charizard, it's in Sucker Punch range now, so that Charizard has to be very careful. Does it stay in, protect, or does it switch out? Maybe open the door for Zachary to even capitalize on that. And the Sylveon now in a position where, well, the Sneasler is still active on the field, and that gunk shot, well, not 100% accurate, it is a bit shaky. It is threatening a knockout onto that Sylveon, depending on how it's been trained.
Yeah, and threatening a double knockout on this turn, so much momentum could swing into Zach's favor. So for Paul, do you call out that Zach would maybe, it's just too telegraphed, right? Or do you try and swap out? It will be the swap with a lot of pressure on to that Charizard, just to switch around and a detect on Sylveon. No damage will be done to the one Pokemon, and if it was a Sucker Punch, Garchomp would have stayed safe. But it will be a different move instead. Kingambit with the Kowtow Cleave to bring the Garchomp down to about 40% damage.
That's a really great play here from Zachary. You know, it is risky going for that Kowtow Cleave. If the Charizard had stayed on the field and went for the Heat Wave, the Kingambit would have dropped. So knowing that the switch was coming, getting brave, and it really paying off there. The Garchomp now not in the safest position it was before. Is it in Sucker Punch range? That's the question, because if not, Garchomp going to be able to go for an Earthquake. I think Paul in the position where you could switch out the Sylveon, bring the Charizard in. It's got that immunity to the Earthquake, and both Pokemon on Zachary's side are going to be susceptible to super effective damage. Go down to that fast Scoff Earthquake.
It will just be the Sucker Punch into the Garchomp. No switch. Zach with another great call to get a Pokemon KO'd and take momentum into the match. Gunk Shot now into the Sylveon as well. That's a double KO.
Wow, what a play from Zachary. You know, it shows how important that Kowtow Cleave onto the Garchomp switch was before, and you can see locked up now. Paul knowing that there's no way back. The lead for Zachary was enough there, and locking things up with that Kingambit, and Sneasler, so well played, so much overwhelming power.
To have such a dominant first showing on this world stage over an opponent that has bested you in the past is absolutely incredible. I mean, we talk about Paul being just such a dominant player, and that is still true, right? But for Zach to constantly get those turns right and just take so much momentum from the get-go, no choice, but the forfeit after 3 turns?
Yeah, I mean, Zachary got every move right along every iteration of that first match and made it extremely difficult for Paul to get in that position where they could start building any momentum for themselves. And I think if the Garchomp had come in, if we'd seen the Sucker Punch, it would have been a different story, right? But Zachary knowing Charizard was so pressured in that one moment, and then being confident as well with the calculations, going for the Sucker Punch into the Garchomp, knowing that the Kowtow, the Sucker Punch combination is going to be enough to close it up, then they were in the driving seat. And I think all for Paul to do going into this game too.
That's a wake-up call of a game one if I have ever seen one. So a switch desperately needed in this game number 2. And we will see it. Charizard again in the lead next to the Garchomp, but a big switch up from Zach as well. Lycanroc and Frostlass to make an appearance.
Yeah, great adjustment here from Zachary. You first see it from Paul. You think the Garchomp coming out early is great, but then the Lycanroc appearing, the one thing that you can checkmate that Charizard with. And that's exactly what's happening here. The Frostlass as well is in that position where it can maybe stagger its Mega Evolution to guarantee an override of the Sun, if that's what appears here. But we're going to see a little bit of a switch. If Garchomp going to be kept for later, Incineroar coming in, dropping that all-important Incineroar.
Yeah, so Incineroar comes in. We will see Mega Evolution come into play as Frostlass, of course, will Mega Evolve. And with that, this could be a go button, as you will get the snow on your side as well. But Charizard, not looking to repeat any mistakes and take a lot of damage on this first turn, will protect. Blizzard, not Lycanroc, Incineroar is a Pokemon that will certainly not mind that hit with just minimal amount of damage. But it's time to see what the Lycanroc has done on the turn. Do you keep the Charizard honest, or do you try and make a call? It will be a Rock Slide, so Charizard will stay safe, but Incineroar will take some damage, though probably mitigated thanks to that previous Intimidate.
Yeah, nice play from Paul here, just to kind of mitigate the threat of that Lycanroc, drop the Intimidate. Now you've got that active Fake Out, so you can stop it in its tracks, as well as that you've delayed your Mega Evolution, so now you can Mega Evolve the Charizard, and you've got access to going for a Heat Wave. Why we're seeing the Frostlass switch out, so that Sun, if it comes out this turn, can be overwritten into the turn.
That's one of the things with these matches, when you have these weather Pokemon, you want to make sure your weather is the weather of choice. So with Mega Evolution on the Charizard, we'll get the Drought and we'll bring the sunshine out. For this Incineroar, we do have the option of Fake Out, and with that pressure, Lycanroc will protect on this turn, keeping the Pokemon honest. Fake Out from Incineroar, and it will just be this Charizard left to attack. Heat Wave, nothing into Lycanroc. The Basculegion that had just swapped in, though, will take a decent amount of damage considering it's not very effective.
Yeah, it's a nice switch in. It's probably the best one you've got there, but the main thing is you preserve that Focus Sash on the Lycanroc, and now you're still in that position where you're threatening the Charizard. You can also maybe just get that Basculegion out of here, out of harm's way, get the Frostlass back on the field, get control of the weather, and get rid of the weather on the opposite side of the field. Or you could keep it in and just attack into the Incineroar slot, maybe prolong your weather a little bit later down the line.
Also looking to preserve this Incineroar, swapped out, and he missed from the Rock Slide onto the Garchomp. But you kind of wish that was the Charizard instead, because that's still a lot of damage, though it will hold on. It does flinch, though. So Charizard, no attack, and Basculegion with the follow-up will bring Garchomp down to about half health. So no momentum being able to be gained from Paul on that turn.
No, and this is not looking great for Paul in this scenario here. Getting the Garchomp on the field's great, right? You've got the Choice Scarf, you can go for the Earthquake now, but the Lycanroc's still got that Focus Sash, and Charizard in no way, shape, or form going to be able to take another attack. You've also got the Accelerock to think about as well. Do you maybe, if you're Paul, try and preserve the Charizard, switch in your Incineroar here to drop another Intimidate onto the Lycanroc, and then give a little bit of help to that Garchomp after this turn once it does enter the field, but it is the Sylveon.
Yeah, it will be a swap, but with no Intimidate, just instead of Sylveon to soak up some damage. But Lycanroc with the Protect on the turn as well, as Basculegion with an Aqua Jet into the Garchomp just deals a wee little bit. And getting really low thanks to the Life Orb and Rough Skin Recoil. Stomping Tantrum Garchomp will deal off that remaining HP, so Paul to be able to take KO in this game too.
Yeah, it's a nice knockout there. The Lycanroc still safe and sound though, and that's the thing. I think what you would want to do with the Lycanroc against these Charizard teams is preserve it, and that's exactly what we're seeing Zachary do. And now bringing in the King Gambit, we saw the Sucker Punch damage earlier, so the Garchomp is going to be threatened. We know it has to attack if it stays on the field. Zachary has the choice here. Do you go for a Sucker Punch at the Garchomp, remove that, or do you go for Kowtow Cleave, which would pick up the knockout onto the Garchomp, and it would also get the Charizard, which is the only option if Paul wants to switch around and preserve it for later.
It will be just a Lycanroc that swaps out, though, as Frostlass will re-hit the field. And, of course, Coming back out will be the snow warning once again to get your weather of choice. Sucker Punch and Guard Jump low enough will be enough for that KO to get closer for Zach to try and close out this game. But of course now Sylveon, this is the opportunity to go on the offensive, and we'll deal a respectable amount to each one, but still just not quite enough with these remaining pieces, because again, this Charizard has just taken so much damage.
Yeah, and that's the problem here. You've not got the leverage now to be able to deal with this Kingambit effectively. And yes, the Sylveon's doing good, consistent damage each turn, but can it 1v4 the remaining Pokemon on Zachary's side of the field? Now it's sitting in Sucker Punch range, and the Kingambit probably just out of range from another Hyper Voice here. So you could imagine you could go for that. You could double protect, see if the Charizard protects you, but things not looking great for Paul. Zachary's so commanding and showing how well they know this team inside out.
And Kingambit with Protect, if you do just try and, if you were just trying to wait it out, that's not even going to be enough. So it will just be a hit into the Sylveon. Special defense dropped as well, and a Heat Wave on the board. You do have the Sun on each side, so you can deal a lot of damage. And into the Frostlass, already at half, will be enough to take another KO. We talked about, you know, the Sylveon not being able to 1-4, but if you're taking down all the other pieces, you might have a way back into this.
Yeah, and I think the thing is here, I think you just want to get a little bit, as much damage as possible off of the Frostlass, which is into that Sylveon, and get this Lycanroc in as healthy as possible. That's exactly what Zachary's done. It doesn't seem there's a way around. The Rock Slide now going to be enough to take that Charizard down and do enough decent damage to that Sylveon as well, while you've got the Kingambit to kind of back up and help out with that extra damage here. It does feel very difficult for Paul to come back into this, but remember they do have that Incineroar still in the back that they can cycle in at any point. It's really difficult though in front of this Kingambit that has a Defiant ability, so will boost its attack rather than lowering it like you would normally see.
It's difficult. The path is a difficult one, but you got to try and see if you can bring out any of the stops and catch Zachary slipping. Rock Slide on the turn to deal a lot of damage to both of these Pokemon, but it will knock Incineroar into that Citrus Berry range for a little bit more of the recovery. But if you wanted a way back into this, your Pokemon have to attack and flinch from the Sylveon. That's just devastating. It was a difficult one anyways, but no damage done on that turn. I mean, you have the fake out, but again, you're just not doing enough.
No, the flinch there was so important for Zachary to get. Pretty much locks this game up for them, because I think the Hyper Voice coming out there with that extra Pokemon advantage that Paul currently has, it gets a little bit step closer to closing this match up. But now the double protect is an obvious one to burn through that fake out. Now you're in that position where you can Rock Slide again. You're probably going to be able to pick the Sylveon up, get enough damage onto the Incineroar, and then between the Lycanroc Kingambit, you should be able to close things up, but not over just yet.
Not quite yet. There's always different shenanigans that can go on. If we're looking for the Rock Slide to deal a lot into this Incineroar and take off the Sylveon, there's always the opportunity of a miss. There's always the opportunity of a miss up along the way, and Sylveon will just detect. So hoping that Incineroar can make a play to do something here. Lycanroc instead opting for the Accelerock to make sure that you can pick up that Sylveon fast. Sucker Punch into the Incineroar will bring it down to 25%. What does this Incineroar do though? Flare Blitz, you do have the Sun. You have a Kingambit that was low health. So that does bring it down actually into just this Lycanroc against the world. So focused on this Incineroar not actually being an attacking piece of the puzzle. If there is a Rock Slide miss here, this Lycanroc just picks up both KOs.
Yeah, that's all Zachary needs now. In the position, preserve this Lycanroc so well to the end game. Everything in Rock Slide range, so you just need those moves to hit. One coming out, it does hit, taking both down, leaving that Charizard in the back.
A double connect from the Rock Slide. Lycanroc will get it done. That is a double KO on the turn, and now it's just a 1v1. And when you look again at the moveset on this Lycanroc and the Accelerock, it will be enough. Zachary Weed to take the victory 2-0 over Paul Chua, a run back of EUIC, but Zach the victor in the end will put him undefeated so far here in day one of Worlds.
Yeah, what a commanding performance by Zachary. So well played from start to finish, really dominating the game and not giving Paul an inch to get back into it. It did look like there might be ways in that game too, as the game kind of dragged out and Paul's really one of those great players of being able to do that. But, you know, preserving that Lycanroc we outlined at the start, it is the key to kind of getting the value from the Lycanroc against these Charizard teams once that Garchomp fell, and that's exactly what Zachary was able to do.
The way that he was able to preserve the Lycanroc as well, to not just have the Pokemon, but be able to have it with that, just the Focus Sash intact was just incredible. That offers just so much more pressure than a Pokemon at full health, because then you essentially have those 2 lives, right? And along the way, the flinches, you know, in that game 1, the flinch and the Sylveon, but it still was just a Paul that was in a tricky spot and still would have had to then, okay, see a Rock Slide miss and then maybe come on through. So I think Paul played the best considering the board state at that time. But a big congratulations to Zach for how well he was able to play this, because you get into that end game, Lycanroc at full health, that's just a commanding way for Zachary to be starting off the day.
Yeah, I know, like a heart and mouth moment there when the Rock Slide onto the Incineroar and Sylveon, and I know that's exactly how I felt, so I can't imagine how Zachary was feeling in that moment. But yeah, able to lock it up, and after such a commanding game 1 as well, I think, yeah, a really fitting way to end this set. But just shows how well Zachary knows his team inside and out, knew their lines into this team, even though it's not been one of the teams that's been around as long as maybe the iteration that they're running.
I mean, there's a reason that it was popping off so much and why it was such a big bring into NAIC. And there is the opportunities for things to go wrong, right? We get one of those Rock Slide misses along the way that could have been really crucial. Yeah, well, then your Lycanroc's cooked, right? But there's so much strength to this team and so much pressure from just those constant Rock Slides or even those Accel Rocks. Not even then to mention the King Gambit. Now, how much work that put in with those sucker punches. Yeah. Paul was forced into so many of those switches. So Zachary, he is a phenomenal player. He has been one throughout the season. 2nd place at Las Vegas, 2nd place at EUIC. It's a player that has been looking for that title, and I mean, we're day 1. We're not counting our
early
where we
on,
had here. But I feel like he has been a trainer that has been on that come up and has been really ramping up. The season has been such an indication of that, and victory like that is just proof.
Yeah, I mean, Zachary definitely one of those players capable of getting to the final and getting it over the line to take the championship this entire weekend. So we'll have to keep an eye on them as they progress through this tournament. And I think the way that they really utilized the tools that they had at their disposal to get that initial chip damage on everything.
Yeah.
And they put the King Gambit in that spot where it was able to be so valuable and just pressure knockouts there, and across the board, making it impossible for Paul to really utilize, especially the Garchomp. When you look at it, you think, great, you can get it in if you can remove that Frostlass, which Charizard can kind of do well. But yeah, Zachary just doing it and doing it well.
It was an incredible win, and congratulations to him. But of course, we need to go hear from him. You're standing by with our interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with your round 3 winner, Zachary Weed, our finalist at EUIC, and just beat the person who beat him at EUIC. So congratulations, Zachary. How's it feel?
Feels really good. Going into this tournament, I didn't have a whole lot of prep done, so I kind of just picked something that I felt comfortable with, and being able to wing it into beating one of the best players in the world feels very good.
I was gonna say, you know, I've seen you run this Mega Frostlass, Mega Scovillain team a lot coming into this tournament. What made you sort of gravitate towards these 2 Pokemon at first?
So I've always really liked Frostlass because the teams that it's built around have both ways of dealing damage and ways of controlling defensively with Aurora Veil or Burn Chip. And I really tend to gravitate towards teams that don't have like a ton of Pokemon that are just completely dedicated to one or the other. And I really just like having a bunch of versatile pieces that can work in a lot of different situations. And this team is probably the best in the format at doing that, because pretty much every Pokemon can be a damage threat in its own right.
Yeah, and I think we saw you use those pieces really to your advantage in that matchup, as it felt like in Game 2 in particular, you just sent out the 2 Pokemon that had the best counters to your opponent's lead. What was going through your mind in that team preview?
So I figured that in the first game that King Gambit was a really good piece because it deters the slow Incineroar Toxapex mode and forces them to kind of do a more offensive angle. And in the second game, I knew once I led King Gambit Sneasler that an easy adjustment for him was Garchomp because it hits both super effectively and can reasonably take hits and puts me in a position where I don't have a good fake out target. So I realized that I could pin the Charizard with Lycanroc and then be able to safely Mega Frostlass in front of Garchomp Charizard, because I knew that even if he went for his Mega Evolution turn 1, that he was ultimately basically risking the game by letting me hit an Accelerock into his Charizard.
Yeah, and Lycanroc seems pretty good at getting those Accelerocs up and then really snowballing. Has that been your experience?
Yeah, it's in my opinion, the best counter to Charizard in the format. Just because no matter what sort of speed control or pivoting they have, you can always line up the Accelerock, always have a ton of Rock Slide pressure, and just always have a way to pin it, which is very useful for 2 Mega Evolutions that aren't super great into Charizard.
Well, Zachary, thank you so much for your time. Before I let you go, I do want to ask, I've seen you sort of really come into your own this season. We saw you have some really great finishes. Do you have any advice for anybody at home who's looking to find their footing in competitive Pokemon as we enter the 2027 season?
Just don't be afraid to play. I mean, every tournament is an experience, it gives you valuable experience regardless of how you do, and just play the game and not just don't get too frustrated in it. I mean, I've been able to keep playing the game for a while because I haven't put too much pressure on myself to play it. Not every tournament's going to be some crazy big run, but I've realized that if I just relax and keep playing one round at a time, that good things will happen to those who wait.
Yeah, and I think we've seen you have some incredible wins. So best of luck in this tournament. Best of luck throughout the rest of your day. And of course, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody who might be watching at home?
Shout outs to my mom for taking me, and all my family at home, all my friends watching. And shout out to Evan, Keon, and Gianna for getting shiny Pokemon for my team this weekend.
All right, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for watching at home, and for those of you who are hanging out here in the hall, having a good time, I hope. We'll be back after a short break, so please stay tuned.
チャンピオンシップス2026優勝はフェンネル。
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite.
Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, pero su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga. Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff. Luxray.
So, what's your favorite?
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. You're looking at the lovely city of San Francisco and Rayquaza Road outside of the convention center here. We're at the Moscone Center. And of course, if you can't join us in person, you can always check us out over in Pokopia with that lovely code you saw on the screen just a little bit ago. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Ben Kiriakou. And while we're unfortunately stuck here in the real world, you can bet a lovely Pokédollar that I will be logging onto Pokopia later on today to check out the Cloud Island and hang out with some of my best Poke buddies.
And I'm definitely going to go and see if I can spend a little bit of time in Rayquaza Road upstairs. They've got us kind of locked down in the basement here with all the players.
With all the cool kids. All the
I misspoke. I'm sorry. All of the cool kids. All of the cool kids. We are cool kids too.
Yes.
By the way, I just want to throw that out there before we start making any comments here. We're also cool. And you know what else is cool? We're here at the Pokemon 2026 World Championships, and we have had some absolute bangers of matchups that we've seen already. We've had clean 2-0s all the way through both of our round 1s, round 2 and round 3. We're going to have a little bit of a refresher on our players to watch and how they're getting on in our event so far.
For sure. So let's go ahead and take a look at Paul Chua. We just had him on stream for round 3 of Swiss, 2-1 currently. Justin Tang 3-0, and Alex Underhill, unfortunately, 1-2.
Yeah, Alex playing against Edu in the Perish Trap round earlier on stream, and that was such a great game. 2-1, very, very close scoreline there, but doing very, very well. Paul running into a little bit of a matchup there, getting his first loss of the tournament, going 2-0 into that last round, and then Zachary Weed being able to get a little bit of the upper hand with that Frostlass Megascope villain team.
Yeah, just really well prepared for one of the more common archetypes I think we've seen so far, at least data-wise, coming into this tournament, and running a team that I think he's very comfortable with. You know, he mentioned in his interview, not very well prepared for this tournament, decided to make a comfort pick, but having seen him use that team in one of the largest New England grassroots tournaments that happened recently, maybe about a month ago or so now, he plays that team very well and very strongly into that archetype, as you could have told by that previous round.
I think like Zachary's in a position where his comfort is like literally just playing Worlds on the couch at home. Like, he's really, really in a strong spot. Justin, of course, going 3-0 as well in our tournament so far. We haven't got to feature him just yet, but maybe a little bit later on we can see how he's getting on, what he's locked in. But it's not just NA, of course. We've got players from all over. We've got our EU players as well. So we've got Marco Silva, Mikhail Kelsch, and Francesco Piopero. Now, Francesco, I saw, actually did lose his round 1.
Oh, interesting.
But he's managed to bounce it back, and no surprise surprises there from a player of his caliber.
Exactly. I mean, we saw him do so well at the North America International Championships just a couple of months ago, playing that incredibly tough mirror matchup in the finals against Eric Rios, and really just showcasing how strong of a mental fortitude he has as a player. And that's exactly what you need to come back from a round 1 loss at the World Championships, as these losses will carry over into competition tomorrow, and you can't afford to take such an early loss, as that will hurt your resistances going into a potential asymmetrical top cut.
Definitely, and yeah, Charlie got to, in the preview show we had for the World Championships, have a little chat with Francesco. He's saying like how much he's prepared for this tournament, how much he's just put the tournament first coming into the last couple of months, getting ready for it since his win at NAIC. Mikhail Kelsch is coming off the back of a grassroots tournament win, one of the biggest that we had, using a Mega Gengar team that really nobody had on their radar until like, hey, by the way, I'm winning a tournament with it.
Yeah.
And certainly a player like Mikhail with such a great grasp of the game and how to position and you know, knowing how to calculate these matches. Mega Gengar definitely one of the strongest counterparts for a player like that.
And I really hope we get to see him in that team on later on the stream in particular, because that team has a Mega Gengar without Perish Song and without the Perish Trap ability. It's just a trap team. And if you think back to the last time we had the World Championships here in San Francisco when Wolf Click won, that featured a Mega Gengar team without Perish Song. And I just think that the storyline there is very interesting. And admittedly, we had many years in between where Mega Gengar wasn't really an option available to people, but let's just ignore that and just say that, you know, it's an interesting coincidence so far, let's say.
I think so. Coming back 10 years since San Francisco when it last won the World Championships. Marco, of course, going 3-0 as well. And I feel like looking at Marco's journey, he's been one of the championship point leaders across the last few years. But also, Worlds is the only one that he hasn't managed to take down yet. And I think there's a lot of eyes on a player like Marco's. Like, it's not a case of like, you know, if he could maybe win the World Championships, it's like, well, which year is it going to actually happen? And a great start there for Marco. Hopefully he can manage to, you know, keep it going all the way through the tournament, because it only gets harder from here.
Exactly, and that's one of the interesting things about Pokemon as a game, is that you can be the best player in the world, but there is still a lot of things that have to go right for you to win a tournament like the World Championships. And I do think that you're absolutely correct when it's when is he going to win the World Championships? Like, when are those things going to line up perfectly for him? So far, he's off to a very strong start. I know we're going to see him eventually on this stage if he continues to have that momentum going for him. We'll just have to see when that will be.
And let's see our players from LATAM as well that we have representing. We've seen Juan Salerno on the stream already going 1 and 2. Unfortunately wasn't able to get his win on stream against Sajan Park, round 1, part 2. But he played so well into a matchup that really did feel like it was an uphill battle. Alexander and Max Morales going 2-1 as well, having a little bit of a better record overall, getting their tournament going to a good point. And I feel like, especially coming into the World Championships, like if you're not hitting it right off the bat and if you're not getting the momentum going early, like these two trainers have managed to get themselves in a position to do, it's really tough to come back. Juan Salerno could still win the World Championships.
He very much could, and you know, I do want to mention real quick that even though some of these trainers are a little bit unfamiliar to us right now because we don't get the opportunity to see them outside of international championships and the World Championships, we are going to be broadcasting regional level events throughout Latin America, those special championships and regional championship tournaments starting in the 2027 season. So I really look forward to seeing trainers like Alexander, Juan, and Max compete at the regional level coming up next year. For now, though, hopefully we'll get the opportunity to feature some of them today and tomorrow, and who knows, maybe even on Sunday.
Let's keep our fingers crossed, because, you know, the tournament has only just begun and there's a lot of more Pokemon left to play. Let's have a look at Oceania now and see our players, how they're getting on. Now, Nicholas Khan is a player that really from Australia that we do keep an eye on, because he's been so consistent, as well as Jody Kaida, who's like the online king, really, when it comes to like how many online tournaments are global global challenges has he actually managed to win? Like most of them
Many, if
at
not
this
most,
point. Like
yes.
getting up there on the ranked battle ladders and like winning it several times, like it puts you in a good spot. Even if it's closed team sheets, even if it's best of one, it's the reps over and over and over again that Joji is not only like really well versed in, but also is usually using the strongest Pokemon that are out there.
Exactly, and Henry Rich as well, off to a very strong start at 2-1, but I don't want to run out of time, Ben. Let's go ahead and look at our players to watch from Japan, as they have come all the way over to compete after finishing very strongly at the Japan National Championships earlier on in the summer. Unfortunately, Ko Sukide did not have the best day. It happens to us all. He is out of the tournament at 0-3. However, Yuma Kinagawa and Hiroshi Onishi are still competing at 2-1 and 3-0 respectively.
I don't think we can say enough how difficult the World Championships is.
Yes.
Yeah, Ko Sukide was one of the favorites, I think, for a lot of us coming in. He's going to be one of the favorites for us coming out as well.
Yes.
Even if this
Yes.
wasn't the World Championships of choice for him. Yeah, he's going to go back to the drawing board and keep showing us why he's one of the best trainers in the world, let alone in Japan. Yuma are one of our previous Japan national champions as well, doing a great start. Hiroshi, our current Japan national champion, on an absolute tear as well. Again, getting that momentum started, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what these two trainers have in store for us later.
Me too, me too. It's always so exciting to see just what teams people are bringing, you know, who's doing what Pokemon, what strategies, how are they thinking, you know, and it's also just very nice to have that confirmation that everybody can have a bad day. You know, I know you and I competed back in the day, and I had my bad days. I'm sure you had your bad days.
Yeah.
It could happen to anybody, and what's important is like what Zachary Weed was just saying to me in that interview. Keep playing, keep trying. You know, you're gonna have your bad days, you're gonna have your good days, but you're never gonna get to your good days if you don't get through your bad days.
Exactly that. I mean, yeah, I've had an LAIC flying over for a long weekend, 0-3 drop, and coming back home, it's not feeling great, you know, when you're sitting at the plane thinking about what you've done. But you know, I think a lot of the players here, in fact, all of them, they've shown over the season their resilience as competitive.
Yep.
They've shown that they've got what it takes to be here. Everyone is deserving.
Yep.
What happens when you get all of those players that deserve to be there collected in a room like we've got here and saying like, hey, you know, now you've got to battle up against each other. A lot of these trainers, like our Japanese players, play in their own separate circuit from the international compositions that we're used to in North America, in Europe, in LATAM, etc. And so, you know, the change of pace coming into these international tournaments is so big, but also, yeah, that's the same for all of our trainers, right? I mean, you know, you're used to playing with your friends, you're used to playing in your locals, you're used to playing in the regionals, and then it's like, hey, people do things differently over here when you get to the international level, when everybody is at the top of their game.
Exactly, and you only get the opportunity to practice this, like once a year if you're lucky, maybe 2 or 3 times if you can travel to those international championships, if you get a travel award, or you know, maybe you're just lucky that you live close enough to one to go. It's very difficult, and if you have the you know, fortune to go to multiple ones and get those reps in, get that experience, you know, you could still just wake up on the wrong side of the bed and that's it. It just happens to everyone, so.
The wrong side of the bed is always coming.
Yeah. But I will say, I did have the opportunity to walk around the hall a little bit earlier after lunch. You know, I did my traditional lap around, trying to look like I was doing something important so people wouldn't talk to me, so I had enough time to actually make the lap and then get back here. But I did see a lot of smiles in the hall. I did see people having fun, you know, talking about their matches. I do think that the sense of community, even if you are having a bit of a rough start, is what brings you back every single time.
100%. I mean, yeah, we first met in what, the 2012 World Championships in Hawaii, way back in the day, and I'm not going to think about that too much longer. But I feel like we've had this conversation, Gabby. It's like the thing that keeps us in the community, the thing that keeps us coming back, playing these tournaments. You know, the privilege of being able to bring these to you as well is the fact that the community is so much there for each other. It's a real collaboration out there.
Exactly.
And you see, like, you know, you're talking to people online, your friends, people that are working at building teams together and trying to do as much as they can. And these international events, and especially the World Championships, is the time where you get to sit on the same side of the table as those people as well, and you know, really hone in on the thing that you enjoy the most, which is being that part of the community.
Exactly, and I think you got a chance to talk to Giovanni Costa, the current world champion.
Yes.
Earlier, and or Siski, sorry, not Costa, yesterday. And did you mention the building group and talking about building his team at all with him, or was that a different interview?
That was a different interview, but like we were talking about like how he's you know, developed his season since becoming our world champion. And yeah, the short story is tried and tested. You know, keep it going. You know, it worked for me last year. It's going to work for me again. He was one of the earliest players that we had on Toxapex. He's running Toxapex this weekend.
Oh, he is?
He is running Toxapex
interesting.
this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, and so, yeah, I think we've talked about it a lot. Our co-casters have talked about it as well. This is a format of comfort. This is a format of, you know, wanting to play the thing that you know the best overall, and which is exactly how Giovanni was, you know, running up to the World Championships last year. I feel like he'd been running the team that he won the World Championships with in some iteration for months and months and months before eventually he got the Worlds. As like how the tournament came together, how he came together, just like you just have that comfort in knowing like, oh, okay, I'm playing against this. It's like, oh, I do this, this, and this, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and I feel like when I think about trainers who have that like community around them, Giovanni Siski is one of those trainers that I feel like, you know, has that building group, has that community that's constantly like trying to innovate, constantly trying to lift each other up, and it's interesting. And when you think about the past couple of world champions that we've had in the, I want to call it the Switch era, let's say.
Sure.
I feel like they all have that in common. And I'm sure for the 3DS era as well, but when trying to come up with things off the cuff, as one would say, my memory is not that snappy, and I would have to do research to confirm that. So I'm going to limit myself to what I surely know and hope that I'm right about the other stuff.
I think you are. Like, Pokemon is definitely, you know, won by a tribe in many respects. And you only have to look at some of our communities and the success. The Japanese community have been ubiquitous over the years for being able to come together. I was talking to Shoma yesterday about how the Japanese community came across Chalk and collectively decided that that was the best team back when he won the World Championships in 2015. And while Shoma's opinion is like, well, the kind of our Big Six variant, our Charizard Mega Floette composition isn't quite the same level that Chalk was back way back in the day. Yeah, it's close to being that kind of same mentality where players they're gravitating towards those strong tools.
Question. Do you find the fact that Shoma considers the Mega Charizard Mega Floette core less powerful than Chalk comforting or concerning?
I think comforting.
Okay.
Sort of.
That's kind of where I'm at, but I wanted to do like a vibe check.
It's a bit of a column A, column B situation, right? Because, you know, it's nice to be able to think of it as like, you know, we all have it at the highest part of our list. We're like, this is one of the teams to really watch out for, right? Because it's so strong, because it's got such a share of the metagame. Like, you know, if you're going to play the World Championships, unless you've got this miracle run, you're going to face up at least against one, if not a few of them across the Swiss rounds. So, you know, nice to think of it as like not completely the strongest team in the format and that we have options. Equally, the implication is that there's like stronger stuff out there.
Yeah,
and that's scary.
The concerning part for me. Like, does this imply that they were working on something that didn't quite make it that's more powerful, or, yeah?
I don't know. I think, like, you know, it's clearly one of the most powerful, but it's also one of the teams with the target on its back. Of course. So, you know, all of our formats, I think the important thing to realize and recognize is that everything is about context.
Yep.
If you went into a previous part of the game, it was a surprise when like Gavin Michaels won an event with Basque Legion.
Yep.
For example, and now you're looking at it as like, well, it's one of few, hasn't it? So, you know, it's definitely shifted its position in the format depending on the game that we're playing at the point in time. And so I think it's really important to recognize, looking at like these strong teams, but also looking at the ways that our players have built around the metagame that we formed.
Yeah, and that's actually why I put it as my caster prediction, because I had it was like a 50-50 for me, okay? You know, the traditional Pokemon 50-50, if you will.
Sure.
It's either going to hit or it won't, in the sense that people are either going to overcorrect for the metagame and assume that people are not going to bring it, and then the one person who brings that team is just going to, you know, just go all the way to finals because everybody's like, no, everybody's going to have a target on its back. Like, I'll bring one counter for it, but it'll be fine. Or it's going to just be everywhere, and because it's going to be everywhere, one person's going to make it far enough in the tournament that I'll look smart regardless.
Exactly.
So it felt like one of those things where, like, if I were playing in the World Championships personally, I would run the Mega Blastoise, Mega Delphox team because I think that's fun. But I do think that it deserves a spot at the table because of those reasons.
Yeah, I think yeah, and it's such a hard call. I don't envy anyone coming into the World Championships and trying to pick what team that they wanted to lock in. But I know a lot of trainers, they've been putting the time in, they've been putting the work in. And so, yeah, I think most importantly, we are getting our players ready and set up for the next round. You'll all be happy to hear at home. So why don't we wrap this up, Gabby?
Sounds good.
We'll get over to our casters.
Thank you so much. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined again by Aaron Zhang, and we're about to bring you Swiss round number 4, where we will be featuring 2 more players that are undefeated on their run to make it to Phase 2 of the World Championships.
They're using a lot of Pokemon that I have not seen on a lot of other teams so far in this tournament, Rosemary.
Which is so exciting because we just heard our analysts talking about the most popular archetypes coming into this weekend. All eyes on Mega Charizard Y, as well as taking a look at some of the more established cores, like the Frostless Lycanroc team we saw, or even Rain.
Yeah, it's interesting because coming into this tournament, it felt like there was a pretty big pool of teams that were viable, and a big question mark is, well, are you going to use that team or are you going to try to counter those teams, right? And it feels like the answer for a lot of players was, I am just going to use what I think is one of the best within this pool of 10, right? And for a lot of players, experience really trumps all. If you think about last year, how Gio was able to win the World Championships, he had been working on that same concept for months and been piloting it at regionals and at internationals as well. And so sometimes I think back in the day, people would often try to feel like they need to have to call for Worlds. Can you make a brand new team that completely breaks the metagame? But these days, it feels like there are just so many really powerful teams already leading into the championships. It's quite difficult to create something completely from scratch and really just, innovate on the metagame when there's been already so much that has, been created.
And that's why these 2 teams hopefully will surprise you. Let's take a look at our notable matchups heading into Swiss round number 4. We are going to be focusing in on Chunmin Lee versus Chloe Burke, but that doesn't mean we don't have other incredible matches that you'll be able to check out on our featured match streams.
Yeah, one thing that's really exciting, honestly, looking at these players who are 3-0, I recognize, obviously, a lot of players that we get to cover in North America and Europe, but there are a lot of other regions that are represented here. For example, Southeast Asia, right? And seeing players who, this is their one time to really get to, shine on the main stage, right? Because they don't really have internationals to compete in. They maybe have like their local national championships. I think it's really cool. And to be able to feature our match here, which is a player from Korea and a player from Australia, I think is particularly exciting.
It is so cool, because you're right. The fact that the qualification method is a little bit different for Southeast Asia doesn't necessarily mean we get a chance to see them at those regional championships, but I'm hopeful that in the coming years, we will see more competitors travel outside their home region in order to compete with some of the other competitors on our more global stages. But let's get ready to go for Swiss round number 4 between Chunmin Lee versus Chloe Burke. This is Korea versus Australia, an incredible matchup because, which Pokemon are you looking at? There's like 8 on this graphic that I feel like are just super cool to be able to call out.
I think the first thing when I saw this matchup, Rosemary, is I saw Swampert, and I was like, oh, okay, so that's as you're saying, like Mega Swampert as on a non-rain team, and I was like, no, it's not Mega, it's actually Citrus Berry Swampert. And recently we've seen actually Flip Turn Yawn Swampert becoming a thing, but this also isn't that. This is just a Swampert that's meant to be offensive. I've got Wave Crash, I've got Earthquake, I've got Ice Punch, and I don't need the Mega Stone. I want some Citrus for a nice little recovery.
When you think about just Swampert's typing in this meta as well, I think you have to think a little bit about Toxapex, right? When we have that dual poison and water typing, has some good defensive profiles. But for Swampert, it really is about the offense. Think about how super effective ground type damage really functions, especially when you're looking at the team on the other side. But also just the fact that you have Ice Punch for things like Garchomp, Aerodactyl. There's a lot of great coverage on this Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you take a look at the team, you know, Whimsicott, Staraptor, Golden Go, maybe Pokemon Lab, a little bit more mainstream. A key thing to call out here is the Whimsicott does not have the Protect, right? Wanting to run Charm to, of course, self-boost the Staraptor. You've also got Choice Scarf, Hydreigon, and Ceruledge. These are Pokemon that actually did have a pretty big performance at the North American International Championships, getting top 4 and top 8 respectively. But they're still not the most common Pokemon in the format. Scarf Hydreigon, of course, has a lot of immediate offensive burst power. Actually, look at the opposing team with a Metagross and a Raichu, and hey, Choice Scarf Hydreigon can outspeed both of those, threatening them with super effective damage. Of course, Ceruledge was a Pokemon that really started picking up in usage with that bulk up to be able to wall opposing Charizards, although coming into this World's metagame, Ancient Power feels like it's on almost every Charizard, and so Ceruledge no longer the definitive counter you could use to beat Charizard previously.
Yeah, a couple of different setup options. You mentioned the bulk up on the Ceruledge, but you also have Nasty Plot and the Golden Go, and even Side Charm from the Whimsicott for when that Staraptor inevitably Mega Evolves. A lot of really great choices here. I like Hydreigon. I don't know how important it's going to be in this particular matchup, but that is one of those Pokemon that has been teched onto teams in order to have a better matchup into things like Delphox, since that's been creeping up there. But it's really cool to see that with that Choice Scarf, it's going to be hitting really a speed tier.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a really good point because both players here have Tailwind Whimsicott, right? And so well, if you're both going to set up Tailwind, then it kind of just neutralizes the playing field. So having a Choice Scarf Pokemon in that Hydreigon can be really crucial, but not necessarily the easiest either to use because then you are bringing it out against an opposing Whimsicott, and you're not going to be able to do too much damage to the Whimsicott. The Whimsicott can just threaten you with the one-hit knockout with that Moonblast as well. This Hydreigon actually crucially doesn't have something like a Flamethrower or a Heat Wave as well, so it's even worse into that Whimsicott. But being able to get a fast attack off into a Mega Raichu, into a Mega Metagross can be a big deal.
Speaking of that Mega Raichu, let's take a little closer look at it. This is going to feature Zap Cannon and Focus Blast. One of the cool things about that Raichu is with no guard, those are going to become 100% accurate moves. You don't have to worry about the fact that they might miss. But you also have that dual Mega within that Metagross. So if you feel like that's going to be something that ends up being more popular in the matchup, you at least have two to choose from.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Metagross and Cleaver are two of the Pokemon that really stand out here. Cleaver is a Pokemon that started seeing a little bit more usage in the mid-season, but I feel like has kind of fallen off. But of course, an excellent pick into opposing teams with Charizard. And Metagross is a Pokemon that people expected to have a huge impact when it released in the metagame, but when Charizard is still just everywhere and on 40+% of teams, it's kind of difficult for it to thrive. So the idea behind this team is, hey, well, I've got Raichu, I've got Cleaver. Those are Pokemon that normally really scare away Charizard. Metagross has really good offensive coverage as well, right? Being able to hit many things for super effective. For example, here, you've got Raichu, Metagross. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Chloe bring both because you get Fake Out into Whimsicott, then Metagross can follow up, get an Iron Head, knock out the opposing Whimsicott. There's no Farigiraf or Protect on the other side, and so if you can deny Tailwind from the other side, get your own Tailwind up, it can give you a pretty big edge.
One problem, that's Swampert. Looking at both of those Megas and, rubbing its hands together. Cannot wait to see them on the other side.
I am so excited to see Swampert. It's funny because we have already seen it in regular form earlier in this tournament, but to see it with no Mega Stone potentially thriving in a unique matchup, I think will be particularly exciting. So let's see. It's going to be Whimsicott and Raichu from Chloe to start off this battle, and there's the Swampert.
Wow, super stylish though, with all of the shiny Pokemon on the field, but that is going to be Intimidate drop, not mattering for either of these special attackers for Chloe.
So Swampert here, of course, just exerting a ton of offensive pressure immediately, right? I think one of the reasons why Chanman wants it is because it does really well into Raichu. Raichu at best can just Focus Blast it, but being immune to that Zap Cannon is such a big deal. So Chanman on this first turn can go for something like a Protect on the Staraptor and just Earthquake, or, double Protect, potentially switch out afterwards. You do, of course, have the risk of just taking a lot of damage, and so as a result, Staraptor does want to protect itself.
Don't want to be on the receiving end of a Fake Out and just an attack like a Moonblast, as that Fake Out actually goes into the Swampert instead to try to delay it for the one turn. Moonblast misses the mark there into the protect of the Staraptor, but you still have your work cut out for you to try to figure out how you're going to take down these two foes.
Yeah, I think, you know, Chloe did not Mega Evolve there, so it makes me think, well, maybe there's a Mega Metagross in the back. We're using the Raichu here mainly for fake out support. Now Staraptor is threatened by that Encore, right? So, of course, you can swap it out if you're worried about Encore. The big question is, how will you deal enough damage to Swampert throughout the course of this game, right? I think the #1 answer is going to be Life Orb Basculegion, being able to just get a huge wave crash off. And so Staraptor, recognizing the threat of that Encore, is going to switch into Whimsicott. Does Chloe potentially call it?
No, it's going to be a switch out of the Raichu as well, so we are going to see that Basculegion. No powered up last respects just yet, as the Whimsicott did try to Encore that Staraptor into the Protect. But Swampert's going to go for the Earthquake, even harming its own partner Whimsicott on the switch in.
Yeah, breaks the Focus Sash, which can be a big deal. And I think crucially here, Chloe has been able to position Basculegion in against Swampert, right? This is your #1 answer into Swampert. It can take damage decently well, right? Earthquake is basically the strongest attack you can have into Basculegion, only took 37% from that. So I think Chloe's done a pretty good job of dancing around Swampert. Her priority probably is to knock out Swampert immediately, then ideally get something like your Metagross out. But now Basculegion putting on a lot of pressure. Both players can pressure with Kaolin. Chairman on his side, of course, also has Charm, so you can use Charm, as you see here, to drop Basculegion's attack. Suddenly, that Wave Crush is going to do way less damage.
Nice when you can use it on the side for your own Staraptor, but it can still be that defensive option. Wow, Moonblast, so close being able to knock out that Whimsicott, but it's alive for just long enough that it's going to take the Wave Crash. Kind of nice, though, that you're going to be taking less recoil, but you would have actually really liked that to have been a clean KO onto the Whimsicott, so that the Wave Crash got redirected into the Swampert.
Yeah, definitely. Basculegion at this point actually has lost a considerable amount of HP. Ice Punch comes out, and Whimsicott doesn't have the Focus Sash. That's the Fairy Feather, but still hangs on at 1%. So the Charm, of course, making sure that Swampert could get through the turn. Now Basculegion kind of caught in an awkward position where it has, you know, lost a good bit of its health. It's almost at 50% at this point. Swampert's still just looking so threatening, though, right? And I think people normally see Whimsicott as a Charm, you know, user into Staraptor, but using it to drop your opponent's damage output is really crucial as well. So Chairman right now definitely has a lot of offense, but with Whimsicott going down on his side, Chloe now can set up a tailwind with Whimsicott and guarantee speed advantage in the latter half of this game.
But as you were saying, with Basculegion having less HP to leverage, you have to pick your target, because you're going to get knocked out to either the Swampert or the Golden Go on this turn. We are going to see Chloe preserve that Basculegion for later and actually bring out the King Gambit. I like this decision. When the Swampert is protecting, it's not going to be on the receiving end of a super effective ground type attack. And if it's a Shadow Ball going into that King Gambit slot, then it's going to take that much better as well. Just to make it rain. So that is also going to be something that King Gambit can deal with as Whimsicott gets knocked out. That's a free switch in for Chloe to bring back in that Basculegion.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful turn for Chloe, right? Because now the Golden goes at -2. The Swampert just protected, so you know you can target that slot. Bring Raichu or Basculegion back in. I think Basculegion probably, you know, a little bit more consistent here, want to conserve that Raichu for the Staraptor. And so, I was talking about Metagross potentially being in the back, but I think King Gambit actually even better here, threatening Golden Go for super effective damage. And so, I think Chloe has navigated the Swampert actually really effectively. This is not an easy Pokemon for her team to go up against. In fact, I actually think it's kind of a nightmare matchup, but has found a good angle. Now, my big question is, how bulky is Swampert? Can it survive a Life Orb Wave Crash from Basculegion? Swampert here says, you know what? Maybe we'll find out later. I'm going to bring in Staraptor for now.
Yeah, Staraptor gets to come back in. Because it's Mega Evolved, it actually doesn't get an Intimidate drop, so it's going to have to take that full-powered Wave Crash from the Basculegion. Gives up a big chunk of its HP from the recoil of the Wave Crash as well as the Life Orb as Staraptor hangs on. And the Kowtow Cleat follows it up. That is going to be a confirmed KO onto the Staraptor.
It's a KO, but Golden Go now can respond. It was not targeted, and this means a Shadow Ball to knock out Basculegion, and suddenly the #1 tool to deal with Swampert has been eliminated, right? If that was just a Kowtow Cleave and a Golden Go, well then Staraptor's so low, right? You could finish it off with an Aqua Jet or a Sucker Punch, but now Chloe has lost what has been, I think, the primary win condition against Swampert. So Rosemary, even though it felt like Chloe had put herself in a really good position, does she have enough offense for Swampert at this point in the game?
I think it's tough, right? Because you can see the reasoning. Chloe was hoping that maybe playing around like a Golden Go Protect, you want to make sure you're guaranteeing damage in that slot, because if you do get the KO on the Staraptor with just the Wave Crash, then you are able to get that move redirected. But now it is going to be a final 2v2. Swampert and Golden Go from Chunmin and King Gambit Raichu for Chloe.
And this Golden Go, of course, has dropped its special attack, so it's not going to do the most amount of damage, but King Gambit, crucially, also can't boost up its damage on the opposing end. There's no sword stance, and so I think double protector is always really safe. Just ensure that you don't take any unnecessary damage, as we see the fake out plus Kowtow cleave. But yeah, once again, the Swampert's like, okay, I still have my Citrus Berry. I haven't taken any damage. I think conserving the win condition really, really effectively. And it's looking very scary right now. I mean, Focus Blast and Kowtow cleave will do okay damage, but with Citrus Berry, Swampert's going to heal all the way back up. Earthquake is going to just do so much damage to the opposing side here. So I feel like if you're Chloe, you might need some critical hits right now.
Yeah, how beefy can this Raichu really be? It's not known for its defenses, but maybe it can surprise us when it comes to an offensive option. We finally see the Mega Evolution as Chloe gets a chance to Mega Evolve that Raichu. It is the Focus Blast. So let's see just how much this is going to end up doing to the Swampert. It actually doesn't even proc the Citrus Berry.
So beefy. Kowtow Cleave comes out, and it's not a critical hit here. So that Citrus Berry coming out on Swampert heals it back up. Shadow Ball here gives you just a little bit of chip. I was going to say a little bit. Well, that's -2. Still does so much damage. And now Swampert will be able to retaliate back with an Earthquake. The thing is, you are Earthquaking your own Golden Go here. Oh! King Gambit does hang on.
Okay, I mean, it hangs on through that, and we've seen it be faster than this Swampert. So maybe can this King Gambit actually get the jump on it on this next turn? Tailwind has expired, so the speed order we get to see at neutral now.
Yeah, and I think that maybe could have been a Make It Rain, right? Because the Make It Rain, okay, here's the Kowtow.
It's still moving first.
Oh, it's so
close! 3% left for this Swampert to retaliate with the Earthquake and seal up this first game for Chunmin.
How exciting is it to see a Citrus Berry Swampert here on the world stage, just clicking Earthquake, clicking Ice Punch, and the Mega Staraptor didn't do anything in that game, right? It wasn't about the Mega Evolution, it was about Swampert just consistently getting blow after blow after blow. And I think the recognition to say, this is my primary win condition, I need to switch it out, and nailing that Basculegion, getting the knockout onto it, attacking with the Golden Go, I think just completely, allowed for this position for Swampert, but that was so close at the end, just 3% survival.
Yeah, I mean, Chloe, as you mentioned, did such a great job of playing around the Swampert to try to mitigate its damage output in the first couple of turns, utilizing very smart defensive switches. But then I think there were just a couple of turns right in the middle where you could see the thought process, hoping that one attack would be enough to actually get the knockout and have that second attack get redirected into the partner, where it didn't happen either time because this Pokemon survived on such a sliver of HP on Chunmin's side.
Yeah, so cool to see. And fun fact, he actually brought Excadrill to the Korean National Championships where he finished in the top 4. And it was also an Excadrill not on a sand team. It was Excadrill with rain. So I think he's really kind of the master of finding unique ground type Pokemon to use in the format. And I think, yeah, what a game it was for Swampert here on the world stage. Just dishing out so much damage. I think if you're Chloe, first thing you're probably thinking is, okay, I probably want to still get a Basculegion Wave Crash into Swampert. Never ended up seeing one of those, right? That is kind of the primary tool. And then Raichu, it just feels really bad into Swampert, right? Like, Metagross, of course, also takes super effective damage from it, but it's a little bit naturally bulkier. And of course, a lot of people are training Raichus to be very physically defensive, but at the end of the day, it's still just not got the best stats. So I think if you're Chloe, you might want to consider, bringing Metagross. Like I said, I think there's a world where you can bring both and use Raichu just regularly, but Metagross would be the adaptation I would think of, and also looking to get a Wave Crash with Basculegion.
Well, there's going to be a mix-up in the leads as Chloe ends up leading the King Gambit next to the Whimsicott this time around. And for Chunmin, it's going to be the Golden Go and Swampert.
So the King Gambit here obviously exerting offensive pressure into Golden Go. You've got Kowtow Cleave into it. Whimsicott can set up a Tailwind. Still the fundamental problem of how are we going to deal enough damage to a regular Swampert here, right? And so Golden Go could very easily protect. I think the King Gambit lead here would have punished the Staraptor lead, right? And you also can't switch into Staraptor unless you want to give over that Defiant boost. And should you do that, like the awkward thing I think is it's quite actually difficult to click Earthquake if Staraptor's not on the field, right? You're going to consistently damage yourself, so that's one thing like Chloe can potentially take advantage of as well. No protects, no switches here on turn 1.
It's going to be a fast tailwind from this Whimsicott to allow this King Gambit to get the Kowtow Cleave off immediately into the Swampert. Heals 40% as the Golden Go fires back with a Make It Rain. It's going to one-hit knock out this Whimsicott as the Golden Go gives up a -2 special attack drop for its troubles. But again, Chloe's in this position where you do have a free switch, but can this King Gambit actually hang on to do something on this next turn?
Yeah, you would think it's going to be a wave crash here. It's still really powerful. We haven't seen it use it yet in this set. And that does so much damage still. Swampert this time does take a hefty amount. I think Chloe's probably hoping for Golden Go to protect there, expecting Golden Go, to not get an attack off there. Hoping to probably, leverage the Whimsicott a little bit more. But once again, you've got Tailwind up, you've got Basculegion in. Things could be worse.
And now this actually looks like a pretty good position.
Yeah.
Basculegion, King Gambit, both faster than the opponent. You could have Basculegion now go for the Wave Crash into the Swampert, and you've got the pin of the Kowtow Cleave into the Golden Go.
Exactly, and so the response would be, well, let's swap Golden Go out into Staraptor. Yeah, I give a Defiant boost over to King Gambit, but if you're not going to click that Sucker Punch, I can survive Wave Crash on Swampert and get an Earthquake off potentially. And so, yeah, I think this is a big turn where if Chloe gets it wrong, it could be really scary. It's actually going to be the Swampert pivoting out instead into the Hydreigon. Oh. We've seen an adjustment here.
Yeah, that Hydreigon comes out. That's going to have a pretty good matchup into both the King Gambit and the Basculegion. As the Wave Crash comes out, see, that actually does a good chunk to this Hydreigon. Oh my goodness, a critical hit. That's going to make things a lot easier now.
86% from a non-resisted attack, or a resisted attack, I should say, just does not feel right. Yeah, once again, like the tailwind is up, so the offensive pressure, like Basculegion is happy to just keep clicking its moves right now. The one question I'd have is how the Hydreigon and the Basculegion are trained, because while tailwind's up on the opposing side, sometimes like Basculegion doesn't invest in enough speed where like Choice Scarf Hydreigon could still outpace it. So if you're Chloe, if you know you're faster, then you can always just click Wave Crash in the left slot. Otherwise, you might want to consider clicking that Aqua Jet. Aqua Jet into Hydreigon, finish it off, Kowtow Cleave into Golden Go. But Chloe does have a lot of offensive pressure right now, and it is because she has managed to set up Tailwind, whereas there's no Tailwind on the opposing side.
I think that you're right. Like the speed order of the Hydreigon versus the Basculegion is going to be really important. And if you are worried about that, maybe you end up trying to make a switch. This might be one of those situations where I would have considered actually bringing in the Staraptor if you were worried about the damage output. But Basculegion is still faster in Tailwind. It's able to get the knockout onto the Hydreigon as the King Gambit gets to follow that up. We did not see a Protect coming through from that Golden Go, so it is going to be very vulnerable to the super effective Kowtow Cleave. A double knockout for Chloe.
Yeah, I think Chloe just getting Tailwind up and saying, I'm just going to use these really powerful attackers, right? Hasn't even revealed what Mega Evolutions he's got in the back. And this time around, Swampert has taken a little bit more damage, right? So it's going to be Swampert and Ceruledge, actually. So complete mix-up here. Yeah, I'm surprised to see no Whimsicott, no Staraptor.
No Mega Evolution.
No Mega Evolution, yeah. I mean, that is his thing with these solo Mega teams where sometimes, like, you decide, you know what? I don't have another Mega Evolution. I don't think Staraptor actually is, like, I may be expecting an adjustment from the opposing end. Maybe I'll just drop it here. But yeah, I think like Chloe just has the full speed advantage right now. We'll see. It's going to be a double protect here, just stalling out that Tailwind. That Basculegion on the opposing end still looking really scary after this, though.
Absolutely. You see a good matchup here into the Ceruledge from both the King Gambit and the Basculegion. And the fact that you still have an unrevealed Pokemon in the back, I think Chloe is in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, definitely. The Ceruledge now does exert pressure with Shadow Sneak into Basculegion. So the question is, can you get a knockout with that? Because if not, yeah, here we go. If not, I think Basculegion just gets a KO in response.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Hangs on like a champ as it's going to be able to fire off another Wave Crash. Might knock itself out for its troubles. A Ceruledge does take super effective damage from that. And that's going to bring in one more Pokemon here for Chloe, as this Swampert now has to fend for its life and for its allies, as it is in a 1v2 final situation. Kowtow Cleave, though, from the King Gambit is going to soften this Swampert up to 30%, as it's going to take more recoil now from the Wave Crash it dishes out. Now it's a 1v1.
It is a 1v1, yeah, but I think regardless, either Mega Raichu or Mega Metagross should be able to close it out. You just need to do 25% of damage here, and so it is going to be the Raichu once again, so Metagross actually not brought here, but this time around, you got the damage you needed on Swampert adding up that damage on turn 1 means that now a Focus Blast will finish it off. So I think the main thing here is Basculegion plus King Gambit just had the perfect positioning for Chloe in this match. Found a great angle for it, and yeah, got enough damage onto the Swampert early enough, so now he should, of course, go to a game 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a Protect just to give you some time to actually think about what that game 3 might look like. Because Tunlin actually did make a pretty significant adjustment in the Pokemon brought. Ceruledge as well as Hydreigon, both making appearances in the second game. And do you think about committing to that again as we think about game 3?
Yeah, to me, I feel like the answer is you got to go back to Whimsicott with Tailwind, right? Or you can separate some of the pieces. Like, I think Hydreigon makes sense if you are pairing it with the Tailwind, right? But then if you just bring it by itself and there's Tailwind on the opposing side, like, you saw what happened, right? Like, yes, the Wave Crash got a critical hit onto Hydreigon, but I think it would have been a 2-hit KO anyway, right? And so the reality is, like, it is a Pokemon that is actually very ineffective outside of Tailwind if your opponent has Tailwind up on the opposing side. So I think, like, Swampert is still such a key Pokemon in this matchup, right? But I like the idea of going back to Whimsicott and Staraptor, because even though Staraptor didn't do very much in game 1, I think it like, getting the Intimidate alone into Basculegion is a big deal, right? Because if you think about, well, how do I beat Swampert? Basculegion is one of those tools, but if you intimidate it, suddenly it actually becomes a lot less effective. So I think I'd probably like to see a return to Swampert plus Whimsicott, have that, Swampert, Staraptor, and then you can flex between all of them. I don't know if I really love the Ceruledge, but I wouldn't be surprised if it came out as a prediction to deal with the Metagross on the opposing side, trying to catch it, and then Metagross didn't end up coming out, right? Like, Ceruledge and the Hydreigon both can threaten Metagross a good bit, so I think that was maybe the adjustment that he was expecting to see.
I like the Ceruledge in theory, but I think I was underwhelmed by the Shadow Sneak damage that came out. The fact that it did almost less than a quarter to that Basculegion makes it feel like there just wasn't enough damage down on the board. Thought process being like Ceruledge can come in, and even if your opponent does have Tailwind, you've got that priority to actually just help to clean up some of those pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think so. The question is, you know, what leads do you consider from both players' end? And I think like Swampert Staraptor, which we saw, is pretty decent, right? Chloe led King Gambit, tried to get a Define boost from it, and so I think like that's the fear in leading Staraptor once again. I also am curious if you're Chloe, like maybe you think, well, Raichu hasn't really been that important in the last game. I would have won the game with Metagross anyway. Do we potentially see an adjustment game 3 to Metagross? Calling it out. But either way, I think, yeah, it's been a fast-paced set, but really fun to get to see some unique Pokemon, especially that Swampert. And Cleaver makes an appearance. Wow, okay.
That is an awesome Pokemon to see hit the field, as you called it, Aaron. It's going to be back to form here for Chunmin with that Staraptor Whimsicott. But Cleaver, how exciting.
Yeah. I don't know if it's in the best position here, truthfully. It can Stone Axe, right? I will say, actually, one thing that's interesting is you do have to respect the Whimsicott on the opposing side, right? It's Fairy Feather, so Moonblast in particular is actually really scary. I like Chunmin's position more here, though, honestly, because like the Whimsicott on the opposing side isn't even Focus Sash, right? And yeah, the Cleaver being intimidated just means it can't do very much. This moveset is Stone Axe, X Scissor, Feint, right? Like, you could Feint into the Staraptor, try to, you know, break through its Protect, Feint into Whimsicott, or just go for Stone Axe and like get the Stealth Rocks up. But the reality is, this turn, I don't expect it to do that much damage.
And I do wonder how much the Pointed Stone damage will actually add up if we do end up seeing pivots in this game. It's already off to a very quick start here, as both Whimsicotts are going to set Tailwind for their respective sides, and then we'll see the moves to follow up. Staraptor goes right away for the Brave Bird, knowing that the damage output from this Cleavor is going to be mitigated. A one-hit knockout into the Whimsicott is going to be the first KO that this Staraptor takes. Let's see what this Cleavor's damage can look like. Stone Axe is still going to do about 50% to this Whimsicott, so it's good damage, as you do get a chance to set up the Stealth Rocks.
Yeah, but now the question is, where do you go from here, right? Because the Cleaver is kind of stuck on the field. I think both players kind of felt forced to Tailwind, and Chunmin really doesn't want the opposing Whimsicott to... And we see Metagross here. Okay, so that actually, I think, is a pretty good response. The point I wanted to make, though, is that, like, you never want to eat a Moonblast from the opposing side, so you feel forced to go for Tailwind Brave Bird, right? Chloe also Tailwinds, but yeah, the Cleaver, once again, I think because of that Intimidate, just caught in a little bit of a tricky position. And Stone Axe will still do decent damage here, but Metagross at least does exert a lot of offensive pressure into both Pokemon. However, you are staring down the Charm once again from Whimsicott. One thing you could do, by the way, is you could Charm Metagross, like saying, yeah, I know you got you have to Mega Evolve, and if you get that off, oof, that would be really tough to come back from.
It would. So let's see what happens. Just going to be a feint here from the Cleaver to ensure that the Staraptor can't actually go for a protect on this turn. And it's a side charm. Just wants to boost up the offensive power of this Staraptor. But the Psychic Phase goes first. The Staraptor goes down before it can get off another attack.
And that is what I was saying. Yeah, being able to potentially charm that Metagross would be a big deal. But yeah, these Pokemon speeds are obviously very close to each other. And so Metagross being able to move first is a huge deal there. Gets the knockout. And that's just a complete swing of events, right? Because the Staraptor was looking to try to just like get an immediate one-hit knockout there. Instead, Whimsicott doesn't get to accomplish anything. It is going to be a Hydreigon though, which of course does exert good offensive pressure here into the Metagross, but I'm not sure a Dark Pulse will get a one-hit knockout. Like I would think you would need to get a double up into it. If Metagross protects, the Cleaver can now X-Scissor into a Hydreigon. Like Cleaver with that feint, yeah, making sure that you can get that attack off. Also getting that Stealth Rock off and some early damage to Whimsicott. It's actually done a lot better than I expected it to coming into this one.
Yeah. And even a second Stone Axe would actually finish off the Whimsicott, so you don't even have to go after this Hydreigon if you are worried. Maybe you could even go for a double protect here just to scout out what the Hydreigon's going to lock into with that Choice Scarf. But we do end up seeing an Encore into the opposing Cleavor, so it is going to have to go for Feint again. Just stacks up a little bit more damage into the Hydreigon, not being able to put any more damage out on the board. As the Dark Pulse comes down, but the Metagross, it hangs on with just 3% remaining. But can the Metagross actually break through it? It does. Ironhead to finish off the Whimsicott does not get flinched this time.
No flinch, and you'd have to imagine like the Metagross and Staraptor were speed tying there earlier, so if Staraptor did move first, I think it'd be a very different game. But once again, it is still this endgame Swampert like we've been talking about, right? It is quite bulky. Cleaver does have its Focus Action attack. Hydreigon here, of course, is now locked into Dark Pulse. It's a pretty good move to have. You probably want to clear it before the Basculegion, which is presumably in the back, hits the field. But this has been a really tense game. But I honestly think I prefer Chloe's position right now.
Yeah, I just wonder what's going to happen since these Tailwinds are going to expire in a bit. And that is going to give the advantage over to the Hydreigon later. As the Dark Pulse comes back out, this Metagross has to sacrifice itself in order for the Cleavor to come back in and change up its move now that the Encore is on.
That turn was really scary. I think if it was Dark Pulse into the Basculegion switch, and you might just throw away kind of the big answer into the Swampert, right? But I think Chloe's saying you really need to respect the Metagross. It does manage to get Basculegion in. Tailwind now is going to expire on both ends as well. Cleaver is able to come back in, and with Cleaver, I think what you can do is protect Basculegion, X-Scissor into the Hydreigon, and Chloe might just have done it here. The main thing here in response is Hydreigon could go for Dark Pulse into Cleaver, expecting Basculegion to protect. If you get a flinch, well then Swampert can just follow up, get a knockout, and that's game over as well. So big turn here for both players. Do you predict the protect from Basculegion? And if so, right, do you target the Cleaver and does it get a flinch?
Oh, it's so tense. In a Game 3 situation with an undefeated record on the line heading into the second half of Day 1 of the World Championships, it's all going to come down to this Basculegion protecting. So can this Cleavor actually get a move off? Hydreigon ends up going to the Dark Pulse in that direction. And Cleavor, it gets the X-Scissor off. Hydreigon goes down for the count. And now the Swampert has to win the 1v2.
And if the Swampert's going to knock out the Cleaver, well, that just boosts Last Respect's damage output as well. So Earthquake coming out makes the correct call, but no flinch coming out. Cleaver feints, but honestly, it was incredible in this game. I thought when it came out on the lead that it wouldn't be able to do very much, but being able to knock out the Hydreigon is such a big deal. Basculegion now Life Orb. It's got 3 stacks boosting that Last Respects. Here we go into Swampert. Can it clutch it out here? It cannot!
Wow, another Pokemon KO, and Chloe Burke wins game number 3 to be 4-0 on Day 1.
That was so hype, Rosemary. When we saw the teams and the matchups, I was like, they've got a lot of cool Pokemon. I don't know if we're gonna get to see all of them. We got to see all of them.
Every single one.
Literally.
Wow, eyes were feasting today. That is for sure a phenomenal 3-game set between 2 incredible trainers. What a match.
And I think the key turn was truly just Metagross Staraptor in that interaction, right? If Staraptor goes first and knocks out Metagross. The main thing I was actually curious about was whether or not, like, I didn't expect the +2 close combat to actually be able to knock out the Metagross anyway. And so if Chloe gets the knockout on Staraptor, I think it's actually still a pretty positive turn for her. And the other thing I was curious about was, yeah, if we had seen the charm into Metagross, right, to potentially get around this, that could have been really interesting as well. But either way, this Swampert, I think, if you're Chloe and you're staring down this team in team preview, first of all, this is not a standard team at all, right? It's got a lot of unique pieces. It's really hard to figure out how in the world do I beat the Swampert, but managed to pick up the puzzle pieces and put it all together. And the final turn's so tense, right? Like, Chemin gets the right call, targets the cleaver, has that chance to flinch, but does not get it. And that X-Scissor being able to just one-shot the Hydreigon, so well done.
Yeah, and then the last respects, whoo! One final sayonara there too, that Swampert, and Chloe Burke ends up with that 4-0 record. It's just so cool to be able to be at the World Championships, see the best trainers bringing the most cool Pokemon and duking it out.
Absolutely, yeah. I think, at the World Championships, there's always obviously so many incredible players that we've seen prove themselves on the biggest stage consistently, whether it be at regionals or international or worlds. This last game, we featured 2 players, right, from regions that we don't get to cover as much. They both finished in top 4 of major tournaments there, whether it be the Korean National Championships or for Chloe, one of the regionals over in Oceania. And here they are, right, duking out at 3-0. Really, this is like their first chance to really prove themselves to the world. And that was a really fun set to watch.
So
like,
fun.
I couldn't have asked for any more. Like, the fact that Swampert put a masterclass in that game 1 and hangs on just with a sliver, right? And in game 3, things felt so tense. I was not expecting Cleaver at all, but I think it made a lot of sense because I think Chloe recognized, look, Basculegion is really good. What are you going to use to beat Basculegion? Well, it's probably going to be the Hydreigon as well as the Staraptor. So I need to take care of those, and how do I beat those? Well, Metagross for Staraptor, and then I, of course, yeah, just all came together.
So cool.
And then Cleaver, of course, for the Hydreigon, and I think that this is what best of 3 Pokemon is all about, and the number of adjustments we saw on both ends was just so fun.
An amazing set for sure, and also one where you could kind of see the nerves playing on the stage in front of such a big crowd. I felt like there was so much emotion for both of them in this moment. The pressure must have been really intense.
Absolutely, yeah. And so I need to hear more about Chloe and the team and just that set, so let's go throw it down to the floor for an interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Chloe after a fantastic win. You're currently undefeated at the World Championships. How do you feel?
Pretty good, yeah.
Anything else just pretty good? Like, were you nervous for this event? Just excited?
Yeah, so nervous. Non-stop anxiety, but it's okay.
I mean, for someone with nonstop anxiety, you certainly played a wonderful match. Talk to me about that match, because for yourself, you're going up against a really, really strong team and also lose the first one in the set. So then what's going through your mind to be able to rally back to take the set win?
I thought that my Pokemon choices in game 1 were pretty good, and I just kind of needed to adjust my game plan. I didn't respect the Swampert enough in game 1, but I kind of figured it out, and then I made a call that he wouldn't bring Goldengo game 3, so I didn't bring my King Gambit at all, and it ended up paying off, fortunately.
And now I want to talk about your team, because you have one of, if not possibly the craziest team in the tournament. Metagross is cool, everything else, but the Cleaver. Why Cleaver?
Most of the field is Charizards. Cleaver sets rocks. The main idea of the team is that I set rocks for Metagross to be able to KO both Charizard and Floette, regardless of what the main team in the format brings. And yeah, it just has a lot of good matchups into very common teams, so it's worked out pretty well.
I feel like when I hear you talk about there's so many Charizards around, the other direction people have gone with has been the Lycanroc, right? Is there a reason why you particularly strayed away from that team, or you just thought this had a better matchup spread across the board?
I feel more comfortable piloting like Tailwind offense generally, and I wanted to make Metagross work because it seems like a good mon, but the meta doesn't really favor it a lot. So yeah, I don't know. The ability for Metagross to KO Charizard consistently is just, it makes it so much better. So that's why I chose Cleaver over Lycanroc.
And it certainly has a lot more style, let me say. It is so cool. Now, tell me a little bit about yourself, too, because, of course, now you've had the opportunity to compete on this stage. You're undefeated, and we heard the cheers from the crowd. So tell me a little bit more about yourself.
I've been playing VGC for a few years now. This is my second Worlds. Did pretty well in the Oceania circuit this year, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I like offensive teams. I play offensive teams. I don't really know what else to say.
No, that makes sense. We'll take one more step this way as I want to make sure you're center stage here. If you have an opportunity to thank anyone or just any final words while you're on this stage.
All right, thank you to my girlfriend for always supporting me. Thank you to all the Oceania community for like always, I don't know, giving me a challenge and making me a better player. Thank you to the Sydney local scene. It's really good, really great players, really nice people, especially Pokefolk, great community. Would recommend going to those locals if you're in Sydney. Yeah.
I love that. Congratulations yet again on this win. Best of luck. I hope that you can take Cleaver to the top. This is just absolutely incredible. As for us, of course, we need to hear more about this team and everything else. So let's head over to our analysts.
Thank you so much, Sierra. What a crazy match. I had to steal Aaron Rosemary there after that match concluded because you look like that was having just as much fun as Chloe was there, going 4-0 here at the World Championships.
That game 3 still, I mean, the Swampert Metagross speed interaction, like, or sorry, the Metagross Staraptor speed interaction, I was like, that's one thing that's so interesting about these Pokemon because it feels like with Staraptor you basically have to go max speed, but sometimes, especially on a Roost set, like maybe you don't, but then the Metagross, I was like, I don't know who's gonna move first here, and then, yeah, Metagross just completely annihilates the Staraptor, and I do think that's one of the cool things about it as a pick in this metagame, right, is you do threaten the Staraptor for super effective damage, maybe even a one-hit knockout if you don't get intimidated and you get to move first.
Yeah, 100% Rose. Pick a favorite point of the match because that was like, that seemed to be like all the way through it was delivering, not just the Staraptor Metagross interaction, right? The moment we see Cleaver coming in, like games 1 and 2 as well, the Ceruledge coming out, like you got to see everything.
We had so much, I literally cannot boil it down to a single thing that I enjoyed about that match. I enjoyed all of it, every single thing.
So diplomatic, Rose.
Thank you.
Diplomatic. We'll get you with another one later.
They trained me for that.
We'll give you a trick question later on in this. And yeah, I think this is just showing as well, like, it isn't just the Charizard Floette compositions that are making it like really deep in this tournament. There is so much room still in MB to like cook up something like a little bit different and like take the metagame in a completely different direction.
It's a little spicy out there.
If you told me that we would be casting a game where like Swampert, regular Swampert, Cleaver, Hydreigon, Ceruledge, right, all would be like used and actually come out in Lovato, I'd be like, there's just no way. Like statistically, that makes absolutely no sense. But here we are, and that's what makes Pokemon really special. Because I do think, for the most part, this tournament, a lot of the most well-known players did just pick one of the most popular teams and figured out, hey, I'm just gonna master. I'm gonna be really good at it. And so it is such a treat to see it at 3-0 here at the biggest stage that we have in Pokemon.
So cool.
I feel like as well, like there's been a little bit of discourse in the community. We've had JB Boy on Twitter calling out like Metagross is the play. Only a few days ago, and like I'm guilty of this as well. Like people sitting there being like, is it though, Jamie? Is it really the one? Like, are we really living in a world where Mega Metagross in the Charizard format is going to be able to take it all? Like, I'm not sure, but maybe, hey, Chloe showed us that it might be possible. Do you know what else is possible? Is we've got a feature match lined up, ready to go, and it's going to be an absolute cracker. So we've got Justin Tang versus Nikolai Hoy-Nilsson, and yes, that is a camera up you're seeing on your screen right now.
A camera up and a Mega Kangaskhan. I really hope that we get a chance to see some Trick Room action and see that camera up go nuts.
I think it's actually regular Kangaskhan, which is even crazier.
Oh!
It's not Silk Scarf. It is Life Orb.
Life Orb. Yeah.
So,
wow.
Really crazy. Now, the main thing, if you look at that team, though, is that there's no water resistances, right? So Justin says, well, hey, I have Swampert. I can water spot everything. So Aerodactyl pivoting out here immediately. It's going to be Farigiraf. It's a dual Mega team with Aerodactyl and Camerupt, actually, and it blocks the fake out here immediately. And Blastoise also does not Mega Evolve, so much going on here just to start off the game, getting a Water Spout off. But honestly, that's not a lot of damage.
It's pretty good. I feel like, when you're facing down a team with no water resist, Water Spout looks very good until the Sylveon wakes up. Sylveon is absolutely ready for business here. Hyper-Beam just picking up that KO.
Wait, I wasn't ready.
Rose would be here, and we're like, let's just give Sylveon a highlight reel right
Hyper
away.
Beam! Oh my gosh, that was wild. Okay, so now I know though why the Mega Blastoise didn't happen. It's because there's a Delphox in the back.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it makes sense as well. We saw this the other way round in an earlier round on the stream, right? It's like Delphox wasn't the mega of choice. Instead, Blastoise was. Now we're flipping things around with Justin just playing this slightly different way. Now that the Sylveon has to take a turn recharging, so, you know, great job knocking out the Blastoise, but now you're vulnerable to taking another attack.
That's true, but Sylveon is one of those Pokemon that I feel like just has surprising special defense bulk. So the fact that it was able to hold on through that water spout, even the Delphox on the other side, doesn't really scare me too much. But this Delphox does get that nasty plot for free, so maybe I take back what I just said.
Yeah, I think with this team, you always want to get that nasty plot off, and Incineroar going for Parting Shot makes sense as well, because I think you really want to make sure that you can bring it back out for Aerodactyl. I think what's scary right now if you're Justin is you don't know which direction this game is going to go down. Is there going to be Trick Room set up, or is there potentially going to be a Tailwind with Aerodactyl in the back? Sylveon recharges here, and it's not going to be the Trick Room because I think recognizing, hey, if I just get Aerodactyl out, I can actually Mega Evolve this Pokemon and just start clicking Rock Slide.
Yes, and I think this is the really important part of the way that Nikolai has built the team, right?
Yeah.
It's like, it's floors and ceilings. You can go right down as slow as Mega Camera Ups and start attacking that way. But if you see the opportunity, especially against a Pokemon like Mega Delphox, that you really don't want to be hitting with your Camera Ups, and instead you want to be hitting with that Mega Aerodactyl, you get that ability to set that up too.
Very cool.
I totally agree. Yeah, I think that's such a unique call-out in that when you see his team, I think if you like removed Aerodactyl, you're like, well, it's clearly a hard Trick Room team, right? Like everything else is super slow, but the Aerodactyl alone actually just induces just a completely different play style.
And you also wonder, like, with the training, like, are they slow?
Right, yeah,
like,
yeah, exactly.
Is it slow? There's Tailwind on this team as well,
That's right.
So you can definitely play, like, in this, like, middling speed tier. You have got the top and the bottom, but actually the stuff in the middle can be a little bit squidgy and, like, middling speed tier.
I like when we call these types of teams Tail Room, because they have both the Tailwind and the Trick Room. And it is just really cool to be able to see them in survival, even with a nasty plot on the Delphox.
Rose, you've come into the perfect match. This is exactly right for you.
A 1% Sylveon survival, just so I can dish out a Hyper Voice.
And a critical.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, this is it. World Championship for Rose. This is peaked at this match here.
Absolute peak.
But there's still no Trick Room going up on Nikolai's side of the field, so there is still the option, as we said, for the Aerodactyl in the back. But this Delphox is racking up a lot of damage, and even though it's taken a lot of damage, there is sort of this weird option where, you know, if Justin takes a couple of KOs and then sets up the Trick Room against the Mega Aerodactyl, there's a world in which, like, yeah, Justin can actually use that middling speed tier that he's got, but also, like, well, Delphox isn't a middling speed tier, but compared to Mega Aerodactyl, it kind of is.
I do wonder if this would be the turn that Justin would consider setting up Trick Room, knowing that that Aerodactyl is in the back.
Yeah.
And if you are confident that maybe something else is in the back there, like a Kangaskhan might be slower than you. But we do see the Incineroar come in, and it's not going to be the Trick Room setup here.
Yeah, what's so awkward, I think, for this turn is that Justin wants to get the healing with Sinistcha, but now by putting Incineroar on the field, well, then Aerodactyl can come out next turn, doesn't get intimidated. However, crucially, there is no Protect on the Aerodactyl, right? Part of these teams is that you rely on Farigiraf to block those fake outs. And so while you didn't get the Intimidate, now Nikolai, if he brings out Aerodactyl, well, that's just vulnerable to fake out plus an attack, right? So you might actually want to go into your fourth Pokemon here. So Justin capitalizing off the fact, like, I think if Aerodactyl, had Protect, then the fake out is a lot less threatening. Aerodactyl can come in and just start spamming Rock Slide, right? Even with an Intimidate, the Delphox actually will likely still go down to a Rock Slide, or with healing as well. But the thing is, you need to weave find the position for Aerodactyl, because if it gets intimidated, or if Trick Room is up and you have Instant plus Sinistcha, well, suddenly Matcha Gotcha spam makes it so hard for the Aerodactyl.
And it's sort of telegraphing maybe the King Gambit is the final Pokemon in the back for Nikolai, and like you also kind of want to get your Incin into a position where it's on the field and not intimidating the King Gambit, not making it a threat for the Sinistcha that Justin we know has in the back and can use to start healing up that Delphox and getting it, like, redirecting Sucker Punches away so the Delphox can carry on just dishing out these big, powerful heat waves.
I think it's tough, though, too, when you mention the King Gambit. There's no Protect on that either. So you have two different options there in the Aerodactyl or the King Gambit. You can't bring in either and expect them to not get faked out. So we do see the Mega Evolution committed onto the Aerodactyl, but do we see the fake out?
Yeah, is it just a double up, right? With fake out plus the Psychic from the Delphox. Fake Out does come out here, so I think that, that much was pretty obvious. Aerodactyl flinches. This is a really big interaction. It is just going to be Psychic here, so if there was King Gambit in the back, that would have been a free switch in. And that, Aerodactyl looked like it was the win condition. That's why I was saying it feels kind of awkward to position it out right now. But Sylveon still gets a Hyper Voice off.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, I was literally queuing up. The Sylveon is now the win condition, and then it just misses the KO.
Oh, wow.
But I mean, it's absolutely doing its job. Like, keeping the pressure down onto just inside of the field, and especially I'm just gonna check if that Sylveon has access to Quick Attack, right? Because
it does.
It does have access to it, because now that Delphox, even it forces Justin to have to think about bringing in the Sinistcha.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the Quick Attack starts going crazy.
That feels really bad, though, to lose Mega Aerodactyl and get nothing off with it, because it kind of just cleaned up this entire endgame, right? But the nuance here is because neither King Gambit or Aerodactyl had the Protect, like you called out, Rose. Well, you kind of have to switch in one, and I think Nikolai there might have been trying to go for a call, thinking, oh, the Fake Out Psychic is so obvious. I'm going to switch in King Gambit. You're going to Heat Wave instead, and if you Heat Wave, well, then that's probably winning for me. But the Aerodactyl, yeah, this goes to show why Fake Out is such a good move, and Farigiraf normally allows these teams to say, well, you can drop your Protect because I'll protect you from Fake Outs, but when Farigiraf goes down, suddenly the Fake Out becomes that much stronger, and yeah, now with no Aerodactyl, it is still really scary.
We're gonna see Sylveon protect itself, so maybe that's gonna be a sucker punch. So King Gambit is successful at securing another knockout. And now this is kind of awkward, right? Is it? Because Justin has Incineroar Sinistcha as the final two, and Incineroar actually went after the Sylveon.
Okay, so this is a big deal. Sylveon still staying on the field is quite a big deal for this this end game. We know that it has Hyper Beam at its disposal. You could make a read, knowing that Hyper Voice is so strong.
Right.
Hey, I need to knock out this Incineroar as quickly as possible. If you're Nikolai, this could be the opportunity to get that Hyper Beam. And it also obviously depends as well on the training between the Sylveon and the Incineroar. They're both capable of outspeeding the other one. We haven't seen that interaction yet. And so this end game, it just got really, really dicey with no Flare Blitz going down into the King Gambit, getting that last little bit of damage that maybe a Matcha Gotcha could clean up in an end game.
Yeah, and Justin also had the opportunity to go protect Delphox, switch Instant into Sinistcha, and then just Rage Powder Heat Wave, but maybe fearing that that's such an easy call out that you'll double into that slot. It's just gonna be Throat Chop here, so Incineroar moves first. Sylveon doesn't get a Hyper Voice or Hyper Beam off here. Speed interaction playing a really big deal. And I think then
but King Gambit gets the low kick.
Ooh, it's not bad damage.
It's good damage. It's good damage.
But
Matcha Gotcha.
I was gonna say, you kind of just go back though than a couple of turns prior, because you both bring up excellent points about some changes that either player could have made. But in that situation, I wonder, well, Incineroar actually, the hospitality healing from the Sinistcha brought that Incineroar out of KO range from the low kick. So was there an opportunity there instead to quick attack the Delphox for that 1% and then go low kick into the Incineroar instead?
But then also, there's a question of how this Incineroar is trained. Does it knock out the King Gambit? And if it does, or gets close but doesn't quite get there, does it manage to knock itself out
from recoil? That's right.
That's a really big...
it is.
Okay, getting the KO there, that's going to take game one for Justin. But such a close set all the way through. So many reads, and you talked about it, obviously, all the way through the match, Aaron, reads on top of reads on top of reads, right?
Yeah, and I feel like the big picture here was Mega Aerodactyl not getting an attack off, because once that Blastoise was taken care of, it felt like Aerodactyl kind of just sweeps. We're going right into game two, and regular Kangaskhan makes an appearance here with that Farigiraf. And of course, Farigiraf blocks that Fake Out, so are we going to see a different approach this time? Maybe Trick Room, and then you've got Camerupt in the back. If that is the approach, though, you're going to have to knock out Blastoise really quickly, because Blastoise is a nightmare for Mega Camerupt to deal with.
Yeah, and also there's this question of how is Nikolai going to use this Kangaskhan to be able to try to put some pressure down? Incineroar was one of the last problem Pokemon in game one for Nikolai, and now this Hammer Arm that's on the Life Orb Kangaskhan setting up the Trick Room, and then maybe getting itself into a place where it can attack first, but also put that big damage down onto the Incineroar.
Wow. 25% to Blastoise
That's
with
a Fake
Out and Life Orb. Oh my goodness.
I really like a lot of the points you were talking about there because I think that, you know, one key thing is normally Incineroar on this team doesn't seem like a huge offensive threat, but it kind of carried in that end game of game 1, right? And a big reason is because of those speed interactions. And so I think realizing that, saying, look, it is still a pretty good tool, let me switch it out. The Sinistcha, one thing that I love about this Blastoise Delphox team is just the ability to flex either Mega Evolution, right? It's so cool to see a lot. Like, my expectation is that there is still a Delphox in the back here, but it's kind of scary right now, right? You got the attack drop onto like Kangaskhan. Sinistcha can just go for a Rage Powder, and even though Blastoise is at -1, damage that you do from it is still non-trivial. Sinistcha, of course, could even potentially reverse Trick Room if it wanted. One crazy play, I was like, what if you Shell Smash and reverse Trick Room? Sorry, I stole your thunder, man.
You've got the Sinistcha there. You're in Trick Room. You Shell Smash, take all the attacks away. Mega Blastoise or not, like there is definitely. I think you know what.
You and I both would have clicked it there.
Yeah, 100% right there. Like it would have been so cool because like it forces Nikolai to start going on the offensive and like play this sort of like aggressive Trick Room position.
No.
Burn there on the Kangaskhan.
Okay, we would have lost because he doubled up into Blastoise, so you would have taken too much. Well, actually, he might have still been fine. He might have still been fine. Yeah.
It's fine.
Especially with the bird, actually, the Blastoise would have been like, all right, time for me to get going. But that's a really tough bird.
Could happen this turn.
Yes, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, now you go for the following.
Because the awkward thing, you know, with these teams is you normally want to get your heavy damage dealer in, right? And that heavy damage dealer is going to be Camera Up. It also could be Sylveon or King Gambit, but when you set up Trick Room and you don't have that much damage, you're wasting your own Trick Room turns. Sinistcha now just content to go for a Rage Powder, but...
Come on, do the Shell Smash. You got this.
I'm waiting. I'm excited. Okay, so
that damage.
Good damage. Double edge. Scrappy, of course, bypassing.
Oh my gosh, that did nothing.
Absolutely nothing after the burn. And the Life Orb ticking away the burn as well. Come on.
Okay, but now the Sinistcha has a tough job. It's got to survive the next turn, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's in a good...
Only 2 turns of Trick Room, right? So you go Rage Powder, Water Spout, protect Blastoise on the last turn of Trick Room, and then you could probably even just Mega Evolve it at this point.
That's a good point.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
you don't even have to
Delphox
reverse.
in the back, no problem. Yeah, really like the shot. And actually, like, I think that's worth calling out there is like the patience to not go for it straight away. Like you see that line, but you don't necessarily want to risk it. And getting the Matcha out, giving yourself the opportunity to do a little bit of damage, but maybe get the burn, slow down the pace of the game, and then sort of commit to it when you know that Nikolai isn't going to be able to pivot is really influential in the way that Justin is playing this.
All right, well, the Rage Powder is going to redirect away the Psychic, and it's going to be the Double Edge to finish off the Sinistcha, but let's see, Blastoise, what you got? Come on, show us that big Water Spout.
Here we go. Yeah, one thing I was thinking is if you ever intentionally don't knock out Kangaskhan to deny a free switch in, just KO Farigiraf and say now you're stuck on the field, but it is just going to be the Water Spout coming out from regular Blastoise here. It actually doesn't knock out Farigiraf, but kind of accomplishes the same thing of not giving a free switch in. Yeah,
definitely. And like, again, there is, I mean, we're telegraphing over and over again that Delphox is the mega of choice at the back, right? And your point earlier, Ara, is like there's no water resist on this team. You don't have to overextend to try to do that extra bit of water damage. You can just like carry on putting a little bit more pressure on. And then now, if we double protect, if Justin double protects out of Trick Room and Nikolai isn't able to put themselves in a stronger position, maybe bring the not even sure bringing the Aerodactyl out puts you in a strong enough position to be able to have a good time. Maybe the Sucker Punch on the Blastoise, non-Mega, could take the Water Spout out of range of being able to knock out the Mega Aerodactyl, but you kind of got to get on the front foot if you're Nikolai and get that position set up while there's this last turn of Trick Room, this defensive incentive for Justin to just like not attack this turn.
Totally agreed. Yeah, and I was gonna say, this game actually doesn't feel over because of the King Gambit. Like the Sucker Punch from it is actually so immensely threatening to both Delphox and Blastoise. And you can see, this is really cool. The fact that Justin's like, I can Mega either Pokemon right now, you still don't know which one I am going to pick is a big deal. And so Trick Room expires now, but this is, I think, the really, really interesting turn.
It's tough though because, you know, there is just 2 very powerful sprite damage options on this team. If you do Sucker Punch the Delphox,
Blastoise says, okay, Water Spout.
Okay, like I'm just gonna Water Spout you. But if you Sucker Punch the Blastoise and it still goes for Water Spout anyway, then Delphox can hit you with a Heat Wave.
Exactly, yeah. And the big question I have here is like how the Delphox and Kingambit are trained, because I think like you can train Delphox to survive Sucker Punch, and then you can also, I would expect Kingambit to actually survive Heat Wave, especially because often on these teams the Delphoxes don't have that much offense. But it is going to be Delphox. I think Heat Wave Water Spout here works, right? Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, it's like, well...
Oh, but then not with the helping hand. Yeah, hold on.
Helping hand Sucker Punch?
Hold the phone. This is, I mean, either knockout would be really, really great in this.
doesn't even KO.
Does the Water Spout do enough to take that Kingambit into Heat Wave range, though?
I think it might. It's close. It is, yeah. Oh, big critical hit on Frigorap.
Actually going to help out a little bit here, but the Heat Wave does double connect onto both Pokemon. Double knockout. Wow. Delphox Blastoise looking real good in this game.
This was a really cool game. Like, I have played a lot of Blastoise Delphox. I've seen a lot of Blastoise Delphox. I haven't seen a setup like this before. And I think Ben, like, you made such a good point about like the patience to hold on to it, right? Because he saw the line but didn't go for the exact turn we were talking about. Camera has hit the field.
Hold on. It's not over, is it?
I mean, it's gonna be hard for this camera to be able to get through this. Even a Water Spout is now single target.
Yeah, like I think Water Spout's Psychic might just do enough to be, even if not, like you could protect Delphox Water Spout if Camera knocks out Blastoise. It's what, Incineroar?
This is the opportunity for another Shell Smash, just to start slagging.
Nice.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, you might be cooking with that. I actually think you're right.
No, but
Bait the protect out. Okay, it's actually just Dark. I wanted to see the Water Spout. Come on.
Do it.
Give us the 11% Water
Get us
Spout.
some rain here in San Francisco. We've been screaming out for it. Okay, hanging on.
The double up. I think that's wild. Yeah, you're right, though. The Heat Wave there. I was really hoping that maybe, I don't know I was thinking like Ancient Power is gonna do it, but...
Justin had the opportunity to show us the strongest 11% Water Spout of our life, but he didn't go for it. I'm very sad about that.
100%, like, you know, we're running the numbers in our heads, but our heads are pretty good. So I think that Water Spout probably would have done more damage than the Dark.
Oh, I was thinking it would do like at least 50%.
Yeah. Camerox is like, I mean, Mega Camerox gets a bit bulkier, you know, we'll give it its dues, but yeah, really well played there by both players. I mean, Justin really showing us a different way, as you said, for like to pilot this Delphox Blastoise team, the way that you can bring both Megas to the game. Turns out Water Spout is a really powerful move.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just enough, and I think Nikolai did a really good job of trying to control the pressure like that he had onto just inside of the field. But you know, it's calls like that Sucker Punch, it's calls like the Aerodactyl staying in where maybe it could have been a switch out to take a Psychic. And you know, at the World Championships, when you're playing up against these trainers that are so good, like these calls are tough to make, and sometimes you get them right, sometimes you get them wrong.
Yeah, it was so cool. And I think Nikolai's probably not feeling great from that game one specifically, because I think it was like, it felt like Mega Aerodactyl could come in and just clean up, but had to find the right position for it. And the call for Justin to just say, you know what, I'm gonna go for the obvious fake out Psychic. You gotta show me like you're gonna play around it. Doesn't, Aerodactyl just faints. I think so ready to just click Rock Slide and Rock Slide and Rock Slide, but that game two just really, really clinical. And I am sad that Mega Camera makes an appearance and it basically just faints immediately. But obviously the team has put in a lot of work.
It was 3-0
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Let's not
Pardon
disrespect
me.
the camera. Well, traders, what a brilliant match that we had last round on the desk. What a brilliant feature match that we've had. Now let's get our next brilliant round ready to go. So casters, take it away.
Yeah, Aaron, let's be real here. Camerupt survived a full turn before being knocked out there at the end there. So Mega Camerupt, 2 turns at the World Championships here in that game. So we are getting ready now for round 5 of our Swiss tournament here at San Francisco. And Scott, we have had such an amazing day of Pokemon already, but now we're getting into crunch time. This is where people's careers are made or broken as they start qualifying for day 2 and then opportunities to qualify for the top cut later on.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked looking at the standings. There's so many good players who are either eliminated already or kind of already at that 2-loss threshold. And you know, kind of throughout the year, you kind of feel like, oh, the top names, they're pretty safe until like at least the end of day one, but very much not the case here at the World Championships. We see some of the folks who are doing very well, but even for these folks, they still got to get through 4 more rounds today, so even 500 is going to put you right on the brink of disaster.
Absolutely, but here, take a look at our Swiss rankings right now. These are the top 16 players. They are all currently 4-0, undefeated right now, and I have to say, Australia having a great tournament so far. 3 players still undefeated. Liam, Chloe, and Joji all are undefeated at 4-0 right now. But of course, some other names that we are very familiar with. I'm looking at Eric Rios there. We just saw him in the finals of the North American International Championships and following that up with a 4-0 start here in San Francisco.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun looking at this list, right? Where, again, the same way that some of maybe the really big names that we're expecting to do well, struggling a little bit. Maybe some folks that we weren't looking at coming into the tournament doing really well here. So maybe, again, these World Championships are when those names are built, right? Winning this tournament means far more than any other. So maybe next time when we're coming to the World Championships, it'll be these folks that we are talking about as the favorites. And yeah, I got to second your shout out to Australia as well. I think often they feel a little disrespected, and they're really making a great showing for themselves so far. So, props to them. Shouldn't underestimate any region.
Yeah, also have to shout out the 2 undefeated players from our APAC region, Narowich Naina and Ryan Kenrick Chua, both at 4-0 from Thailand and the Philippines, respectively. The APAC region is our only region that has not made it to the top cut at a World Championship so far. Australia has not won, but has made it to the top cut. And of course, all of the other regions have a champion to their name. But the APAC region, these 2 players, if you are rooting in the Philippines, in Thailand, in Taiwan, in the entire APAC region, these are your people you're cheering for.
Yeah, it could be the year for it, too. They got a lot of very strong trainers. So this World Championship just feels wide open in a way that I can't remember it feeling for a very long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's go into our notable matches here in Swiss Round 5. We are going to be following our last remaining world champion chasing a second crown here in San Francisco. Naoto Mizoguchi, of course, was our 2019 world champion back in Washington, D.C. He'll be facing off against a French up-and-comer, Adam Cherfaoui, who has been doing very well over the last few seasons, has had kind of a quiet season so far this year with only a top 16 and a top 32 as the best finishes, but starting 4-0 at the World Championships, this is when you want to get hot.
Yeah, and we've been talking off stage a lot about how much better France has been this year, right? Kind of another country, it's not like maybe the first thing you think of when you think of the Europe region, but here we are, right? And I think that it's been a lot of fun kind of to watch the turnover this year. Of course, a bunch of other big names in this event as well, though, again, mostly not those folks who have been previous tournament winners. One to shout out for me is Amelia Forbes, who took most of the year off, then immediately won a regional championship to auto-qualify for the Worlds, and here he is again at 3-1. He's been a runner-up at this tournament before. I think definitely a big player to look out for.
Yeah, and for players in Spain, we're going to have Eric Rios versus Antonio Sanchez, who are also going to be on our featured match stations. That is going to be an exciting matchup. I can't wait to watch that one after this, but also have to give some shout-outs to Hiroshi Onishi, the Japanese national champion right now, still undefeated in the tournament, up against countryman Hidetsuna Shimizu.
Hey, that's just how it is. Fainting taxes and the Japanese champion making it to day 2, right? It's things you can always count on.
Absolutely. Well, we are just about ready to hop into our Swiss Round 5, and I am so thrilled that we are able to continue to follow these trainers. And I'm really excited to see Naoto again. It's been a while since I've seen Naoto at the top tables, but of course he is a world champion, and the 2019 meta, I could see some similarities here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as similar as I think the one people keep comparing to is 2015, although I think a little bit false. I think you're right? I don't think it's like that different. I think there's always a lot of transferable skills. And, I think it's also just one of those players kind of just like playing a lot, right? And I think that like the kind of as with, I think with Pokemon Champions, kind of like the difference between maybe like the in-game battling and tournament play is not so significant as it was the past few years, where it's kind of like, mostly in games like largely players from Asia, right? So I think it was like a bigger shift here where I kind of introduced to the rest of the meta, or the rest of the world's meta a little bit more. So I'm kind of thinking like, like Japan, Korea, Asia in general, maybe just a good year for them where maybe they're a little more ready for the rest of us, or we're all playing the same game in a way that should cause everyone to make similar adjustments for this tournament versus the past, where there's maybe more adjustment for the like non-Western regions.
Absolutely. There's definitely been so much more cross-pollination across all of the regions. champions, and I definitely think a major part of that is the Champions Ladder. It definitely has been a place that players have been using to prep for the World Championships and also to understand, what are the other regions potentially bringing to this tournament. And it's been really exciting to see that develop over the course of the season. But let's go ahead and jump right into our 5th round of Swiss here. That is Naoto on the left and Adam on the right. Just saw the Blastoise and Delphox in our featured match from the last round look incredibly strong up against that hard Trick Room team. And now Naoto will be facing down those two Pokemon with sort of it looks like kind of an amalgamation of all the different types of Charizard teams we've seen so far.
I was kind of thinking the same thing, right? Where this is why that, the Big Six being 60 Pokemon starts, where it's not really any of these standard Charizard variations. To me, like the core I would most look at is Charizard, Garchomp, Charizard, Incineroar, and Venusaur, which to me is kind of the identifier there, but the way the team is finished, doesn't really match any of the most common variants. So pretty interesting here. I think to me the Pokemon that feels weirdness is still having Aerodactyl with these other Pokemon, which I think is more frequently paired with Farigiraf, so kind of interesting to see that mixed in here. Interesting Pokemon this matchup as well. Typically with this sort of team, it's Whimsicott if you want Tailwind without the Farigiraf, which would be nice against the fake out cycling. So I'm curious to see what his lines are in his team, because unlike his team, certainly he's got a plan into Adams, which I think has proven to be one of the most popular teams at this tournament.
Absolutely, and dropping the Farigiraf for that Venusaur tends to be the Pokemon that you would most see with the rest of these other Pokemon. Does make Naoto so much more vulnerable to fake out cycling. Multiple options for Adam to get free turns into Naoto's team using Fake Out. And what you absolutely cannot do against this Delphox Blastoise team is give either of those Pokemon a free turn to boost their stats.
Yeah, I think they're both kind of scary here in a lot of ways. Both of them could feasibly kind of be the Pokemon that sweeps here, which I think is going to make Naoto's team preview a little bit challenging. There's no wide guard in the Aerodactyl, which is kind of the one thing I think that might really be helpful with that Pokemon, but doesn't have that trick available to him. There's just not a ton of resist really to those Pokemon across the team. Really, Delphox doesn't have to worry about the two opposing fire-type Pokemon, but and Aerodactyl too. Blastoise offensively doesn't have to worry so much, but obviously a little bit trickier where Blastoise is naturally slower, so you do need speed control in order to get to your most threatening there. But really interesting to kind of watch these teams match up, right? Where even though it feels familiar, I think Naoto's team is just different enough that the solutions both players are going to need is a little bit different than what we've seen with similar matchups in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. The Venusaur is maybe the only saving grace against the Blastoise mode for Adam. In addition to being able to resist Water Spout, being able to hit it with super effective damage with the Leaf Storm, and also critically being Grass type to avoid Rage Powder from Sinistcha. If Adam goes Blastoise mode, Naoto seems like to me like that Venusaur is going to be a really critical piece for him.
I think so too. I think it's also one of those Pokemon like, okay, well, no matter what mode my opponent picks, it's probably going to be at least pretty valuable to me. You can get weather control, which allow Venusaur to hop over the speed of some of the other Pokemon. I do think the item choice of the Venusaur could be pretty integral in this matchup as well. Typically, we see one of two items, either Focus Sash to be a little more defensive, which tends not to be so great against this fake out cycling sort of strategy anyway, or the Life Orb to do a bunch more damage. This one playing a little bit differently with the wide lens, so will be more accurate than we normally see. Pretty big for that Sleep Powder. Maybe not as important this matchup as some others where you'd like to go on the offense with Leaf Storm, but hey, that's not a very accurate move either. We've all lost games to whiffing that one, and especially against the Blastoise where you may not get to try again if you miss the first time after a Shell Smash. So, maybe appropriately built to battle it out with its fellow Kanto region first partner Pokemon as we get the whole trio and two Incineroar in this one and Delphox. So, exactly half of the Pokemon in this match are first partner Pokemon from one region or another.
Yeah, all of our players here continuing to battle with the Pokemon they first chose to begin their adventures with here, as Naoto using this Charizard version of the team. Charizard and Aerodactyl was the early Regulation MA combo. Like, these were the two Pokemon that people were really frustrated by at the start of Regulation MA. This is really kind of a throwback, especially going with the Focus Sash on the Aerodactyl instead of the Aerodactylite.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a neat trend for the tournament in general, where Aerodactyl's pretty present here. I think more of it I would have expected from the ladder, but there are kind of several teams that are like, oh, it seems like there should be an Aerodactylite here, but instead it's the Focus Sash. So a number of trainers maybe feeling like, hey, either Mega Aerodactyl doesn't feel so great, or Mega Charizard is so good that like, the rest of the Pokemon, you got to figure it out. That Mega Stone is taken.
Absolutely. And we have to also call out that there is a third boosting option here for Adam. In addition to the Blastoise and Delphox as Megas, you have the ability for King Gambit to set up a Swords Dance. And if you thought it was bad enough tanking, you know, a +1 after a Defiant Sucker Punch or Kowtow Cleave, just wait until it's +2 and the Life Orb. That picks up so many important KOs into teams like this Charizard-based team that Naoto is running.
Yeah, I think it could be really important here, and I think it's just an important thing to watch whenever you're watching this variant of team. Even going back to Regulation MA, where even the Blastoise was available, typically at that point it was the Mega Floette instead. Yeah. But it's a very important secondary sweeper because it gives this team kind of 2 additional options where either you could opt to go for Kingambit early, maybe you're expecting your opponent to lead with Intimidate, and kind of start blowing a hole in the team to make it easier for your Mega Evolved Pokemon to come in and sweep, or you can do the reverse, right? Hey, you know, if my opponent has wasted all of the resources taking down my Mega Evolved Pokemon, I've got a secondary sweeper in the back, and I think with all the support on this team, Kingambit often feels as if it's a Mega Evolved Pokemon itself, even though it isn't, and sort of like uniquely awesome in this role. I think it's one thing that makes this team much stronger than it was in Regulation MA, even though, again, you know, I think one was the junior division, NAIC there, so it was pretty strong there already, but that Life Orb on Kingambit just kind of sends it to another level, and very few Pokemon can comfortably take a Swords Dance boosted Sucker Punch with that Life Orb added on.
Absolutely. The Black Glasses with doing enough damage already. You get a little bit extra firepower of the Life Orb. It really changes some of these calculations for players who are facing down the Kingambit. But we are just about ready for our game to begin here as our players are choosing which Pokemon they will be sending into battle here. And you have to mention the speed control options here, as the Sinistcha does have the ability to set up the Trick Room, while Naoto has been focusing much more on the Tailwind with this team and Chlorophyll on Venusaur. So that's maybe something that we end up seeing as we start to get into our Swiss Round 5 Game 1. Charizard and Venusaur being the lead for Naoto, and Adam will be leading with Delphox and Kingambit. 4 sweepers on the field.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun here, right? Where, hey, who needs support? We can all go on the offense. This is kind of the lead I was expecting from Naoto's side of the field, so I'm kind of curious if this is, you know, what Adam thought he was going to get or not. It's like sort of an awkward feeling pairing. It's like, oh, we have both the Pokemon who are supposed to go on the offense and nothing to support it, but there is some need to kind of focus down both slots, right? Venusaur can't Sleep Powder both of them at the same time, and while I think Sleep Powder is very scary here, you know, you can't afford to ignore either of them. Potentially, too, on Adam's side, it feels like, okay, well, now that I see what I'm going to get, you know, a pivot is an option, but it's a little bit scary here, especially, you know, there's no safety goggles to make Incineroar the safe combination, or the answer as it used to be, but it is going to come to the battle anyway.
Yeah, Incineroar now out on the field. Adam would like to have that fake-out pressure instead of just offensive pressure into Naoto. Maybe hoping to bait out some Protects or some other slow play from this Charizard or Venusaur before bringing in the Incineroar. Just going to start off with a couple of Mega Evolutions, getting the power levels increased across the board here. Delphox has Mega Evolved into the Mega Delphox, and now Charizard Y out on the field, setting the sun for Venusaur. Gets to fire off this Wide Lens boosted Sleep Powder that will connect onto Delphox. Delphox, of course, now has to take its mandatory turn of Sleep, while Charizard goes on the offensive with a Heat Wave. Incineroar will dodge that. Not a huge amount of damage lost there. A decent amount of chunk into that Delphox, however, with that sun-boosted Heat Wave.
Yeah, it's not nothing, right? Where it does matter. Incineroar going to come in relatively safely here. Maybe wishing he left the Kingambit out now. Like, if he would have dodged that Heat Wave, too. Yeah, but still not such a big deal. Threatening the fake out. Delphox does take some damage there, but has an opportunity to wake up on this next turn. And at that point, hey, you know, maybe it's not super threatened. You get a nasty plot out. You can kind of start getting into the mode you want to be in with this team. You know, on the flip side, Delphox did take a decent bit of damage there, and you're kind of scarily at the point where, if, you know, even Charizard getting to whack it 3 times might be enough to knock it out there, you know, barring any interference from Sinistcha.
Well, Incineroar goes for the fake out into Charizard, preventing more damage into the Delphox. That Sludge Bomb deals a good amount, but Delphox wakes up, firing off a Heat Wave of its own, connects onto Venusaur in the sun. The 1-turn sleep allowing Adam to pick up the KO onto Venusaur, and a critical hit just for good measure there. Charizard takes a little bit of damage as well from the Heat Wave and from the fake out, and that means that Adam just gets to pick up that KO for free.
Yeah, the Held Item really making a big difference in that Venusaur there. With Focus Sash there instead, you've got that 1 HP Venusaur sitting there threatening a knockout in the Delphox. Instead, with Wide Lens, hey, you know, great that you hit the Sleep Powder, but maybe you would have hit that anyway, and now the cost is Venusaur has been knocked out here, and Aerodactyl will come in to try to replace the function of Venusaur a little bit. Like, okay, well, I lost the Pokemon whose speed was doubled in the sun. I mean, this was pretty fast, right? Like, he used Tailwind. It's like kind of the same thing. Potentially threatening a knockout on the Delphox, as well as a bunch of damage in the Incineroar. He's not going to go down to a single Rock Slide or anything. But Aerodactyl are representing a lot of good things for Naoto on this turn.
Yeah, Aerodactyl giving Naoto so many different options to continue throughout the rest of this game. Either just go on the offensive with damage for Rock Slide or set up the Tailwind for the future here. Of course, Aerodactyl doesn't have the wide lens, so you do have to worry about those Rock Slides hitting as well.
Yeah, famously, we're known for its accuracy, that Rock Slide and that Aerodactyl, but still very threatening here. Charizard also feeling a little bit scared, going to protect and trust its friend Aerodactyl. Maybe he'll get a Tailwind up to flip the speed conditions of the team.
Okay, Delphox, though, is going to move faster than the Aerodactyl, but misses the Heat Wave. That means that this Focus Sash is still intact for the Aerodactyl. Delphox will go down, connects both of the Rock Slides, so Delphox is down. Incineroar takes a little bit of damage as well, and flinches. Disaster there for Adam as he loses the Mega Pokemon and flinches on the Incineroar, preventing Adam from going for any kind of positioning or getting damage down.
So we know one of the remaining Pokemon on Adam's side is that Gambit, which I think was kind of expected anyway. Most likely then Sneasler or Sinistcha in that last slot. Very important to find out which here. If it's not Sneasler, then hey, you didn't need the Tailwind anyway, so it looked really good to protect the Charizard. But it will be important on Naoto's side of the field. You want to conserve that Charizard a while if you can to help deal with the King Gambit later. It's probably just out of Sucker Punch range, but Sneasler's going to come out here and cause some problems for both these Pokemon. Going to threaten another Fake Out, which Charizard's going to be a little leery of after protecting on the previous turn, and potentially an option too, just to try to slow this Aerodactyl down if maybe you think, hey, I can't afford for Incineroar to take another one of those Rock Slides.
Yeah, at minimum, you would be able to break the Focus Ash on that Aerodactyl, which does get a little bit scary if you leave that Pokemon out against both of these. Aerodactyl has the ability to pick up KOs onto the Sneasler with dual Wing Beat, or just continue to fish for flinches and damage onto the Incineroar with Rock Slide otherwise.
Yeah, and it's impactful here too. We saw the impact of Venusaur not having the Focus Sash. You really want to get the value out of having the Pokemon that you do.
Well, here is the option for Naoto, switching in Garchomp. Perfect switch in there, tanks that Fake Out from Sneasler, breaks the Focus Sash with the Rough Skin, and Incineroar just barely hangs on after that Rock Slide. Super effective damage once again as Sneasler tanks just a little bit more damage from that Rock Slide. No flinch this time around, so the Parting Shot now actually connects onto the Aerodactyl, allowing Adam to reposition and potentially start taking control of this game through switches and Fake Outs from that Incineroar.
I mean, maybe, but I think that may have been a game-winning Garchomp switch. I think you love that if you're Naoto. Where not only do we're talking about the Focus Sash break, because I can break some Focus Sashes too. You get it for free with the Rough Skin, but Garchomp gets out in the field at a great time here, where a little leery of the damage still that Sneasler could potentially cause to it, but and a double would probably pick it up here with the Sucker Punch in a close combat, so do need to look out for that with Aerodactyl not looking so effective in the field now. But Garchomp going to threaten all of the remaining Pokemon, so a lot of attention being drawn on that Garchomp. Now Naoto has to make a read. Okay, well, is he going to assume that I protect this because it's so obvious, or can I get away with one here?
Well, Sneasler switches out for Incineroar. Adam is just trying to stack Intimidate onto Naoto's two physical attacking Pokemon on the field. That's going to be a Tailwind coming out from the Aerodactyl to ensure that this Garchomp can outspeed a Sneasler in the future. The Earthquake fires off super effective damage into both of these Pokemon. Plenty to pick up the Incineroar, but King Gambit holds on over 50% health here. This gives Adam an opportunity to either go for a Swords Dance and start sweeping, or potentially try to pick up damage immediately with Kowtow Cleave. Swords Dance is necessary to make sure that this King Gambit can actually pick up these KOs.
I think absolutely needs a Swords Dance. I think one of the things that we saw in Regulation MA that King Gambit tended to be trained for is like, with Black Blast, you usually just miss the knockout in a full health Charizard, so it's hard to extrapolate exactly. Things are trained a little bit differently now too. But probably just would have missed the knockout on Charizard with Sucker Punch. Now probably just has it. Probably has the knockout on Garchomp where it wouldn't have before. Really needed that down. So if you can get rid of this Aerodactyl, maybe King Gambit can handle the rest of the Pokemon now. Very close, but that was a critical Swords Dance. I think anything else in this game looking pretty bleak for Adam, but got himself back into it now, but he was able to secure that Swords Dance.
This is the power of the Swords Dance King Gambit. It is now threatening to KO Pokemon with that priority Sucker Punch before they can get a chance to move here. And also Sneasler back out on the field means that there is Fake Out pressure once again from Adam. Naoto will retreat the Aerodactyl to make sure that that Focus Sash stays intact, bringing back out the Charizard. That's going to be a switch and a protect. Naoto is trying to dodge Sucker Punches and gets it. No Pokemon before going for an attack, so the Sucker Punch does not work, but Sneasler gets to fire off a Poison Jab.
Huge, just a poison. Yes, it does. Oh, that's huge. So that was really important. So what Naoto was trying to do there is get Charizard and Garchomp on the field together so that, okay, King Gambit, you can Sucker Punch one of these Pokemon, but you can't get us both in the same turn. The other one will knock you out. Now with Charizard Poison, if Adam can just stall out this poison, he can check Garchomp with King Gambit and kind of deal with both of them. Really important there because the tail one would have caused Charizard to be quicker, able to check the Sneasler. Now it can't.
Yeah, absolutely disaster for Naoto, and that is why players have been using the Poison Touch and Poison Jab Sneasler to increase the options from the from Poison to get that a little bit extra damage onto those Pokemon. Now, that means that Naoto will have to do something with this Charizard, or else it will just faint after the next turn it's on the field.
It's still a really awkward turn, though, because it'd be really easy if Sneasler could protect, but because the Sneaslers on this version of Team have Quick Guard instead, it's not safe here. And if King Gambit's like, hey, bud, do your best, it's probably going to go down for this.
Yeah, good hustle, Sneasler. You got the poison down. That's exactly what I needed from you. But now I'm just going to protect myself this turn. You take this Earthquake for me.
This is like, bud?
Friend? Team?
Sneasler may feint a hero here. Charizard going to feint a Goat here as it goes down, and we're going to wind up in a situation where we have both Garchomp and an Aerodactyl facing down this King Gambit, which is a pretty funny situation here. So if Garchomp attacks, it gets caught by a Sucker Punch, it's going to be all over for the Garchomp. However, Aerodactyl's still free to do whatever it can here. Unfortunately, this Aerodactyl is a very support-oriented set. You know, it's not that Aerodactyl really has all that many coverage moves that would damage King Gambit anyway, but this Aerodactyl has Rock Slide, Dual Wing Beat, both of which are resisted by the King Gambit, Tailwind, which doesn't matter, and Protect. So likely to be mostly ignored here, but a rough spot.
At the same time, Life Orb King Gambit needs to swing 3 times to KO both of these Pokemon, one of which also means it has to swing into the rough skin of Garchomp. So even though Aerodactyl does not have a lot of damage, it doesn't need to deal a lot of damage to break through the King Gambit here.
Yeah, I just don't know if the math in this one's going to work, and I think even if it makes perfect holes, maybe it doesn't happen. Like, I feel like in this one, you almost have to Sucker Punch the Aerodactyl. Just assume he's not going to let me get Garchomp right here, but one mistake will get him, and even, again, one non-mistake is still pretty close. I think Aerodactyl even getting, like, 2 Rock Slides off is probably enough where there's just no win con.
Well, Garchomp will protect itself. There's a Sucker Punch King Gambit targeted down the Aerodactyl, like you mentioned, but Focus Sash is still intact. That means that Adam needs to get this right 2 more times, as the Life Orb recoil means that the King Gambit now loses 10% of its health. There is the damage from the Dual Wing Beat, dealing about 14 to 15% there. 2 more Life Orbs and a rough skin. King Gambit is out of health.
Yeah, I think that's a tough spot. So I think you have to knock out Aerodactyl first, take the Life Orb recoil, because I think if you feint to Life Orb, you win. If you feint to Rough Skin, Garchomp wins. So Garchomp, I think Garchomp's actually just free to attack here.
Yeah, Garchomp should just be free to attack here to make sure that King Gambit is not able to pick up the KO.
Sure thing. I think, yeah, or no, the other way around. Garchomp.
The other way around,
yeah.
Well, there's a Sucker Punch into Aerodactyl, but no damage coming, or no protect from the Garchomp. Because that Garchomp was left alone, King Gambit's Life Orb is going to take that tick here as the Garchomp finally takes out the King Gambit with the Earthquake. Extremely close there. Adam came really close to getting everything correct there, but just a little bit too much recoil damage. Put him in a tight spot at the end there.
Fun and there. I did my best to make it as convoluted as possible, so hopefully you didn't follow it at all. But yeah, I think it was almost a mathematical impossibility there. I think Naoto played that really well. I was like, hey, you know, like, I just need to not do anything too crazy there. We're likely going to win almost every outcome. But how close is that, right? Again, you know, the King Gambit is like, you know, 5% more HP. I think it's like a more realistic win con. So really, really close one. And again, you see the power of King Gambit as a secondary sweeper for these teams. Things that go super well for the Delphox there, but still almost able to pull that one out.
Absolutely. Adam came extremely close to taking that game 1. And if that is how game 1 is going to go, I hope we get a full 3-game set out of these 2 players, because that was extremely entertaining, and you can't ask for any closer of a game than that.
No, it's super fun, and you know, I assume we're going to see similar stuff to what we saw in the previous game here in this game too. I think even though Blastoise's type matchup is pretty good with these Pokemon, it's pretty difficult to actually wind up in a situation where you can attack safely with it, where especially with those 2 lead Pokemon, they're like, not only have to worry about Venusaur just knocking you out, but you're having to potentially deal with Drought the entire game is pretty difficult to deal with. So probably going to see the Delphox mode again. One thing to keep in mind is, there's a lot of volatility with the way that game started out. Sleep Powder hit, which is more likely than normal with that held item on Venusaur. Delphox woke up in the minimum amount of turns. If it had not, I think that would be a much more Naoto-favored game state. Equal odds of both of those things happening. So potentially we see a similar game play out where it could be a blowout for Naoto. So I think I would change things up more if I was Adam, and then here we are. Yes, it's Sneasler as the lead instead, but also a switch up on Naoto's side with Garchomp coming in. We get the other iconic Charizard lead. It's in the fun of his team. One of the reasons why you normally don't see this combination of Pokemon together is because Focus Sash is a little bit too wanted by this team, but you get both Venusaur with Charizard and Garchomp, and both those options have looked good at different points of the set here. I don't think this adjustment is going to upset Naoto at all.
Absolutely not. And being able to catch the Sneasler there instead of having to deal with any kind of previously you had the King Gambit, which felt pressured enough by the Venusaur and the Charizard. That ended up being a huge deal. Lost a lot of momentum from that turn one having to reposition. Now the Sneasler at least gives you fake out pressure, so the Delphox might be able to start making something happen here.
It's better than if that slot was King Gambit like the previous game, but Garchomp's still looking pretty good here, and kind of just something to watch this set in general, right? If you're not going to bring Sinister or Blastoise, Garchomp is good.
There are no Pokemon here that, well, at least the Delphox is going to be able to levitate away from the ground type attacks, but this Garchomp does still have Rock Slide, still able to hit that Pokemon for super effective damage, and without getting boost from the Nasty Plot, Delphox just isn't going to be able to deal enough damage right back to the Garchomp. That being said, both Pokemon are going to Omega Evolve on turn one. There is the fake out from Sneasler, targeting down the Charizard and gets the Poison Touch right away onto the Charizard. That is going to add up pretty quickly here. There is the Psychic onto Garchomp. That's a 2-hit KO without a Nasty Plot. Rock Slide connects onto both Sneasler and Delphox, dealing good damage to the Delphox, but 2-hit KO onto Garchomp with Psychic, you're happy about that.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage going both directions in that turn. The Poison big on the Charizard as well. If you're watching this and wondering why is it Poison Touch and not Unburden on these teams, this is exactly it, right? Caesar playing a little different role on this team than it might in some others, where it's not here to sweep necessarily, although its individual damage could be fairly impactful here as well, because it's also kind of checking Garchomp. But critically, just wants to spread those fake outs, get that extra damage, play things a little bit more slowly. We don't know for sure if in the back there is a Sinister or not, so it would be a little scary to try to bring it out in front of a Charizard that's been motivated to try to attack quickly, but it'll be Incineroar coming out for now.
Yeah, Incineroar here will at least get the Intimidate down onto Sneasler, protecting either the Charizard or the Incineroar itself from damage from that Sneasler this time around. That's a Protect coming out from Delphox, just trying to survive another turn as the Poison Jab connects onto Charizard. Deals a decent amount of damage, of course, reduced by the Intimidate. This Heat Wave is going to connect onto Sneasler, and in the sun, that is an easy KO onto that Pokemon.
That's some great damage there by Sneasler, but only damage trading, right? No stat boosting occurring at Adam's side of the field, so Naoto keeping enough of pressure of it is not allowing that. And with the Incineroar coming out for Adam, creating a pretty interesting situation here. The Intimidate on the opposing Incineroar is like nice and all, but probably doesn't matter. But now both sides are threatening a fake out, and with Charizard's HP being so low, these passive turns are really bad for him, right? Especially given that it's not like a super great board state for it to begin with against two Fire-type Pokemon, although Delphox not exactly looking so healthy over there either.
I mean, we got 4 Fire-type Pokemon out on the field right now, so everyone's resisting those Fire-type attacks, but Charizard and Delphox are so low, they probably aren't surviving that anyway. That's going to be the Garchomp switching in for the Incineroar here. Again, Naoto catches the fake out onto the Rough Skin, so you get a little bit of extra damage down onto the Incineroar, as Delphox will just clean up that Charizard with a Psychic here. So some repositioning there from Naoto, giving up the Charizard in order to get the Garchomp on the field and potentially bringing in the Incineroar again for fake out pressure.
Yeah, although, what happens then, right? Delphox goes for the Protect, and you kind of wind up back in the same spot. Naoto hasn't really lost many Pokemon, but they're all kind of just being weakened enough that other than Incineroar, they're all kind of being checked now by this Delphox. Still missing a Pokemon as well on Naoto's side of the field. Venusaur was led last game. We don't know what that remaining Pokemon in this game could potentially be either it or Aerodactyl here, depending the situation. So that would influence things here a little bit too. Certainly if it was Aerodactyl, I would kind of expect to see it. So this hesitation makes me think that maybe it isn't.
Yeah, and honestly, really scary Pokemon for Adam right now is that Incineroar. If you assume that it's going to be the King Gambit in the back, Incineroar, Delphox, and King Gambit, all you need is your own Incineroar to check all 3 of those Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think that's really getting scary here too. That Delphox is 33% HP, very critical. Even though it only got hit once, it really isn't anything off. So it's theoretically checking the Garchomp, though again with the fake out threat, it can't right here. And hanging on the Incineroar at Adam's side, looking pretty vulnerable here. Like maybe you try and, I guess going for the damage are probably too scary because really can't afford to, even like a Protect Flare Blitz might pick it up from Adam's side of the field. So awkward turn for both players.
Incineroar retreating for King Gambit. Adam has decided that he really needs to make sure that the Intimidates can stick onto the physical attackers that Naoto is showing right now. Incineroar goes for the fake out, will connect with the Protect as the Rock Slide is locked into by Naoto. No damage into Delphox, and King Gambit gets in for basically free there, just 9% chip damage from that Rock Slide. And now you have the King Gambit out on the field, but there is still a turn of Harsh Sunlight, and Incineroar can still deal big damage to that King Gambit.
That's the awkwardness of this turn, right? Both King Gambit and Delphox potentially threatening a knockout into this Garchomp slot, but where does it get you really? Yeah. Where I think great switch just to stop the Rock Slide, right? And hey, I guess to make 2 more defensive switches, Garchomp will take care of itself, but it's still not like a super safe situation where Incineroar not threatening a knockout probably on either of these Pokemon, so they both like the stat boost, but one of them at least probably needs to actually check the Garchomp, lest you risk just going to set here.
That's really what it's about. You have to make sure that this Garchomp doesn't get to swing for free, and just the presence there of the King Gambit and Sucker Punch seems to be checking the Garchomp there as it retreats for the Venusaur. King Gambit now protecting from this for this turn, not trying to get KO'd by a Flare Blitz, but Delphox firing off a Heat Wave. That's going to pick up the KO onto Venusaur on the switch-in. Like you mentioned, the way Naoto was playing meant that Aerodactyl was not in the back here, and instead the Venusaur goes down, and the Flare Blitz did try to connect with the King Gambit. So Adam is getting these reads when he needs them.
Yeah, suddenly things looking pretty good for Adam, right? Gets that knockout for free, doesn't have to worry about the mystery of that final Pokemon anymore, and now he's getting pretty close. King Gambit probably not going to get one-shot by Incineroar from here, so can at least help knock Incineroar out, but I still think that's what the Garchomp's going to do, right? Still has the option of protecting, so Delphox isn't too safe here, and how do you want to deal with this, right? Do you try and guess Garchomp protecting here and then play defensively with your own Delphox, because neither of them used Protect on the last turn? Have some options here, but Adam's very close to setting us to a third game.
Well, and there's also the Incineroar in the back that can put down and Intimidate onto both of these Pokemon, which would make it even easier for that King Gambit to survive a Flare Blitz or an Earthquake, or especially a Rock Slide from that Garchomp. Again, the ground type coverage here being Earthquake means that this Garchomp can only deal super effective damage to King Gambit by knocking out its partner Pokemon there. Heat Wave, though, connects onto both.
Yeah, no Protect, calls it, picks up the knockout, and I don't think there's much left for now to do in this game. Great move by Adam to realize the knockout was going to be available, picks it up. The Flare Blitz on King Gambit going to do a lot of damage, but there's a lot of work left for Incineroar to do.
Yeah, and that's a lot of recoil damage right back. A lot of that will be healed up by the Citrus Berry, but that means you're going to have to take multiple hits from this Delphox if it can land its Heat Waves, and King Gambit just got that Swords Dance buff, so you're really relying on Delphox missing those Heat Waves.
Yeah, missing a whole bunch, and the Incineroar in back, I think you're rooting for a DC at this point, where it's hard to see. I think at this point, Adam can pretty much just click his button. Going to bring Incineroar out here because, why not?
Yeah,
really an advantage to not doing this, but pretty locked up here in the second game.
Yeah, absolutely safe play here from Adam to bring in the Incineroar and protect King Gambit. That means that Naoto is not able to pick up any KOs here. You have fake out pressure now for free damage onto Incineroar, and that will lock it up here for Adam. It's just about whether Naoto wants some extra time to think about Game 3 or needs some more information out of Adam before locking in a forfeit before we head into Game 3.
Yeah, might as well take your time, right? Just to think a little bit. This is a crucial moment for both of these traders. They both had great 4-1 starts to this turn. Wow, that's a knockout already. King Gambit's a little bit good. There's a reason a couple of trainers, I think, in the field have decided to use it. I'm going to a third game here, yeah. It's a critical moment for both trainers. One trainer going to move to 5-0, going to be at the point where they only need one more win to secure their place in our continued Swiss rounds tomorrow in the phase 2 of this tournament, which gives a big mental edge, right?
Yeah.
Where going 4-1, especially I think after losing on stream, which tends to be a little bit more emotional, maybe start like, oh man, are things turning the wrong way? So a very pivotal game, I think, for both of these trainers' paths through this tournament.
Absolutely. Again, yeah, like like you mentioned, when you're undefeated here, this is the last round before locking in your ticket to day 2 and continuing on in the tournament. This is the worst round to lose and then go on tilt for the rest of your tournament because you would have come so close. So both of these players, I am sure, are feeling that pressure to clutch this one out in game 3. And I have to shout out the Poison Jab and Poison Touch Sneasler. Getting the poison from the fake out was huge onto Charizard, just getting those ticks of damage. And Adam, showing the importance of those additional pieces of damage, just like the Life Orb on King Gambit pushes some of those calcs over the edge. 1 extra tick of poison damage, 2 extra ticks of poison damage also push some of those calcs over the edge.
Yeah, and I think that's also something to keep in mind as we go into this 3rd game, is that, it's been very close in both game 1 and in game 2, but Naoto's not getting a whole lot going his way, right? Where that first game, the sleep being minimum turns was pretty unfortunate for him. Poison Touch is activated in the first activation twice, in the 2 instances where it even had a chance to activate, so perfect so far. Sneasler's having itself a set where Naoto avoiding that sort of thing could really change things for him. Not that he can do anything, right? Just cross his fingers, hope for the best, but it really changes the way this matchup plays out, right? Where it kind of prevents him from playing defensively, where once you're poisoned, once a Pokemon like that, especially your Mega Evolved Pokemon, especially the Pokemon bringing Drought when you also have Venusaur, it's just very important to try to win while you still have that resource active, and we have limited turns. You can't switch as much. You have to start making reads. We see how aggressively that Garchomp has been using Rock Slide, because Naoto knows, okay, I can't play with Delphox. I can't afford to miss a read. I just have to try to catch it when it's available, and in that game, Adam was able to hide it from Garchomp just enough.
Oh, well, another switch up from Adam, choosing to go for a different fake out user in the lead here. This is going to be Incineroar next to the Delphox. Naoto is going to go with the Charizard and Venusaur back to game 1.
Yeah, well, the good news is this time there won't be any poisons up the front for Naoto, so sure, he may be excited to see that, but still a difficult matchup, right? One of the reasons why Incineroar is so great is not just that he intimidates the physical Pokemon, also he's very good against this particular combination of 2 Pokemon, right? Still can be put to sleep again. Not the Incineroar of yesteryear exactly, but able to cause some problems here where maybe, even the threat of fake out, you don't necessarily want to double protect against this because giving free turns to Delphox is very scary. The last time we saw a situation like this, the Venusaur just full set Sleep Powder into Delphox, so interesting to see if that happens again. But this time Charizard going to switch out, maybe try to play a little more defensively, and get Garchomp out in the field to help fight these 2 Fire-type Pokemon. Yeah,
Garchomp needs to be on the field against both of these Pokemon, and maybe hoping to go 3 for 3 on catching Rough Skin fake outs on the switch in here as Garchomp switches in, and Delphox will go ahead and Mega Evolve. Once more, the Rough Skin damage connects onto the fake out, but there is the nasty plot coming out from Delphox. No protect from this Venusaur, however, means that there is an opportunity to go for Sleep Powder, and it connects. Delphox now asleep, and so smart from Naoto to switch out there. Now Delphox has to take its sleep turn.
Yeah, it's like everything is way better of it if Charizard was still in the field here, because not only do you not have to waste that first turn of sleep kind of doing nothing, but Garchomp is already out on the field, already isn't intimidated and threatening the damage of the Delphox, right? It's a great position by him where everything is just kind of wrong for Adam. It's going to take multiple turns to cycle Intimidate back out. Delphox has to be sent off the field. That nasty plot ends up doing nothing, and it never took a sleep turn.
The worst feeling to switch out your nasty plotted Delphox as the moment you got it up, and the Rock Slide dealing big damage to Incineroar with no Intimidates down onto the Garchomp. King Gambit, of course, is able to tank that very easily, but that Life Orb on Garchomp did so much work there. Incineroar forced to eat its Citrus Berry. At least Adam gets the King Gambit switch in on the Sludge Bomb, but when things go right, sometimes they go wrong too, as Incineroar flinches from the Rock Slide.
That's a huge flinch where even just being stuck on the field is a huge problem for the Incineroar there. Most likely going for something like a parting shot, which would have allowed it to cycle back in, maybe slow this Garchomp down. Instead, we're in a situation once again where Garchomp, unintimidated, able to threaten a bunch of damage on these opposing Pokemon. And now King Gambit is a very important resource where, maybe you can switch Delphox into a bunch of ground-type attacks and start killing sleep turns somehow, but if you can't, it's really only King Gambit who's a viable win condition here, now facing down both the damage from Garchomp and a potential sleep from the Venusaur. And worse yet, I think because there's no pressure, if you want to, now you can bring Charizard on the field very easily if you want to, and that's going to make things very difficult to switch any Pokemon into battle.
Absolutely. Naoto has figured out the way to get Garchomp next to Charizard. Both of these Pokemon able to start spamming their spread moves if they want to. There's the Earthquake from Garchomp. that is going to be ineffective into the Delphox, which has just switched in for the Incineroar. Adam knows that he needs to get Intimidates down onto the Garchomp, but that is a huge Earthquake. King Gambit has 1 shot left, 10% health. We don't know the exact numbers. Maybe King Gambit can swing twice, but only with that Life Orb at maximum 2 opportunities to hit any of Naoto's Pokemon.
Exactly. I got a riddle for you, Chet. When is 10% not 10%? Where there's no rounding in Pokemon that way. Typically, I mean, it always rounds down, I guess I should say. So it could be, it will exactly be knocked out by the Life Orb. Like, slightly more likely that unknown to us that it can survive 1 attack. Critically also unknown to Naoto, but not unknown to Adam. So we have 1 player working with some information that the rest of us don't have here on a very critical turn. Also worth thinking about this damage calculation, right? A Swords Dance boosted Sucker Punch will knock out Garchomp. Charizard, I think it depends on how it's trained, where it's possible it could just barely survive. Again, Black Glass is used to just miss it if you built defensively. So we'll have to see how this Charizard is trained. They tend to be quicker nowadays, which would indicate not so good on the defense.
There's the Sucker Punch into Garchomp, the Rough Skin, plus the Life Orb recoil, regardless of how we round. That is a KO into Garchomp and a trade KO into King Gambit.
Exactly enough.
Huge, though, to get that Pokemon off the field. Delphox, still asleep, finally uses its first turn of sleep. Takes an Ancient Power from the Charizard, dealing just under half health. No boost from the Ancient Power as well. So now, Adam has the opportunity to have Delphox wake up on the next turn, but he's going to need to get a lot out of that Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, it's one big problem dealt with where Garchomp's Rock-type attacks is really the most threatening thing to the Delphox, should it ever awake. But again, this Delphox lost that nasty plot boost, so it's still got a long ways to go. Now that Gambit has been defeated as well, I think very critical. Maybe like 1 more hit point really changes how this battle looks. Could have been threatening a probable potential one-shot into the Charizard. Instead, Incineroar going to come out here and continue to make things difficult. Sneasler, the remaining Pokemon on Adam's side, going to eat a relevant Intimidate here. But hey, at least he's got the type advantage, but I don't know if Poison Touch is going to be enough this time. Definitely going to need to start applying some poisons in a hurry.
Absolutely needs to get the poison and just other damage down onto these Pokemon. And I love the Incineroar switch in here, forcing Delphox to have to go for a Protect this turn to waste the Fake Out from Incineroar. Otherwise, Fake Out plus Ancient Power may be able to pick up the KO there. Instead, Adam is just going to retreat the Delphox and bring out his own Incineroar to tank any damage coming out from Naoto's Pokemon. There's the Fake Out from Sneasler, connects onto Charizard, gets the flinch, but does not get the poison. There is the Throat Chop, connects onto Incineroar on the switch in. Negligible damage there, but in a race between damage between these 2 Incineroar, Naoto is way ahead.
Yeah, and I think critically too, Delphox doesn't get to use that turn of sleep, right?
Yes.
So Zillow's only slept for 1 turn. It's not a guaranteed wake, which I think is also some wire to sleep there. You can't just protect because there's always the threat that you don't succeed there and take that damage on it instead. So forced to play defensively. I'm not out of this one yet, but the puzzle is getting more and more complicated.
Absolutely, it is more and more complicated here. Sneasler does have a good matchup into the Incineroar and even into the Charizard, outspeeding and being able to deal good damage back. But we're going to see the Incineroar retreat for Venusaur as Charizard protects. Wants to dodge a Fake Out from the Incineroar on Adam's side, and it does. That being said, Venusaur is now out on the field. Poison Jab also into the Charizard, which means that Venusaur is out onto the field for free with 2 turns remaining of the Harsh Sunlight.
Excellent switch there. And again, Naoto kind of just realized, like, hey, Charizard is very threatening to this opponent. Maybe he's got enough attention. I can kind of sneak Venusaur in here. Neither of the Incineroar are too threatening to one another, although you need to deal with the Incineroar eventually if you're Adam because of Delphox is a potential win condition here. However, completely free, and now Incineroar gets to be safely in the back or can switch back in and Intimidate and put Charizard in a safer position to get some more damage down, keep working toward this end game.
Absolutely, a second Intimidate down onto Sneasler is a big deal. You can see how much Charizard is able to tank that, but now the Poison Jab plus Poison Touch means that Charizard will be poisoned here, and Heat Wave is going to miss the Sneasler. You wanted to hit that if you are cheering for Naoto Mizubuchi. Instead, Instead, Incineroar tanks the Heat Wave, so Adam just gets the poison down onto the Charizard. And here comes the Flare Blitz, trying to pick up damage onto the Venusaur. Instead, just starts chipping away at that Incineroar. That is a huge dodge from the Sneasler and gets the poison at the same time.
It definitely makes things a little bit more interesting here, where Charizard now on a timer, only has a handful of turns remaining, and it only takes, I guess, a couple of poison ticks before maybe Sneasler can just pick it up with Poison Jab itself. But Adam's still losing resources too, right? That Incineroar is very close to being knocked out. Sneasler's been intimidated repeatedly now, where he'd like to switch it out of battle at the very least. And that Delphox is still at low health and still isn't guaranteed to wake up when it comes back into battle, where the health bars are getting more similar to one another, but I don't know that the board state is quite caught up yet.
And if you're Naoto, you're also worried about the turns of Harsh Sunlight. This is the final turn of Sun, which means that if Charizard is not able to switch out and back in, Venusaur would be slower than Delphox, which still has the opportunity to wake up at any moment now. Sneasler retreats for the Delphox, resetting its attack stat. There is the fake out. It will connect onto the Delphox on the switch in. Heat Wave connects onto both Pokemon here. Incineroar goes down. Delphox hangs on with just 15% hit points remaining. That means Sneasler now gets to switch in here as the Harsh Sunlight fades. This Delphox is now the fastest thing on the field, but it's going to need to make sure that it can wake up and start dealing the damage.
It's a pretty interesting final, well, maybe not final turn, but kind of final climactic situation here, where Sneasler potentially threatening a knockout Incineroar, Delphox potentially threatening a knockout in the Charizard. Charizard would really like to switch out in order to set up that Sun for Venusaur, but if you're firing a psychic type attack into that slot anyway, that doesn't work because Venusaur doesn't have a sash, right? You just get it knocked up and then wind up right back in the same spot that you're in. So Adam, maybe by getting the Delphox in, has a chance here, but it still has to wake up. It could go either way. Two potential returns remaining. You'll either wake up this turn and probably win the game, or one turn too late and probably lose the game.
Wake up this turn, you win the game, hit the snooze, and you lose. You've got to wake up right now if you are Adam's Delphox. Incineroar switches out. That is a way to get the Venusaur in without risking damage on the Venusaur on the switch, and Delphox spins another turn asleep. There's the close combat from Sneasler, connects onto the Venusaur. Big damage there, 40% to the Venusaur, but not enough. Sneasler drops its defenses here, and the Ancient Power comes out from Charizard. That's going to pick up the Delphox, and with just the Sneasler against 3 Pokemon, Naoto Mizubuchi looks like he is about to be undefeated heading into round 6.
So close there, but the forfeit is locked in, and Naoto picks up that dub. What a great set there. It was so close at the end there, but Naoto able to work around missing that Heat Wave, which meant that it'd get much more challenging for him than I think it needed to be. Even in the game where he got lucky, it just seems like things just couldn't stop being exciting, but really fun ending there. And both players doing a great job of keeping themselves in the game, right? I think either of them could easily have gotten blown out with a couple more mistakes there, but kind of doing what they need to do to keep the game moving forward. And I think that was a great move at the end there by Naoto. Even if Delphox had woke it up, still some paths forward there, or would have able to bring his own final Pokemon back in to get that fake out pressure again. Maybe still would have been okay, but it would have been a little spookier. So
would have been tight. Would have been rough. Would have been real tense to make that happen. But wow, what a 3-game set here. If you are Adam and if you are cheering on for him, you have to be proud of how he played across all 3 of these games. And of course, Naoto Mizubuchi now at 5-0, on his way to potentially becoming the 2nd world champion to repeat.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably never felt closer. Right? I mean, 5-0 is looking good, and it's another tournament where, like, if you feel good about your team, I mean, why not you, right? Yeah. He's proven he can win this tournament before. He's proven he can handle the stress, and hey, again, looking at the standings, a lot of the players that maybe he's coming in is like, man, I sure have to, well, I don't know if you're intimidated by anyone if you're that tier player, but I'd prefer to play that player a little later in the tournament. Maybe some of them aren't going to get there, right? So maybe you look at that as an opportunity. And yeah, what an impressive player too. I think just really fun set that he played there as well, where again, it's a combination of Pokemon that he had to work a little bit in the team creation phase maybe to fit all the held items together. Where I mean, that's really the anti-synergy there isn't so much the Pokemon as them all kind of wanting the same things.
They all want the same things.
It worked out pretty well. And hey, I think there's something to be said too. These Venusaur teams do often wind up relying so much on sleep powder hitting. I think maybe it being a little bit more reliable is worth some of the cost of it just getting exploded like it did in that first game.
Absolutely, and it's so tense when it comes down to that one extra turn of sleep. When you're running a Venusaur team, this happens all the time. Either you need to land that one crucial sleep powder to give yourself a little bit more breathing room, or you are just hoping and praying that you are going to get the extra turn of sleep that you need. Because you start flipping coins, sometimes it comes up heads, sometimes it comes up tails.
Yeah, I think it's really fun about watching the best players playing Venusaur as well. It's like, okay, well, how can I manipulate this game to kind of minimize the damage of the bad rolls where, sometimes it's just going to happen, right? It's the nature of the Pokemon. Fortunately, we don't have a Pokemon that's faster than everything else under the sun and has Spore, right? Thank Arceus we don't, right? I think we're all happy to avoid having to deal with anything at quite that level of power. But because of that, this Pokemon has weaknesses, and I think having to manage the probability is Venusaur's biggest weakness. I think throughout the course of that set, played pretty well in the face of that sort of probability, right? Where things largely weren't going Naoto's way, right? Where certainly that sleep on Delphox particularly was big, but almost every other roll went the wrong way, right? I guess there's Incineroar flinch too, but
yeah.
But other than those two rolls.
But other than that.
Yeah, asterisk. But, it still, a lot went the wrong way, right? And played well enough, like, hey, even with the dice maybe going a little bit the wrong direction in that one, able to close that out, not comfortably, but, solidly.
Yeah, not comfortable in any sense of the word, I would say there at the end there. But I know I need to take a breather after this set, so we're going to toss it down to the stage to hear directly from Naoto, who is now undefeated heading into Swiss Round 6.
Thank you so much, Scott and Evan. I am indeed here with the winner of our Swiss round at number 5, Naoto Mitsubuchi. How are you feeling now that you are undefeated still?
ナオトさん、優勝おめでとうございます。今、5戦0敗という認識なんですけれども、いかがでしょうか、今の調子は。
とても嬉しい気持ちでいっぱいです。Day2 に行きたい気持ちがとても強いので、6勝できるようにあと1勝は、頑張りたいなと思っています。
Yeah, I'm feeling really well. Going 5-0 right now. Hopefully, I can make it to day 2, and we can still continue that streak to make it 6-0.
Well, that Game 3 win was very exciting. Why did you decide to change your team between Japan Nationals and World Championships?
3戦目の試合、本当に素晴らしかったです。で、こちらの、2回戦と3回戦の中でチームの構成を変えたと思うんですけれども、このチーム構成の変えた理由は何で、日本と、ワールドに対してこのチーム構成変えたと思うんですけれども、このチームの、変更した理由は何なんでしょうか。
そうですね、同じものだとなかなか通用しないという気持ちがあったので、何かしら変更を加えて、挑もうかなという気持ちがありましたね。はい。
Yeah, and in Japan regional, it's quite boring if we stay with the same composition. So I feel like switching it up was better in this case.
Well, in this match, you played against a very established team with Mega Delphox and Mega Blastoise. What was your game plan heading into it to defeat this team?
今回のその試合、メガマフォキシーとメガカメックスなども、かなり強い、ポケモンがあったんですけども、こちらの対策などはすでにお考えだったのでしょうか。
正直かなり苦しいマッチアップかなっていう自覚はあったんですけれども、うまく行動を噛み合わせれば、チャンスは生まれるかなということで、今回はちょっと結果的にはなんとか勝つことができました。
Yeah, that matchup is actually quite difficult, but with sheer will, along with being able to strategize, with determining, making sure that the movesets are correct and such, I was able to come through on top.
You did amazing. Naoto, you are coming in as a previous world champion. So how are you feeling about making day 2 and making Japan proud?
もうすでに、ワールドでもう勝たれた経験もございますので、この Day2 に向けて何か言うことございますでしょうか。
Day2 に向けて、残りも頑張りたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
I'd like to do my best for Day2 as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again, and best of luck in your next matches. Analysts, back to you.
Thank you so much, Rose. This is a fantastic tournament. This is shaping up so well. Naoto played that game so well against Adam. It felt like Adam had all the tools to get there in the end, but Sleep Powder is doing its thing in this particular format, in this particular match.
When you land your sleep powders and you get the turns of sleep you need, Venusaur's a pretty good mon.
Yeah, I mean, Sneasel's a pretty good mind in that set too, though, right? I think that's kind of the fun of it is, every game's a little bit different in this format where there's enough things that can kind of go right, can go wrong, but you got to improvise a little bit. I think both trainers look very good in that set. It's easy to see how both of them had gotten to 4-0.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like, especially like that game too, where, it was going well for Naoto, and then like everything just went right in that end game for Adam. He like made call after call after call, and that's like what you've got to do, especially if you're up against the caliber of players you are. You're sitting 4-0. Doesn't get easier from there. So, congratulations to both of our trainers from the last round. We've got another fun feature match for you. We've got Stefan Mock versus Yuya Wakasugi here on the side stream matches. And we're going to get straight into things. We've got Gengar and Sneasler starting out against King Gambit and Sneasler.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this match because I love this team that Stefan is running here with the Gengar that's not Perish. It's actually just substitute Gengar. And using the normal Swampert as well, more supportive here with Yawn and Flip Turn. I think this is a really cool team, and I'm excited to see how it matches up.
Yeah, I was kind of worried we might not, right? Where I think him and Michael Kelch have very similar teams, if not exactly the same one. But so Michael was down to 2-2 before we went up to do this game, and like, oh man, like we've been talking about like the Mega Gengar kind of trap offense stuff for 2 regulations now. I was like, are we going to lose it again? But here it is, we found it.
Yeah, and at 4-0 as well. I mean, it just really comes down to who you pair up against in the day and like how those matches go for you. Yeah, it's a team that Michael DeBest was able to pilot to win a grassroots event, and it's like certainly came on a lot of people's radar. Like especially if a lot of trainers not really necessarily played up against it too often, but like it's something that you definitely add to the list to make sure do I have a matchup into this?
Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit earlier when we saw the previous Gengar from Edu, which was just that everyone sort of talks about Gengar as this monster threat that exists at some point, but we never really actually see it because no one was really practicing it publicly before this tournament.
Yeah, I think one reason for that too is is that really something you want to be too much anyone's radar? The whole point is I realize there's a combination of Pokemon that I can kind of just GG without any real counterplay by trapping with Gengar and bringing in an appropriate counter. If they realize that's the board state that I need, they can either change their team or just not give me that. I think this Alola Ninetales, who's conveniently just entered the field as I wanted to talk about this, is kind of very much that Pokemon, right? Where typically given the choice Scarf item on this team, which is just not the way we used to play this Pokemon, typically Sash or Light Clay, and you're playing very defensively, where here you're just trying to get in the field, catch usually Garchomp, which this is definitely not what Garchomp looks like, but could help out a little bit against the Whimsicott instead.
It's coming back to the match here, I feel like this is one of the things that Gengar actually does struggle with. The team is set up to be able to knock out King Gambit pretty well. You got the Sneasler, you got the Life Orb, Superpower, Inner Focus on Dragonite, so you can't slow it down with a Fake Out, you can't slow it down with an Intimidate as well. And Yuya's doing a great job in this early stage of the game of positioning the King Gambit next to the Whimsicott, both getting the speed control pressure up there, but also hey, locking the Gengar into substitute and letting it knock itself out is also an option here to break through the trap.
Yeah, that's certainly an option, but Stefan was able to get the substitute onto Gengar before, was not afraid of Encore pressure earlier, and Ninetales, you kind of love that. You have the ability to potentially lock out this King Gambit with Encore because it's not Prankster based.
Yeah, another fun thing with Ninetales, right? It's a weird mechanic, and yeah, there's the Encore coming out. Look at Evan go.
Hey.
But again, it's a fun trick that this Pokemon has, where especially with how quick it is, boosted with the item, pretty much everything just going to be stuck with this. And yeah, I mean, is Kowtow Cleave the ideal Pokemon or ideal move to lock in this situation? Maybe not, but Ninetales itself now is very safe, although I guess it's got a bail too. So you can get the full reset here. It's hey, this board state is bad for everyone. I'll see you in 2 turns.
I think this is one of the things that makes this team and Mega Gengar probably more broadly quite difficult to pilot in a format full of Basculegions and King Gambits and Charizards and etc. It's when you get that nice easy game where you're up against a Mega Floette and you're thinking, I don't have to worry about getting knocked out in one.
You're picking daisies in the field.
Exactly. It's easy. They just get picked out so nicely. But Yu is doing a great job here of, I think, seeing how the threats from Stefan's side of the field is adding up and like locking into Kowtow Cleave instead of Sucker Punch, not wanting to get caught by the substitute, but also just to be able to, even with Eddie Encore pressure, just keep on the offensive.
What a great call, yeah. Poor Dragonite taking a ton on the way in, and like, I guess, you know, Sneasler damage is somewhat negligible, but I mean, that's a great turn. And I think it's a great point too, Ben, where I think I hate playing against this sort of team. I think what makes it just so taxing is like, hey, anytime Gengar's in the field, whatever play I pick has to handle, Gengar protects it, Ninetales switches in and encores me, because there's so many ways like, oh man, like my team is just totally hosed for the remainder of this, where you know, it's going to take you most of what's left to recover. And I think Yuya so far playing really well into this, where it kind of feels a step ahead of a team that's supposed to be pushing the tempo against you.
That's the thing, like, I'm wondering if and or when we're going to see the Swampert sort of like coming out, because I think it's one of the main tools that you have against just like putting some pressure on the King Gambit, and that's what this team is designed to do in a lot of ways. Like Gengar traps a bunch of stuff on the field, you find a way to pivot in the Pokemon that's good against those Pokemon, and then you start putting the damage down onto them.
Well, here's what you do, is you just fire off double, well, at least one fighting type attack into King Gambit here. Of course, blocking the extreme speed there, Chople Berry just enough to keep the King Gambit up on the field here. But I think, you know, the Dragonite feels good to me, except that it got hit by the Moonblast on the switch in here. Other than that, this Dragonite would have been in a great spot, but the call out from Yuya just making it so that Stefan has really few options here.
Yeah, it's a tough I've just missed that knockout too, right? Especially Whimsicott protecting, you know, if the an extreme speed in that slot, instead it's a very different looking turn, but probably expecting that knockout, you know, it's also early in the set, we're like, okay, well, I'm gonna write that one in my notes, maybe try to play that a little bit differently next time.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like this is one of the things that you've got to like be able to understand playing into these sort of Gengar teams, is like trying to keep on top of it with the move selections that you're picking up, but also just like maintaining at least some semblance of momentum over it and seeing those turns where, oh, okay, Scarf Encore, that's not looking so threatening this turn. What's possibly going to be able to switch in? Ah, I figured it out, like I'm going to Moonblast this Dragonite on the switch in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, also then picking up the KO there on the Sneasler with Moonblast as well. Yuya is playing lights out here.
Yeah, it's tough to see like how Stefan can really come back to this match. I mean, there is speed control obviously on the Whimsicott that sort of gives the Ninetales a little bit of a hard time, because being Choice Scarf, it can't protect itself from any damage. It possibly won't go down in one to, like, say, a Dazzling Gleam if Yuya wants to respect the Dragonite on the other side of the field, but, you know, that Dragonite is on pretty low HP, and it's really quite easy to find the opportunity to pick up a knockout here.
Yeah, the focus slash on Whimsicott's huge here too. Stefan does have to double into the Whimsicott in order to pick up the KO there, so you're committing Blizzard and Extreme Speed into that Pokemon to knock it out when you really want to be getting damage down onto that Floette that just Mega Evolved. Yes. Yeah,
okay.
that's
damage.
Okay.
That's some chip damage right there. Yeah, Whimsicott going down to less than half of its HP. Like, it's easy to forget how strong Dragonite is. We haven't seen it as much in the format since it was next to Chen Pao doing all of the Terra Normal Choice Band Extreme Speeds.
Yeah, I feel like some of us kind of got lulled into like a false sense of security by the two. It's like, oh, like, you know, now that stuff's not here, Dragonite's not very good. Every once in a while it'll come back and like, oh, wait, that's still, his attack is very high.
Oh, hang on a second, yeah. Especially like while you're kind of getting punched in the face by an Extreme Speed there. And getting that knockout and the lock into Icy Wind here, probably actually quite influential, right? Because after the 1 speed drop onto the Floette, now the Ninetales is going to outspeed it even in the Tailwind environment. And then the second Icy Wind takes it to slower than Mega Gengar, and the Mega Gengar can kind of put some pressure down onto that Pokemon too.
Yeah, I think it's really cool, right? Where like maybe one of the more interesting uses of dynamic speed that we've seen, where it's like Icy Wind in general just got way better once things changed a few games ago to have your speed order like changed in the middle of turns, but rarely matters with something like that. And you know, the Icy Wind also does a little bit of damage, right? I mean, not so great on the Floette there. It's pretty strong defensively on the special side, but there are some Pokemon at least, you know, I mean, it's not quite that extreme speed on Whimsicott, but it's not completely irrelevant damage, like, you know, if like a Cresselia was Icy Winding you or something.
Yeah, but the Sneasler has the ability to just pick up that KO. There's still Tailwind up here. The KO onto the Ninetales, and I don't know that Gengar has enough into both of these Pokemon.
It's hard to imagine that it does. I mean, this Moonblast is going to do a big, big chunk, even though Mega Gengar is resisting that attack. And, of course, Stefan following up with the Sludge Bomb, trying to get the knockout on the Floette.
needed
I was
that.
about to say was gonna get the knockout on the Floette, managed to catch herself short. But yeah, living on 3% there, actually quite big, because if the Floette goes down on that turn, there's a world where you can see like a Protect on the Gengar, the Tailwind gets run out, and then a couple of Shadow Balls is enough to pick up the Sneasler if it isn't able to one-shot it from this range with a Dire Claw.
Yeah, you got the out of missing Rock Slides or something like Dire Claw.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, I feel like this is like a really interesting like position that Stefan is in. I mean, not in the game, right? He's lost. But like kind of like transitioning to game 2 here.
For game 2.
Because I think that's the second time in this game where he went for an attack, probably expected to get a knockout, played as if he was going to get it, like just missed it. Not that, there's like an alternative play this time, but at that point I'm probably like, oh man, like either math is just not on my side. I was like, oh man, how is my opponent trained as Pokemon, right? I think it's still a very interesting element of the open team sheet format where the one thing you don't have is training, and I'm assuming here this is much more kind of a defensively oriented training on this team, which can still be deceptive, right? Because I think like people tend to leave their Pokemon open when they're expecting knockouts. It's a great chance to counterattack.
Sorry, we got Dragonite on the field. I'm so happy.
We've got another Dragonite. It's on the wrong side of the field, or the other side of the field, as we say. Now, you'll have noticed that this game has been sped up. We're just trying to make sure we give our players their props in going through this match and managing to get it where our trainers are getting set up for our next round of Swiss. So here we go. Mega Dragonite coming out here for Yuya.
Yeah, dropping the Charizard on this team for the Mega Dragonite instead. Takes a little bit of damage from that Sludge Bomb, and look at the Dragon Pulse coming out from Dragonite, dealing good damage to that Gengar.
And looking better here than Charizard would have probably so far. But yeah, I mean, we were looking at this before we came on air. I was like, what do you mean you dropped Charizard from Big 6? That's not Big 6, it's only 6.
But hey, I mean, it's showing you that actually maybe Charizard isn't actually needed on that.
Well, Dragonite has Heat Wave too.
So yeah. Like he's got like ear wings, so like it's like somewhat Charizard. No, I refuse.
If we squint and turn our heads to the sides, it's one of those sort of situations. But the Dragonite's taking the team in a different direction, and I feel like, especially going into this where everyone's so practiced with the very good Charizard. Let's not beat around the bush here. It all swings some matchups on its head, and certainly if you're targeting those specific kind of archetypes where you think, hey, hang on a second, if I had a Dragonite in the situation, my time gets much easier.
Yeah, I kind of assume too. Like I imagine you do pretty well in like the air quote mirror against other Charizard comps, especially when they don't have Venusaur. Like Charizard doesn't do super well at dealing damage against Dragonite, right? Where Dragonite does pretty well in return.
Oh, I can't believe that Sneasler missed the KO on the other Sneasler. Oh, and they flinch. That is punishing immediately for Yuya.
Yeah, I feel like this is what I think one of the things about the Mega Dragonite as well is like a lot of trainers are training their Charizards very, very bulky to be able to take attacks. So you just don't need to do that with Dragonite, especially.
What if I was only 2 times weak instead of 4 times weak?
Exactly. And so you get these situations where I think Dragonite can sit in front of a lot of threats much more safely and just sort of like dish out that consistent damage rather than trying to play for those inaccurate sleep powders, play for those end games that maybe aren't as consistent all the time.
This is kind of spooky for Yuya now, having to lock into the Rock Slide here.
Yeah, it's
yep. See,
and it just got spookier.
Oh wow. Stefan is looking great in this game too right now.
Yeah, everything's sort of going a little bit more smart. Even more so when that Gengar hangs on 1 HP. So, this is looking like Stefan may be able to take this to a game 3.
I see why we're at 2 times speed now.
Yeah, exactly. Like Whimsicott coming in here and putting a little bit of speed control pressure going on. The Sneasler's still going to be able to knock out that Gengar regardless, but it's not going to be able to do too much damage to the Dragonite. And of course, that extreme speed is out prioritizing the Tailwind from Whimsicott. So
who needs speed pressure? Who needs speed control? Be first.
Just be first. Just play every attack being priority, and you'll have something to do.
Basculegia, a pretty good Pokemon to have here though, where that 1 HP or 1% HP on Gengar not looking nearly as good as it did a second ago. But Ninetales the premium is a good one. I don't think
premium
we've seen the premium
right here.
before.
Oh no! Oh!
How?
Okay. Last respects going out to Ninetales.
No.
Actually, that could be exactly the turn that Yuya needed to come back into this game, right? Just living on one, getting that rock slide, 2 rock slides. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Sneasler has had its White Herb activated and is faster than both of these Pokemon. So, okay, not going to outpace in extreme speed, but the Life Orb's going to take care of that for Yuya. And now the Aqua Jet picking up the Gengar, and Yuya taking this game 2-0.
Wow, perfect adaptation there with the Basket Legion at the end. Just being able to clean up those last couple of hit points on Stefan's Pokemon. That was a cool set. I like that.
Definitely. It's like, it felt like even all the way through, it's hard to keep up with at 2x speed, but you know, it felt like all of these Pokemon were just living on 1% like the whole way through. Not too many Focus Sashes to throw around in a team. Just train your Pokemon into a position where they can take those attacks, right?
That's the trusted love I've heard so much about, I think. And, I think the first game was kind of the same way too, but I do think it's a great game to highlight as well, where it's very much kind of what we've seen for Regulation MA and MB, but there's been very offensive formats compared to what we saw during Scarlet and Violet, and you just have exactly the right final Pokemon. They're like, hey, you know, like things have gone a little bit off the rails, but I can close out the game this way.
Definitely. It's all about finding those little opportunities, and we're going to get an opportunity to kick it over to our casters to keep this World Championships rolling.
Thank you so much, you three. I loved having the opportunity from you three to be able to hear all about that last feature match, and I cannot wait to get started back with our main competition coverage. Sierra Dawn, Lee Provost, we're at that exciting time of the tournament where we're starting to eye up who has what it takes to make their way to phase 2.
Yeah, we're nearly there, aren't we, Sierra? And this is I say the important part. Every part of this tournament this weekend is the important part for our players, but it gets tougher each and every round, and we are getting closer now to seeing who will maybe moving on to that day 2 portion of the tournament, and that is the exciting thing about these matches. You know, we're whittling down the competition and getting closer to crowning our world champions.
It's already been really exciting because one of the things is the World Championships is like the culmination of somebody's entire season, but also we've gotten to see the growth of trainers throughout the season, right? So there's always going to be favorites going into a World Championships that we've known to win competitions. We look at, you know, if another world champion can take the win, but it's also really cool to see who has what it takes that we've maybe just discovered throughout this past year that we've talked about. Okay, maybe they're good. Okay, wow, they are good. They've shown they have what it takes, and to see them really be able to pop off the World Championships. Like, I don't know, I love being able to see that story like develop and unfold here.
I think that's one of the beauties about the World Championships, because players can have a little bit of a flying under the radar season where they've just been consistently racking up points, doing well, maybe not actually won any of the big events, but they're putting the hard work in behind the scenes, and then they come to this floor and then they give us this story, and we have the narrative, and we have a new champion to follow and cheer going forward in future years. So yes, you're right, quite rightly. But we have the notable matches ready for next round, so we can have a look at these and check out which match we will be streaming.
Looking over at these matches as well, a lot of 4-1s. Of course, you took a 1 loss, you're good on the day. 5-0s, you're 1 away from securing your spot here in phase 2. And for our next feature match, it's going to be Carrie D'Ortona going up against Neruich Nena. And I love this matchup because when we look at the stories throughout this year and past years, Carrie is someone that especially this year has really been able to have such a, I don't want to say glow up because that says that it implies that he wasn't good before, right? But we've really gotten to see those results come to light here on these regional stages. And for Neruich, looking back at past Highland Championships, being able to get finalists, like we know they have what it takes to make their way to the top level. Looking to get a first place here on an even bigger stage, I think is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's very exciting. One of these players will be walking away after round 6-0, which is just an incredible feat in itself. But looking at some of the other matches here that we've got as you go down, Eduardo Cunha, we featured earlier against Georgie Kaeda. That is a great matchup there. You can see as well a colleague of ours, Marcus, on the other side this weekend, having a 4-1 up against very tough opponent in David Carrera going up there next. But you can see the absolute class that we've got here across the board in round 6, and we're only just at the tip of the iceberg with the tournament. We've got so much to come over the weekend as we get deeper into the proceedings.
At this point, though, for any of the trainers, especially sitting at that 5-0, you're just one spot away from phase 2 of the competition. And it does kind of seem like there is a little bit of breathing room if you take a loss here because, oh, well, it's only a couple of matches. You just have to win one more, right? But we have gotten to see, especially at the World Championships, that there has been people who have gone undefeated up until, well, okay, we took our one loss. Okay, oh, I have a couple more chances. All of a sudden, it's this absolutely cracked player or a rock-slide flint or anything else, and that could just be your world's dreams completely shattered. So to be able to secure a spot now for these trainers would just be so good. So let's go to the stage and start seeing what we can talk about for this match. Again, to start off, 6-0 would be incredible, and you want to be able to go beyond as well and rack up as many wins as possible for Top Cut with two teams that are very Pokemon champions.
Yes, one that has picked up a lot of popularity coming into the World Championships, that Mega Raichu Y and the Mega Staraptor team. Supported there with the Choreograph, it does give a way to set Trick Room up for the King Gambit, for the Sylveon that you can really make use of. King Gambit, like we've seen time and time again this weekend on the carry side, is going to be that Sword Stance variant. It is going to try and get in positions where it can set that up, and then it can just cut through the opposing team.
Looking at this matchup, though, weather is one of the really popular modes that we have here in Pokemon, and Gary, we're going other ways instead. One of the really fun stars, or Star Raptors, of this new regulation, the Mega Staraptor. This is such a fun Pokemon because, of course, you can deal a lot of damage and put your opponent in really, really tricky spots, and Raichu for that coverage is amazing.
Yeah, these really pair quite nicely together, and it's not one of those teams where you kind of pick one Mega over the other. These commonly come together. You can bring the Staraptor Mega that, and bring that Raichu along as well, because not Mega, it's got that Lightning Rod, so it gives that really nice support. It's got fast fake out as well, and so can provide a lot of value, and bringing both sometimes on the fly can make you kind of decide, okay, well, I was going to go this Mega, now I'm going to go down this other line, and that can prove the difference between winning and losing a lot of the time. Can't ignore the Hisuian Arcanine as well. What a big, powerful Pokemon this is. Choice Scarf on, Focus Sash on there, getting carried away. But it gives that little blanket of security, of course. It's going to have to be hit twice before it is taken down. And with that Rock Head ability, not taking any recoil from those big, powerful attacks like Head Smash, Flare Blitz, means you have to be very, very respectful of that Pokemon when it is in front of you.
It called out looking at Gary's team, no weather. That's because Numberwitch has both of them as we get to see that dual weather team. You have the Charizard that, of course, upon Mega Evolution, sets the sun, or Pelipper. And, of course, a variety of options for either which mode that you go for. Swampert to really be enabled by the rain, so speedy, so powerful. Or you go the other mode with that Venusaur. I love the amount of options we have.
Yeah, and that's the beauty about this team. You can really pick and choose the best four on all of the options that you do have over those two weathers. And not only that, you've got the Archaludon as well that can come in, take advantage of the rain. It doesn't necessarily need it, but really benefits with that Electroshock turn into a one-turn attack. The big part of this team, though, is supported all around by that Grimmsnarl with that, you know, the light clear item that it's got to extend the screen support. And looking over carry side, they don't have any way to immediately stop or get rid of those screens. So if the Grimmsnarl is there, setting up the light screen reflect, it is going to make it difficult for carry to break those walls.
A win and in for these two trainers. The win and in to be 6-0. It's time to see who that's going to be as we get into our match. Right away, that weather mode. For Numberwitch, we're going to see that rain. So right away, Pelipper, the drizzle, the rain is out. But really strong attacking options from Perry.
Yeah, I mean, the Intimidate here is really useful onto that Staraptor. The Arcanine here is nice as well. It's going to naturally outspeed that Pelipper. It is heavily threatened from the Swampert, but we talked about that Focus Sash. It is going to have room to take at least one attack from that Mega Swampert if it does Mega Evolve this turn.
And Pelipper, we're just making a quick appearance in this match. We are out of there. And instead, a Pokemon that can really start putting more offensive pressure, Archaludon to join the field. But Megalution for this Staraptor, but not the only one, as it's going to be Mega Swampert coming out as well. As much damage out on the board, but we'll have to see where these trainers decide to target. A lot of heavy hitters here. First off, though, it's just going to be a priority, that extreme speed into Swampert to start dealing some amount of damage. In retaliation, though, with that Mega Evolution, you have the speed on your side. Wave Crash will bring Staraptor down to about a third of its health, but close combat This with the Mega Evolution is so nice. Not enough to pick up the Swampert though. You get the defense and special defense raise, but you didn't pick up the KO, but Swampert still can be taken off by an extreme speed next turn.
Yeah, it's a really nice double up from Carry, not focusing on trying to match speed, control here with the Tailwind, going all out attack and just trying to contain this Swampert. Now, like you say, the extreme speed pressuring there, so Narrowitch is going to have to either protect that or switch it or let it go down for free without really getting that much value off it. Now you've got the Archaludon in, it hasn't had a stamina boost, but it is threatening the Electroshot into the Staraptor this turn. It has to be careful though, it's got no defensive support, so the close combat into that slot would be detrimental, maybe even close to picking up a knockout.
And you don't have to worry about a hit from the Mega Swampert because it is gone. Extreme speed priority, it is out of there in the follow-up close combat into the Archaludon. It's not going to appreciate the hit, but it will survive it. Another defense and special defense route for that Staraptor, though, and a defense one for the Archaludon. Electroshot, of course, with this rain, this is going to get instantly powered up. So you first take a pause, you breathe, you absorb the electricity, you get that special attack. Now targeting down into the opposing end. Again, we got 2 special defense boosts at this point, but with the low amount of HP is not going to matter. We're going to trade Mega Evolved Pokemon on this turn.
Yeah, it's nice to get rid of the Staraptor, but Carry's got so much value out of that Mega Evolution. You feel like it's putting them so far ahead in this match. A lot for Narrowitch to do, especially taking so much damage from that close combat. And you know, the Pelipper is in the back. That isn't able to come in really as long as his Arcanine is still active. It's going to be susceptible to a potential head smash, get knocked out by that. And then you've got this Sylveon coming in, but we haven't seen revealed yet. Narrowitch bringing in that Venusaur. That is going to help out a bunch against that Sylveon in particular, but you've still got to deal with this Arcanine. His full health has still got that Focus Sash intact.
That's the problem. The Focus Sash intact, so you have to put 2 hits into it to take it down, and it's just been dishing out, I wouldn't say oodles of damage at this point, but the extreme speeds have put in a lot of momentum, and if at any point Carry does decide to swing with one of those big moves, like maybe not a Flare Blitz, but a Head Smash, that could maybe just even threaten a one-hit KO here. So protect from the Venusaur. Archaludon as well, making sure both Pokemon can survive this turn and get an opportunity to opt out what's going on. Flare Blitz, despite the rain, trying to target down into Venusaur. So now you have full information Narrowitch can take into this next turn. But what can you do here? You get a little bit of leftovers recovery, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation. I think, you know, the rain being in effect obviously helps because it weakens the Flare Blitz, so it gives Venusaur a little bit of an easier time. The one thing you could say that Venusaur could maybe take advantage of is the Sleep Powder. If you can put that Arcanine to sleep, you don't need to necessarily worry about the Sylveon, but if you can get that Arcanine asleep, surviving a Flare Blitz, that might be enough to give you room to get the Pelipper back onto the field. Have to wait and see.
Trying to make sure that we can take this Venusaur down in one hit, though. Quick attack, break the Focus Sash, follow up. We're going straight for that head smash to take this Venusaur down. Another KO in Carry's way. Electroshot for the Archaludon. We already have one of those special attack boosts, so we're looking at a lot more damage dealt out. But again, a lot of momentum has been taken by Carry in this match. This Archaludon has a lot of ground to take up. And Arcanine, I mean, you're still sticking around for another turn.
Yeah, and it's in prime position to throw out another head smash this next turn. The Pelipper's literally a sitting duck here from that if it does connect. And then the Sylveon can just fire out a Hyper Voice, and it will be enough to pick up the Archaludon. Remember, the Archaludon has had a couple of boosts under its belt, so is the Flash Cannon at this range going to be enough to take down the Sylveon? You'd probably say not. So the Sylveon feels in a really strong position here. The Pelipper does, of course, have Quigar to give it a little bit of alleviation there, but it doesn't have any Protect, so it is really going to be susceptible to this. Head Smash coming out right now.
Yeah, head smash into the Pelipper. Absolutely no chance. Only one Pokemon left for Narrowitch in this match. And it's an Archaludon that, yes, you have those boosts, but how much damage will this do into Sylveon? It will be enough here, so it is a KO. You have that information going into the next. But again, you have just this Archaludon left within this match and an Arcanine that's ready to take it down.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, Sylveon is one of those bulkier Pokemon, but now you've got a little bit of support in that Raichu coming in. It is going to offer up a fake out, allow Arcanine to get at least one more attack off before it does go down, because anything coming out from that Archelodon into that slot will be enough. Are you going to have to rely on the Raichu's non-mega Focus Blast to maybe get the last bit of damage off as we see that Archelodon protecting on this incoming fake out?
Yep, protect past the turn, past the potential fake out, and we just get to sit through the animation. Focus Blast, a Flare Blitz, go next on this turn, get a little bit of that leftovers recovery, bring it back up to almost about full.
Yeah, it's not over yet, and it makes more sense to go for the Focus Blast there if you are carry, because Fake Out will activate the stamina or weaken the Arcanine's attack. So if you're going for that Focus Blast, although it's not the best of accuracy, if you do hit, then it's really the reward is there. Now, Flare Blitz coming out, and it is going to be into the Archelodon, nowhere near enough, hanging on quite comfortably there. But does the Archelodon target that Arcanine?
That's going to be the question, and no, instead into the protected Raichu. So Carry on this turn, gets some damage dealt, and that's about it. Still a 2v1 with an Archelodon that could protect for a little bit more leftovers recovery, but still a tough spot.
Very tough spot, and one of those Focus Blasts is all you need to hit now. I think that protect was so crucial there for Kerry, really smartly played. Fortunately for Narrowitch, just getting the targeting wrong. It was a bit of a 50-50, both can protect, right? But now, you're probably putting yourself out of range from that Flare Blitz, but you still, if you are Carry, kind of able to go for that Focus Blast and the Flare Blitz and both hit. And then the combination is enough to take it down. The Focus Blast comes out and is hitting and makes its target, and it will be enough to take this Archelodon down.
Archelodon can do so much, but a 1v2 in this situation, not enough. Carry to take the first game in this set. I mean, the amount of momentum we got from this Arcanine was incredible. Even just softening up Pokemon at the beginning with those extreme speeds. And even if we weren't picking up KOs, you bring them down to a little bit of health, you pick them off next turn. And it was just absolutely incredible. I mean, even if some of the Pokemon were speedy, they just couldn't do enough.
No, and I think the pressure from right out the gates to the carry at 5 was just remarkable there. It really stopped Narrowitch being able to lean into this rain mode like they would probably like to. On paper, the Swampert has a great matchup into this team, right? But the Arcanine got to those latter turns, it still hadn't taken any damage just because of the utility of that extreme speed, throwing the close combat into it early and putting it in range of a second extreme speed. Will Narrowitch fall for that this time around, or will there be more protection against that Swampert and more leverage about going after that Arcanine early doors?
It's a 6-0 spot on the line, Carry. One game closer to that. Heading into game number 2, though. Narrowitch, again, will go for the really strong rain lead. So Pelipper with the rain, and we're just having a full run back here with Carry as well. So how are we going to differ this? Because last time, Carry was able to get a lot of momentum with just starting with an extreme speed into what was a swapped out Pokemon. We'll have to see, do we target into the Archelodon as, again, swaps are happening?
And the problem is, if you target down into the Staraptor, you're ignoring the Arcanine. If you target down into the Arcanine, you're ignoring the Staraptor. So this is why Carry's lead is just so good, because it really makes it difficult to choose the right target each and every time. We saw how things unfolded going after the Staraptor in game 1. If you go after the Arcanine here, we might see how that turns out and plays going forward. But we're not seeing any extreme speed this time around.
No extreme speed, Wave Crash into the Staraptor this time, again, to just deal a bunch of damage from the get-go. The Staraptor instead wants to make sure that Carry has the speed going on forward. No offensive, just Tailwind. Head Smash, though, will be a miss into the Archelodon, so no damage dealt from Carry at all.
Yeah, and now we've got that Tailwind in effect, so the Staraptor, the Arcanine, will naturally outspeed everything on Narrowitch's side of the field, which gives that Staraptor a little bit of room to go after that Swampert, or more importantly, even go after the Archelodon with a close combat. That Rockhead miss there, Head Smash miss into the Archelodon, actually kind of paying a little bit of a reward here where the defense boost hasn't been activated. So this close combat will do a little bit more. So the double up into that slot, if you get it right, is going to pay off.
At least the first call here is good. So at least for Narrowitch, it will be a protect from the Swampert, and it's Carry both Pokemon attacking into it. So no damage done again. And Archelodon now out on the field in the rain is the perfect situation to go ahead and click this Electroshock button. Staraptor has already taken so much damage. You cannot let this Pokemon start to run away with the match. So a hit into it. Narrowitch the first to take a KO.
Yeah, and this makes a big difference from that game 1. Now, the Archelodon hasn't taken that initial close combat damage. We saw how good it was in the late game for Narrowitch. Now going to be able to take full advantage of full health. Now got that special attack boost. Can start to go after maybe that Arcanine this turn. Now the Sylveon's going to come onto the field. Do you target down into that? Do you go after the Arcanine with an Electroshot, knowing that if you get through that turn, then the following turn, a Flash Cannon is going to be more than enough to pick up knockout there. And you've also got to contend with the fact that the Tailwind is in effect. So you want to try and stall that out as well. So you don't want to just go all dive in straight away. You want to try and take your time, utilize your protects when you can, but also not put yourself in a vulnerable position at the same time.
That's exactly it. If you're not in a position to wanting to attack with both your Pokemon this turn, or go ahead and make a read, we could maybe just see some protects, but instead, feeling comfortable in the situation, your rain is, on a timer, at least for the right here, right now. First hit into the Archaludon. Stamina, defense is up. Wave Crash now. Swampert is still oh so speedy, and so much damage into the Sylveon. A lot of recoil done to the Swampert, though. It's about half, but it's Sylveon. It's the Hyper Beam coming on out into the Archaludon to take it down.
Wow, you can see the value of that Intimidate. The Staraptor dropped onto that Swampert earlier on, allowing it to take that Wave Crash, not outspeeding it in Tailwind. It tells you a little bit about the training, but that Hyper Beam so pivotal there to remove the threat that was that Archaludon.
And now we still have a Mega Swampert, though, that has been dealing a lot of damage in this match. That is still kicking around. But Venusaur hitting the field, this can threaten into this Sylveon. But again, you'd have to get past this Arcanine. Luckily for Norwich, though, it is protecting, as Venusaur also opts to keep itself safe on this turn. Now to see where we're thinking for the other Pokemon. Swampert with this Earthquake. That would have been so much damage into this Arcanine, but it will be hitting into the Sylveon, and already only at 9% health will be enough to take it down.
Yeah, a bit dead weight there because it had it has to spend a turn of that recharge after the Hyper Beam. And now you've got the situation where that Tailwind's ended. Now the Swampert with the Rain active is going to be the fastest thing in the field. It will be threatening that Arcanine now, and it's out of range from an Extreme Speed, you know that? So it's got a free Wave Crash into that slot, and then you can utilize and leverage the Venusaur. You've got to be a bit careful. The Fergraph on the field now is offering super effective damage into the Venusaur, but there is the Sleep Powder. If you can hit those Sleep Powders, like we mentioned in Game 1, go for that option, then you can start to shut down these options and give yourself that room, the room needed for the Swampert and the Venusaur to close this matchup, tie it, and take us to a Game 3.
One more turn of rain left, and Pelipper still hidden safely in the back here for Norwich, as Earthquake from the Swampert to hit everything out on the field. Arcanine, that's going to bring it right down to its Focus Sash. But we're just going all out offensive. It doesn't matter if we hit our own Pokemon. Head Smash in return into the Venusaur will take it down. So 2 Pokemon remaining for Norwich. Now with this Farigiraf, not always necessarily the most offensive, but again, there's been a lot of recoil, but Swampert still going to be holding on.
Yeah, and now that Psychic might be really important just to put this Swampert in range of Extreme Speed now. The Arcanine looked like its numbers were up, but I don't think so. The Extreme Speed coming out into that Swampert. The thing that you've got to be careful about is going for Extreme Speed into a Protect and then the Pelipper picking you up. Now, which one do you target? It's really difficult here because the Pelipper, the Swampert, if they touch that Arcanine, they are going to take it down, and then Farigiraf really not in a position to handle the remaining Pokemon on the field. No Extreme Speed and an Earthquake coming out.
No Extreme Speed and an Arcanine that's just on a sliver of health, so Earthquake will take it down. Only 1 Pokemon left for carry with this Farigiraf, and with the Swampert still kicking around and a Pelipper at full health, ready to go out on the offensive. The Weather Ball is probably all it's going to take, but it's okay. Next turn soon will put us what we need to take. Farigiraf, of course, though, will take down the Swampert, so we will go down to a 1v1 situation. But looking at these 2 Pokemon, that Pelipper is at majority health, all of the health.
Yeah, the Pelipper sitting in a great spot. It's still got a Citrus Berry as well, so if things do get a little bit of rare, I don't think that's going to happen. The Weather Ball is going to pick up the knockout here into this Farigiraf and close this up, and we will be going to a Game 3. Or maybe not this turn, Sierra. The Farigiraf wants to just lay things a turn with that Protect as we see the Weather Ball. I think the thing that you could do is try and stall out the rain, but I don't know if you're going to get that many Protects in a row.
This turn, you were trying to click the end game button. Last turn, it was me. But at this point, it's Farigiraf with not that much health, no double Protect on through, and a Pelipper again with this Weather Ball that will be accurate. You have this rain and will be enough. We are going to a Game 3. Fantastic
fantastic win going with this rain mode coming out from Norwich. This is the same mode, the same leads we saw from game number 1, but such a drastic difference.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a different approach here. The wave crash coming out and into that Sylveon there, catching it, doing some big damage. This is the point where you think, well, if the Sylveon goes down here, this Hyper Beam doesn't happen, and I think Swampert or Chaladon just run away with the game, but you can see the defense investment that Carrie's got on that Sylveon. We know kind of what its speed is from not outspeeding the Swampert and the Tailwind, so you can make an educated guess where most of its investment is for the special attack and then its health and stuff. But yes, the adaptations won't make the difference. What are we going to see going into this one? It's the same leads from Norwich.
One more game and we're running it back again. Same leads for all 3 games, but very different results since. So how now going into this game 3 with both trainers knowing that these leads are capable of winning, do we switch it up to make sure we get the upper hand here?
I think I think if you are Norwich, you've got to really deal with this Arcanine as best as possible, because if you just leave it on the field, we saw game 1, how quickly you can run away with things, but again, you've got to have a backup plan for this Staraptor as well.
A switch or a lack of a switch coming up from Norwich is another way we're going to be switching up this game number 3, as Pelipper will remain on the field to try and maybe put up some offensive pressure on its own. As of course, both trainers will go ahead and Mega Evolve. Wave Crash first up from the Swampert. We've seen this damage roll. Staraptor sits pretty at a third of its health. But where are we going to switch it up here? Close combat into the Swampert in retaliation. We're bringing it down to about a save. But of course, get that defense and special defense boost. Head smash into the Pelipper there. Pelipper stuck around and it's going to be taken down.
Yeah, that's it. You know, the Pelipper has switched out both games 1 and 2. This time Norwich saying, I'm going to try and catch you with it, but Carrie smartly not falling for it and really getting a big return there. Now the Archaladon comes onto the field. Swampert's in a really good position to get another wave crash off, but you would say it's probably just out of range from an extreme speed. Just maybe, but you never know on the roll. That's the thing. Does Kerry commit to that? Try and pick it up, because if you do, it frees the Staraptor up. Go after the Archaladon, get a close combat off, which we've seen how valuable that can be, and getting it closer to picking up a knockout.
Not enough extreme speed. We'll bring it down low, but Swampert still gets one more attack. And into the Staraptor, that's going to be 1 Mega Pokemon down. It was a lot of damage into the Swampert, though, so with the recoil, it's going to be an eye for an eye. Both trainers will lose a Pokemon on this turn. Now our Charladon gets this Electro Shot, so an opportunity to start getting those special attack boosts.
Yeah, this is a really huge turn, and one of the drawbacks about going for that extreme speed and not picking up the knockout is this Arcanine now going to be a bit of a sitting target here for this Electro Shot. That Focus Sash is now broken as well, and the special attack boost on the Archaladon making it bigger threat going into the next turn. Burgraph coming out next here for Kerry, and the Venusaur coming out as well, which is nice. Kerry's got the Psychic super effective damage into that Venusaur, but you've got to try and break the sash on that Pokemon before going after it. And it's not the Sylveon like we've seen in the past. You know, the Sylveon could come in now. Yes, it will be threatened by the Venusaur, but you do have that Hyper Voice or the Hyper Beam that can quite effectively deal with that Archaladon. So maybe that is something that Kerry's keeping for later on in this game to try and utilize as a last option.
Looking at these 4 Pokemon as well, a Well-Timed Protect could maybe go huge here, but we're just going to go all out offensive, starting off with a Flare Blitz. Still a lot of damage despite the current climate. Sleep Powder, though, we talked about how much that can switch a match, but it will miss. Burgraph is awake and kicking, but our Charladon at least gets another opportunity to set up. Again, we've gotten to see how low this Arcanine's been brought down. So do you go for the KO or for the Burgraph? We're going for that guaranteed KO. Only 2 Pokemon left for Kerry. There is still, of course, the opportunity for the Burgraph to respond on this turn, and we're switching up the dimensions. Now all the slow Pokemon are going to be super, super fast.
Yeah, that's a great turn from Carrie, just to say, okay, well, if I lose Arcanine here, I set the Trick Room up, and now I get my Sylveon in a prime position. Now it's going to go before that Venusaur. It would otherwise threaten super effective damage with the Sludge Bomb or that Sleep Powder to shut it down. Now you've got the option to go after that Archaladon with that big, powerful Hyper Beam. It has got 2 Electro Shots under its belt. It's +2. If a Flash Cannon hits the Sylveon, we know that's enough to pick up the knockout.
then where do you protect? What do you attack with on this turn? Make sure you can make the most of these twisted dimensions. Sylveon, not wanting to fall victim to that flash cannon, will protect, but Archaludon as well. So we're looking at the Venusaur going up against this Farigiraf as that Psychic heading down into and Dinosaur will be enough. A 1v2 situation. The Archaludon does have full health, does have the 2 special attack raises, but you're still contending with 2 full health Pokemon on the opposing end.
Yeah, and the one thing that Kerry has as well on top of that is this Helping Hand. That's going to boost this move even further, make it more powerful, and guarantee potentially a knockout.
Sylveon can do it all, and with the help of this Helping Hand, it will be the Hyper Beam once again. Archaludon, that is a one-hit KO. And with that, Kerry Diortona finds himself undefeated still here at the Pokemon World Championships and will be moving on to phase 2 of the competition. Again, a trainer that has accomplished so much in this year. He's proven he can win, and he's looking to maybe try and make that push once again.
Yeah, doing it real style here. What a way to do it against what a tough team as well. When you look at it on paper, you say, how are you beating this Mega Swampert? How are you beating the rain? You've got no way to disrupt it. This Swampert feels like it could just run through you, but picking the move choices and getting everything right so often, not getting caught out, not getting conditioned as well in that game 3, going after that Pelipper again, saying, okay, well, if you keep it in, then I'm going to get it. If you switch it to the Archaludon, we'll approach that next turn. So here now, in the moment, I'm making some real decisions that are going to sway this match in my favor. Did get a bit fortunate with that Sleep Powder miss. If that hits, then the Trick Room doesn't go up. The Sylveon's not in such a great position. The Archaludon feels like it could close the game up from there, but that's the risk you take. Sleep Powder, not the most accurate attack, and taking advantage of the turn that you had with the Trick Room getting it set up. Sylveon comes in and then closes everything out.
It was just such a well-played set from both of our trainers, though, to be able to see 3 identical leads throughout the matches, but such varying results was genuinely such a treat. And the biggest congratulations to Kerry. I mean, the way he was piloting this team, there's so much offensive pressure from the get-go. Again, Narwich had to pick, what do I want to try and take down? Okay, well, the other Pokemon's now a big threat, and that was just a really, really great set from both trainers. But for Kerry to find himself in phase 2.
That's very, very exciting, and yeah, what a way to do it. And I think the adaptations as well from Game 1 to Game 2, although Kerry didn't take Game 2, I think switching from the Raichu to the Farigiraf, I think obviously paid off dividends in Game 3, but that adjustment there is something we didn't get time to talk about too much, but I think a real valuable one because that was the difference in that Game 3. And Norwich kind of adjusted as well, knowing that the threat that the Arcanine was, we saw them struggle to deal with that threat from the Arcanine in Game 1, and it just kind of ran over the obstacles in front of it. And I think the adjustments Game 2 really showed why they're at this stage, why they were 5-0. Yes, they've taken a loss, but I'm sure this won't be the last we'll be seeing of them over this weekend with that such strong Sunrain team.
You know, with such a well-played set, how could we say otherwise, right? It'd be criminal not to. So hopefully we do get to see Norwich here in phase 2 of the competition. We still have a couple more opportunities for anybody who has taken a loss or potentially 2 to make their way there. But for now, of course, we have to talk to the man who is undefeated. Kerry's on stage with our interview now.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Kerry Diotona, undefeated here day 1 at Worlds. Congratulations. How's it feel?
Nerve-wracking a little bit. This team likes to miss a lot of moves, so that's probably the most stressful thing about it. So.
Well, you have your best buddy Arcanine with you right there, and I have the first thing written down in my notes. I mean, Hisuian Arcanine into a rain team, led right in the front, games 1 and games 3, possibly game 2. I had to go get my mic all set up, so I missed that. Tell me the reasoning behind it.
So the reasoning behind it is things can get really sketchy if he decides to go Charizard Venusaur, for example, mainly because if I lead anything else, like let's say King Gambit or Sylveon, which are really good into a Swampert Pelipper lead, it's not as great into Charizard because you're not really pressuring Charizard at all. They can just Sleep Powder the Staraptor and go for Heat Wave and start spamming. So Harknine is mainly just to pressure that out. I do have some like other game plans I could have gone with, but I felt pretty confident in the Hark game plan as long as I just got the turns right.
Well, tell me a little bit more about your team, because the last time we saw you compete, it was at the North America International Championships, where you were running the Mega Charizard Y team that we've seen so many people run throughout the champion's life cycle. And I mean, this team is very different today.
So I stuck with Charizard for a pretty long time. I thought it was the best mon in the format, and it still obviously is. My issue with that kind of archetype is right now, due to the limited decks, I feel like the teams are trying to do too much, and it leads to where you have a lot worse matchups into more things rather than having more positive matchups into others. And so after playing NAIC and I wasn't too proud of my play, I tried Big Six, as it's called, for the start of this format, and I wasn't really vibing with it. Tried some other Charizard teams. Those didn't feel great. Like, the Toxapex teams have very niche matchups that they lose to. And then I come upon this team, actually, from a video that Colin Heyer and Raghav made together, and I'm like, yo, this team looks awesome. This looks fun. And so I do some digging. I see that Yuto Kimura is playing around with it, and I start looking into it. And the team pretty much doesn't really have any, like, I would say, absolute negative matchups. At worst, everything is like a 50. So I would have wanted to bring that because at least my worst matchups come down to 50-50 calls that I can make and capitalize on.
But at the other side of that coin is that you're making these 50-50 calls, and I mean, I think it was Lee who said this, you had to pick every single call right in that game number 3. That's a lot of pressure for yourself. It's round number 6, it's been a long day. Is that starting to wear on you a little bit?
A little bit. Game 2, I was particularly stressed about because I found the one way back in, which was he EQs himself on the Venusaur, and then I can head smash, and then it just came down to a 50 if he protects Swampert or not, because if he protects Swampert and I head smash Pelly, then he loses, but if I protect Hark and he swings with Swampert, then I can Psychic to kill the Swampert. So it's just a lot of 50-50s. I did get very lucky with the Sleep Powder Mist game 3, but I still had a chance to close it out if Farigiraf does get the wake up. But, like, you know, RNG stuff happens, stuff like that, so it gets shaky.
Is there anything you're doing to help keep your energy up throughout the tournament day?
Trying to take breaks when I can, like refocus on mental, talk with friends, take it one game at a time. That's the most important thing of all.
For sure. Well, I do want to make sure you have a chance to take a break before the next round of Swiss. Carrie, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody who's watching at home?
Yes. So first off, I would like to shout out Patrick Connors and Caden Owens. I worked with them on this team heavily. I also want to shout out Yuto Kimura for making the original build of the team. And then I would also, I guess, shout out Colin and Raghav because they made the video. And then lastly, people who just give me like ever-loving support, not only from my Florida group, but Stefano Greppi, Carson St. Denis, and Christopher Hahn. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well for joining me on stage for this quick interview. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. And thank you all for joining me here on the stage and at home. We're going to be back after a short break, so please stay tuned.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about the championship.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he's He supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flipped the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terastallization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
This Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the Instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the Protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Doesn't hit this time around. It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first 2 games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these 2 trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as the champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked Instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, pero su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga.
Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff. So,
what's your favorite?
It has been an incredible time here in San Francisco for the Pokémon World Championships. The energy out on the floor, whether you are a competitor, a spectator, just enjoying the fan convention, has been amazing. And we hope everyone has been enjoying, whether you're out there or at home tuning in. But of course, for us, it is all about the competition, and it has been delivering so far with such high-paced competition, though. We need to take a step back, guys. We need a breather. We need to let our casters have a breather. And we're going to be talking about a couple of the fun things that you can get by watching at home and take an update on our players to watch. I personally always miss all the Twitch drops and everything else, and I regret it every time. So don't be like me. Make sure you get the Twitch drops and everything else. So let's dive into it. Let's talk about them.
Well, fortunately, you still have 2 full days to leave your phone on in the green room to get these Twitch drops. So you have time to go back to the hotel room tomorrow and bring your charger with you so you can leave your phone on and watch for 30 minutes to earn some quick coupons. Well, I guess you can't earn those today, but you can earn some teammate tickets tomorrow or some training tickets on Sunday. And of course, you can watch for a total of 60 minutes this weekend to get a Worlds 2026 Incineroar, which I'm sure we all need for our VGC teams going into the 2027 seasons, probably.
Very much. We saw stats this morning. We know it's only on the road up, so grab your Incineroars. Make sure you do clock in those 60 minutes, at least on Twitch, and yeah, grab yourself a very valuable competitive Pokemon. I'm trying my best. I haven't been able to get the Incineroar yet.
He also missed the Blastoise from NAIC. Both
I'm very sad about
missed
that.
the NAIC drop, and I still regret it. I'll get that Incineroar.
We will get it. We'll make it a team mission.
It's Gabby's job to remind us now later.
What if I told you you could just go enter in this code as soon as we're off this segment and get a t-shirt and a cap? I mean, that you guys could do that, right?
What's the passcode so I can do that, Gabby?
It's Enjoy Worlds 26, but I'm pretty sure those O's are actually zeros.
Zeros, they are 100%. I did this earlier.
You did this earlier,
yeah,
it
I
works.
did, and it works.
Okay.
They are zeros though, not O's.
Okay, I still need to do this one actually, so I will do this after this segment.
As you know, the most important thing in Pokemon Champions is, of course, the outfit.
Of course.
That's how you get wins, right? So
yeah, you intimidate your opponent with your style, not your Incineroar.
Yes.
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 Imagine the power level if you had the swag and the Incineroar.
That's too high. The power level's too high.
Of course, we got drops not just for our channel, but across all of the different games here that are competing here at the Pokemon World Championships. So whether you're a fan of, well, like also a fan of these other franchises. We know you're a fan of Pokemon Champions, Pokemon VGC here. But if you also want to dive in with some Pokemon GO, some Pokemon UNITE, some Pokemon TCG, it's your opportunity to do so here. There is so much on this screen. Screenshot it, check out socials, make sure you get all of that fantastic free stuff.
And if you're unsure about how to redeem these Twitch drops, here's a fancy guide for you to follow. You can visit rewards.pokemon.com, log in with your Pokemon Trainer Central account. If you don't have one, you can always create one, and then link that account to your Twitch account. And then all you have to do is watch your desired stream for the required period of time to earn your rewards. It's that simple.
It's that simple. And of course, for another thing that you can earn, an exclusive Twitch chat badge. And I will say, actually, out of all things that I regret was the last Twitch badge that they shared. I missed out on that one, and it haunts me to this day, guys. I am so serious. I'm not making it up for the bit or the segment. It actually does haunt me. So.
I mean, this is like proof that you were here, right?
Yeah.
And this will follow you like
this is such a nice design as well.
When you're watching like the Pokemon animation on Twitch, when you're watching like the next Pokemon premieres or whatever on Twitch, like like you will have this badge, so you want to get it. I have not gotten it yet.
I feel
so.
ashamed to talk in the regional chats because I don't have the previous chat
Same.
badge, and it makes me so incredibly sad. So make sure you get all of that while you still can. There's so much Pokemon this weekend though, and I'm really excited to dive into it. Especially, we've had that really fun part of the day, guys, where we've got trainers that are locked up for phase 2. We have trainers fighting for their lives and narrowing down the field, which I don't know, is always my favorite because we know with each match we're one step closer to finding a world champion.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, Gabby.
No,
go ahead.
Why don't you tell us what you think while we take a look at our North America players to watch?
I was just going to say, yeah, I think, you know, that's the beauty about this tournament in particular. We've had Paul Chua on. Didn't actually get that win, but still in contention. Justin Tang, though, one of our players to watch that we outlined at the start of the show today, is on a tear, is in great form as well. 6-0 so far.
I don't know what it is with Justin Tang, but I don't know if it's a bit at this point, but every world champion or any major, it's I don't have a team. I don't have a team. I swear, guys, I don't have a team. Undefeated. Is it a bit? Is he just crazy at the game with these brand new teams? Like, someone's got to tell me.
Maybe he's just prepared at being unprepared. Like it's like a opposite day kind of effect. I don't know.
I feel like Justin as well, he knows all of the kind of archetypes inside out as well. So he's one of those players that's very good at kind of adapting their play style to be able to kind of pick up a team and have success with it. And I think that maybe helps them out with the diverse knowledge that they've got of the format as well, coming in, picking up something that they feel confident with, and that's obviously shining through this weekend so far, at least.
So far. Maybe Paul and Alex needed the Pancham plushie as opposed to the Fanfi one.
That could be it.
Maybe that's the secret. But let's look at EU, Lee, and you can take us through this, because for EU, I mean, there's a lot of eyes. EU's been such a strong region, but we've already had to say goodbye to our NASC champion.
Yeah, and Francesco had prepared and put a lot of work in coming to this event, and I think probably one of the favorites to actually go on and potentially win the World Championships this weekend. A really unfortunate start to the event, but it sometimes happens. I think you mentioned with Ben earlier, you know, sometimes you are going to have a great day, sometimes you are going to have a bad day.
Yeah.
Things don't go for you, so that's just unfortunately maybe what's happened for Francesco, but they will guaranteed be back stronger than ever next season. Just unfortunately not this weekend, but we're still in contention with Marco Silva. We all know Marco, the other kind of favorite coming into this event, just an incredible player. So he won the Turin Regionals earlier on this season, the first Champions event that we had in Europe. And I don't know what more I need to say about Michael Kelsch. I think Michael has been incredible the last 2-3 seasons since they burst onto the scene, and always performs well at Worlds level. And even though they're on the cusp of kind of going out maybe, they're still in the tournament, and that's all Michael needs to push on and just continue on, because they are such a high quality player.
I was gonna say, I always feel like Michael's strongest tournaments are at the World Championships. So even though he is at that critical 2-loss point, I still feel like he has a very strong opportunity to just kind of deal with the pressure and keep going in this field.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that Marco and Michael have a lot in common is maybe when they are on that cusp, that X2 record, that's maybe when they're at their best. When they've got everything to play for each and every round, it kind of focuses them almost to push on, and that's what makes them dangerous as trainers for opposition. And I think, you know, they're probably in the perfect position now to carry on and push and try and get into day 2 first, and then see how far they can carry on into the tournament tomorrow.
I mean, even if you're sitting that X2 record, as long as it doesn't hit a 3, you're still alive in this thing. But talking about LATAM as well, there is eyes on some really, really strong players heading into this event. I feel like it's pretty safe to say that we're expecting a lot for Juan Salerno, but you're at the World Championships. You go up against the strongest trainers, and you know, I'm excited to see the bounce back next year, because he is, oh man, I'm expecting like that crazy Worlds run and win coming out from him soon.
But we also get to see him bounce back next year, because we're going to be able to see regionals and special event broadcasts from the Latin America regional starting next year, which is going to be so exciting on the Pokemon broadcast channel. So I cannot wait for that.
Yeah, that is one thing to look forward to. But here and now, it's unfortunate for Juan. I think having a phenomenal season, you know, acquiring so many championship points throughout the year, having incredible finishes, just really consistent. But like you say, Sierra, it just shows the quality of player at the World Championships. It is at the highest level. Even the players that are kind of tipped to be the ones to go and take the title at the end of the weekend are going to have a hard time, because each and every round is the hardest games that you're going to have in the entire season.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You look at the pairings, you're like, wow, this match is incredible. Oh, yeah, of course, they're all going to be incredible. It's the World Championships, and big congratulations to Alexander, who is still in this 2 away from Phase 2. Looking at Oceania next, of course, making a long trip over. We still have Nicholas and Joji in the field. 5-1 for Joji Kaeda, so 1 away from securing his spot here in Phase 2. And for Nicholas Khan as well, it goes back to that previous conversation. As long as you don't have a 3 as that second number, you're still good.
And Nicholas does have that experience to fall back on and has competed at the world's level for many years. So not someone that you can necessarily count out, just like Marco Silva, just like Mikael Kelsch. And I think someone you can still keep an eye on as we go into these final couple of rounds here today.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think you outline it perfectly, Gabby. I think that's the one thing that Nicholas has got, that experience, the amount of World Championships that they've been at over the years, where they're going to be able to really lean on that in the next couple of rounds to make sure they do make that push to get into day 2, progress, and then put themselves in a really good position going forward. But Joji is just a phenomenal player. I mean, every time we see Joji at big tournaments, they seem to turn up, and they're doing it again here, and what a great way to start this tournament. 5-1 and in with a great shout to lock up day 2 going into this next round.
I think going into the World Championships, there's a couple of regions that were really being talked about, and one that's so talked about every year, but especially this year, at least in my opinion, has been Japan. I feel like when I had to answer who I thought was going to be the region most represented in top 8, I said Japan. It's been just incredible to see the level up across the board. And for Hirofushi, I mean, this is 5-1. Again, you are 1 away, though I am heartbroken that Ko is out. Looking at Ko's matches, they were just, it was such a tough field. Like, that's just incredible, and knowing how close they were. But again, Ko is like, we're waiting for Ko. We're like, we know that he's capable of another one here in the Masters division. Like, I'm excited for that day.
Yeah, and the same thing with Yuma Kinugawa. I mean, this year has really been the first year we've seen Japan compete outside of their own circuit. You know, even though they can't necessarily earn championship points, we've seen a lot of these players traveling to international events just to get the experience competing, which has been really exciting. So I really hope we get to see more of that coming into next year. For now, though, Hiroshi, the reigning Japan national champion, it's really great to see him at 5-1, and I really hope we get to see him lock in Phase 2 and get to see him compete more in our circuit, because a majority of that tournament, I believe, was best of 1, and we didn't really get to see many best of 3 games from him. And that finals, like, going back to watch it was just incredibly exciting. Like, I was on the edge of my seat the entire time.
Yeah, that was probably one of the most exciting finals we've had in Champions so far, and hopefully we can kind of, you know, top that this event. I'm sure we will. But yeah, I think I'm not afraid to say that Ko was my pick coming into this weekend. I think they were in such hot form, but again, I don't want to repeat myself, but it just shows the level of trainers that are competing here this weekend. Even the players of such high caliber like Ko and like Yuma, they aren't at that point where they're able to progress. And but Hiroshi, amazing results earlier this season at the Japan National Championships, and it's exciting to see the Japan National Champion doing well coming into the World Championships. And you know, they're always the ones that are tipped to maybe win the World Championships. If you win that event, then it goes hand in hand a lot of the time. So we'll see how things play out for the rest of the weekend.
I mean, while we wait for our next Swiss round to be ready, I want to hear about your guys' World experience so far. How you feel like the field is kind of narrowed down, and maybe like your hot take, because I know my prediction to win is out of the tournament. So like, we're putting you guys on the spot. Who are we think's taking it? Or a region that's top 8, you know?
I really haven't put much thought into it because I wasn't sure what to expect coming into this tournament, because when I was like checking, you know, social media, trying to figure out how people were feeling coming into this tournament, I just saw a lot of people like, give team, I have no team, which fair, honestly. I think my gut is telling me that this is probably going to be a Japan year. I think that traditionally Japan has done a really good job of working together and coming up with the best strategies. And I think that given what kind of metagame we're in, this feels a lot like 2015 to me. And I think that will lend itself to a similar result. I don't think I could pick an individual from Japan who will necessarily win it. But that is what my gut is telling me.
Doesn't want to put it all on the line. Okay, you know.
Yeah.
I won't put you that much on the spot.
I mean, if you give me a few more hours to like, run the simulation.
Wait until, phase 2 happens.
Yeah,
I
didn't say that, but basically
get
that,
to Championship
yes.
Sunday, who's up a game, I'll tell you then,
Yeah, just give me until like 2 seconds before the pyrotechnics go off on Sunday, and then I'll tell you, okay?
Right, I'll be eagerly awaiting for you to be wrong. Lee, what about you?
It's so tough, right? I think there's such great trainers in every region, but if I'm actually, rather than use my head, use my heart on this one. I do think it's going to be a back-to-back NA champion.
Really?
I think someone from NA is going to come out and take it again this year. They never really get tipped to be the region to win Worlds a lot of the time, just because it's never consistent, really. As consistent as maybe Japan. But I do think maybe we're going to see a back-to-back NA World Champion. Well, that'll be the first. Ray, of course,
well,
did
yeah.
it the 3 times in a row. So yeah, I couldn't name a player in particular. I think it's too hard at this stage. But I will put my money on NA to win this.
Okay,
What about you as well?
I'm gonna take a leaf out of Gabby's book and wait it out because our next match is actually almost ready. So I am saved. Let's send it over to your casters to get started with your next Swiss round.
Saved by the bell to not have to put your money where your mouth is. But don't worry, everybody. We are almost ready to go with Swiss round number 7. My name is Rosemary, once again joined by Aaron, and I am so excited for this next match.
There's a Pokemon that I didn't think would make it this far in the event. It is 1 game away from potentially advancing to day 2 of the competition. And I was really hoping to see some unique Mega Evolutions in this tournament. It felt like for the most part, top players were gonna pick some of the most popular ones, Charizard, Floette, Staraptor, Raichu, Swampert, for example. But there's one that I kind of felt like it could be a sleeper pick in Mega Blaziken, and it is sitting here at 5-1. Looking to advance to day 2, has 2 shots, this one and the next one.
Here are our standings before we get a chance to dive deeper into that Mega Blaziken. We have our competitors that are going to be sitting at 6-0. Those players have already locked in their spots in day 2 of our competition, but every win matters. So it isn't just about being 6-0. You want to maintain the best win-loss record possible to move on to phase 2 and then start to think about that top cut.
Yeah, huge credits to Naoto specifically. I think there's been a lot of talk this tournament about, are we going to see a repeat world champion? And Naoto's quietly been just truly one of the greats in the game, obviously having won the World Championships in 2019, but also played in the 2010 World Championships where he just bubbled out of the top 8, I believe, finishing in 10th or 11th, and then also had a top 4 finish in 2015. And so he's been around longer than almost anyone who has played competitive Pokemon VGC. He's back with a vengeance, looking to add another big finish, and he now is guaranteed a spot in day 2. And so, yeah, I definitely have my eyes out, and him in particular, our fellow casters were just analyzing, talking about how Japan as a region feels really strong. Well, he's one of the all-time greats from Japan.
And after talking with him at his winter interview, he was still being so humble about it. It's like, I'm going to do my best. I want to make phase 2 and then kind of try to think about things after that. I love that our competitors are going to take these matches 1 step at a time. But let's take a look now at how some of these pairings have gone for this round. We've got Filip Wozniak versus Evan Choi as our feature on the stream.
So many big names here. 5-1 is a scary place to be because you are so close. You can taste day 2, but you have 2 of the toughest opponents possible ahead of you, right? And so it is not going to be easy for anyone. Of course, if you're sitting at 6-0 like Justin Tang or Antonio Sanchez, feels good, but like you said, Rose, every win today just makes tomorrow that much easier. And if you've got a lot of momentum and you haven't even dropped a game yet, you just want to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, try to finish the day strong, for sure. Sometimes these things can snowball, and so for our competitors, this is going to be 1 penultimate round before we do close out our day. But this one, you said it, let's talk about it. Mega Blaziken. Aaron, we had Mega Metagross earlier today.
We did.
Mega Blaziken is now going to be on the docket. But why is this particular Mega Evolution something maybe you feel like is underrepresented or overlooked for this World Championships?
It's a really fair Mega Evolution in that I feel like it does a lot of damage, right? And of course it has an incredible ability which allows it to get a free speed boost, allowing it to basically outpace everything. And Flare Blitz, Close Combat, Rock Slide, you just get really good coverage against some of the most popular Pokemon in the format, especially obviously that Rock Slide into Mega Charizard. It is, I think, a Pokemon that's honestly not the easiest to use because your best move often is going to be Flare Blitz or Close Combat. But if you Flare Blitz, you take a lot of recoil damage. We've seen Swamperts constantly wave crash today on stream, and even though it does a lot of damage, it also loses a lot of its health. Similar concept with that Flare Blitz. Close Combat, really powerful move, but you drop your defenses. Blaziken's not the bulkiest Pokemon, so after that drop, normally it will fall quite quickly afterwards. So part of the skill about using Blaziken is how do you pilot it, right? Because I think a lot of people want to lead with it immediately. Maybe you trade one for one, but if you trade your Mega Evolution for something that's not a Mega Evolution, it doesn't feel that great a lot of the times. But ultimately, it can hit really hard, has great offensive coverage, and if you position it properly in the endgame, can just kind of pull a sweep.
Well, I'm excited to see it, aren't you? I hope that it makes an appearance in this match as we head down to the stage as both Philippe and Evan get ready to battle each other.
And it's not just Blaziken. We talk about the Fire, Water, Grass Core, and there's a Primarina here, which is not a Pokemon that's seen a lot of success or usage so far in this format, as well as a Venusaur. So what's really cool about this team is that you obviously have the Torkoal and the Venusaur. You also have the Torkoal and the Blaziken. That allows you to play really quickly on turn one. But there's also a pretty clear Trick Room core where you've got the Frigoraph, the King Gambit, the Primarina, and the Torkoal. Primarina in particular, a really interesting Pokemon here in this matchup because, of course, it can hit everything on Evan's side for super effective damage, right? And so for Philippe, he's got the potential to just go fast and go hard immediately, or he can just try to set up Trick Room. And I think for Evan, you have to figure out, do I want to deny that Trick Room? Do I want to set up a Tailwind with Aerodactyl? Because actually the Aerodactyl on his side is really threatening with Tailwind and Dual Wing Beat. That threatens Blaziken immensely. But if you Tailwind and you got a Farigiraf on the field and it Trick Rooms on you, well, suddenly the speeds become really awkward.
I don't know if there's a really great way for Evan to deny that Trick Room from getting set up. You look at a Pokemon like King Gambit with something like the Kowtow Cleave, but this King Gambit is actually going to be a Focus Sash. So there isn't really, I think, maybe enough damage that could be powered behind the Kowtow Cleave to actually take this Farigiraf down. Maybe you get the Kowtow, you activate the Citrus Berry here, and then how do you follow that up?
It's a great question. Yeah, taking a look at Philippe's team once again, we've got some unique elements here. Life Orb Primarina, of course, you can see the natures as well. It's going to be a quiet nature, so really wanted to take advantage of that Trick Room. Aqua Jet, which often is valuable in just finishing off Pokemon that are quite low HP. We've also got the Aqua Berry here on the Venusaur. The Focus Sash is already taken on the King Gambit, and so Aqua gives you advantageous matchup into opposing fire types, like the Charizard that we see here on Evan's team. And the Torkoal here also has Helping Hand, and so sometimes players like to just run 3 attacks on Torkoal, but Helping Hand means that you can allow things like Primarina to do even more damage under Trick Room.
And that Liquid Voice is going to be so important. Like you talk about the super effective damage output of this Primarina, well, the Aerodactyl on the other side also doesn't have Wide Guard.
Yeah.
So there isn't really a way to actually stop now this Water-type Hyper Voice from hitting your team.
Exactly, yeah, and there aren't that many great Hyper Voice users, right, in the format to begin with, and certainly none that are, turn it into a Water-type attack. And so I think that's a really great call-out, and I think... Did you see Evan's reaction just now? I think he saw the team and he was like, sorry, what? Is that, what are those Pokemon? And what's also really cool is that this is a solo Mega Blaziken team. It's not a dual Mega team. And so Evan is using kind of one of these standard archetypes that we saw have a lot of success, of course, at the North American International Championships. The pairing of Mega Aerodactyl and Mega Charizard. And you have the flex between Trick Room and Tailwind. King Gambit on this team normally is quite speedy. And pay attention to the fact that Evan's King Gambit has low kick, but Philippe's does not, right? And so that means that Evan can have a damage advantage, but inability to protect means that the King Gambit is vulnerable to getting doubled up into. And crucially, there's a Life Orb Garchomp, which is one of the biggest threats to Blaziken in this format.
Also want to call out that this particular Charizard is one of the original Charizards that we saw. It does have Solar Beam, and so that's going to be a really potent attack into something like that Primarina.
Exactly. I think the leads are going to give us a really good sense of how these games will go, because the thing about Evan's team is you have so much damage across the board, right? Something like Aerodactyl and Garchomp, if you lead Blaziken, Torkoal, well then Evan can just click Tailwind and Earthquake, for example, immediately. So I think for Philippe, it's all about how can you figure out maybe when you can get Farigiraf on the field, potentially set up Trick Room. The awkward thing is if you set up Trick Room, well, Mega Blaziken's obviously not a very great pick, right? And so you have to figure out, if I'm going to set up Trick Room, can I do it, then bring out Mega Blaziken potentially afterwards? But here we go, win and in. The winner of this will move on to day 2 of the World Championships. It's going to be Aerodactyl King Gambit here for Evan.
And it's now going to be the Farigiraf and Blaziken getting revealed here for Philippe.
So Blaziken hits the field immediately. Now this Aerodactyl has the dual Wing Beat. So of course you threaten Blaziken immediately turn 1 with something like Mega Evolve, or you have Charizard in the back, you can actually choose to not a Mega Evolve, just dual Wing Beat the Blaziken immediately. And so if you're Philippe, the question is, well, do you maybe want to predict that? Like, let's say you think it's going to be dual Wing Beat into Blaziken, Kowtow Cleave, and a Farigiraf. You could protect the Blaziken or even switch out into, for example, your Torkoal or Primarina. Another thing Evan can do, though, is say, well, Blaziken has to protect here, so I'm just going to Mega Evolve and double up onto your Farigiraf turn 1.
It's going to be the Mega Evolution instantly, though, from this Aerodactyl. So that's actually going to answer one of those questions. You see the Aerodactyl now being able to get a bit of a boost of damage thanks to that Tough Claws ability, but the Blaziken matching that. So we've got Mega Evolution for both sides.
So cool to see Mega Blaziken here on the World Championship stage in round 7. Does it protect? It does. Evan's nodding, so my question is it a double up into a Farigiraf? Okay, just a double protect.
Okay. You can see Evan immediately go, oh, okay, yeah, I guess that's kind of expected there. It is going to give you the opportunity to scout out that Mega Evolution first and foremost there from Evan, but also give that Blaziken a chance to actually activate that engine, get that speed boost, so you can be faster than the Aerodactyl and guarantee damage this turn.
Yeah, the tricky thing here, I think, is the King Gambit having that Focus Sash, right? And the Farigiraf here doesn't have Helping Hand either. And so it's like, if you had Helping Hand, maybe you could threaten Aerodactyl with a Helping Hand close combat or Rock Slide, try to get a knockout onto it. The tricky thing here is when Blaziken has to pick its target, it is going to be close combat into Aerodactyl. Oh my goodness!
This is a one-hit knockout!
I was not expecting that to KO, I'm going to be real.
I mean, that was also without a crit. That was just a raw close combat. And now the King Gambit gets to follow that up with a Kowtow Cleave into the Farigiraf, and now all of a sudden there is not enough damage on the board to be able to take out this Farigiraf before it sets up Trick Room.
Well, so that's the interesting thing, right? I think Philippe might have been like, I think you're going to survive this, you're going to knock me out, and then you're going to give me a free switch into Trick Room. Now the awkward thing is, you have Mega Blaziken out while Trick Room is set up. So Mega Aerodactyl is a Pokemon that normally actually has started to invest a lot in HP and like reduces its attack investment there. So I thought it would survive close combat there for sure, but no, it just goes down in one hit. Now, Philippe's not in a bad spot, but you kind of feel like you need to get this Blaziken off the field, right? The Farigiraf, of course, can go for something like a Thunderbolt onto the King Gambit, get an attack off, and break its Focus Sash on the way out. Blaziken, I think, ideally would love to switch out. The Primarina is a really great Pokemon to come in if you've got that in the back, but I think this turn for Philippe, it's maybe playing a little bit more defense, and it's actually going to be Farigiraf protecting first, so maybe actually willing to sacrifice that Blaziken.
I think that's kind of okay, or you know, maybe you're baiting out an attack here from the guard pump. Wow, it's actually just a double into the Farigiraf, and so this Blaziken actually gets to fire off in close combat.
And that's so much damage. Mega Blaziken, welcome to the Pokemon World Championships. Feels like it's been a highlight reel for it so far. And of course, now you can threaten the Garchomp for a knockout with Farigiraf, with that Psychic as well. And so I think Philippe getting even more than he really was expecting, right? I think the idea there was, okay, you know what? If you knock out my Blaziken, fine. I've got in my Trick Room up, and I think Primarina under Trick Room looks like an absolute monster. But I think right now, that was such a great turn for Philippe. And yeah, this Blaziken really wanting to prove its worth here, bringing him into day 2.
I mean, if you get another turn like that, that might be that King Gambit all the way down to 1 with the Focus Sash, and then we'll see what happens after that. But I think that Philippe at this point has said, you know what, I've actually gotten away with a lot. So let's go ahead and make a small adjustment here. Farigiraf, save it for later. That Primarina takes the Kowtow Cleave instead, which will definitely take that a lot better. As the Stomping Tantrum now comes out and finishes off the Blaziken, but it's already dealt out a lot of hurt to Evan's team.
Yeah, the main thing I was kind of curious about there was the speed interaction between Farigiraf and King Gambit, right? Because I think if Frigoraph there maybe could have just stayed in, gone for a Psychic to knock out Garchomp, and Blaziken could have knocked out King Gambit. Either way, though, now this is kind of the Trick Room dream where you have the Torkoal and the Primarina position next to each other. The main thing is that Mega Blaziken has gone down, and there are only 2 turns of Trick Room left. However, King Gambit crucially cannot protect itself, right? And so Torkoal plus Primarina here have a super free Eruption. Garchomp's going to switch out. Primarina could either Hyper Voice or Moonblast, which I think is probably just a little bit better, and Gambit will fall.
It's going to be the Sucker Punch first, though, so it will mitigate some of this Torkoal's damage output, as Eruption is based on the amount of HP that the Pokemon has left. But that's still going to bring the King Gambit down to its Focus Dash, as that Sun-boosted, Charcoal-boosted Eruption still does a lot of work. A follow-up here for the Primarina to use Moonblast, so it isn't going to get hurt by its own partner's weather setting, and that finishes off the King Gambit for good.
Yeah, the question, though, is I think Evan has managed to weather the storm of Trick Room, right? There is only going to be 1 turn left after this, so Garchomp can come in, you can protect both of your Pokemon, and then Trick Room has concluded. This Garchomp took a lot of damage, but it hasn't fainted, right? And it's 17%. There's also that Aqua Jet on Primarina. The sun is up, so it's not going to do that much damage, but after Garchomp takes 1 more hit of Life Orb, then surely I think an Aqua Jet will finish it off. And so for Evan, he's managed to probably get through the Trick Room, but oh man, it's going to be really close. The Torkoal, of course, also has Helping Hand. I don't think Helping Hand Aqua Jet is KOing a 17% Garchomp in Sun, but yeah, the Evan now really has got to rely on the speed advantage after stalling out this last turn of Trick Room.
We do see the Sylveon go for the Protect, and see if the Garchomp ends up following that up, and it does. So that is going to be the final turn of Trick Room stalled. Then you do have to think about, you know, I don't know, Aaron, I'm not really willing to put it on, you know, Aqua Jet not getting the KO after we saw the close combat. One shot the Aerodactyl.
The sun is up, Primarina's attack is not that great. So this turn is really interesting. You know, let Sylveon just protect it, right? And so the Garchomp isn't going to want to click Earthquake because otherwise you're going to damage yourself. I think if you're Philippe, what you can do is protect the Primarina, switch Torkoal out into Frigoraph, so let Garchomp eats that extra tick of Life Orb, then Aqua Jet can finish it off, right? And so feels like the most logical play. Otherwise, you are vulnerable to just eating up something like a Stomping Tantrum and a Hyper Voice or even Hyper Beam. The Garchomp here does not have Rock Slide. I think, actually, if it had Rock Slide plus Hyper Voice is also something you can consider clicking. So it's really tense, and actually no switch into the Frigoraph. Primarina is just willing to protect, saying, I want to conserve that Frigoraph, and it is Stomping Tantrum into the Torkoal.
All right, that's enough to get the knockout there and bring Philippe down to just 2 Pokemon remaining in this first game. So we have a true 2v2, as Garchomp with that Life Orb recoil gets taken down to 7%. Maybe now we can actually start to think about that Aqua Jet health, as that Frigoraph does have to come back out.
Yeah, but is there enough damage, right? I think Evan has done a really fantastic job here of positioning his damage dealers outside of that Trick Room. So now you have Aqua Jet threat into the Garchomp. Garchomp could try to predict it, go for a Protect. Sylveon then could go for a Hyper Beam, one-shot the Primarina. You could also just go for a Hyper Voice here. And Primarina's Moonblast is also quite powerful into Sylveon. Garchomp protects! Is there a read here?
Oh, if it's not going to be the Aqua Jet, and it is, that's going to get negated by that Protect. And so that's going to be one source of damage that you won't be able to get down this turn, but Hyper Voice can't get the KO onto the Frigoraph either. So Trick Room goes up, Primarina has the speed advantage.
Yeah, it feels like that could have been a Hyper Beam into Primarina instead, right? You get the knockout there, but that Trick Room might just be enough because now Primarina will be able to get a Moonblast off into the Sylveon. So then the question is, can that get a knockout? You know, do you target the Garchomp with the Frigoraph going for a Psychic into it, or do you double up onto Sylveon? Oh my goodness, what a clutch Trick Room and a clutch survival by Frigoraph. I think if it were Hyper Beam coming out onto the Primarina, that likely would have been game over. It's going to be Primarina actually going for the Protect, though. Okay.
Maybe just hoping the Frigoraph can get a little more damage, but it's actually just going to be
the double protect. Yep, scout out for an opposing Protect on the opposing end. Makes total sense.
Delays out the Sun as well.
Yep.
So that would be really nice if you do want to actually hit a Hyper Voice with your own Primarina later. Or the Aqua Jet. But it was the Earthquake. So the Garchomp is actually going to hurt its partner Sylveon.
And yeah, that's going to knock out Sylveon. And you know what else that's going to knock out? Garchomp with its own Life Orb.
Yeah, that is going to be a double KO. But it was a good effort because you could see there Evan was kind of banking on there being a position where you can get the double KO with the Earthquake,
Yeah.
but also if that Garchomp and the Sylveon actually are on the receiving end of an attack, they're going down anyway.
Yeah,
So-
I want to explain that turn because I'm sure a lot of people are like, what in the world did he just do? Why did he do that? And I think basically the hope there is that the Primarina Moonblast into Sylveon and Psychic goes into the Sylveon, right? Because Sylveon obviously with a Hyper Voice is just so threatening. So if you think the double up's going to go into that slot, then Garchomp can just finish off every Pokemon on the field, basically. But yeah, I think this game was really interesting because I felt like Philippe actually had a pretty huge advantage after Blaziken got that free attack off, but then Frigoraph switched out, and the Garchomp actually like got a couple of extra turns, managed to weather the storm with Trick Room. That early game damage was really important though. And can we just point out the fact, once again, that we saw Mega Blaziken just one-shot Mega Aerodactyl with close combat? Like, that is a neutral attack.
That was awesome. I mean, it just gives me so much hope that there's still more to this regulation to be explored, that we do get a chance to see such unique Pokemon being used. But just playing through the rest of this, I think just the fact that Philippe did end up setting up that second Trick Room, it was a missed opportunity, I think, from Evan, as you mentioned, maybe get that Hyper Beam instead.
Yeah, I mean, margins felt really, really thin there, right? And so I think if you go back to the drawing board, you've seen, okay, well, double protect is a possible play. Close combat also can knock out my Aerodactyl. So if you're Evan, you can consider playing a little bit more defensively, right? For example, Aerodactyl, if you think it's going to go eat up a close combat, potentially switching into a Sylveon, for example. I really liked Philippe's overall game plan there, which was let me use Blaziken in the early game to immediately get some knockouts, and as it fades, I get my Trick Room up. Primarina under Trick Room is an absolute beast, right? Was able to do a lot of damage in that one. Part of the other thing is if you're Evan, do you ever consider switching to Mega Charizard instead, right? Instead of that Aerodactyl. But I don't know, even though Aerodactyl did get one-hit KO'd in that last game, like it still feels better than Charizard, honestly. Charizard doesn't really have the best offensive matchup into the Mega Blaziken. So lots that both players can do right now. Garchomp as a lead, I think, is also another powerful adaptation. Something like Charizard Garchomp actually would put on a lot of pressure into Frigoraph and Blaziken, which we just saw. Now, of course, you do threaten with the Rock Slide immediately on a Charizard, but Charizards normally are really physically bulky these days, so I'd actually expect it to potentially survive. And if you survive, well, then you can retaliate back with something like a Weather Ball and an Earthquake, for example.
And it's not going to get a same type of attack bonus there for the Blaziken either.
That's
from
right.
Rock Slide, so I feel like that is in favor of the Charizard surviving that attack. But one way to find out, looks like our competitor is getting ready for game number 2. As a reminder, if Philippe wins this next game, he has secured a spot in Phase 2 of the World Championships. But Evan will still have one more chance with round number 8.
Let's see. I'm just so thrilled to see Mega Blaziken on the stage and for the work that it put in. Someone's got to run the numbers on a close combat on Aerodactyl. Like I said, I was expecting to survive just because Aerodactyls, I feel like, normally have a fair bit of HP and defensive bulk. And so, yeah, to see it just an immediate one-hit KO without a critical hit to start off the set, absolutely exhilarating. And I think if you're Evan, you also have to respect some other lead mix-ups, right? Like Blaziken plus Torkoal is one where you can double protect on turn 1, Sun is up, and then on turn 2, you've got the helping hand pressure from Torkoal. Torkoal's damage is actually, it's like a really good Pokemon into King Gambit, because King Gambit can Sucker Punch or Kowtow for 30 or 40%, but then the Torkoal can just bring you down to Focus Sash really easily. That's another lead. Of course, there's the Torkoal Venusaur lead as well, which pressures with immediate Sleep Powders, right? So a lot of combinations.
We have seen Sleep Powder be like the hidden final boss of some of these games. Let's see what is in store for us in the second one, though, as we see Aerodactyl and Garchomp for Evan this time. And it's going to be the Frigoraph and Blaziken once again for Philippe.
Yeah, so I think the Garchomp makes a lot of sense here because of how much offensive pressure it exerts, right? You can immediately go for Earthquake. That'll do just basically immediate knockout onto Blaziken, get a lot of damage onto Frigoraph as well. The other thing here is, of course, okay, it is going to be Blaziken Mega Evolving, so I was going to say Aerodactyl here can choose not to Mega Evolve, and then that way you have the Unnerve active, so Citrus Berry on Frigoraph doesn't activate.
That is a really great call out. Something that has been a very oppressive ability, and we are just going to see the Mega Evolution for Blaziken and not Aerodactyl on this first turn. Double Protect, though, going to be able to scout out for Protect on the other side, and maybe we end up seeing something like a Tailwind, but it is just going to be the Aerodactyl trying to go for the dual Wing Beat. see if that plus the follow-up of the Earthquake damage from the Garchomp would be enough to get the KO.
Yeah, I think the double protect makes a ton of sense. Once again, let me just get my speed boost. Evan's response there would be to Tailwind, but are you really going to Tailwind in front of a Farigiraf with Trick Room, right? That is such a hard call out to make. And so now Philippe has the speed boost once again. Blaziken is exerting that close combat pressure. No protect, no switches. It's actually close combat into Garchomp, probably predicting the Aerodactyl this time to protect her switch. Gets a lot of damage here, but I think Evan will get a decent trade in return.
I think so. Dual Wing Beat connects onto the Farigiraf, but that's actually not going to do enough, it feels like. I think this Farigiraf, even if there's going to be that follow-up from the Earthquake, is still going to be able to get off something like a Trick Room or just an attack outright. Blaziken goes down, but this time I think Philippe is much happier with this outcome if the Farigiraf does set up Trick Room.
Exactly, because now you get that free switch in. Pre-Marina, I think, incredibly powerful to bring out right now. The big question I have is there a Charizard in the back? You would think so, right? Because I think it makes sense to conserve for the Unnerve, but if you're not going to get the knockout anyway, you might as well go for the Mega just for, you know, a stronger damage output there. And so Pre-Marina does come in, and I think Pre-Marina looks so good on paper into Evan's team. So even though, of course, Mega Blaziken's really flashy, it's, you know, it feels like it should be the primary star of Philippe's team. It's actually Pre-Marina that feels like it is immensely difficult to deal with. And so now Evan has to go through all 4 turns of Trick Room, right? You can obviously go for a double protect and make a swap, but Hyper Voice here right now is just so powerful. There's nothing that resists water type damage on his team.
You just have to take that, and you don't want to switch Charizard into that. I think it actually just paints. So you have to find a way, maybe through a double protect here from the Aerodactyl plus the Garchomp, see if you can make your way through this. But it's going to be the Aerodactyl that actually protects, and it's going to be the only one. So as Hyper Voice comes out from this Pre-Marina, it's going to actually send Garchomp packing. Another Pokemon gets to take its place. Maybe it's going to be something like the Sylveon. We'll be able to stand up at least a little bit taller with that natural special defensive ball.
Yeah, I think it could be Sylveon. I think Charizard actually now does get the opportunity to switch in and Mega Evolve. And once you Mega Evolve, there it is.
Yeah.
Turns on the Sun, and suddenly Hyper Voice is less powerful. Now, Hyper Voice plus Thunderbolt, it's still going to do a lot, right? Like, I would expect it to knock out the Aerodactyl even in Sun. The Charizard here, as you pointed out, Rose, is the Solar Beam set. It's the standard set. If it were Ancient Power, I think it would be in really, really bad shape. Solar Beam will do a lot, and every time Pre-Marina attacks, it's also going to take a fair bit of damage from that Life Orb, right? So right now, if you're Philippe, you have a pretty safe play, which is just going for Hyper Voice and Thunderbolt, and you can double up onto the Aerodactyl slot, try to eliminate that immediately. You could also double up on Charizard, but I'm not confident that Hyper Voice and Thunderbolt, despite both being super effective, would get the knockout.
Farigiraf's damage either surprises me in how much it's going to do, or it's underwhelming. But we see the Charizard Mega Evolve and set the Sun and then protect itself. So unfortunately, the Aerodactyl, doing on the previous turn, doesn't want to risk failing a double protect, so it just has to take the Hyper Voice. But it still takes 60% in the Sun. But is there going to be a Thunderbolt follow-up from this Farigiraf that will actually be able to help knock it out? But
big call by
into the
Evan.
Charizard, great protect.
Yeah, really nice play. I gotta say though, wow, this dual Wing Beat, not really that strong, but manages to, yeah, get the extra attack off there with Aerodactyl, stall to turn a Trick Room, and now you also eat up a little bit more Life Orb damage with that Pre-Marina, right? So Pre-Marina attacks again with a Hyper Voice, it'll be at 71%. Question is then, can a Charizard finish it off with that Solar Beam? So nice call by Evan there. I think Farigiraf had the safe Thunderbolt into Aerodactyl, but in Philippe's size, well, Aerodactyl is not really that big of a threat anyway, right? I mean, it basically did like 15-20% there. I think Rock Slide might have been nicer to get some extra chip damage on a Pre-Marina, but it's actually Pre-Marina's swapping out for Torkoal right now.
Hey, so maybe Torkoal going to be a better Pokemon to take something like the Solar Beam, but that's actually not what's going to happen on this turn, because Evan is also going to make an adjustment, bringing the Kingambit out as Aerodactyl protects itself. So Kingambit has to take some damage here maybe from the Thunderbolt, as the Farigiraf does still target down that slot, hoping it was the Charizard. That's still going to be a good amount.
Yeah, but I think if I'm Philippe, I'm pretty happy about that turn, right? I managed to switch Torkoal in for free. Like, the Aerodactyl could have clicked Rock Slide there. I think Philippe's idea was, let me get damage onto the Charizard. I don't want my Pre-Marina to just get knocked out this turn. Aerodactyl can protect now, but the Kingambit, of course, is just going to get obliterated by Torkoal here.
Yeah, there's just not a great way to save yourself from a full-powered eruption from this Torkoal. And so Kingambit, unfortunately, has to sacrifice itself for the second game. Trick Room is almost over, but Evan only has 2 Pokemon remaining to keep himself in this.
Yeah, and the other thing is Sun is slowly expiring, right? If you manage to make it out of the Sun, that Pre-Marina cannot be hit by that Charizard, right? I mean, you can Heat Wave and Weather Ball, but as you see, there's only 2 turns left, right? And so can Primarina potentially just clutch this out in the end game? I feel like that is what Philippe was playing for. And I think to get that knockout on King Gambit, to not lose Farigiraf or Torkoal, puts them in a nice position. But of course, right now, like you said, Trick Room and that speed advantage going more in Evan's favor. And so things feel really tense right now, feeling like Primarina has an advantage in this end game.
But there's so much damage on the board if you go with something like a Rock Slide and even just like a Heat Wave. Maybe this Torkoal gets softened up enough that you're able to withstand another eruption. So that Rock Slide is going to bring this Torkoal down to about 60%. We'll see the follow-up here from the Charizard if it can do it. It's a Weather Ball, and so, okay, great call there to ignore the Protect on that Farigiraf, and it actually does just get the knockout outright.
Oh, that was close. I think Evan was not confident that was going to KO, right? Especially after that Rock Slide damage. So now Primarina will come in. It can Protect, obviously, to stall out the last turn of Sun. I just don't think Life Orb Aqua Jet's doing 40% to Aerodactyl, even outside of Sun. It's a super effective attack, and the Aerodactyl doesn't appear to be bulky, but this is a Primarina using a physical attack that we're talking about. So Farigiraf does get the double Protect, though, okay?
Oh, okay. And so that's going to save it from this final turn of Sun. Primarina protecting himself as well, just to make sure you're not risking anything unnecessary. But once the Sun disappears, still, I think, have to worry about, like, a Charizard trying to go for Heat Wave.
Solar Beam will come out, won't do anything, and that is going to be the end of Sun. So now Aerodactyl can Rock Slide, or it could try to Protect potentially. Charizard could just go for, like you said, a Heat Wave. You can go for Weather Ball. It's a very weak attack when it's not boosted by the weather, but at least is 100% accurate. Here's the Aqua Jet. Is it enough to get the knockout? It is! Primarina does it!
That is a huge knockout. Okay, we're never underestimating Primarina again.
My
because
bad.
that was a clutch KO. And also now that the Unnerve is off the table, this Farigiraf can finally have its Citrus Berry snack it's been waiting for as Heat Wave comes out and misses the Primarina and the Farigiraf just to add insult to injury. So this Farigiraf sets up Trick Room for free, and this game feels over now.
Yeah, I was going to say, in all fairness, I think even if Heat Wave double hits there, Primarina still does it. But Philippe moves on to 6-1, takes his unique team with Mega Blaziken and Life Orb Primarina to day 2 of the Pokémon World Championships in a format where so many teams feel hyper-optimized and use the relative same pool of Pokemon. It is Mega Blaziken and Primarina here in round 7 that moves on.
And what a cool way to be able to win a match on stream as well. Just in so much style. I love that we got a chance to see just great highlights of both of these Pokemon in action. One-hit knockout from the close combat into the Aerodactyl. The Aqua Jet KO to take 40% off of an Aerodactyl.
I gotta know that calc, honestly, because I think to me, my guess is this Aerodactyl has absolutely no bulk, right? Because it got one shot by Blaziken in game 1 and then also fainted to Primarina in game 2. Even with no bulk, I was like, oh, 40%, that's so much health, right? But wow, Primarina clutches it out, and just so fun to see these Pokemon being utilized. And that game was really tense because it was, like I was saying, like if you saw the Sun, well, Primarina just 1v1 Charizard. So I know the double miss there in the end was quite dramatic, but even if Heat Wave double hits, Farigiraf faints, Trick Room doesn't get set up, you would need a burn, like that would be your win condition on a Primarina, and then like a double Protect or triple Protect potentially. But yeah, the miss just obviously immediately allows Philippe to win the game.
Oh, just so cool to be able to see this composition come to the forefront. I was wondering if we would see the Venusaur, because the other thing I was thinking is, what if you just let Evan set the Sun for you? And then the Venusaur comes in, and you're able to just put things to sleep. But Philippe showed us you didn't need the Venusaur in order to win the game. Just had to make sure that you got your Trick Room up in the right conditions.
I just think it's so cool to see how that team functions, right? Because I think on paper, you look at it and you're like, I don't get it. Like, Mega Blaziken's really fast, the rest of your team is really slow. Like, how does this really work, right? But Philippe showed us it's me just getting a ton of damage off with Blaziken in the opening turns. Now, what makes it so liable is if you just close combat into a Protect or a Switch, right?
Yeah.
For example, we saw close combat into Garchomp. Garchomp protects there, Aerodactyl goes for dual Wing Beat on a Blaziken. It's a very different story, but what allowed Blaziken to really thrive in this one, and that's why I call it a fair Pokemon, right? Because most of the time you're clicking a single target attack into one specific slot. If your opponent protects or switches, well, it can be a huge swing, but Blaziken, I feel like, got more than it really would have wanted in that game, which was a knockout onto Aerodactyl, close combat into Garchomp, both in games 1 and games 2, which really weakened it.
Yeah, I agree. It's just so cool to see a Pokemon that, you know what, that Mega Evolution has been around for a while, but I think this is really the first time I'm looking at it. I'm like, hey, that looks really good. But I cannot wait to see how far Philippe can take this. I know this is such a stellar win, and so let's hear from Philippe on how he's feeling after this match win.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Philippe, who has just punched his ticket into phase 2 of the tournament. Congratulations. I know you're a little shaky, but how are you feeling?
It's amazing. I really can't believe it. I was only aiming to compete at the World Championships and make day 2 here. It's just great.
I mean, your team is absolutely incredible. Mega Blaziken on a Trick Room team. What is the inspiration behind it?
Actually, the inspiration was Wolf Glick's Regulation I team with Koraidon and Lunala, which I got my best results this season. So the plan is, I probably shouldn't tell it, but use Mega Blaziken early on with enormous offensive pressure, and then let it die because it's just really frail, and get a free switch on the Trick Room, and then just go from there.
You mentioned to me before we started this interview that you had a lot of help from your friends. Did they help you build and test this team?
Yeah, exactly. I would like to thank all of them, especially Ducky, who found the prototype for the team, helped me prep a lot, found a lot of useful stuff. Itchak, who has found a really secret tech for the Venusaur, Naret, who's staying with me here, Josip, who has also helped me, and everybody in the Polish community, Polska Górom.
All right, well, I don't want to let you go just yet because we have to talk about your run so far today. I mean, this is the first time we've seen you. Tell us about your matches so far.
I was aiming to play as many non-EU players because it's the World Championships. I can play EU players at home. And that has managed. I played 4 Japanese players. One of them was Shoma Honami, which I managed to win, which is also incredible for me. Yeah, it's just been really great. I hope I surprised all of them with my team. And I guess I did because I'm here.
For sure, for sure. And I mean, going into tomorrow in phase 2, are you going to be doing any preparations tonight, you think? Are you going to just try to get a good night's sleep? Do you have a game plan?
No, probably just a good night's sleep and celebration with my friends, which came here as well.
For sure. I know you already gave some shout outs, Philippe, but is there anybody else you'd like to say hello to who might be watching?
Yes, I would like to say hello to my fiancée Veronika, who is probably asleep right now because it's middle of the night in Poland, but she has helped me emotionally a lot. She has put up with me being really not good in the household or very stressed, but she was very considerate and helped me a lot. So thank you, Veronika.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again on making phase 2 of the competition. Best luck in the final round of Swiss. And for everybody watching at home, we're going to be taking a quick break before we get into our final round of Swiss, so please stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Pokemon Center here at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco. As you can see, we've got the World Championship side. We've got the Pokemon XP side. I hear it's absolutely insane in there. Let's go take a look. We got to get me popping out behind everything that we can. Let's take a shot of it. Hey, how's it going? Beautiful pieces. Bring it in close here. I want you to take a look at this for everyone at home. This is a fantastic piece. This is the beautiful Sableye we have right here. Without question, one of the finest we have. Beautiful, sparkly. We have the Eevee right next to it. And finally, the Jigglypuff. Very nice collection. The official mat, limit 1 per customer, but I count as 2 customers, so I will take 2. No? King Pikachu. We have now transitioned from the World Championships to the XP area. Space-themed, extremely cool. In my opinion, cooler than the World Championship area. I'm probably not supposed to say that. Let's do some pop-outs. Boom, pop-out. Okay, get a picture of me with the Umbreon. Here you get it.
the World Championship playmat and bag. Also limit 1. These are different though, so I can take them. Yes? Yes. I got a yes. Place is poppin'. Beautiful. Special. Elegant. One of them's going on a trip. One of them's blasting off. Another one would be in a spaceship. I think I like Kirlia the best. I have been excited to see this the entire time. This is the item I've had my eye on more than anything else. This jacket right here. It's beautiful. It's special. I'm not exactly sure where I can wear it except everywhere, and I want it very badly. I will be back for it, because technically I'm not allowed to shop for this right now.
And we're back, trainers, here coming into round 8 of the Pokémon World Championships here in San Francisco. I've taken Aaron and Rose again for another little spin behind our desk here, and we're just having a fantastic time. What a great match that we just featured on stream, with Philippe winning with a Pokemon I don't think that many of us had on our bingo cards here coming into the World Championships. I don't know if we need to update our predictions, like Mega Blaziken looking so strong, right?
I was going to say, Ben, I didn't know if you were talking about Mega Blaziken or Primarina, because neither of those were on my bingo card, but we got to see both, and they both clutched up in games 1 and 2, respectively.
Little column A, little column... I mean, even the Torkoal as well, right?
Yeah.
It is like one of the strong Pokemon. It's not... You know, it doesn't have as many wings as Charizard, but it's still bringing the sun. It's still putting up a lot of damage. So, yeah, I think we've seen such a... We've been so lucky, I think, in the tournament so far. We've seen such a great variation of teams and people really trying to take a swing at the format and really try to do something maybe a little bit different rather than coming in just with the tried and tested compositions.
I think what we need is a section for like our underrated picks. I think that would be it. Like the spice we think is going to be brought to the tournament. So maybe we'll have to think about that for next time.
Okay, we'll add it to the list. Let's have a little catch up with our world champions that are competing this weekend as well. See how they're getting on so far. So Sagen, we saw them on stream a little bit earlier. They were having a great start to the tournament. Hasn't worked out quite in their favor, unfortunately for them, going 3-4 so far. But a good opportunity last round of Swiss, make that even in this World Championships.
I mean, that would just still be such an impressive result. I think looking across the board at some of the competitors that we saw at 0-3, 1-3, kind of slowly trickling out of the tournament, there were a lot of big names down there. So I think if you can say that you finished 4-4, you got to be really happy with a result like that.
Especially with the caliber that we've seen across this World Championships so far, not just on the broadcast, but who we know is in the field and playing their tournament. So looking a little bit further, we got Shoma, who I was able to have a little catch up to with yesterday, saying like, I asked him whether or not he thought Charizard was going to win the tournament as a little bit of a hot take, and he said, I'm running Charizard and I will win, so yes. Charizard is going to be winning, still in contention there at 5-2 alongside Wolf Glick, running a little bit of a different iteration on a sand composition with Megastar Raptor.
That team was really
Ruiz
cool.
in the mix as well. Two of these world champions have already punched the ticket to day 2 in Naoto and Shohei, of course, 2 of our Japanese world champions. Shohei, I believe, lost round 1 and just won every game after that. And so just another phenomenal performance by him. He's one of the most consistent players on the world stage and yeah, just constantly delivers. And Naoto, I think it's, I feel like it's been a while since we've gotten the chance to see him play, especially on stream. And he had a very nice win in his win and in, and has just been a top force. I think I was seeing him, I think, tweet earlier this morning. He was like, I'd just be really happy to make it to day 2, but I'm sure now he's looking for more.
Yeah, it's like when you get to that stage and you're thinking like, okay, coming in, this is going to be a tough event, right? And then it all sort of lines up for you. You make it for that thing, and then you think, hang on a second. What if I can get to after day 2?
Exactly.
I start to wait in a little bit, but everybody's still having great results on the day. But I think definitely looking at Shoma, Wolf, Paul, can they get the final win in this final round of Swiss to punch their tickets too?
And we know that they're capable of doing it, right? All of these trainers have been in those pressure situations before, right? All of them are capable of doing it. It's just, you know, we've got a few trainers that are in contention that just have to carry on winning, and winning is what these trainers are good at.
It's also just, again, so hard. It is the World Championships.
It is.
Every single matchup is one that you could see being at the finals of a stage like this. And so thinking about that and knowing the schedules that some of these competitors have had, I'm just very impressed and hoping and cheering for them.
So let's have a little look going on from our World Championships with world champions that are competing this weekend. Let's have a little bit of a look back. Now we're going into round 8. We've seen loads of different teams on streams. We've seen loads of different players. Let's have a little reminder of the usage across the tournament there. King Gambit, this is the top 12 overall usage, regardless of if they're Mega Pokemon or not. King Gambit, Charizard, Incineroar. I don't think any of us were surprised to see them on the top pedestal, but I feel like we've seen a lot of different variations of Pokemon, different variations of teams that aren't on this graphic as well.
I mean, yeah, we had Swampert, we had Cleaver, we had a Hydreigon, of course, Mega Blaziken, a Primarina. Like, it goes to show that there are some really interesting things that you can do in the format. I suspect once we get into phase 2 of the tournament, though, there will be very few of unexpected surprises in teams, and it'll mainly be things that we expect it to be very powerful and true established compositions coming into this event.
There was a Vanillux at X1.
That's right.
Just this last round. So that is a Pokemon that's not on this graphic that I also don't think people expected to see at the World Championships today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's kind of similar to Alolan Ninetales in a lot of different ways. It just doesn't have that fairy typing to complement it. And it's, you know, there's a few other alternatives. So I think, like, looking at this list of our top 12 Pokemon, I think there's a good set of like the fairy compositions, the grass compositions, the you know, the strong Pokemon that we've got, King Gambit and Basculegion, and Incineroar that, Garchomp. Well, I'll just keep going. I'll just keep listing all of the strong Pokemon that are on the graphic. But I think we've done, we've had a great run in showing a lot of these Pokemon on the stream. And Sylveon, we've got to give it a shout out. Been doing very
Top
well
10.
on stream.
Have we seen much of Floette?
Not a lot.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like
Very few.
I don't remember seeing much Floette on stream today, but it obviously has been, if anything, it's kind of had a comeback, right? Like, I feel like Floette, I wouldn't say it's completely disappeared over the last couple of weeks, but of course, this was one of the best Pokemon in Regulation MA. It was also seeing success in MB, but it felt like people were trying a lot of new things. But yeah, here it is, sitting at number 6.
Well, let's go along to our Mega Pokemon
Let's take a look.
stats and see how that's shaping up compared to what we've seen. I think one of the things that really stands out to me, especially seeing we've got Justin Tang at 7-0 with Mega Delphox, Mega Blastoise, going into the final round of Swiss. I'm really fascinated to know how Mega Blastoise specifically is going to be converting in phase 2, right? Like, who's going to have, you know, been able to have just that really amazing run and just, you know, hit all of the predictions in the right spots. It's a tough Pokemon to use. I mean, we saw it earlier, right? Going for a Shell Smash in Trick Room. Like, if you know, you know.
And it was a non-Mega Shell Smash as well. Like, I truly think what makes that composition with the Delphox and King Gambit so cool is that you have 3 big threats that are looking to just take over the game at any given point. And one of the things I really like watching at the World Championships is, well, if these players have been on these teams for weeks, they've probably figured the most hyper-optimized lines possible into the other really popular teams, right? So you start doing some funky things that you probably normally wouldn't think of if you were seeing an opposing team for the first time. But it's the thing about a competitive game like VGC, there are established metagames, and so you should do your homework coming into this event. You know, probably at least prepare against the top 5 to 10 teams that you expect to see. And as a result, yeah, we got to see a regular Blastoise Shell Smash with Mega Delphox in the back, and I think that was one of the coolest wins on stream this weekend.
I do think this graphic is so cool to take in. A lot of these Mega Evolutions actually do come from Pokemon Legends CA. Some newly discovered Mega Evolutions there with the Raichu as well as the Staraptor. And I think it's just cool. I don't know if you all remember the conversations about both, in particular, Mega Raichu and Mega Staraptor when they were first legal in the format. People were looking at them and going, are you sure you want to use that Pokemon? Do you really think it's going to be good? And there are so many competitors at the World Championships that do believe in those Pokemon to have brought them.
Yeah, it's like, especially with that Mega Raichu Y, right? Like, we've seen it on stream today, really focusing on not going for its Mega Evolution and actually using the Lightning Rod, using it like the conventional Raichu of old, just with the Focus Blast that you'd never really consider putting on the set, lest you go for a Focus Blast and get nicknamed Focus Miss, as we lovingly call it in the community. Still managed to hit that Focus Blast, actually, in the match that it played, but a really cool way to keep that composition going and actually flex this dual Mega archetype that we've seen so much in regular MA and MB, where, yeah, there's a few less items, but also you want to have that flexibility in your team building.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think the big question everyone's still asking is, will Mega Charizard be dethroned for this event, right? Because it kind of felt like it was the top Pokemon Mega Evolution coming into this, and if you think back to 2014, Kangaskhan was the most dominant Mega Evolution back then, but it got really countered at Worlds. But that was a much smaller World Championship, only 40 to 50 players who had qualified in the Masters division. So you could do things like try to, play super anti-meta because the pool was a little bit more limited. But now these World Championships are so big, there's so many great players competing in it as well. If you're going to try to build something that's anti-meta, well, you got to make sure that you can also cover for all the other things like you might go up against here at Worlds. And so, I don't know, I was like, in 2014, Kangaskhan was like the #1 Mega Coat going into Worlds, and like only there was 1, I think, or 2 in the top 16 overall, and it didn't even make it into top 8. But I don't think that's going to be the case for Mega Charizard in this one. It's just too good of a Pokemon.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like Kangaskhan back in its day was kind of like a better Pokemon than Mega Charizard is currently. But like, just because of the fact that it was so hard to take down, right?
That's
like,
right,
it has no weaknesses. It's a parental bond before it got...
it was broken.
You said it, I didn't, but I mean, we're all thinking it.
Yeah,
like,
and they nerfed it for a reason.
Yeah, and rightly so. But I mean, yeah, I think like I was excited to use Mega Kangaskhan coming into Reg MA, like thinking, hey, maybe this could have been like the old days. It just doesn't quite hit the same, unfortunately.
But then we did see the Kangaskhan with just Life Orb. No Megastone, no nothing. Just a great teammate on a team. And I feel like that was another one where I think that's really where some of these Mega Evolutions or Pokemon that can Mega Evolve have stuck out, is can they do both things? Can they actually act on their own without the Mega Evolution, so they're not just dead weight when you want to bring them to a match?
Yeah, and like, you know, those last resort sets on Kangaskhan as well, we're seeing lots of different adaptations in this format where there's a few less things that different Pokemon can do. But that's all we've got time for the moment, so we're going to be taking it to a quick break before we get round 8 up and running here at the World Championships.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with Dawei C, one of our top placing trainers at NAIC this year. One of my favorite Pokemon trainers to come from the New England area. Dawei, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing really great. How about you?
I'm doing really great. I mean, we are here on Rayquaza Road. It just opened up for previews. It's pretty exciting, but what's exciting to me is your journey here to this Worlds competition. Dawei, I'd love to hear your story. What got you into competing in the Pokemon Video Game Championship Series?
I have been playing this game for so long time. I used to play just like 6 versus 6 in game, but then I found this thing called VGC. And at that time I was still in China. There was no official tournaments in China at that time, so I just wanted to join this circuit so much. That's a part of why I came to the US to study for my graduate school. While I'm not doing so well in the graduate school, I think I really have a lot of fun in Pokemon VGC.
I mean, every time I see you compete, you're always on stage smiling. You have the best outfits, I have to say. And your run at NAIC this year was absolutely incredible. So how did you prepare for that going into the tournament?
Because NAIC is so close to Indianapolis regional, and I didn't do well enough as I expected in Indy. So that's why I think I should give that team another chance, because at that time I don't think everyone just still recognize that team. And it works just really great because like in that regulation, the Charizard dominates the whole format, and which makes Sterilage just a perfect choice for that NAIC. And I also wanted to say I really had good luck in NAIC. That's also why I did well.
I feel like Sterilage is kind of your signature Pokemon right now. Would you agree?
Maybe. Yeah, I'm not using Sterilage at Worlds this time. It's just so difficult to use it anymore in the regulation MV. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, maybe not a signature Pokemon, but who's your favorite Pokemon?
Oh, my favorite Pokemon is Jirachi, because it can just like grant you any wishes. That's who doesn't want that, right? And it's also my like my favorite one since I was very, very young. When I was watching the animes and stuff, it's just so cute and so lovely.
The Jirachi movie was my favorite one ever since I first saw it too, and Jirachi's a favorite for that reason for me as well. We talked about wishes. Let's talk about predictions going into the World Championships this weekend. Don't tell us anything about you, but what do you think we're going to see? You know, what's the competition going to look like?
I hope it's not getting boring, because like everyone is complaining this regulation doesn't have much new teams, but I hope everyone is just hiding their team and to reveal them only at Worlds. So I hope everyone has a really interesting team to to watch. And also yesterday when I was opening the booster pack I got from the check-in, I managed to pull out a Mega Floette EX from that booster pack. So that's my prediction. Mega Floette will win the Worlds.
I think that's a pretty strong prediction. So Dawei, thank you so much. Before I ask for shout outs, I think a lot of players look up to you in the community because of what you represent and how strong of a competitor you are. Do you have any advice for anybody who's watching who might want to be in the position you are here at Worlds next year?
Oh, I guess just play, just come out and play. It's very fun, it's very interesting, and every friend you make here is so exciting.
Thank you so much, Dawei. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody watching at home?
Yeah, shout out to my partner, Lisa, and my parents, and and just everyone in the Chinese community, because it's so difficult for them to come to this event, but all of them are so caring about this one. So really shout outs to them.
Thank you so much, Dawei, and thank you all so much for watching at home. We'll be back with more Pokemon action real soon.
Welcome back, trainer, to the Pokemon World Championships. We're nearing the end of our day with one final match, which could be make or break for some inspiring Pokemon World champions out there. My name's Sierra Dawn, joined here by Lee Pros. One final match for day one of our competition.
I can't believe we're at this stage of the tournament already, to be honest. It's flown by. The quality of games we've had, the plays we've had, it's just been phenomenal, and it's been up there as one of the best starts to a World Championship we've ever had. So really fitting for the 30th anniversary, and we've got so much to come and so much more to look forward to, which is even more exciting.
It has just been such an incredible day, and for some trainers, they have already locked up their spot in phase 2 of the competition. For others, this round is going to be the one to determine if they will be back here competing tomorrow. But taking a look at the standings, of course, we got some trainers that are currently at that undefeated standing. Congratulations to Justin, Carrie, and Yuya, all sitting at 7-0. They have more than locked their spot for phase 2. They are now eyeing up that next portion of the competition, which of course is top cut. Trainers sitting at the 6-1, also looking good though, so they are in. But of course, you have to start looking at that next point, racking up those wins.
Yeah, incredible achievements by all of our players to come into the event in such tough competition and get to this stage and put them really in that contention to go forward tomorrow in such a good place to potentially push on to Championship Sunday.
And taking a look at our notable matches and what we're going to be eyeing up next here on broadcast. It's going to be Hiroshi Onishi going up against Shohei Kimura. A matchup that once we saw it, we knew we had to lock it in. Our Japan national champion going up against our 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Incredible.
Yeah, what better way to finish day one? We started with a former world champion with Wolf, and we're finishing up with Shohei. And on top of that, we get to feature this year's Japan national champion. Absolutely incredible game. I can't wait to get into it. Both players have had an extremely good run so far, so I'm sure they're not going to let down. But see, looking through the other notable matches, all of our players so far have just been incredible so far this weekend.
And of course, with these two trainers sitting at that 6-1, we're not worrying about not seeing one of them here tomorrow. We will see them both here tomorrow, thank goodness. But of course, we want to see who's going to be making their way to Top Cut and getting a win here as well, with that confidence you get from that as well. Either taking down a world champion or taking down their current national champion is just incredible. So excited as we head over to the stage to get started with this next match.
Yeah, so it's right, like you say, the confidence it gives you, especially now at the end of the day, to bring into tomorrow, to push on and hopefully take that little extra record that you've got from the end of the day. If you come out victorious into tomorrow, it's just going to make things a little bit easier, and anything that makes it a bit easier at this sort of level of tournament is something that you are going to want to chase after. Now you can see the teams here is going to be very similar across the board there. Charizard Y on both sides of the field and that Mega Floette. These players are very familiar with their teams respectively. Hiroshi has used this exact 6 in the Japan National Championships to win that event. There are some updates, of course, to that team we'll get into in a minute on the back of MB format, and some new items being introduced alongside that.
Looking over at this team, the Charizard and the Mega Floette are two of the most dominant Pokemon that we have here. The Megas just really carved out with a lot of really other powerful picks. You look at the really powerful trio of that Kingambit, the Basculegion, the Garchomp, and then having something like this Whimsicott to either set up the Tailwind or really be able to pressure with an Encore is a lot. There's a reason why this 6, or a variation of this 6, has been so popular.
Yeah, very strong across the board. You look at this team, a little bit like they're kind of put together with triangles. You've got the Whimsicott adding to the 4th of those other 3. It really is going to depend on what each player thinks the opposing player is going to bring, and then trying to get around that, because the Charizard helps check things like that Kingambit. It matches up into the Mega Floette very well. But the Garchomp then checks that Charizard. And then you look at something like the Basculegion or the Kingambit is kind of clean up at the end. The Whimsicott going to be there to support the rest of the team with that Tailwind. Catch your opponent out with an Encore if they get a bit passive. Go for a Protect or go for a Tailwind themselves. And it can be an offensive threat if paired up with that Mega Floette, especially with that Fairy Aura. And some adjustments there that we've seen on Hiroshi's team. Going now with the Life Orb on that Basculegion, that thing is going to be hitting extremely hard. Was previously Mystic Water, and yeah, 4 attack Kingambit as well, which is really huge in this matchup.
And looking over at Shohei's team, yes, a lot of the same. When we get later into the competition, it's fun when we get to see some of those unique picks, but at the same time, this variation, this 6, has been so strong for a reason. But there is a couple of different variations along the way, and of course, there is also the opportunity that not all the Pokemon are trained the same, and I love being able to see 2 teams very similar face off against each other, because that's when you really get into the minds of the trainers and how they approach these types of matchups.
Yeah, and it's those differences that the players can really lean into, and what will make the difference between winning and losing this match. You can notably see here that both teams do have a stat alignment of Timid on their Charizards. Both players have Ancient Power as well, which is being kind of superseding the Solar Beam that you would normally see there. That's going to make Charizard sitting in front of an opposing Charizard a lot easier. Or both Charizards max speed, or are they slightly slower? This is something we're going to have to find out as the game plays out, but that could be quite pivotal in that Charizard mirror here if that's what the players decide to go down. Other options, like we've mentioned, the Kingambit here. You do have the Iron Head, which is going to be really useful for Shohei against the opposing Floette if that is brought from Hiroshi. But the Kingambit on Hiroshi's side does have that low kick and the Iron Head that can provide really useful against that Kingambit and the Floette. The Basculegion on Shohei's side does have a Colbur Berry, so that does help against the Kingambit slightly.
Both trainers sitting at 6-1, trying to end off the day with a win. Our Japan national champion going up against our 2023 world champion. Let's get to it. Aggressive leads from both, but very differing approaches with Whimsicott and Basculegion for Hiroshi, as opposed for Shohei, Garchomp, and Charizard.
It's interesting, both players bringing their Pokemon with the Life Orb to kind of maximize damage on this early turn. You'd say that Whimsicott's not in a bad spot. It's got that Focus Sash, so it has to be hit twice. Prankster ability as well, it's going to be able to elevate the Basculegion into a place where it'll be able to outspeed the Charizard and the Garchomp with a Tailwind. And then that Life Orb boosting that, even in the sun, will threaten maybe a Charizard knockout. So you have to be careful if you're Shohei here. You can leverage the Garchomp here to get some good damage onto that Basculegion early, but the sun is pivotal in this moment if you are keeping that Charizard on the field.
No damage being leveraged with the Garchomp. Instead, just a pivot out in Kingambit to join the field instead, as Charizard will go ahead and Mega, and with that, bringing the sun about. So we're looking at a reduction to those water moves, and of course, if you want to go the offensive yourself, you want to get the max amount of damage. Of course, you're at risk of potentially taking an attack, but it will be a Whimsicott not opting for Tailwind, but a Protect instead. Charizard, a little bit of the same, though. So we get a swap, we get some sun. Time to see what the Basculegion does opt for. It will be a Protect, but will fail because the last act in the turn.
Yeah, and the switch for Shohei here to get the Kingambit on the field, really good now. That Kingambit can start to pressure the Basculegion that was such a threat originally. Now we've seen Protect all around. The Charizard does lack a way to actually hit the Basculegion as well, opting for that Ancient Power that we covered in the preview. So it doesn't really want to stay on the field. Yes, you can do some good damage into the Whimsicott, but it's not at the cost of losing your Charizard to maybe a Basculegion. The question is, has the Kingambit got enough to be able to deal with the Basculegion on a Hiroshi side?
Charizard being pressured, you have to get out of there. And Whimsicott coming out onto the field instead is a great answer. But Basculegion also understanding the threat of a potential Sucker Punch, swapping out for Garchomp instead. A battle of positioning for those two. And the threat of Encore won't come to light. Sucker Punch as well. So a lot of great heads-up play from both our trainers.
Yeah, both players just taking it cautious at this time, you know, not wanting to overcompensate, just taking things easy, seeing what both trainer is trying to accomplish here. Now, the Garchomp coming in obviously does put a lot of pressure onto the Kingambit here. It hasn't got that Life Orb that you would normally see, so it's not going to be hitting as hard or threatening any sort of knockout. There is always the potential of a double up if you want to get rid of the Kingambit on Shohei's side. It is a little bit risky though, but you could go for something like a Moonblast and then a ground type attack to get that knockout, remove that threat from the field, but it does then leave the Whimsicott open to go for an all-important Moonblast in return, or even set up a Tailwind. It would be very beneficial if we did see something like a Protect on the Kingambit this turn.
That's one of the things with the Tailwinds, and we have a Whimsicott versus a Whimsicott, is do you want to go ahead and press it right away to get the speed? Because you might just be a turn behind. But we will see Tailwind from Hiroshi, and a lot of damage into the Garchomp is now Earthquake to deal damage into everything on the board. Both Whimsicotts will shrug that off, but Kingambit brought down to about a third of its health. Now we get to see Retaliation come out. Notably, no Tailwind from Shohei means offensive instead, and Moonblast is enough to take the first KO of this match.
That is a huge turn for Shohei. Yes, you're behind with the Tailwind, but you can set your Tailwind up this next turn, right? And then you've got an extra extended turn of Tailwind when your opponent's does finally end. The big thing is here, your Charizard is going to have such an easier time when it enters the field. Now it doesn't have to worry about that Garchomp that you've been able to get rid of with that really good double up.
Floette joining in the field, though, this is where we can see a lot of pressure come out, because for Hiroshi, he has the Tailwind on his side, and you're now pressuring so much with this Floette. And if you just want to go double on the offensive here, you could just potentially wipe this board. So Shohei goes ahead and tries to set up for his own Tailwind now. It could just be a little too late.
Yeah, and that's the problem now. The Kingambit, even in Tailwind, isn't going to supersede the Floette, which you probably expect it is going to Mega Evolve and then activate that Fairy Aura. And then all you need to do is go after that slot, maybe Dazzling Gleam and Moonblast from your own Whimsicott, just to clear the field and make things more difficult. A nice switch there, defensive. The Charizard going to be able to at least take these Fairy type attacks that you would expect coming out a lot easier than that Kingambit.
Very Aura and the potential for some big damage, but a Whimsicott for Shohei that will protect. And it's not just the potential of damaging move, but of course the threat of the Encore as well. Dazzling Gleam, not going to do anything into the Whimsicott, but Charizard swapping in will take some damage, but again, not very effective. Will start off the hit quite well, but now again, we do threaten something like an Encore again, or going back to the amount of damage you could potentially just do.
Yeah, this is a really awkward scenario here for Shohei, because you want to get your Tailwind enabled to allow that Charizard to be at least able to keep pace with the Floette and any other options that are on the opposite side of the field, but you can't do that because of that Encore lock that's pressured from Hiroshi's side. Position this extremely well, and now the Floette not really in any danger of getting knocked out, but it is going to take big damage. It's not getting the damage you really want onto the Charizard, but that chip will add up each time. Again, Tailwind, no Encore coming out.
No Encore, which means all-out offensive for Hiroshi, as instead Moonblast into the Charizard. Again, not very effective hits, but with the help of the Fairy Aura and assumingly a double up into the slot, see how much it can do. Charizard, though, the speeds are evened out, so we'll be able to retaliate with a Heat Wave. Whimsicott is down. Only 2 Pokemon left for Hiroshi in this match, but Light of Ruin to try and start evening up this Pokemon count. Charizard will be KO'd.
Yeah, even though you resisted, the Light of Ruin is just so powerful, able to remove the opposing Mega on Shohei's side. Now, Shohei has been able to set up that Tailwind, which is great. It puts them in an advantage position going into these next few turns. Because that Whimsicott has dropped for Hiroshi, they don't have access to that speed control anymore. They do still have that Basculegion that can come in and offer some offensive pressure.
Going into this, though, it's still a Pokemon count that is in Shohei's favor, and a Tailwind that is going to be lasting longer on his side. So you have a Floette for Hiroshi that is 1/3 of its health, a Basculegion that is full, but build a little bit more for the offense with that Life Orb. So my question is do you have enough in the tank to take down the rest of these Pokemon? Once your Tailwind's done, you're going to be outsped. Whimsicott's at full, and there's still another Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, that's a question, and now we're just seeing the safe play from Shohei. Probably double protect here just to get through this last turn of Tailwind on Hiroshi's side. So now going into the following turn, you have got the speed advantage. Aqua Jet is the question. Is that going to be enough? Boosted by that Life Orb. Now the Sun's gone. Is it going to be able to pick up that Kingambit? That will be crucial, and it will... That turn, it would have superseded the Sucker Punch. Now you're going to be susceptible because the Kingambit is going to be faster than that Basculegion with that Tailwind support. So the Basculegion not sitting in the safest place against that Sucker Punch.
At least with Life Orb does mean we have protecting moves, and we do have the option to protect if you want to try and make that call. But again, the amount of damage that this Floette has taken, it's not going to take necessarily the most to take it out. So if you try and protect, and Floette is the target at the end of all of it, I mean, you're not going to get anything done on this turn.
Yeah, and the Fairy Aura are really counterproductive here for Hiroshi, where it's helping the Whimsicott. Sucker Punch into the Basculegion, it is enough to pick it up, and it takes it down. Now it comes down to the Whimsicott. Has the Fairy Aura boosted Moonblast got enough to take down this Floette?
Whimsicott, Moonblast, 1 Pokemon left for Hiroshi, and Floette goes down. Shohei will take game number 1 in this series. I mean, that was just an incredible match. From the get-go, we got to see some momentum coming out from Hiroshi, but later Tailwind, better Pokemon count, and Pokemon that just couldn't quite get the KOs over the line. I feel like the preservation of the Charizard was just big. You had to hit 3 attacks into that to take it down. That was just so much time, unfortunately, wasted that mid-game.
Yeah, and it's why it's so good into these fairies. Interesting that Hiroshi decided to go down the line with the Mega Floette rather than their own Charizard here, but Shohei showing their experience, and that really shining through, I think, in this match in particular, stalling the Tailwind and being brave as well in front of an Encore potential threat, going for that Tailwind, and that turn was key to be able to kind of get to the point where you had enough room to stall out the opposing Tailwind and then get your Kingambit in that spot where it was able to pressure with that all-important Sucker Punch to close things up.
It was a great turn being able to go for the Tailwind when there was the Encore threat, but also you're in a situation again where it was a Whimsicott that was next to a Mega Charizard that was threatening so much. So you encore the Whimsicott and Charizard wipes your board, unfortunately, because you can't double up and it just sweeps the end of the game. It was just kind of a tough call at that point. So now going into this next game, I would love to see how we adapt things. Both trainers had very different approaches to starting that out. And we're playing so cautiously in the first couple of turns. But for Hiroshi, now down a game in this set, do you stick with the same lead and try and switch it up a little bit, or do you take a page out of Shohei's book?
You might want to adapt here. You know, Hiroshi is so well versed with this 6. They all know exactly what they need to do to adapt coming into this game 2 to try and take it into a game 3. But I do think the Charizard is a better route to go down. The primary thing that you need to do is get rid of the opposing Garchomp as quick as possible. Well, Pokemon that can do that support the Charizard and the rest of the team is that Whimsicott. You can utilize that, leverage that to try and get rid of the Garchomp. And Whimsicott generally sits in front of Life Orb Garchomp without too much trouble in comparison to some of the other Pokemon that they've got access to. Maybe King Gambit's something that you look at as well, because that Sucker Punch is so valuable, and we saw Shohei take full advantage of it in that last game.
Getting into game number 2, time to see where our trainers' minds are at. It'll be Garchomp and Charizard again for Shohei. And on the opposing end, we'll get Garchomp and that Whimsicott.
Yeah, a little bit of an adjustment. No Basket Legion here for Hiroshi, but has got that Garchomp out, and that Garchomp is going to pressure the Charizard immediately. They do have to be very careful about the opposing Garchomp, though, because the one thing that you don't want to take is a Life Orb boosted Dragon Claw. Has it got enough investment to be able to take that? That's the question here. If you're confident, then you can go for a Tailwind, Rock Slide, hope that you get that Charizard. But is the Charizard really going to leave itself vulnerable in this scenario? Is it going to switch? That's the big question. You could potentially think, okay, well, Shohei's not going to leave it in a vulnerable position. The Tailwind's there, so maybe see it switch out, and then you target into that Garchomp, protect your own Garchomp, and go for a Moonblast into Shohei's Garchomp to try and remove it as quick as possible.
Our trainers played the beginning of that game 1 so safe. If you try and target down this Charizard, it protects and you go for broke, that could be game lost on the spot. But Mega Evolution coming out, will we get to see protect? No. Instead, a Tailwind from Hiroshi, and we have to assume a follow-up attack. Garchomp with the Rock Slide, the double connect. Charizard down to such low health already. We'll have to see the retaliation because the Garchomp on the opposing end can do a lot, but Earthquake isn't going to be packing the same punch as what could have been a potential Dragon Claw, as neither Pokemon takes too much damage, but it'll be the follow-up from the Charizard that will be determining how much. And if it is going to be just a Heat Wave and a double connect, well, Whimsicott will drop, and Garchomp brought down to quite low health.
Yeah, the Garchomp, the Earthquake there, quite an interesting choice. Maybe Shohei's taking a switch in this scenario here to try and maybe catch something. But the damage there really respectable as well. The Citrus Berry activating, but now the Tailwind set, and Shohei hasn't got their Whimsicott active now to be able to match that Tailwind.
I love the Earthquake because if you're not too worried about the Garchomp on the opposing end and you want to get rid of that Whimsicott, you've set the tail, like Hiroshi set the Tailwind, it's gone. You needed that double up to get rid of that Focus Sash. So now you've already gotten a Pokemon advantage and you can bring your Whimsicott in potentially later.
Yeah, the problem is now that we know that Hiroshi's Charizard has got Ancient Power. Now it can Mega Evolve. It can go for a Heat Wave. That Heat Wave's probably going to be enough to get the opposing Charizard. Is that chip going to be enough to put the Garchomp on Shohei's HP in range of a Dragon Claw follow-up? That's the question.
Question that we'll have to see answered hopefully real soon as Mega Evolution now on the opposing end. Hiroshi has switched up the game plan for game number 2, but a protect from Shohei onto his own Garchomp will mean it lives the turn as Dragon Claw targeted down into it. Now have to see for the opposing Pokemon. Heat Wave, of course. Garchomp stays safe. Do we get the connect into the other? Yes. And will be enough as well to be picking it up. So you're evening out the Pokemon count, and you got rid of a Mega Pokemon. But if it's a Whimsicott coming in, you can set the Tailwind and really pressure with your own Garchomp now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think Shohei probably doesn't mind in that scenario. Back against the wall, let the Charizard go down. It's kind of done a decent job so far.
Yeah, you got rid of the Whimsicott.
Yeah, so you bring your own Whimsicott, like you say. Now you match the Tailwind, and you're kind of staggering it like we saw in that game 1. So when your opponent runs out, yours is still active.
Whimsicott comes out, and it seems just so telegraphed at this point. And calling out that these teams are so similar, but a couple of key differences. Again, that life orb that you called out on the Garchomp over on Shohei's end, we saw that Garchomp from Hiroshi with that Rock Slide wasn't enough to KO onto Shohei's, but doing a lot of damage. That extra life orb boost could be enough to just get it over the line, completely get rid of the Charizard, and then it would just be a Whimsicott to have to follow up next turn with a Moonblast. Shohei seems to be in such a strong spot.
Yeah, and it will come down to speed ties here. We do see the Charizard retreat, wants to be saved, but later on as that Kingambit enters the field. Now, if the Tailwind is set here, like we're seeing, which Garchomp is going to hit first?
Well, that's going to be the question, because we know one is built for offense, the other with the Citrus Berry, and it will be Shohei's that moves first. Dragon Claw instead, going to try and take down the opposing Garchomp, and it will succeed. Whether it's a speed tie or an outspeed remains to be seen, but that's going to be a huge momentum swing in Shohei's favor.
Yeah, now you've got that Kingambit on the field. It's not in the worst of spots, but it has got no protect, so it is going to be susceptible to an Earthquake here, but I don't think you can afford to Earthquake and ignore the Charizard, because you're lacking any other way to hit that Charizard. You need to go after the Charizard here. Maybe a Rock Slide, but is it easy for Hiroshi just to say, I'm going to just protect the Charizard here and then try and leverage my Kingambit, Kowtow Cleave into the opposing Garchomp? That, combined with Life Orb damage, might be enough to pick up the knockout there. The problem is, if we do see a double up here from that Whimsicott and the Garchomp into the Kingambit, but can you afford to break your own stash and risk and hope that the Charizard on Hiroshi's side protects this turn?
And do you get enough value out of that protect that you're willing to risk a potential encore on the next turn? Answer for this one is no. Moonblast, so much damage into the Kingambit thanks to that critical hit. And a Garchomp with the Earthquake. We are targeting down the Kingambit. We do not care about Charizard. And with the amount of damage, that double up is enough to take another KO. We said, how do you take down the Charizard? Well, you take down all of its friends. Only one Pokemon now remaining for Hiroshi.
Yeah, and this is perfectly played from Shohei. As another Heat Wave comes out, the Whimsicott's going to go down, but that Garchomp, all importantly, is sticking around for one more crucial turn.
We got the Garchomp still around. Tailwind staggered in Shohei's favor as Tailwind for Hiroshi peters out. And we still have another Pokemon to be joining the fray as Bascullegion Legion. If we had questions about whether Garchomp could get it done, well, Bascullegion Legion certainly could, still even in these sunny conditions.
Yeah, and that is the perfect Pokemon to keep around, especially bringing in, especially when that Kingambit has just fallen. So a lot to do for the Charizard. I don't think it's going to be able to do it.
Dragon Claw bring the Charizard down to less than half health. The last chance for Hiroshi in this match, and last respect will be enough to get it done. 2-0 for Shohei Kimura to take this match. 7-1 here at the Pokemon World Championships. To see a matchup like this on this stage, national champion going up against a world champion is incredible. But world champion coming out on top, incredible.
Absolutely amazing. You know, I think Shohei's performance in that match was just incredible from start to finish. Knew exactly the game plan that they needed to follow. Adapted on the fly. Different scenarios occurred, but I think just showing their experience at this level of tournament really shone through there. And being a former world champion, that was the difference, I think, between the two.
I mean, there's a reason that Shohei is consistently talked about as a favorite to be making these runs and tournaments, even at still a world level. We've talked about the champions that we've had in the past, and can they make that run? Can they do it again? And I feel like Shohei has to be at top of one of the top of so many people's lists to be able to take that crown. And to take down the Japan national champion, Hiroshi, he did so incredible there. He is piloting such a strong team. He was 6-1 going into this match as well. But for Shohei to come out on top 2-0, amazing.
Yeah, and it sets you up so confidently coming into tomorrow's tournament. You know, you've taken one loss all day in this tough field of tournament, and then you're finishing the day off against such a tough opponent that's running the same six. There are slight variations there, but in really what was such a dominating fashion, really making Shohei seem like they're going to be one of the favorites coming into tomorrow to push on and maybe get a second world championship to their name.
It would just be incredible. Full bias here, I'll say, but Shohei being able to win a second world championship title would just be absolutely incredible. And I mean, there's a reason that we've talked about him and like that he could do it because he really realistically could. Of course, there's still so much tournament left to play. We can't get ahead of ourselves, but 7-1 and seeing a display like that, can you blame us? Can you blame us for
I don't
saying
think we can. I think that on the back of it, we saw Hiroshi at Japan National Championships, came out on top. So many players playing that Big Six team, they were the one that came out on top. So knows this team inside out, has adapted it, obviously feels confident coming into this tournament. And then Shohei has been playing the same six as well, but Shohei's been playing a lot of other things in grassroots as well. But to be able to come into this tournament in particular, with the adaptations that they've made and play like that, it does make it them a scary prospect for the rest of the field.
It was just the confidence too. Both trainers played so well, but especially looking at that game number 2 and the choice of targeting throughout, I think was just really well done. Even at like, oh, this could be an easy target, but this is what's going to advance me further. I know that's just like essential VGC, but to be able to see it on such a display is always just truly incredible. Like I don't know, like, am I wrong that it just seemed like such a confident match, even when we did get to see such a good match?
No, I don't think that's wrong in the slightest. I think it's exactly what we saw, a confident performance. I think, you know, Shohei from start to finish knew exactly the direction that they needed to go in, when they needed to attack, when they needed to stagger the tailwind, to take advantage of it maybe later down the line and preserve certain Pokemon at the right times. You saw in game 1, the preservation of the Charizard, that was perfect. That worked out so well. Bringing the Kingambit in at the perfect time. And again, you know, closing the game out. The Garchomp was in probably a position where it was able to close out the game by itself if it was a one-on-one with the Charizard on Hiroshi's side, but had backup, didn't need it. The Basket Legion was there, full health to come in and just say, yep, these are my last respects, and I'm going to send Shohei 7-1 into Beijing.
I was still some respect though to Hiroshi. Like, you can't say, you're gearing up, like, we're sending you back, you're not making it phase 2. Hiroshi's still in phase 2, everyone.
Of course,
Don't
yes.
worry,
No.
but it will be a bit more of a difficult run. At sitting on an X2 record, you got to make the run. But for Shohei, you know he's got to be feeling good about that one. So let's go hear from him as he's standing by now for our interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Shohei Kimura, your 2023 World Champion and Phase 2 competitor. Shohei, congratulations. It has been a pleasure watching you compete this season throughout the world. What has it been like being able to travel and compete so much in the international circuit?
まずは見事な勝利おめでとうございます。今年、世界大会に加えていろんな、世界中のいろんな大会に参加されてるかと思うんですけど、どういうような経験してきましたか？割と楽しい時間を過ごせてきましたか？
リージョナルやインターナショナルの戦いを通して長丁場、8ラウンドという長丁場の対戦経験をいっぱい積んだので、今日もの8ラウンド最終ラウンドも、集中して取り組むことができました。
So I had a lot of experience playing a long series of rounds, long days, up to 8 rounds in one day, and that really helped me today to be able to get to the end of 8 rounds and not be too tired at the end of all that.
For sure, for sure. And I noticed that the team that you're running today is very similar to your team from the North America International Championships with some changes. Can you tell us what those changes were and why you made those changes?
チーム構築なんですけど NAIC で使っていたバトルチームとは若干違ってでどういうふうに調整してきたかちょっと説明してもらえますか？
今回は、特スペックス、ドヒドイレがかなり強い環境だと思ったのでチャリザード、リザードンの、スプレッドを変えたり、キングギャンビットは、プロテクト、守るを持たせた方にしました。
So in the meta right now, Toxapex is really, really strong, so he changed up Charizard's moveset and also gave King Gambit Protect to be a little bit more on the defensive side.
For sure, and in your matchup just now, those same 6 Pokemon, but you had different items, and how did that factor into your game plan against your opponent?
今回の試合は、ミラーマッチっていうことだったんですけど、持ち物だけちょっと違っていました。で、ミラーマッチに向けての準備なんですけど、どういうふうなことを意識しないといけないんですか？
リザード、チャリザードの技がエンシェントパワー、原子の力を持っているので、相手の バスクリージョンイダイトが、強力なのですが、それに対してキングギャンビットで、カウンターしようと考えてました。
Yes, so my Charizard had ancient power, so that was a very deliberate choice on my side. So the opponent's Basculegion, obviously very powerful Pokemon, so I just wanted to make sure that I was facing that down with my King Gambit and not getting too overwhelmed by that Basculegion.
All right, Shohei, thank you so much for your time. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody watching at home?
最後になんですけども、見てる方々に、感謝の言葉とかメッセージなどありますか？
感謝の気持ちというか自分の気持ちなんですけど、10年前のサンフランシスコでは最終ラウンドで負けてしまったので、ちょっとまたそういうジンクスがあるのかなと思ったんですけど、今日は勝てて嬉しいです。
It's not so much of a shout out, but just a comment that in the San Francisco tournament 10 years ago, Shohei ended up losing in the final round, and so he thought maybe I'm actually jinxed. So he was really happy that he could win his match today.
Well, congratulations. I'm glad you will be moving on to Phase 2 tomorrow. Best of luck. And thank you all so much for watching at home. We are not quite done here yet. We are going to be wrapping things up with Ben over in the Analyst Lounge, so take it away, please.
Thanks so much, Gabby, and what a day we've had here at the 2026 World Championships in San Francisco. It's been, I think, action from top to tail here today, and we've seen so many things that, so many different things to what we were expecting to see. But I'm glad we've rounded things out with a Charizard Floette mirror just to end the day like we expected to.
Look, we had a whole lot of things that we had to adapt to on the fly earlier in the day. It's so good to end the day with something that's familiar, it's comfortable, it's a big bowl of soup on a cold day.
Big bowl of soup, love that. And we're going to have more of that action for you tomorrow, of course. We're going to be kicking things off at 9 o'clock Pacific there. I'm not to be trusted with time translation, so I'm going to leave that with you viewers at home. But 9 o'clock Pacific will be back tomorrow. And yeah, in the meantime, we've looking back on today, we've had lots of things. Scott, what's been a standout to you that you've seen today maybe you weren't expecting to see?
I mean, I was definitely expecting to see Mega Blaziken, so that wasn't surprising at all. I think for me, I think I like the way in which the games have been close, right? I think we knew margins were going to be small over the course of this weekend, where it's hard to get team advantage in this format, and I think it's hard to tech out your Pokemon too much. So there's always going to be close, but it's I feel like in NESC we had a lot of games where bad sloppy, I guess, where it's oh man, it seemed like one player was going to lose, and then the last second the rug would get pulled out. Oh no, the other player's going to win. Where this time, there's been a lot of probability management in this format for sure, where there's just a lot of inaccurate attacks. But I feel like the players are doing a good job of navigating the games. It feels like the right player is winning every set, even though the path there is maybe a little more twisty and turny than we're used to in some other formats. So I think I've been impressed by the players. It's a really difficult format to play. I know a lot of even really good trainers are having tough weekends, but the folks on stream have really locked in.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that.
Yeah, 100%. This has been such a set of close matches, and I'm just looking forward to seeing how those players convert that have made it from Phase 1 into Phase 2, and how this narrows down to the top players, where it's not just the players have been building their teams right, but they're also on form on the day. They've been hitting the matchups. They've been executing their matchups properly. But in the meantime, if you've been watching at home, we've got a lot of stuff that we're being giving away. If you've been watching the stream here on the broadcast, watching for only 30 minutes, I'm hoping you've been watching for more than 30 minutes across the day, because we've had some great action there to get some quick coupons, some teammate tickets, and some training tickets.
Yeah, but if you did miss that already, that does also still count for the rebroadcast that will be happening immediately afterwards. So you can catch up on all the action from day one and still get those Twitch drops for today.
And of course, if you've not watched 30 minutes, but you are watching this rep, what are you doing? But we do appreciate it. Don't forget, you do need to link your account to get some of the drops. So there's instructions in the Twitch chat. Once you open it up, little pin message, I'd read it.
Definitely. And we've also got our distribution, of course. Enjoy World 26 to get a little bit of extra swag in Pokemon Champions there. I think that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to seeing, going on the ladder after this World Championships. They're you were watching, you were watching, you were watching. But yeah, great extra little distribution there for all of you people at home.
I really like that it's you were watching, you were competing, because I know that our competitors also got some in-game swag as well as part of qualifying for the World Championships.
Yeah, definitely, and it's you know, it's not just a video game as well that we've had our distributions in. We've had distributions for across all of the other games as well. If you've been watching the TCG, if you've been watching Pokemon GO, if you've been watching Pokemon UNITE as well, there's a long list of all of the great things that you'll have been able to get. And if you haven't already, you know, just have it on in the background. If maybe you're watching TCG, but maybe you want something from VG, you know, you can have a second window going on there just to get all of the extra stuff that we have here at the World Championship.
Hey, that's what I've been doing too. You know, I've been on the VG stream, but my phone has been watching the other streams. So it's just that easy.
I know everyone has like 10 tabs on their computer open already, so just add a couple more.
100%, 100%. And, you know, we've got here's a little bit of an instruction on how you can actually earn those Twitch drops if you haven't already. And as Scott says, if you've only just tuned in for now, if you're going to be watching along tomorrow or the restream, of course, this is how you can get a hold of all of those Twitch drops. And as we say, tab open for each one, collect everything that you possibly can across this weekend.
Yeah, and got to shout out to the closed captions as well, being able to see that in your chosen language. That's a really cool feature, and it's really necessary because this is such a global tournament. This is a global game, and I'm so thrilled that everyone across the globe is able to see and experience it in their own native language.
And if you want to experience more, of course, you can follow along at Pokemon.com/broadcast. Make sure you follow us, of course, #PlayPokemon, @PlayPokemon, pretty much everywhere that you can think of there, so you can keep up with all of the action, both in the World Championships, of course, but also our 2027 season will be starting in just a few short weeks after this event has concluded. We know who our world champion is, and we'll be going to see our next season and what that could entail. Now, as well, we know we've had a little Pidgey tell us that there is maybe, if you're here, something extra that maybe Pokemon GO will be bringing to us through Pokemon XP. We don't know any of the details, but if you haven't already got yourself back into Pokemon GO, this word on the street is this maybe is a good time to get back into the game. Maybe re-download it if you haven't got it ready. If you have been, carry on playing it, because there's going to be some cool stuff going on.
Yeah, make sure you update, get your app ready to go so that when you are out wandering Rayquaza Road or just being out and experiencing the joy that is this experience in Pokemon XP, you're ready to go.
And it's, I think, you know, even if you're here and you haven't downloaded GO, I mean, first of all, what are you doing? But I think, you know, there's a lot of fun things you can do too. You know, I think one of the things that's kind of neat as we've you know, watched these events grow. Unlike back maybe when we first started doing these, there's an awful lot of things you can do at the event, both in person and virtually. You know, lots of unique Pokemon. You can catch the costumed Pikachu and the both from Worlds and from PXP in the game. So definitely check that out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've opened it and looked at all of the Pokestops, all of the things going on. There's a lot here.
It's easier to say what isn't a Pokestop than...
Basically, like every street corner and everything in between the street corners is pretty much lit up at the moment here at Pokemon World, Pokemon XP. But that's all we got time for today. We're going to be going now, closing off our broadcast. We'll be back again at 9 o'clock Pacific time tomorrow for Phase 2 of the World Championships.
Mm-hmm.